Chapter 1. A decisive kill or not? Go business. Go. Go technology. Go. The deafening cheers erupted from the spectators gathered around the basketball court, their faces flushed with excitement as they fixated on the man clad in the number 0 jersey. This evening, Bizet had already amassed an impressive 33 points. Yet the Institute of Technology still held a slender 3-point lead over the business school. The score stood at 103-100, with merely 26 seconds left on the clock. Had it not been for Bizet's relentless efforts to penetrate the formidable twin towers of the technology defense, the game would likely have been long decided in favor of the Institute. With the ball poised at the arc of the 3-point line, Bizet's expression was grave as he surveyed his tightly guarded teammates. He silently mused, "It seems this shot is mine to take." The defender assigned to Bizet appeared to sense his intention, tightening his grip on his thigh as he steeled himself with determination. "I must stop him on this play. He cannot score over me again." He maintained a close watch on Bizet, their bodies separated by merely half a step, his concentration unwavering, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow Bizet to either break through or take a shot. Both the players on the court and the anxious spectators were transfixed on Bizet, acutely aware that he was about to go solo, their hearts racing in anticipation. Bizet pivoted on his left foot, executing a simple yet convincingly deceptive feint to the right. The defender, seasoned in his craft, responded with a slight retreat of his left foot. Seizing upon this momentary lapse, Bizet swiftly performed a rightward crossover, displacing the defender's center of gravity. In an instant, he dashed toward the left side, while the defender strained to shift his weight back to the right, trailing close behind Bizet. Sensing the defender's movement, a subtle smile crept across Bizet's lips, just as I hoped. Anticipating the defender's pursuit, he expertly executed a behind-the-back dribble, followed by a step back, retreating beyond the 3-point line. At this moment, the defender realized his predicament. Bizet's series of maneuvers had created a gap of over a step. With the orange basketball elevated high, Bizet unleashed a textbook jump shot that unfurled gracefully. The defender could only watch in helpless awe as the spinning ball soared toward the hoop. Swish. The ball seemed to have been equipped with a tracker, seamlessly finding the net with a delightful swoosh. The score now stood at 103-103, the teams locked in a tie. Only 22 seconds remained. Baisha! Baisha! The crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers, rising to their feet to rally behind Bizet. The coach of the Institute of Technology's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly signaled for a timeout, eager to devise a strategy for his team. This play showcased Bizet's exceptional skill. "We must now focus on our defense for the next possession. Not only must we prevent their twin towers from penetrating the paint, but we must also apply relentless pressure on defense." The coach of the business school addressed his team. "With utmost seriousness, everyone, if we manage to defend this ball, it's up to you to launch a fast break or allow Bays to take on his opponent on your own. Even if we fail to score, we will only face overtime. Should we falter defensively, I will immediately call a timeout and personally devise a strategy for you. Brothers, we have witnessed your hard work over the past year. This is the final step towards reaching the pinnacle. If we can conquer this moment, we shall be crowned champions. Let's rally together. Gongshang will prevail." Bays exclaimed, clapping his hands and shouting to his teammates. His motivational speech united the team, igniting a fierce determination in everyone's eyes, as if they were aflame with a desire for victory, ready to scorch all obstacles in their path. The coach looked at Bays with admiration, silently reflecting, "This is the essence of a leader, a true captain. Not only is he formidable, but he also inspires those around him." Gongshang will prevail. The players, with resolute gazes, marched towards the court. Gongshang, victory! Gongshang, victory! In an instant, the Gongshang fans erupted in deafening cheers, their overwhelming fervor drowning out the supporters of the opposing team, Lihua. The Lihua players felt a chill run down their spines, not only from the pressure of the crowd, but also from the piercing gazes of the Gongshang athletes, who seemed poised to pounce like ravenous wolves. Beep! The point guard for Lihua began the play, but faced with Gongshang's impenetrable defense, he struggled to find a suitable passing option, almost failing to initiate the play. With mere seconds before a 5-second violation, he finally spotted a small forward and awkwardly managed to pass the ball. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. "I've finally gotten the ball out." The ball was quickly returned to Lihua's point guard, and all players began to frantically reposition themselves, attempting to execute their strategy as the ball flowed between their hands. However, with excessive ball movement, Lihua's intended play failed to materialize against Gongshang's staunch defense, and time began to slip away. Under the suffocating pressure of Gongshang's defense, the small forward matched up against Bays grew increasingly anxious, preparing to take him on onion. He initiated a crossover dribble, But Baze maintained a defensive stance, refusing to shift his weight as the small forward attempted to maneuver past him. Instead, Baze leaned in, applying relentless pressure and disrupting the small forward's rhythm. Faced with such intense pressure, the small forward resorted to a hurried double crossover, hoping to use his speed to shake off Baze's defense. Yet, Baze remained unfazed, his gaze intensely fixed on the small forward's dribbling, and with his long reach, he decisively intercepted the ball. The crowd erupted in a frenzy at the sight. Ignoring all else, Baze launched forward with his long strides, accelerating with fervor. The small forward, upon being intercepted, displayed an expression of incredulity. However, he quickly regained his composure and sprinted towards the position of Baze. With merely 4 seconds remaining, Baze had already reached the midcourt. At this juncture, the small forward had hastily caught up, and upon noticing the opposing small forward's position, Baze executed a deft rightward push of the ball, causing the small forward center of gravity to once again falter. As the opposing small forward adjusted his bodice orientation, Baze performed a swift and seamless pivot, instantly leaving the small forward trailing behind. Following his turn, Baze launched into a powerful leap, driving towards the hoop that moment. The opposing small forward made a sliding step forward, attempting to intercept Baze's airborne layup. Damn it, this shot must be defended, he thought, his face contorted with intensity as he charged forward, leaping from behind Baze in an effort to block the shot. The fierce impact from the opposing small forward caused Baze, suspended in midair, to lose his balance abruptly. What the hell? Baze's expression shifted as he internally cursed, realizing the perilous nature of the situation. Yet, for the sake of victory, for the triumph of his team, Baze was determined to score, regardless of the potential for injury. In a desperate maneuver, he switched the ball to his other hand mid-flight, evading the small forward's block, and managed to force the ball into the net. Swish! The basketball echoed through the net, producing the most exquisite sound. Awesome! Baze! Baze! MVP! MVP! The crowd erupted in a frenzy of excitement, chanting MVP as Baze made the game-winning shot. However, in that very moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Due to the opposing small forward's relentless charge, Baze, caught off guard in midair, lost his balance, and was propelled out of bounds like a severed kite. Worse still, his head collided with the unforgiving basketball hoop at an alarming velocity, producing a resounding bang. The force of the impact was akin to a cataclysm, as if the very arena was on the verge of being torn asunder. At that instant, Baze felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him, as if the world itself had been consumed by shadows. Just a moment ago, he had been immersed in the immense joy of scoring, but now that elation dissipated like a fleeting mirage. He strained to discern the sound around him, yet the shouts seemed to recede into the distance, becoming increasingly indistinct. Baze? Baze? Hurry, call 120. Where's the team doctor? Get here, quickly. His teammates anxiously cried out his name, their voices laced with profound concern and anxiety. Baze yearned to respond, to assure them of his well-being, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. His body gradually succumbed to numbness, as though he were sinking into an unfathomable abyss, continuously descending. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Did I hit the target with that ball? Baze struggled to open his eyes, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. A searing pain throbbed in his head, as if it were about to split apart under the weight of a hammer. As his consciousness slowly returned, a pungent scent of medicinal liquid suddenly invaded his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. This overwhelming odor filled the room, inducing a wave of discomfort in Baze. He attempted to cover his mouth and nose with his hands, but his body betrayed him, feeling limp and devoid of strength. Helplessly, he found himself inhaling the foul air deeply while striving to recollect the events that had transpired. What exactly happened? Why was he lying here? Did that pivotal ball truly hit its mark? Countless questions flooded his mind, and Baze was desperate for answers. Yet at that moment, he felt ensnared in a shroud of confusion, unable to find an escape. Cough, cough, cough. He inadvertently coughed as the acrid scent penetrated his nose. But to his astonishment, the sound that escaped his lips resembled the wailing of a baby. Baze was struck with terror, quickly opening his large, bewildered eyes to survey his surroundings. Before him was a bright white ceiling and a group of green-clad figures. Where am I? Is this a hospital? Baze pondered, utterly perplexed. Yet the only response he received was the infantile we emanating from his own mouth. Here he comes. Here he comes. Lady Kamikawa, it's a boy. A nurse exclaimed loudly beside him. Lying on a hospital bed, Lady Kamikawa wore a weak smile, nodding gently as she gazed at Baze with a benevolent expression. It's a boy. As we previously agreed, let us name him Kamakawa by Zay. Little by Zay, what does that sound? What can I say? What on earth is happening? Why have I turned small? And what is she speaking? Japanese? Baish was utterly bewildered. With confusion swirling within him, he lifted his hands, only to behold a pair of delicate, rosy hands. However, to Lady Kamakawa, all she could hear was the wailing of a baby. Little by Zay, don't cry. Mommy is here. Could she be my mother? No, wait. Wasn't I competing in the finals? How did I end up here after just a bump? Is this what rebirth feels like? Baizay shut his eyes in disbelief, utterly speechless. Ding binding host Kamakawa Baizay. Binding progress. 1, 34, 78, 96, 100. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. You have bound to the NBA basketball system. A mechanical voice echoed in Baizay's mind. As a youth of the early 21st century, Baizay gazed at the emergence of the system with acceptance. Yet a profound sense of helplessness coursed through him. The appearance of this system could only signify that Baizay had indeed traversed realms, nay, he had been reborn. How truly vexing. Had I made that shot, I would have undoubtedly secured the Cuba championship. With my remarkable performance, I would certainly be crowned FMV. Once a CBA team signs me, I could ascend to the pinnacle of my life. Yet before my glorious journey even commenced, it was abruptly cut short. Here I am, in this predicament. How utterly infuriating. Woe is me. Baizay ground his teeth in frustration. Though lacking any teeth, he could only mentally curse the system. Ding. Allow me to introduce the functions of this system. The NBA basketball system encompasses an array of basketball techniques possessed by numerous elite NBA athletes. Each technique requires the host to exchange a certain number of skill points, which can only be acquired through victories in basketball matches. Aside from obtaining 10 skill points from a full-court 5vs5 game, all other basketball competitions yield merely 3 skill points. This system also boasts a unique feature, the training space function. During the host's sleep, he can enter this training space and practice basketball in any manner. Note, the cost to enter the training space is 10 skill points per hour. The introduction of this system is complete. Please endeavor to play basketball and strive for the pinnacle of this world's basketball realm. What? Is that it? Where's my beginner's gift pack? Shouldn't every reincarnator be entitled to one? System, do not hoard it from me. System, damn it, Baizay exclaimed, his displeasure evident as he shouted in agitation, yet received no response from the system. It became apparent that futile rage bore no fruit. This system was but a lifeless machine, devoid of any spirit. Very well, I must accept reality. Baizay sighed in resignation, closing his eyes to contemplate life. A magical dividing line. 12 years slipped by quietly. As April dawned, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the intoxicating fragrance of unknown blossoms from afar, while simultaneously dislodging cherry blossoms from their branches. Countless petals danced gracefully in the wind, resembling delicate pink veils floating in the air, leading one to question if they were in a dream. Amidst this vibrant spectacle, a poised youth stood at the entrance of Teiko Junior High School. His snow-white hair cascaded like fine silver threads from his forehead, crafting a breathtaking portrait. The elongated strands of his hair seemed to be embedded in pure white feathers. Exuding an otherworldly elegance, in his eyes resided a tranquil strength, as if nothing could disrupt his inner peace, his languor akin to the warm sun in winter. The handsome youth, poised at the school gate, alongside the gracefully fluttering cherry blossoms, formed a beautiful tableau of spring, compelling the gaze of many young onlookers. Despite his affluent background, Baizay declined the chauffeur's offer and chose to arrive at Teiko Junior High School on foot. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters spelling Teiko Junior High School, a flicker of excitement danced in Baizay's eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts and reflections. The basketball club at Teiko Junior High School boasted over 100 members, in the illustrious history of superlative school that has secured 3 consecutive championships. In the National Middle School League, there exists a cadre of individuals renowned as the strongest. They are celebrated for their impeccable, unbeaten records. This era, marked by the convergence of 5 prodigious talents seldom seen in a decade, is referred to as the miracle generation. However, a fascinating rumor circulates regarding this miracle generation. It is said that there exists another player, shrouded in obscurity, devoid of any competitive records, yet esteemed by these 5 geniuses. He is known as the Phantom Sixth Man. The fervor of youth, inspired by an anime that once stirred his passion for basketball, now materializes before him. Baizay, captivated by the animated series Kuroko's basketball, feels an overwhelming joy at his arrival in this basketball realm. System, display, personal information panel. Baizay murmurs inwardly. Personal information panel. Nama, Kamikawa Baisha. Age, 12 years. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Strength B. Speed B. Stamina B. Skills, Curry 3-point shooting Leonard. Death grip Iverson crossover McGrady, pull-up, jump shot Kobe fadeaway, jumper magic knowledge pass. Skill points. In 1965, after years of relentless effort, Bays had only managed to acquire the basketball skills of 6 NBA stars. This was not merely due to the difficulty of obtaining skill points, but also because each star's unique skill required a staggering 2,000 skill points for redemption. Such an achievement was only possible through Bays' tireless participation in basketball games, enabling him to collect such a substantial number of skill points and meticulously select these 6 skills. Kuroko's basketball. I never anticipated that I would find myself in this world. This magical realm of basketball. Bays murmured to himself. Reborn into a powerful family. Bays was born into the esteemed Shangchuan household, which stood as one of Japan's 2 super conglomerates alongside the Akashi family. As the young master of the Shangchuan family, Bays frequently encountered the heir of the Akashi family, Akashi Seijiro. This interaction made him acutely aware of the current identity of Akashi Seijiro, sparking the realization that he had indeed been reborn into the world of Kuroko's basketball. Such a revelation stirred profound excitement within Bays, who harbored an intense passion for basketball, nearly bordering on obsession. He yearned to compete against the legendary generation of miracles, known to epitomize the highest level of talent in this world. Bays was resolute in his determination to challenge them, to prove himself as the unequivocal top basketball player in existence. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a jubilant and fiercely determined smile spread across Bays' face. He strode forward with light and agile steps, resembling a radiant star as he walked proudly towards Teiko Middle School. Generation of miracles, are you ready? Here I come, Bays. He silently shouted, his voice reverberating through the air like thunder. Chapter 3. The first squad amidst the curious and eager gazes of numerous Teiko Middle School students. Bays stepped onto the campus with steadfast and confident strides. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, his demeanor as graceful as a crane, with each step exuding a unique charm. Wow, this boy is absolutely stunning, a girl exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Is he really a student here? How come I've never seen him before? Another boy questioned, his face a mask of confusion. In an instant, whispers and murmurs filled the air as students expressed their astonishment and excitement at the sudden appearance of this striking young man. They leaned in closer, speculating about the identity of the handsome newcomer who had so unexpectedly captured their attention. Bays seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. He wore a smile and confidently navigated through the crowd towards his destination. The sunlight cascaded upon him, as if draping him in a golden radiance, enhancing his already striking presence. Hello, classmate. I apologize for the interruption, but could you kindly direct me to the basketball club? Bays politely inquired of a randomly chosen girl. The young lady gazed at Bays' exquisite features, a blush rising to her cheeks as she dared not meet his profound eyes. With a bashful gesture indicating the direction, she hurriedly scampered away. Bays could only smile wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness within. I am not a monster, and I am not unattractive. After learning the route to the basketball club, Bays casually placed his hands in his pockets and strolled toward his destination. With a resounding thud, as Bays stepped into the basketball gym, he heard a loud sound. Someone was forcefully dunking the basketball into the hoop. He focused his gaze and saw a youth with dark skin and deep blue hair soaring high, as light as a bird, the basketball being emphatically thrust into the net. Wow. Isn't he just a first-year junior high student? How effortlessly he can dunk. Goodness, this is astonishing. Is this the physical prowess expected of someone of Asian descent? Truly incredible. Oh, I know him. His name is Aomine Daiki, and he is unmatched in our neighborhood, exceptionally formidable. Surrounding him were waves of astonishment and murmurs, as people were filled with curiosity and awe toward this mysterious and powerful youth. The atmosphere grew lively, with everyone marveling at Aomine Daiki's physical gifts, engaging in animated discussions. Aomine Daiki, the ace of the miraculous era, certainly possesses remarkable skill. Bays flicked his hair back, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. Intently fixated on Aomine Daiki, perhaps sensing this unusual fighting spirit, Aomine Daiki abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with the newly arrived Bays, his gaze sharpening instantly. This person is not to be underestimated. A thought surged through Aomine Daiki's mind. He must be quite formidable. With this in mind, Aomine Daiki couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, brother, want to have a one-on-one match? In response to Aomine Daiki's fiery gaze, Baizé smiled slightly. Sure, but let us wait until after the basketball club selection. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Aomine Daiki. Perhaps due to Baizé's acceptance of his challenge, Aomine Daiki appeared particularly warm, casually throwing his arm around Baizé's shoulder. Hello, I am Shangchuan Baizé. Baizé politely replied to Aomine Daiki, smiling back at his friendly gesture. Everyone, gather around. It's time to begin today's test, came a call as the bespectacled, refined assistant coach of the basketball club approached. A smile gracing his face as he gently clapped his hands, signaling everyone to come together. Hearing the assistant coach's call, Aomine Daiki strode confidently forward. Turning back to shout to Baizé, "Hey, Baizé, don't forget our earlier agreement." Baizé responded from a distance, got it, and quickened his pace to catch up with the group. At that moment, the entire basketball court was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. The team members exchanged whispers, discussing the impending test content. Some appeared brimming with confidence, eagerly rubbing their hands together. Others, however, seemed somewhat anxious, silently praying for an outstanding performance. After a morning of testing, the assistant coach of the basketball department approached the crowd with a list in hand, beginning to announce the selection results. First, the roster for the Third Army. All students whose names were called were to gather with the Third Army's coach. Number 3, Yasunori Hakimura. Number 4, Simon Nakashin. Number 31, Tetsuya Kuroko. These are the members of the Third Army. Upon hearing the name Tetsuya Kuroko, Baizé scrutinized the slight, almost imperceptible boy standing amidst the crowd, his sky-blue hair framing a pair of clear, naive eyes. A twinge of disappointment flickered within Kuroko as he recalled the promise made with his friend Narahu Ajiwara, causing him to shake his head and jog toward the Third Army coach. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kuroko turned to see a delicate, white-haired boy gazing at him. Noticing Kuroko's glance, Baizé slightly nodded, offering a friendly smile. He can see me. Kuroko's pupils contracted, his expression one of astonishment. This was the first stranger to acknowledge his presence directly. Next, the selections for the Second Army were announced. Number 17, Masao Watanabe. Wonderful. I've made it into the Second Army. A few newly selected athletes could not contain their joy, dancing with excitement as they shared their happiness with those around them. Ahem. Quiet down, please. The assistant coach called for silence before proceeding to announce the selections for the First Army. Clearing his throat, he signaled for everyone to hush. What? Did I hear that correctly? The First Army? No way. What? A first-year student made it into the First Army. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Number 8, Daiki Aomine. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly, none other than Daiki Aomine, who had just interacted with Baizé. He strode confidently, his head held high. Eyes fixed on Baizé with unwavering determination, as if silently proclaiming, "Look, I've successfully entered the First Army." Impressive, isn't it? A triumphant smile spread across his face, as if he had the entire world beneath his feet. Number 11, Shintaro Midorima. A boy clad in a black jacket, sporting striking green hair, stepped forth from the crowd. His steps were steady and powerful, each stride imbued with an innate confidence and authority. Upon reaching the forefront, he paused, lifting his head slightly to reveal a striking yet stern visage. His profound gaze, reminiscent of icy stars, instills a chilling unease beneath his prominent nose. His tightly sealed lips exude an air of haughty indifference. Subsequently, he extends his left hand, wrapped in white bandages, and gently adjusts the black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. After completing these actions, he casts his gaze into the distance, his eyes brimming with apathy and disdain. It appears that nothing in his immediate surroundings captivates his interest. Only loftier ambitions merit his attention and pursuit. Number 23, Atsushi Aizawa, stands at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, chewing on a delectable snack that emits a crisp sound. He cradles the box of treats as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Standing there, he resembles an immovable mountain, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. Aizawa's robust physique is astonishing, each muscle radiating power, seemingly poised to unleash incredible energy at any moment. Such a stature instills a sense of trepidation in those around him, rendering them hesitant to approach. At this moment, his tousled medium-length purple hair dances wildly in the wind, contrasting sharply with his vacant expression. A gust sweeps by, causing his hair to leap and sway like purple flames, enhancing his aura of mystery and allure. Suddenly, Aizawa lets out a deep yawn, his mouth agape, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth. This gesture lends him a languid and drowsy appearance. Thus, Aizawa stands quietly in a naturally oblivious demeanor, as if time has ceased to flow. He immerses himself in his own world, relishing the satisfaction brought by his snacks, utterly oblivious to everything outside. My goodness. He's already that tall in first grade. The crowd gasps in astonishment once more. Number 29, Seijiro Akashi, strides onto the court with a composed demeanor, standing tall and straight. His red hair is understated, yet possesses an exquisite elegance, reminiscent of a gentleman from ancient texts, exuding sophistication and poise. Akashi faces the first-team coach, his gaze briefly flickering towards Shirazaki, who nods in acknowledgement. Their acquaintance stems from their family backgrounds, both having accompanied their parents. Following their introduction, Akashi invited Shirazaki to play chess with him, resulting in a rare stalemate, Shirazaki being the first person to achieve a draw against him in the realm of shogi, the only individual who denied him victory. Lastly, we have number 30, Shirazaki. Baize stood before the other four individuals, their silhouettes poised like towering pines, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. Yet, within this seemingly tranquil scene, an undercurrent of formidable energy pulsed, evoking a sense of trepidation. Each person resembled an unyielding mountain, their gazes profound and resolute, exuding an air of composure and confidence forged through the trials of time. Their presence radiated like surging ocean waves, cascading and intertwining, compelling onlookers to take notice. There was little verbal exchange among them. Even their movements were subtle and natural. However, from their stances, the slight upturn of their lips, and the occasional meeting of their eyes, one could sense an unspoken bond and unity. When these five individuals converged in one place, it was as if five brilliant beams of light coalesced, forming an undeniable force. Their mere existence was a spectacle, rendering it daunting to meet their gaze. Remarkable. I never imagined five individuals could enter the first team, someone exclaimed. Indeed, their aura is overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, the assistant coach closed the roster and announced loudly, "All right, the groupings for today are set. Tomorrow, each of you will commence training according to your respective groups. For those who did not make the second team, strive harder next time." With that, the assistant coach departed from the basketball court. Upon hearing these words, the unassuming Kuroko clenched his fists tightly. Baize, come challenge me." As soon as the gathering dispersed, Aomine Daiki jogged over to Baize, calling out boisterously, as if fearing Baize might reconsider. "Okay, let us see your strength, Aomine Daiki." Baize responded with palpable excitement, for this was their first encounter during the Era of Miracles. Chapter 4, The Challenge Against Aomine Daiki, Part 1. All the spectators on the court formed a large circle around the area designated for Baize and Aomine Daiki's duel. Curiosity buzzed among the first-year students, eager to witness the prowess of these two exceptionally talented players. Standing opposite each other, Aomine Daiki and Baize resembled two radiant stars, emanating an electrifying brilliance. The atmosphere was thick with an invisible force, the tension palpable, nearly suffocating. Aomine Daiki's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on his opponent, Baize. His tall, athletic frame leaned slightly forward, muscles taut and poised for action, revealing an aura of immense strength and unwavering confidence. In contrast, Baize displayed no signs of weakness. He moved with grace, akin to a swan gliding through the air, yet beneath this seemingly gentle exterior lay boundless power. His gaze was calm and steadfast, meeting Aomine Daiki's stare without a hint of fear. The tension between them collided in the air, creating visible ripples that emanated from their very beings, as if threatening to tear the fabric of space apart. Everyone was taken aback, collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the commencement of this epic showdown. How terrifying these two individuals are. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious, and the suspense is palpable. It should be Aomine Daiki, for he can effortlessly dunk, possessing such extraordinary physical prowess. However, one cannot dismiss the formidable presence of Akagawa Shiro. The onlookers began to speculate on the outcome of this one-on-one clash, yet regardless of who prevails, it is certain they will deliver an exhilarating contest. "Shiro, let us exchange 5 balls, Aomine Daiki declared first, clutching a basketball and fixating his gaze on Shiro. "Of course, you may go first," Shiro responded promptly, accepting Aomine's terms without hesitation. Aomine was momentarily taken aback, gripping the basketball tighter, a flicker of indignation rising within him at the thought of being allowed to start. He nodded at Shiro, his expression darkening as he stood resolutely at the arc just beyond the three-point line. Shiro positioned himself within the three-point line, a half-body distance from Aomine. After they exchanged the ball, Aomine's focus sharpened as he stared intently at Shiro, his body lowering slightly. Hands firmly grasping the basketball as if he were a cheetah poised to pounce. In an instant, his movements became rapid and fluid, resembling a bolt of lightning. As he adopted a classic triple threat stance, he stepped forward with his left foot, his knee bending slightly, his weight shifting onto that leg, while his right hand elevated the ball to forehead level. His eyes radiated confidence and determination, as if to convey to Shiro, "I am poised to breach your defense at any moment." The atmosphere was charged with tension, the audience holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. At this moment, Aomine was entirely focused, anticipating Shiro's response, ready to strike with his honed skills and exceptional speed. Shiro took a deep breath, gradually lowering his center of gravity, standing firm like an unyielding mountain on the court. Concurrently, his remarkably long and powerful arms extended, the right hand blocking Aomine's view of the basket with a massive palm, while the left arm stretched out to his side. This maneuver exponentially enlarged Shiro's already expansive defensive range. No matter from which angle Aomine attempted to attack, it seemed nearly impossible to evade the impenetrable defense akin to a fortified wall. In this moment, Shiro embodied an indomitable warrior, fiercely guarding the court behind him with his immense strength. Faced with Shiro's colossal defensive presence and actions, Aomine felt a surge of exhilaration. If a shot was not an option, then a direct breakthrough was in order. As this thought crossed his mind, Aomine swiftly lifted the ball, adjusting his body accordingly, immediately executing a flawless and convincing shooting feint. With a sudden forceful push of his right foot backward, his entire body surged forward to the right. Confronted with Aomine's feint shot, Hakuzai remained unfazed, fully aware that his large hand effectively obscured Aomine's vision. This technique, a defensive maneuver pioneered by NBA specialist Shane Battier, primarily disrupts the opponent by shielding their eyes. At the moment Aomine made his breakthrough, Hakuzai was slightly taken aback by his astonishing speed. Indeed, it was no wonder that the system rated it A/B. Instantly, he executed a lateral slide to keep pace, knowing that Aomine, as the offensive player, would inevitably be a fraction slower while dribbling. As Hakuzai closed the distance, Aomine abruptly halted his speed to 0. In that fleeting moment when Hakuzai came to a stop, Aomine swiftly changed direction, attacking Hakuzai's front foot and darting left, immediately accelerating to maximum speed. At this juncture, Hakuzai smiled faintly. Did he truly think Leonard's infamous defense was a mere jest? With the mastery of Leonard's death grip now at his disposal, Hakuzai's defensive awareness had ascended to elite levels. As Aomine executed his directional change, Hakuzai anticipated the ball's landing point and reached out with his right hand. Sensing imminent danger, Aomine's heart raced as he saw Hakuzai's massive hand coming towards him. He forcefully altered his trajectory, leaning left to evade the impending challenge. Hakuzai, momentarily surprised by Aomine's impressive coordination, did not expect such agility. As Aomine narrowly avoided Hakuzai's left hand grazing the basketball, he exhaled in relief, his eyes filled with a profound respect for Hakuzai. Observing the terrifying expanse of Hakuzai's defensive prowess juxtaposed with Aomine's exceptional speed and ball-handling skills, the onlookers could not help but gasp in awe. Truly, this was the brilliance of a prodigy on the court. The clash of offense and defense was nothing short of breathtaking. Aomine moved like a flash of lightning, his dribbling swift and fluid, employing an ultra-rapid street ball style to disrupt Hakuzai's defensive rhythm. The basketball danced in his hands, animated by his movements, as if infused with life. Feinting left, Aomine swiftly pivoted right, attempting to deceive Hakuzai's defense. However, Hakuzai was not fooled. Leveraging his remarkable reflexes and solid defensive skills, he confidently blocked Aomine's path, his hands persistently reaching toward the ball. Despite nearly losing possession during an initial attempt, Aomine adeptly shielded the ball, denying Hakuzai any opportunity. Thus began an intense confrontation, with Aomine continuously altering his offensive strategies to seek an opening, while Hakuzai showcased an almost suffocating defense, granting Aomine no chances whatsoever. The atmosphere was thick with tension, leaving spectators anxiously on edge. At this moment, what should one do? Daiki Aomine stood aside, his expression grave as he observed the stalemate between the two, his mind racing with thoughts. Truly impressive, Azu. Observing the terrifying prowess of Hakuzai, Akashi could not help but express his amazement. Even the perpetually oblivious Murasakibara displayed a different glint in his eyes as he watched the clash between the two, munching on the snacks in his hands. As Aomine found himself unable to shake off Hakuzai's defense, a sense of urgency welled up within him. He gritted his teeth and executed a crossover dribble, leaning his body to the left as if to accelerate and break through in that direction. Noticing that Aomine's steps did not fully shift to the left, Haku speculated. Could it be a hesitation move? Consequently, based on his defensive instincts, Haku's took a slight step back to his left rear. Just as Haku's had surmised, Aomine seamlessly transitioned into a change of direction, darting rapidly to the right. With that previous step back, Haku's positioned himself directly in front of Aomine. Faced with Haku's anticipatory defense, Aomine was once again taken aback, prompting him to execute a double hesitation move. In this fluid sequence of maneuvers, Aomine managed to slightly disrupt Haku's balance. With a newfound sliver of space to break through, Aomine gained a marginal lead over Haku's. However, leveraging his extraordinary wingspan, Haku's pressed closely with his right hand while raising his left arm high, once more imposing immense defensive pressure on Aomine. At that moment, Haku's resembled an imposing presence akin to Leonard in the NBA, instilling a relentless sense of defensive dread. It was not merely the defender's remarkable static talent that instilled fear, but also the presence of exceptional defensive awareness. Aomine found himself up against such a formidable creature. Sensing the force emanating from Haku's body, a flash of inspiration struck Aomine, and he executed a perfect spin move. Yet, as Aomine pivoted smoothly, Haku's would not allow him to pass easily. He immediately retreated. In that instant of retreat, Aomine, using his left foot as the pivot for the turn, stepped out with his right foot as the first step, then swiftly moved his left foot to the left. Performing a Euro step, and with his right foot as the second step, he launched an attack to the right. Bai Zai gazed in astonishment at Qingfeng's actions, utterly unprepared for the fact that he could maintain his composure and execute a Euro step under such circumstances. Just as Qingfeng was about to make his layup, Bai Zai, unwilling to concede, summoned all his strength and leapt into the air, showcasing his extraordinary talent to the fullest. Qingfeng looked on in disbelief at Bai Zai's terrifying vertical leap. Chapter 5, One-on-One with Qingfeng de Hui, Part 2. As Bai Zai ascended rapidly, his elongated left arm loomed over Qingfeng like a colossal cage. Sensing the unparalleled pressure of Bai Zai's defense, Qingfeng momentarily found himself at a loss, his expression darkening with concern. What should I do? It seems I am on the verge of being blocked. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads in silent resignation, realizing that this point was likely destined for Bai Zai. Faced with Bai Zai's imposing hand, Qingfeng clenched his jaw tightly, a sudden surge of determination swelling within him. Without hesitation, he threw his body backward, as if daring to challenge the very limits of gravity. As Bai Zai reached the apex of his jump and began to descend, Qingfeng's backward tilt was alarmingly close to the ground, the angle between them barely exceeding 40 degrees. Such a thrilling and precarious maneuver left everyone present utterly speechless. Bai Zai was profoundly shaken by the sight before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never would have imagined that Aomine Daiki, merely a first-year student, has already grasped the rudiments of the reclining layup technique." At that moment, Aomine's figure sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, akin to a majestic eagle soaring high. The basketball deftly evaded the reach of Bai Zai's long arms and was casually flung towards the hoop. The ball, as if enchanted, hurtled towards the basket in an extraordinary and astonishing manner. However, fate is often dramatic. The basketball did not glide effortlessly into the net, as everyone had anticipated. Instead, it collided with the rear edge of the rim, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Subsequently, the ball commenced a thrilling performance, bouncing precariously atop the rim. Each leap of the basketball held the spectators in rapt suspense, uncertain of whether it would ultimately find its way through the hoop. The crowd's emotions ebbed and flowed in tandem with the ball's erratic movements, their eyes fixated on the small orb. At last, after two valiant struggles, the basketball, as if resigned to its fate, reluctantly tumbled into the net. An unorthodox shot. Aomine Daiki, you truly are a source of surprises. Bai Zai chuckled internally, his gaze sharpening with unprecedented seriousness as he braced himself to confront Aomine's impending offense with utmost determination. Aomine, equally astonished by his own actions, felt a surge of delight, realizing that this scoring method harmonized splendidly with his dribbling prowess. Incredible! In that instant, the surroundings erupted with thunderous cheers and applause, all in awe of this spectacular offensive display. Zai, you're not so tough after all. Let us see you try again, Aomine teased, a beaming smile gracing his face as he brandished the basketball. Once again, the crowd fixated on Aomine Daiki's second offensive attempt, curious to see how Bai Zai would respond. Hearing Aomine's jest, Bai Zai merely smiled in response before focusing intently. After regaining possession of the ball, Bai Zai pressed closely against Aomine, employing an increasing array of disturbances that rendered Aomine unable to find an opportunity to pass. His seemingly slight, yet robust frame exerted immense pressure on Aomine. Aomine attempted to push back with all his might, yet to no avail. His space for maneuvering remained severely constrained. Faced with this predicament, Aomine was compelled to retreat slightly, seeking a glimmer of space to make a play. Exhibiting a relentless defensive intuition, Baise quickly anticipated the ball's descent, and in the instant Aomine released it, his hand shot out forcefully, leaving only a fleeting shadow as the basketball was swatted out of bounds. Aomine stood momentarily frozen on the court, utterly taken aback that Baise's defense had escalated to such a level, effectively knocking his shot out of play. What an utterly suffocating defense. Indeed, the defense is akin to an imposing mountain, making it difficult to breathe. With Aomine Daiki's exquisite offense in the forefront and the terrifying defense of Zeref behind, the spectators have become somewhat numb, feeling utterly incomparable to such prodigious talents. This year, we have truly stumbled upon a gem. Hiroshima, an elderly man with flowing white hair, stood on the second-floor balcony, observing the one-on-one duel below with fervent eyes. He spoke to the black-haired youth behind him, elaborating on the prowess of these two individuals, which, even among the nation's junior high school students, ranks among the very best. The well-proportioned Hiroshima Shizuzu smiled subtly, offering a fair assessment of the two. Yet, it is not solely about them. The trio of youngsters with varying hair colors also possesses extraordinary talent. The quintet's gifts are likely unmatched throughout Japan, signaling a significant shift in the landscape of Japanese basketball. Coach Hakuzai gestured towards Akashi and the others below, urging Hiroshima to take note. Will you commence training them early? We cannot afford to squander their talents. Coach Hakuzai, Hiroshima inquired respectfully, his expression tinged with excitement. One must provide opportunities for the youth. Let the assistant coach train them first. I am growing old and uncertain of how many more years I can coach, Coach Hakuzai replied, gazing down at the young players with a wry smile. No, coach, you have not aged that much yet. Hakuzai waved his hand, interrupting Hiroshima. All right, Hiroshima. I will take my leave to rest. In the 3 months leading up to the Summer National League, I shall join you for training, so rest assured. With that, Coach Hakuzai departed the gym, his steps unsteady under Hiroshima's respectful gaze. At that moment, Zeref and Aomine swiftly exchanged their roles in offense and defense. It was now Zeref's turn to initiate the attack, and thus they prepared for a new round of confrontation. Zeref stood firmly just a step away from the three-point line, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hoop, as if he intended to shoot from that position. In contrast, Aomine appeared somewhat relaxed, opting to retreat slightly, positioning himself within the three-point line and granting Zeref nearly 2 body lengths of space. Given Zeref's considerable distance from the three-point line, Aomine could hardly believe he would attempt a shot from such a position, hence his decision to give ample room. However, Zeref would not easily comply with Aomine's expectations. With a hint of disbelief at Aomine's allowance, he thought, "You truly dare to let me shoot? Do you think my peak Kuritama's three-point shooting is merely a jest?" Confronted with such an open opportunity, Zeref unhesitatingly leaped into his shooting motion, his release swift and decisive. The arc and spin of the ball were nothing short of perfection. This shot was destined to find its mark. Midorima adjusted his glasses with a confident flick of his middle finger, providing commentary on the shot, as he was well versed in the nuances of three-point shooting after years of experience. Swish, accompanied by the crisp sound, all present instinctively held their breath. Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene before him. Just as he leaped to attempt to block, the basketball in Baize's hands soared like a bolt of lightning, unerringly finding its way into the basket. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The air was thick with tension and astonishment, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless, captivated by the sudden brilliance of the shot. Qingfeng stood frozen in place, his heart heavy with regret and self-reproach. He had never anticipated that Baize would execute such a decisive shot from just a step beyond the three-point line, and at such a remarkable speed. The score stood at 1-1. Qingfeng took a deep breath, an exhilarating thrill washing over him. He recognized Baize's formidable prowess. Fixating intently on the ball, he silently vowed to himself, the next shot must be defended. After the ball was reset, Qingfeng, now aware of Baize's precise three-point shooting ability, dared not give him any space, closing the gap to less than half a body length while keeping his gaze sharply focused on Baize. However, Baize seemed unfazed. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a simple shot fake that caused Qin Feng's center of gravity to shift slightly upward. In an instant, he made a decisive step to the right, breaking through. The moment Baze initiated his drive, Qin Feng swiftly adjusted his stance, closing in to attempt to steal. Hoping to catch Baze off guard with his speed, possessing exceptional defensive instincts, Baze immediately discerned Qin Feng's intentions. He used his physical strength to shove Qin Feng aside while deftly maneuvering the ball to the right with his long arm, deftly evading Qin Feng's sharp attempt to intercept. As Qin Feng was pushed back, he involuntarily gasped at the impact. Ouch, that hurt. Against Baze's superior strength, Qin Feng, with a mere C rating in power, found himself easily overpowered. Subsequently, Baze executed a smooth between-the-legs dribble, pivoting to present his back to Qin Feng, positioning himself on the right side of the free-throw line, ready to engage in a post-up play. To any seasoned basketball fan, this scene would evoke a sense of nostalgia, for it was a familiar signal. Baze was preparing to employ Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper, intending to showcase to Qin Feng the elite post-up technique of one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Chapter 6. One-on-one with Qin Feng Duel, Part 3. Baze's back pressed firmly against Qin Feng, as if he could feel the rhythm of the latter's breath and heartbeat. Suddenly, Baze exerted himself with great force, creating a powerful physical confrontation that allowed him to easily carve out a bit of space from Qin Feng. Following this, he struck the basketball forcefully against the ground. Before it could rebound, he skillfully utilized the rules of the game, making a slight jump to expand his cylindrical range, resetting his footing before executing a feigned movement. With a deft shoulder shimmy to the left, he swiftly pivoted on his right foot, turning to face the hoop. This masterful and convincing fake caught Qin Feng off guard, leaving everyone utterly deceived. Qin Feng found himself momentarily shaken, his body losing position to Baze. In the next instant, Baze leaped backward, soaring into the air with the grace of a bird. He executed a textbook fadeaway jump shot, beautifully unfurling as he launched the basketball towards the hoop. Despite Qin Feng's utmost effort to adjust his center of gravity and leap to block, Baze's innate long arms elevated his shooting point, making it exceedingly difficult for Qin Feng to disrupt his shot. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were riveted on the soaring basketball, anticipating the instant it would descend into the net. Baze maintained a flawless posture in midair, his gaze resolute and confident. As the basketball traced a stunning arc, it effortlessly swished through the hoop, prompting an eruption of thunderous cheers and applause from the spectators. Upon landing, Baze's lips curled into a subtle smile, a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction. The beauty of that shot was truly breathtaking. The players watching from the sidelines were stirred by a ripple of astonishment. Akashi and his companions wore serious expressions. Only those of their caliber could appreciate the intricacies of Baze's recent maneuvers. It could be said that Qin Feng had fallen victim to these details, mastering the subtleties of his actions to perfection, which left Qin Feng completely off balance. Coupled with Baze's formidable leap and wingspan, this technique became utterly indefensible. After touching down, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Having directly experienced Baze's extraordinary skill, he realized its sheer monstrosity. Unless a defender fortuitously managed to contest Baze's shot, even then, Baze could easily execute a fake or pivot to the other side for a jump shot or layup. Truly impressive. He could not allow Baze to score again. It was imperative to defend this next play. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he patted his thigh, sharpening his focus. The score stood at 2-1, and the match had reached a fever pitch. Baze gripped the basketball tightly in his hands, his gaze intensely focused as he fixated on the hoop ahead, poised to launch his next offensive maneuver. Meanwhile, Aomine showed no signs of yielding. He sank into a stable stance, his legs firmly planted on the ground, his body slightly leaning forward. With arms outstretched, he deftly controlled the space for Baze's potential shot or drive, meticulously tracking the basketball in Baze's possession. Fully immersed in the art of defense, Baze drew in a deep breath, meticulously adjusting his breathing rhythm. In an instant, he surged towards the basket like an arrow released from its bow. Aomine shadowed Baze closely, ever vigilant, determined not to grant him any opportunity. Suddenly, Baze executed a maneuver, abruptly decelerating and pulling the basketball back into his left hand. Caught off guard by this unexpected shift, Aomine swiftly recalibrated his position to re-establish his defensive stance. Baze then performed a dragging step, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop, crafting a deceptive shooting feint that captivated the moment. Lacking defensive experience, Aomine leapt impulsively, eager to block Baze's shot. only to find himself easily ensnared by Baize's ruse. At the very moment Aomine ascended, Baize's eyes sparkled with determination. He reacted instantaneously, his body darting to the right with the swiftness of lightning. Concurrently, the basketball danced in his hands, shifting with his movements. Without missing a beat, Baize executed a swift change of direction to the right. He deftly harnessed the power of his wrist and fingers, transitioning the ball from his left hand to his right, the entire motion fluid and seamless, devoid of any flaw. Before Aomine could readjust, Baize was already soaring high into the air, reminiscent of a bird in flight. In that fleeting moment of elevation, he unveiled a Tracy McGrady-esque jump shot. His arm extended, the ball lifted high, his graceful movement unfurled in the air, before he effortlessly released it towards the basket. The sphere traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing perfectly within the hoop. In that instant, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, cheers and gasps of admiration resonating all around. With this spectacular jump shot, Baize triumphantly concluded his offensive play. Aomine shook his head in frustration, regretting his hasty attempt to block Baize, which had cost him his defensive position. The score now stood at 3-1, the scales of victory seemingly tilting in Baize's favor. Baize launched another offensive, employing his familiar technique once more, executing a dragging step against Qingfeng. However, at that moment, Qingfeng hesitated, struggling to discern whether Baize intended to shoot or to change direction as he had just done. At this juncture, Baize's left hand made a motion as if to push rightward, suggesting a change in direction. Qingfeng's eyes brightened at this revelation. He refrained from advancing to block. Observing Qingfeng's apparent understanding, a smile crept upon Baize's face. In the instant he pushed the ball, the basketball defied Qingfeng's expectations, soaring through the air as Baize executed a clean jump shot. This was a variant of Tracy McGrady's jump shot technique, a dragging step feint followed by a jump shot. Alas, deceived, realizing Baize's maneuver, Qingfeng instantly elevated his center of gravity, leaping towards him. Yet, Baize leapt earlier, faster, and higher. As Qingfeng reached the apex of his jump, the basketball, as if guided by a missile tracker, swished effortlessly through the net. Upon landing, Qingfeng could not help but feel a sense of resignation. There was no escaping the fact that he had lost this duel. Baize's repertoire of moves was simply too vast, each executed with remarkable authenticity, and coupled with his natural athleticism, rendered him exceedingly difficult to defend against. The score stood at 4-1, with Baize reaching match point first. For the final shot, Baize stood resolutely before Qingfeng, just beyond the three-point line, while Qingfeng positioned himself half a body length away, entirely focused on Baize. Eager to anticipate his next offensive strategy, yet remaining acutely vigilant of Baize's movements, determined to seize this crucial moment, Baize executed the ball with a directness that starkly contrasted his earlier plays, eschewing immediate breakthroughs. In that moment, Baize's form was electric, his movements lithe and agile, reminiscent of the legendary basketball icon Allen Iverson. He deftly employed Iverson's signature crossover technique, subtly altering his trajectory with his left hand. Faced with such finesse, Qingfeng's center of gravity wavered ever so slightly. Following this, Baize executed another rightward crossover, this time a powerful and deceptive maneuver that, even though Qingfeng anticipated his shift to the right, left him momentarily off balance and entirely outmaneuvered, as his weight shifted to Baize's left side. This move was reminiscent of Iverson's famous feint against God, leaving spectators in awe. Without hesitation, Baize leaped, soaring into the air to connect with Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper, his body stretching elegantly in flight as the ball seemed to be imbued with life, soaring towards the hoop. No, he must not score again. I must defend this shot. The dazed Qingfeng's eyes were filled with an unprecedented determination, his entire being surging with fervor. It felt as if the roar of a black panther echoed throughout the venue, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Baize's expression abruptly changed. This was pure ferocity. In that instant, Qingfeng seemed to transcend the very pull of gravity, surging towards Baize with an astonishing velocity, fiercely challenging the limits of the sky. As he ascended rapidly through the air, Qingfeng executed a powerful sweep of his hand, sending the flawlessly arced basketball soaring out of bounds. Everyone gazed in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle before them, each person's mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Having completed the block, Qingfeng descended swiftly, exhilaration coursing through him as he reveled in his impeccable defense and the extraordinary sensation it invoked. He turned to Baize, his eyes ablaze with an intensified fighting spirit. Beckoning, "Come at me, Baize." At that moment, an unparalleled and formidable aura erupted from Qing Feng's being, sweeping through the air like a tumultuous tidal wave, leaving all who witnessed it profoundly awestruck. Bai Zai's eyes widened slightly, as he found it hard to believe the spectacle before him. Above Qing Feng's body loomed a ferocious black panther, proudly standing in midair. Had his wild instincts awakened so swiftly? Truly, he was a marvel of the fastest blossoming generation. A faint smile graced Bai Zai's lips, igniting a surge of fervor within him. With the wildness of the panther, he believed that Qing Feng would not experience dullness. The panther exuded a chilling aura, its fur as dark as ink, shimmering with a mysterious and resplendent light. Its sharp claws glinted ominously, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through any adversary's defenses. The panther's gaze was piercing and cold, radiating determination and resolve. Qing Feng and the Black Panther became one, conjuring a colossal black whirlwind behind him, causing the surrounding air to churn violently. Chapter 7. A Gathering for All. After speaking, Qing Feng was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound fatigue and weakness that surged through him like a tidal wave. It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and his legs turned to jelly, losing their support entirely, leaving him unable to stand. Almost instinctively, his knees buckled, and he found himself half kneeling. "Are you all right?" Bai Zai, quick to react, rushed over to support the kneeling Qing Feng. "It should be nothing serious, just my body is utterly exhausted," Qing Feng replied weakly. "Let me lie down for a moment." With that, he collapsed onto the floor. "You are still too young and have not undergone systematic training. Your body cannot withstand the consequences of awakening your wild instincts," Bai Zai explained to Qing Feng. "Is this what they call wildness? It feels immensely powerful once awakened. Yet, I still haven't mastered how to trigger it again. How can I awaken it once more?" Qing Feng, exhilarated, found himself puzzled. The sensation was simply too delightful. Just let it come naturally. Once you experience it for the first time, a second will follow. With proper training, as your physical strength increases, you will be able to awaken it at will. However, you must prioritize your health. At this stage, don't recklessly attempt it again, or you may find yourself unable to challenge me in the future, Bai Zai advised Qing Feng gently. After hearing Bai Zai's words, the desire to experiment with awakening faded from Qing Feng's heart. He then reluctantly declared to Bai Zai, "This time, I concede, but I shall certainly win back next time." "All right, I look forward to it," Bai Zai chuckled, secretly amused, thinking, "Yet next time, I shall still prevail, for I have not exerted my full strength." Qing Feng. Subsequently, Qing Feng closed his eyes to rest. Azai. Once the duel concluded, Akashi and the others gathered around. "Is Qing Feng all right?" All eyes turned to Bai Zai, awaiting his response. "It's nothing serious. He is merely a bit drained. He'll recover with a moment's respite." Bai Zai cast a casual glance at Akashi. After hearing that Aomine was indeed unscathed, the crowd, filled with concern, gradually departed the gymnasium, returning to their respective classes. Thus, the grand showdown between Bai Zai and Aomine drew to a close. "Zhang, it has been quite some time," Akashi exclaimed. "Shall we gather this afternoon? It has been ages since we last conversed. Oh, let us include everyone as well, to celebrate our promotion to the first team. I shall treat you all." With a gentle countenance, Akashi extended an invitation to Bai Zai and the others who had just ascended to the first team. "Absolutely no problem," Bai Zai readily agreed. "Hey, Akashi is treating us. I want to have barbecue." Akashi. The endearing Murasakibara's eyes sparkled with excitement the moment he heard Akashi's offer, staring intently at him, oblivious to how it might appear. Yes, that sounds good. I hope no one minds barbecue." Akashi smiled, his eyes radiating warmth and kindness. "I have no objections, Akashi. May I bring someone along?" Aomine, who had been resting on the ground, finally stood up with a slight effort. "Of course, that is perfectly fine. And don't forget about Zentaro. We shall meet at the school gates," Akashi reminded Midorima, who had spoken the least. Faced with Akashi's enthusiastic invitation, Midorima felt it would be impolite to decline, and he nodded in agreement. "Then see you all this afternoon." Akashi waved goodbye to everyone. As he departed, the others followed suit, leaving the gymnasium. "Let us go. You're still a bit unsteady on your feet, so you'll need my support to return to class." Bai Zai offered his hand to Aomine. "Okay, thanks, Bai Zai," Aomine responded without hesitation, leaning on Bai Zai's shoulder as they leisurely walked out of the gym. Just as the two were exiting, a sweet voice reached Bai Zai's ears. A gentle breeze swept past him, and a flash of pink caught his eye. A girl with a high ponytail, exuding a delightful fragrance, glided past him and approached Aomine, revealing her charmingly cute face to both of them. Baizé could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Such a captivating appearance would undoubtedly hold the title of campus beauty wherever she may be. At that moment, this enchanting visage bore a hint of anger. Duh, what on earth happened? Are you all right? How could you be so careless? Andy specifically asked me to look after you at school. How am I to explain this to her? Oh, it's just May, Ching Feng replied dismissively. A slight curl of his lip suggesting nonchalance. I'm fine, really. I merely exerted myself a bit too much while playing basketball. Ah, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Baizé, who entered the military with me. Baizé, this is May. We have grown up together since childhood. Baizé smiled gently, his eyes shimmering with a warm glow as he softly spoke. Hello, May, I am Shuchuan Baizé. You may simply call me Baizé. It is a pleasure to meet you. His voice was akin to a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a subtle warmth that naturally endeared him to others. May gazed at the refined young man before her, and a wave of familiarity washed over her heart. She smiled and nodded, responding, Hello, Baizé-kun. I am Momoy May. You may also call me May. Baizé continued. The name May is truly melodious, reminiscent of the radiant sunshine in the month of May. His tone was sincere and earnest, revealing a deep respect and admiration for May. Upon hearing these words, May's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, and she shyly lowered her head, responding, Thank you for the compliment. Baizé-kun, you are quite handsome as well. A soft chuckle escaped Baizé's lips in response. Thank you for helping Ada, May added. He and I are in the same class, so I will assist him back to the classroom from here. You needn't trouble yourself any further. With that, she took Ching Feng from Baizé's grasp, expressing her gratitude. No need for thanks. After all, Ching Feng is my friend too. I shall leave him in your capable hands, Baizé replied, waving goodbye to May before departing. Ding. Victory achieved in a 1-versus-1 duel against Ching Feng de Hui, earning 30 skill points. As Baizé walked alone towards his classroom, the system's voice echoed in his mind. 30 points? Baizé pondered, bewildered by the sudden accumulation of skill points. Ding. The host has entered the anime theater. When the members of the Miracle Generation serve as the host's opponents, the skill points earned upon victory will be multiplied by 10, the system elucidated. Thus, it seems I must continually seize opportunities against the Miracle Generation, Baizé mused, prompting the system to open his personal information panel. Personal information panel. Name, Baizé Shankawa age, 12 height, 176 centimeters weight, 64 kilograms strength, B speed, B stamina, B basketball skills, Curry, 3-point shooting. Leonard, death grip, Iverson, crossover, McGrady, pull-up jumper, Kobe, fadeaway jumper, Magic, no-look pass. Skill points, 1995, just a little more. And I can acquire new NBA skills. The revolution is still underway. My comrades must strive harder. The day's classes swiftly came to an end. At 15:40, the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day for the junior high students of the island nation. Baizé packed his bag and made his way towards the school gate. Since the basketball club was holding tryouts today, there were no club activities in the afternoon. He eagerly thought about the gathering with Akashi and the others, hastening his steps towards the gate. Upon arrival, he discovered that the others had already assembled, except for Ching Feng and May. Just as he contemplated this, the figures of Ching Feng and May appeared within his line of sight. Ching Feng, spotting Baizé, greeted him with a smile, while May shyly trailed behind him. Allow me to introduce you. This is my childhood friend, the girl I grew up with, Matoy May. Ching Feng announced, pushing May forward into the group. Hello everyone, I am Matoy May. If you don't mind, please call me May. I look forward to getting to know you all, she said, bowing slightly. Greetings, I am Akashi Sejiro, came the response from one of the onlookers. Akashi smiled gently at May, his expression perpetually warm. Hello, May. A lazy dismissal escaped from Murasakibara. May? The corners of May's mouth twitched slightly. This is Murasakibara at Sushi. He can be a bit oblivious, but he means no harm. Please forgive him, explained Hakuzai, gently introducing May to Murasakibara. It's quite all right, May replied, waving her hand dismissively. Greetings, I am Midorima Shintaro. Midorima maintained his aloof and proud demeanor. The group entered a barbecue restaurant outside the school, gathering around the grill. Akashi took charge of ordering, and a variety of delectable grilled meats began to arrive at their table. As they savored the culinary delights, cheerful conversations flowed effortlessly. Barbecue is the best, Murasakibara exclaimed, his mouth full of meat, with a piece in each hand, relishing the meal like an ancient beast devouring its feast. Meanwhile, Hakuzai and the others exchanged basketball techniques, while May quietly listened. The Though her knowledge of basketball was limited, she could feel their fervor for the game. As the gathering concluded, they bid farewell at the entrance of the restaurant. Hakuzai observed the departing figures, silently wishing, let this team not disintegrate like those in anime. He realized that he had gradually found his place in this new environment. Chapter 8. The Inter-Team Match, Part 1, the following morning. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves of the campus, casting dappled shadows. Hakuzai rubbed his sleepy eyes while yawning, dragging his heavy feet slowly towards the school gate. As he approached the entrance, the once tranquil campus began to buzz with life. Students clustered in small groups, laughing and chatting, radiating a vibrant energy. Yet, to Hakuzai, this lively atmosphere felt like a cacophony from another world, entirely disconnected from him. Baizé trudged through the school gates, inwardly lamenting, I truly do not wish to attend school today. Good morning, Baizé-kun. Mei leapt joyfully in front of him as he made his way to class. She then stood quietly before him, the sunlight outlining her exquisite silhouette. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, reminiscent of dewdrops glistening in the morning light. The early rays of the sun bathed the three of them in a gentle glow, illuminating a serene and warm atmosphere. Baizé smiled at Mei, softly saying, Good morning. Mei. His voice was imbued with warmth and kindness, evoking the essence of spring. As she beheld Baizé's gentle visage and the soothing timbre of his voice, Mei's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, akin to vibrant cherry blossoms blooming in the spring breeze, embodying the beauty of shyness. Baizé-kun is so exceptionally handsome, Mei mused to herself, affirming her admiration for his appearance. Meanwhile, Qingfeng stood behind Mei, his expression one of drowsiness. His hair was tousled as if playfully ruffled by mischievous hands. His clothes were haphazardly thrown on, with one button misaligned. His gaze wandered, indicating that he had yet to fully awaken from the realm of dreams. Qingfeng nodded at Baizé in a casual greeting, squinting slightly as he ambled along. Baizé-kun, did you know that you were scheduled to have an internal match against the seniors of the first team today? Mei whispered conspiratorially in Baizé's ear. Oh, how did you find out? Baizé turned his head, avoiding Mei's gaze as a hint of color rose to his fair complexion in response to her breath against him. I joined the logistics department of the basketball club yesterday and heard the seniors from Hong Village mention a match to hone your skills. I was the first to tell you, Mei said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Well, that is indeed an honor. Do you believe we can win? Baizé asked earnestly. I believe that as long as it is you, victory is assured, Mei declared with a firm fist, her expression serious as she encouraged him. Yes. Make sure to come watch our match later. I must head to class now. Goodbye. Baizé waved to Mei. Yes, Baizé-kun, goodbye. As Baizé departed, Mei and Qingfeng returned to their classroom. Upon entering, Baizé immediately leaned on his desk. The middle school curriculum posed no challenge for him. It was said that the educational content for junior high students in Japan was comparable to elementary levels in China, and it certainly appeared to be the case. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, the afternoon had quietly arrived. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper, as if nature itself were softly narrating the swift passage of time. The birds cheerfully sing atop the branches, seemingly reflecting on this beautiful yet fleeting day. Having designated the first, second, and third teams yesterday, everyone promptly entered the first team's arena to commence their warm-up. At this moment, Captain Hiroshi Murakami approached, flanked by several first-team starters, who regarded the players from base with an imposing demeanor. Greetings, I am Hiroshi Murakami, the head of the basketball department. On behalf of everyone, I warmly welcome your arrival. Having passed yesterday's assessments to join the first team is a testament to your exceptional abilities. Yet whether you will secure a starting position depends on your efforts in the forthcoming matches. Murakami smiled at the 5 individuals before him. This doesn't quite feel like a warm welcome, does it, Baze? Aomine whispered to Baze, hiding behind him. Perhaps they intend to assert their dominance. I suspect we will soon face the seniors in a match to temper our spirits, Baze quietly replied. Today, we shall forego training, as you are still unfamiliar with one another. Therefore, let us become acquainted through competition. The second and third years will form the black team, while the first years will be the white team. We will play for 20 minutes, so I encourage everyone to perform well, said the assistant coach, Naoto Tanida, adjusting his glasses with his middle finger. Excellent. Let us begin swiftly. I can hardly contain my excitement, Aomine exclaimed upon hearing the coach's words, recalling his unsatisfactory one-on-one match with Baze yesterday. As the whistle blew, everyone took their positions, lining up across the center circle. On one side stood the formidable first team, led by Captain Hiroshi Murakami and composed of the talented second and third-year students. On the other was an impressive group of newcomers, including the point guard Seijiro Akashi, renowned for his exceptional organizational skills and commanding presence, shooting guard Shintaro Midorima, whose precise three-point shots often turn the tide in critical moments, small forward Bays, whose versatile offensive tactics leave opponents struggling to defend, powerful forward Daiki Aomine, whose astonishing speed and explosiveness repeatedly challenge the opponent's basket, and finally, the robust center Atsushi Murasakibara, whose imposing stature forms a formidable defensive line. Thus, these two extraordinary teams were poised to engage in an intense confrontation. I look forward to your guidance. The match has officially commenced. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and without a doubt, the jump ball was claimed by Atsushi Shien, facing off against a towering center, standing at 184 centimeters. Despite both players being among the tallest in middle school, Shien is merely a first-year student, while the opposing center is already in his third year, rendering Shien's stature even more imposing. Subsequently, Shien effortlessly redirected the ball to Seijiro Akashi, who, upon receiving it, signaled his teammates to position themselves. With measured grace, Akashi dribbled the basketball up the court, his movements fluid and harmonious, as if he were one with the ball. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, reminiscent of a hawk surveying its surroundings, as he meticulously scanned each player on the court. In that fleeting moment, his mind operated like a high-speed computer, swiftly analyzing potential passing routes and offensive opportunities. As the game progressed, Akashi's demeanor grew increasingly composed and unflappable. He was acutely aware of the ticking clock and the necessity for prompt decision-making. At this juncture, Hakuz positioned himself on the left wing beyond the three-point line, decisively moving towards Akashi. The opposing small forward, bewildered, hurried to follow, but as soon as he elevated his body, Hakuz executed a swift backdoor cut, his speed leaving the small forward utterly bewildered. In a flash, as Hakuz emerged from his cut, Akashi delivered a rapid pass into his hands. Hakuz secured the ball with confidence and promptly drove towards the basket, leaving the small forward unable to react, a demonstration of sheer athletic superiority. With the small forward out of position, Hakuz successfully penetrated the paint. Confronted by Hakuz's advance, the opposing center was compelled to step up for defense. In that instant, as the center moved forward, Hakuz launched the basketball high into the air. Beneath the hoop, Shien, anticipating Hakuz's intent, leaped with determination, catching the ball deftly midair and executing a powerful dunk. This was an aerial relay. The senior members of the opposing basketball team watched in astonishment. They had not anticipated such synergy from players who had scarcely practiced together. Impressive indeed. Rikeo Kuramochi gave Hakuz a thumbs up, his heart swelling with pride. For the prowess of the first-year students signified the strengthening of their basketball club. Kuramochi-senpai, if you don't take this seriously, you might just lose, Hakuz remarked, shrugging with a smile as he offered a friendly warning to Kuramochi and others. Lose. Kuramochi and the other seniors exchanged troubled glances. It seems our basketball club at Teik High School is being underestimated. Arrogant newcomers. It's time to teach these oblivious youngsters a lesson. The old students near Hongsuin were suddenly filled with indignation, each of them eagerly preparing for a fierce contest. At last, Mitoe Satsuki hurriedly ascended to the second-floor stands, breathless, her gaze fixed upon the scoreboard, which read 2 o'clock. It appeared that the match had only just commenced, perhaps in a bid to showcase the school's prowess in basketball. The basketball club's internal competition was surprisingly open to the public, resulting in a continuous stream of students flocking into the gym. The vibrant, eye-catching pink of the fans stood out brilliantly. With just a casual turn of his head, Shirazawa spotted Mitoe Satsuki on the second floor. A joyful smile instantly illuminated his face as he raised his hand and vigorously waved at her, his lips stretching into an exuberant grin. Satsuki's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, and she shyly lowered her gaze, gently nodding in acknowledgement of Shirazawa's greeting. In that moment, her heart raced as if a small deer were bounding within her chest. Stealing a glance at Shirazawa, she found him gazing back at her with a warm and kind expression. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, yet the warmth on her face persisted. Well, look at that boy with the white hair over there. He's incredibly handsome. And look, he actually smiled at me. A girl beside Satsuki exclaimed bashfully to her friends. However, before her words could settle, another companion immediately retorted, "What nonsense. He was clearly smiling at me. Didn't you see him greet me just now?" Thus, a spirited debate ensued between the two girls over whom Shirazawa had smiled at. Most of the girls in the gym were incessantly discussing Shirazawa. Their understanding of basketball was negligible, as they had merely come to see if there were any attractive boys. Judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed they had indeed arrived at the right match. Meanwhile, the boys seated in the audience clenched their teeth, shouting loudly, "Go, black team. Defeat this newcomer." Did you see that? The cheers from our classmates must have startled you. Don't worry, in a year or two, when you're in my position, you'll be just as popular. Shirazawa's small forward opponent chuckled heartily, reveling in his own triumph. Chapter 9. The First Team's Confrontation, Part 2. The basketball club evidently harbored such remarkable talent. Shirazawa mused silently, his lips involuntarily twitching. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the small forward before him, who was laughing uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of helplessness surged within him. "Come on, I'm going to take on this kid," the small forward declared, requesting the ball from the point guard, eager to teach this boastful boy a lesson. Yet, he stood frozen in place, showing no sign of movement. Perhaps due to Shirazawa's earlier bravado towards Hongsuan, the point guard felt a twinge of irritation as well. Upon hearing the confident tone of the small forward, the point guard, who had just crossed half-court, unhesitatingly passed the basketball, hoping that the small forward would teach that arrogant young man a lesson. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the ball, which had been soaring through the air, was intercepted by a figure as swift as a white flash. What a remarkable play! The audience erupted in astonishment. "Are you two out of your minds?" Whitesay sneered at the small forward with disdain. "Speaking so loudly, do you think I wouldn't hear you? Standing there, waiting for the ball without moving?" With that, Whitesay launched an aggressive attack toward the basket at lightning speed. Upon hearing Whitesay's taunts, the small forward's face turned ashen with frustration as he immediately pursued Whitesay. However, as he strained to catch up, the distance between them only widened. The others were slow to react, leaving the small forward trailing behind Whitesay, who seemed to be the closest to him. On the court, Whitesay shone like a radiant star, dribbling with the grace of the wind, his agile form charging toward the basket with an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the small forward stood still, his eyes reflecting deep helplessness and despair. The vast chasm between them felt insurmountable, a divide that he could not bridge. The small forward exerted every ounce of strength to thwart Whitesay, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not alter this harsh reality. He simply could not keep up. Whitesay charged toward the basket like a ferocious beast, his gaze resolute and focused, as if the entire court had shrunk to the singular presence of the hoop suspended high above. In the blink of an eye, he approached the three-point line, unhesitatingly securing the basketball in his grasp. At that moment, he was still 2 steps away from the free-throw line. Yet this distance did not deter him from what he was about to execute, a thunderous dunk. With every ounce of his strength, he launched into the air like a cannonball. The explosive power propelled him skyward, his body tracing an almost perfect arc against the ground. Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, Whitesay soared high, clutching the basketball tightly, and with a force akin to a mountain crashing down, he slammed it into the hoop. With a tremendous clang, the entire basketball frame seemed to tremble, leaving the audience and players alike in stunned silence at this extraordinary display. "How magnificent! My husband, my husband!" The young women in the stands swooned, all cheering for Whitesay. "Incredible!" May's eyes sparkled with bright admiration, her face radiating as she fixed her gaze on Whitesay. At that moment, she was utterly captivated by the astonishing prowess he displayed, igniting a profound curiosity within her. What experiences and training could have bestowed upon him such formidable strength? The score reached 4 o'clock, prompting a swift defensive response. Whitesay dashed back to the front court to bolster the defense. Hongsuan regarded Whitesay with admiration, then turned to the point guard and small forward, rebuking them. "Is this how you train? You're all so arrogant and complacent. Focus. Don't let this group of newcomers defeat you. The students on the second floor are watching." Hearing their captain's thunderous reproach, the point guard and small forward felt a wave of shame wash over them, lowering their heads in remorse. The disdainful glances they once cast towards their opponents vanished, replaced by a newfound seriousness and determination. In that moment, they acknowledged their mistakes and resolved to amend their ways, vowing not to disappoint their captain again. Consequently, they recalibrated their mindset, preparing to face the remainder of the game with earnestness. When it was the black team's turn to attack, the point guard brought the ball to the front court, cautiously assessing Akashi before refraining from any hasty actions, instead observing the movements of his teammates. In response to the white team's staunch defense, he gestured for Hongsuan to set a screen to his right. Anticipating the impending screen from Hongsuan, Akashi retreated, attempting to circumvent it. As the reigning top power forward in the league, Hongsuan possessed considerable basketball intelligence, quickly transforming the right screen into a feigned screen before shifting to the left, effectively obstructing Akashi. The point guard utilized the screen, maneuvering to the left side of the front court, in order to prevent the point guard from being unmarked. Aomine closely followed to defend, resulting in a switch between Akashi and Aomine. This scenario was precisely what the point guard had hoped for. He opted not to make a bounce pass but elevated the ball to Hongsuan, ensuring Akashi could not anticipate the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Hongsuan's teammates instinctively created space, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one against Akashi. Faced with Hongsuan, Akashi's expression shifted. He stood at a mere 158 centimeters, while Hongsuan towered at 179 centimeters, granting Hongsuan an undeniable advantage. Moreover, Hongsuan was undeniably the top power forward in the league, a formidable opponent to contend with. Indeed, Hongsuan accelerated to the right, engaging Akashi in a physical confrontation, pushing him aside before preparing for a layup. As Hongsuan penetrated the paint, Murasakibara abandoned his center to provide support. Witnessing the towering Murasakibara leap with ferocity, Hongsuan remained remarkably composed, maneuvering the ball behind Murasakibara and passing it to the center. Due to being recently displaced by Hongsuan, Akashi was slow to assist the center. Consequently, the center prepared to leap for a dunk. But the agile Murasakibara swiftly landed and launched into a second jump, intent on blocking the center's shot. Observing this, the center's expression changed abruptly. He swiftly altered his approach from a thunderous dunk to a left-handed hook shot. Confronted by the black team's center, whose physique was not vastly different from his own, Akashi found himself unable to block the hook shot, which grazed the rim and fell into the basket. The score now stood at 4-2. Apologizing to his teammates, Akashi said, "I'm sorry. It's nothing. We'll return the favor on the next play," replied Shirazaki nonchalantly. The others bore no ill will, for Akashi had indeed done his utmost. Once again, the basketball was under Akashi's command. "Akashi, take a shot," called Aomine, rushing forward to seize the ball, eager to repay Hongmura. Without a word, Akashi passed the ball to Aomine, who sprang into action like a bolt of lightning, showcasing his astonishingly swift dribbling skills. The ball seemed to fuse with him, moving in a whirlwind of speed. This sudden offensive maneuver caught Hongmura off guard, thoroughly disrupting their previously tight defense. Aomine first executed a floating drag step to the right, then utilized a crossover dribble to perform a half-spin, misleading Hongmura into reaching for the ball. Following this, Aomine feigned a leftward drive with a glance, prompting Hongmura to commit to the left, only to find himself deftly left behind as Aomine executed a flawless butterfly weave. With a clear path opened after breaching the defense, Aomine surged toward the basket with the speed of a released arrow, his gaze fixed solely on the hoop that symbolized victory. The audience held their breath in anticipation of the ensuing spectacle. Confronted by the center's imposing defense, Aomine's lips curled into a confident, disdainful smile. With resolute eyes and steady steps, he lunged toward the basket like a fierce cheetah. In an instant, he stood before the center, unflinching. With a powerful thrust, he engaged in a fierce confrontation. The sound of their collision reverberated through the court. The impact so forceful it seemed to shake the very foundations of the arena. Yet, for Aomine, such resistance was trivial. He smoothly executed a small pull-up, his movements fluid and seamless. The basketball obeyed his command, gliding past the center's block as if enchanted. Quickly, Aomine adjusted his posture, flicking his wrist to release the ball with a reverse layup. The basketball soared through the air like a shooting star, racing toward the hoop with astonishing speed. Swish! The net rippled as Aomine stood calmly, catching his breath, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Wow, that guy's impressive. He just broke through the captain of Hongmura," exclaimed Shirazaki. "Not as handsome as me, though. Hehehe." The crowd erupted in fervor, cheers and shouts echoing throughout the arena. Outside discussions buzzed incessantly. Yet the players on the court remained undeterred. The score stood at 6-2, and the game continued. The basketball, like a streak of orange lightning, soared across half-court straight into Hongmura's hands. He skillfully caught the ball, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. "Little brat, it's my turn to show you a thing or two." Hongsuan's eyes sparkled with provocation and determination as he firmly grasped the basketball. Feeling the friction between the sphere and his palm, meticulously adjusting his steps and rhythm. Across from him, Aomine stood ready, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. The atmosphere on the court was charged with tension, heralding the imminent clash of titans. Chapter 10. The Transition of Generations. Everyone cleared the path for Hongsuen's breakthrough. At this moment, he held the basketball close to his waist, his gaze fixed on Aomine's positioning, with his front foot being the right one. He resolved to attack Aomine's left side. With this thought in mind, Hongsuen pivoted on his left foot, swiftly extending his right foot past Aomine's, launching himself towards the left. In response to Hongsuen's torrential assault, Aomine too was unyielding, matching his speed with an explosive charge towards him. Sensing Aomine's relentless pursuit like a ravenous wolf behind him, Hongsuen dared not slacken his pace, forcefully reclaiming the ball into his grasp. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath, anxiously observing every movement on the court. Just then, as Hongsuen executed a pullback maneuver, Aomine internally cursed his misjudgment. Yet, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess and reflexes, he compelled his body to twist and block any possibility of Hongsuen breaking to the right. But Hongsuen was not easily deterred. In an instant, he performed an elegant and sweeping spin, fluidly transitioning as if choreographed. Thus, he broke through on the left, effortlessly leaving the unsuspecting Aomine in his wake, who could only watch helplessly as Hongsuen maneuvered past him. Cognizant of Murasakibara's rim protection capabilities, Hongsuen refrained from charging directly into the paint, instead opting for a mid-range jumper that found its mark with ease. The score stood at 6-4. "You still need practice, kid," Hongsuen remarked, glancing at the somewhat inexperienced Aomine, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth before swiftly turning to sprint back towards his team's defensive end. His agile form moved with the grace of a leopard, each step resonating with crisp sounds against the ground. Hongsuen mused to himself, this guy indeed possesses talent, but he still lacks a touch to become a true elite player. Nevertheless, with diligent training, success is surely within reach. Upon returning to his defensive position, Hongsuen's eyes locked onto the opposing players, radiating determination and focus, as if no subtle movement could escape his gaze. He understood that the ensuing game would intensify, requiring his full concentration. Now this is getting interesting. Truly worthy of the title of the best power forward in the nation. Aomine chuckled. "Akashi, pass me the ball once more." Akashi nodded in agreement. Aomine's offensive prowess was indeed evident. After crossing the halfway line, he promptly passed the ball to Aomine. Gripping the basketball firmly, Aomine fixed his gaze intently on Hongsuen. Without the slightest hesitation, he sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he surged towards the free-throw line in the blink of an eye. However, Hongsuen's defense was no trivial matter, closing in immediately. Faced with Hongsuen's tight defense, Aomine swiftly concocted a strategy. He spun around, turning his back to Hongsuen. Observing this, Hongsuen smiled faintly. Aomine's attempt to overpower him was nothing short of folly. As a second-year student, Hongsuen not only had a year of age advantage over Aomine but also possessed superior height and had undergone systematic training for a year, rendering his strength incomparable to Aomine, who had just entered high school. Indeed, as Hongsuen anticipated, Aomine's attempts to shove him aside bore no fruit, having little effect on Hongsuen. The moment Aomine made contact, he quickly pivoted to attempt a jump shot. A knowing smile crept onto Hongsuen's lips as he discerned Aomine's intentions, leaping up to block the shot. But was reality truly as Hongsuen had envisioned? At the instant Aomine turned, he executed a feigned shot, and indeed, Hongsuen could not restrain himself, easily baited into jumping. As Hongsuen soared into the air, Aomine remained composed, breaking through for a layup, even if the center wished to assist. It was a futile endeavor, forced to watch helplessly as the ball swished through the net. The score now read 8-4. "You still need practice, director?" Aomine chuckled, echoing Hongsuen's words back to him as he sprinted towards the backcourt. Hongsuen could only smile wryly. This time, he had underestimated Aomine, falling prey to his bait for a block. "Next, we must execute our strategy. Their strength is formidable," Hongsuen declared solemnly to his teammates. "Let us go." The team rallied together, each member filled with determination. The point guard immediately signaled the center to set a screen. Upon seeing this, the center promptly moved forward to provide a pick for the point guard to his right. With a slight advance, Ziyuan's abnormally long wingspan allowed him to defend without needing to press closely. Observing this, the point guard lofted the ball to the center, creating yet another mismatch. The center raised the basketball high, his back to Akashi, wary of any attempt to steal the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, the shooting guard dashed towards the center. The center executed a handoff, seamlessly blocking the approaching Midorima. Spotting an open lane, the shooting guard decisively released the ball. The three-pointer soared and landed cleanly through the net. The score was now 8-7. Indeed, the seniors are incredibly formidable. The team silently marveled. The ball remained under Akashi's control as he continuously observed the movements of the players on the court. Upon witnessing this, Baizé dashed towards Akashi. Having learned from Baizé's previous evasive maneuvers, the small forward chose not to draw it too close this time, instead granting Baizé a distance of a body and a half. As Baizé approached, Akashi decisively passed him the basketball, standing merely 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Baizé gazed at the small forward before him, utterly speechless. Has the world's Curry not yet made a name for himself? This is absurdly generous. If Curry played like this in the NBA, he would surely awaken laughing in bed. In an instant, Baizé, possessing a shooting style reminiscent of Curry's, raised his hand and released the ball with remarkable speed. What? Has he lost his mind? A shot from such a distance? The small forward was taken aback by Baizé's audacity. Surely it won't go in, right? Is he really this confident? The majority of the spectators were left astounded by Baizé's audacious attempt. It must go in, Zeikoin. Mei shook her hands in a fervent prayer for Baizé. With a perfect arc and spin, the ball was destined to swish through the net. As the basketball cleanly pierced the hoop, the crowd erupted in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. NB. Oh my. The audience erupted with cheers, as they collectively lost themselves in the excitement surrounding Baizé. This three-pointer was executed with both decisiveness and exceptional accuracy. The score gap narrowed once again to 4 points, with the tally at 11-7. Wow, Baizé, that three-pointer was incredible. When will you teach me? Aomine exclaimed, as he ran over to pat Baizé on the back. A's, impressive. Akashi gave a thumbs up to Baizé. Basic skills, let's focus on defense. Baizé paid little heed to this, swiftly returning to his defensive position. No need to rush, we'll fight back. As the captain, Nijiura remained unshaken, instead rallying his teammates to continue their offensive efforts. As seasoned veterans of the national tournament finals, these upperclassmen clearly possessed a wealth of experience. Their coordination flowed seamlessly. Every pass executed with precision, as if they were attuned to one another's thoughts. Against their first-year opponents, they unleashed their full prowess without mercy, employing their refined skills and harmonious teamwork to repeatedly breach the opposing defense and score with ease. Baizé and his companions were not easily defeated. Baizé and Akashi displayed an extraordinary synergy, executing exquisite passes time after time. Aomine, wielding his unparalleled ability to break through, tore through the opponent's defenses as if they were non-existent, while Midorima, with his uncanny precision, launched three-pointers from half-court that seemed to possess a will of their own as they swished through the net. Lastly, the formidable presence of Murasakibara patrolled the paint, rendering the opponents incapable of approaching the boards. Thus, through the flawless collaboration of Baizé, Akashi, Aomine, Midorima, and Murasakibara, the meticulously constructed defense of their seniors was gradually eroded and dismantled. The situation on the court became increasingly clear, with the scales of victory beginning to tilt in favor of Baizé. It's over, seniors. Baizé's voice thundered across the arena, reverberating with an intensity that left everyone in shock. At that moment, Baizé surged towards the paint. With a flicker of movement, he darted forward, executing a breathtaking crossover that caught the defenders off guard, shattering the small forward's defense in an instant. Following this, Baizé propelled himself towards the basket with the speed of a rocket, his velocity akin to a tempest. He soared high, channeling all his strength into his right arm, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Just then, the opposing center rushed in to attempt to block, yet Baizé remained undaunted, summoning every ounce of his power to slam the ball toward the hoop. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. However, the stillness was shattered by a resounding roar as Baizé executed a thunderous dunk, the basketball crashing through the net, while the unfortunate center was sent sprawling to the ground. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The audience erupted in applause, rising to their feet in a frenzy of excitement. They were filled with genuine admiration and awe for Baizé's remarkable display. Meanwhile, Baizé stood poised, his face adorned with a proud and confident smile. 54-43. The match concludes. The first-year students triumphed over their second and third-year seniors, securing victory in this confrontation. Thank you for your guidance. The two teams exchanged courteous gestures. Well done today, everyone, said Naoto Sanada, as he approached slowly. With just a few months until the full middle league, training begins tomorrow, so make sure to be there. Coach, the seniors from the second and third years approached Naoto Sanada. Oh, what is it? Naoto guessed the reason behind their demeanor as he observed the group of young men. Coach, We've come to realize our limitations. Let by Zay and his team take the starting positions. The point guard expressed first, his spirit visibly dampened, eyes glistening with emotion. Aware that several in the starting lineup had at least a year of experience, while he had only recently joined. Indeed, coach, we are self-aware. Let them take the starting roles, another echoed. The remaining individuals echoed in agreement, gazing upon the vibrant and spirited youths before him. Sanada's eyes involuntarily shimmered with a hint of nostalgia, recalling the diligent sweat and unwavering efforts they had invested over the years. Each moment spent on the court, drenched in perspiration and striving with tenacity, appeared vividly in his mind. The seamless cooperation and camaraderie witnessed in every match were indelibly etched in his heart. These young athletes exemplified their passion and pursuit of basketball through their actions, evoking genuine admiration and awe. It is worth noting that Sanada had initially intended for these individuals to concede their starting positions, as Baizawa and others indeed possessed remarkable talent, a sentiment echoed by Coach Hakuzai. However, he was at a loss as to how to broach the subject with the second and third-year students. Fearing the potential impact on their tender psyches, given their tender ages of merely 14 and 15. Coach, please grant us this opportunity. Hiranamura stepped forward, asserting that meritocracy is a principle we all understand. Their talent is undeniable, yet they lack practical experience. To be candid, we cannot squander their potential. Very well. Since you all feel this way, the starting lineup for the All Japan League will consist of point guard Akashi Sidro, shooting guard Murasakibara Atsushi, small forward Kawakawa Baizawa, power forward Aomine Daiki, and center Kuroko Tetsuya. Sanada felt a surge of emotion, overwhelmed by the rarity of encountering such considerate players. Thank you, seniors, for your graciousness. Baizawa and his companions chorused, stepping forward to bow deeply. Their synchronized movements conveyed a profound sense of solemnity and sincerity. Each face radiated genuine gratitude. Their eyes filled with respect for their seniors. This bow was not merely a display of courtesy and refinement. It was also an expression of their deep-seated respect and appreciation for their elders. In this fiercely competitive world, receiving the humility and support of one's seniors undoubtedly represents a precious experience and opportunity for growth for the younger generation. Baizawa and his peers recognized the rarity of this bond, choosing to express their gratitude in the most traditional and direct manner. As this gesture unfolded, a warm and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the scene. Those present were moved by the sight, responding with enthusiastic applause. This applause not only celebrated Baizawa and his companions' adherence to decorum, but also affirmed the noble character of their seniors. In such an environment of mutual respect and assistance, all pursued progress and development together, fostering a belief in a brighter future. Don't slack off now. If you fail to secure the championship in the All Japan League, just remember we might have to come after you. Hiranamura said with a serious expression, his tone laced with a hint of threat, but more so imbued with expectations. Not a problem, seniors. This is a piece of cake for me, easily accomplished. Aomine proclaimed confidently, leaping from the crowd and thumping his chest as he earnestly reassured Hiranamura. Please believe in us, seniors. Beside them, Akashi spoke up, his face adorned with a gentle smile, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast, as if he were prepared to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 11. The Elusive Steps. Zawakuin, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Mayuzumi Satsuki, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Unable to contain her joy, she dashed down from the stands and approached Shirazawa, her eyes sparkling with admiration and appreciation. Oh, it's nothing much. My teammates are exceptionally strong, Shirazawa replied, scratching his head before shifting his gaze towards Akashi and the others. Shall we? Today, I'll treat you all to burgers. I hope that's agreeable. Absolutely. I want 10. Aomine's eyes lit up with enthusiasm upon hearing this, glowing even brighter than before, akin to two radiant gemstones. An insatiable hunger was evident on his face, drawing the attention of those around him. Meanwhile, Murasakibara was equally unabashed, shouting, Oh, let us go, Shirazawa. I want 20. His excitement was palpable as he practically tugged at Shirazawa, eager to leave immediately. At that moment, Murasakibara displayed an insatiable eagerness, as if he could hardly wait to indulge in the delectable delicacies. Witnessing the two boys, whose eyes sparkled with fervor as if they had not eaten for days, elicited a chorus of cheerful laughter from the crowd. The atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious, enveloping everyone in a sense of carefree joy. All right, everyone, let us tidy up. We're preparing to leave, Akashi said softly, extending his hand to gather a few of them as they made their way towards the changing room. Their strides were somewhat hurried, yet retained an air of composure. Once inside the changing room, Akashi adeptly opened his locker and retrieved a neatly folded set of casual attire. The others similarly found their lockers, beginning to change clothes. Throughout this process, there was little conversation, only the sounds of fabric rustling and soft movements. After everyone had donned their new outfits, they stepped out of the changing room. The setting sun cast its final rays upon the earth, creating an atmosphere of leisure and delight in the streets. The group, brimming with cheer, strolled along the streets with laughter and conversation, their light steps guiding them towards a nearby burger joint, suffused with enticing aromas. Upon entering the establishment, they settled into their seats and ordered their preferred burger meals. As the food arrived, they began to feast heartily while savoring discussions about the thrilling match they had just witnessed or sharing amusing anecdotes from home. In this delightful ambience, everyone felt utterly at ease. Among them, Aomine and Murasakibara stood out, resembling famished souls as they voraciously devoured the enormous burgers before them, displaying an insatiable appetite that suggested they were far from finished. After indulging in a delightful feast and revelry, this group of friends bid each other farewell, returning to their respective homes to reunite with their mothers. Baizé leisurely pushed open the iron gate of his home. In the garden of this villa, tall fences entwined with resplendent rose thorns, while vigorous vines climbed the trellis. The vividly colored blossoms swayed in the gentle breeze, resembling a natural tapestry. The courtyard was adorned with opulent sofas, and the sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting dappled shadows that reflected the lavishness of the space. A blend of romance and solemnity was evident in the lofty entrance hall and grand doors, complemented by circular windows and intricately crafted stone corners, all exuding an air of grandeur. The classical and the bright coalesced beautifully, with spire-shaped rooftops, plastered wooden frames, and columnar decorations, harmonizing with the natural building materials and the climbing vines that adorned them, timeless yet fashionable. Upon entering the villa, one's eyes were immediately drawn to the exquisitely ornate European-style wardrobe, each compartment displaying carefully selected items that seemed to whisper their stories. Complementing this was a classic-style wine cabinet, its wooden grains clearly visible, emanating a subtle fragrance. Within, an array of fine wines lay arranged, inviting one to indulge in their allure. The lavish hall, adorned with striking lighting fixtures that emitted a cold brilliance, had towering walls casting somber shadows upon the soft carpet. Traversing the wide, yet starkly silent corridor, the eyes of renowned figures from the paintings on either side appeared to penetrate the soul, while the design of the inner chambers spoke for itself. These designs not only showcased the owner's unique taste and style, but also reflected the designer's ingenuity. Each detail, from the wardrobe to the wine cabinet, had been meticulously crafted, striving for flawlessness. This relentless pursuit of perfection infused the entire space with an elegant and noble ambience. Within these walls, one could almost feel the tranquility and beauty that time had accumulated. As he opened the grand door, Baizé called out, "I'm home." A middle-aged man, seated on the sofa reviewing documents, rose to his feet. His facial features were distinct, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by a master artist, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with wisdom, revealing an energy that belied his years. His thick, slightly curled hair seemed to carry an exotic flair, evoking an irresistible urge to touch it. A sense of heroism radiated from his brow, lending a three-dimensional vibrancy to his features. "Welcome back." A subtle tenderness flickered across the face of Hiragawa Akira, who gently inquired, "Have you eaten?" This simple yet earnest greeting seemed to be imbued with boundless care and affection. Only in the presence of the two most important individuals in his life, his wife and son, did this deeply buried emotion manifest unreservedly. "I dined out with friends. By the way, Dad, where's Mom?" Baizé inquired, glancing around the empty hall, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Ah, your mother is on a business trip to the United States," Hiragawa Akira replied with a hint of resignation. "There's no choice. I need to manage the group here in Japan, so your mother is handling matters in America." "Oh, right. How is school? Didn't you mention you joined the basketball team?" Uchikawa Hiroshi then inquired, displaying a genuine interest in Hakuzawa's school life. "It's going well. I've already become a regular member of the basketball team," Hakuzawa replied candidly, adding that he had encountered a wonderful group of friends. "You've ascended to a starting position so swiftly. You truly are my son," Uchikawa Hiroshi remarked, momentarily shedding the demeanor of a corporate magnate, his curiosity piqued. "Have you met any girls you fancy?" As Uchikawa's words resonated in his mind, Hakuzawa's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the image of Momoime, and after a brief pause, He replied, "Not at the moment, I suppose. If there is nothing else, I'll retreat to my room to rest." With that, Hakuzai turned gracefully and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Meanwhile, Uchikawa Hiroshi observed Hakuzai's hurried retreat, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He then lightly furrowed his brow, redirecting his focus to the mountain of documents before him. These papers pertained to the future direction of the company and a series of pivotal decisions that required his undivided attention. Thus, Uchikawa Hiroshi inhaled deeply, seated himself at his desk, and meticulously scrutinized each document while contemplating strategies. As night quietly descended, it enveloped the world like a vast, dark velvet drape. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional croak of a frog or chirp of an insect, enhancing the serenity and mystery of the night. System. Open Personal Information Panel. Personal Information Panel Name. Uchikawa Hakuzai. Age. 12 years. Height. 176 centimeters. Weight. 64 kilograms. Strength. B. Speed. B. Stamina. B. Basketball skills. Curry. 3-point shooting. Leonard. Deathly grip. Iverson. Crossover. McGrady. Pull-up jumper. Kobe. Fadeaway jumper. Magic. No-look pass. Skill points. 2005. Open the Basketball Skills Shop. Basketball Skills Shop. Olajuwon. Dream Shake. 2000 skill points. Nowitzki. One-legged fadeaway. 2000 skill points. Jabbar. Skyhook. 2000 skill points. Duncan. Bank shot. 2000 skill points. Wade. Eurostep. 2000 skill points. Refresh basketball skills. 100 skill points. Having acquired Curry's 3-point shooting, along with McGrady's and Kobe's jumpers, I currently lack no offensive weaknesses. With Iverson's crossover for breakthroughs, adding Wade's Eurostep would enhance my offensive capabilities in the paint. System. Exchange for Wade's Eurostep. Hakuzai silently contemplated. Ding. Exchange successful. Only 5 skill points remain. System. Initiate half an hour of spatial training. With the opponent set as Aomine Daiki from my first year of high school, suddenly, darkness enveloped him, as if drawn into another realm by an unseen force. When his vision cleared once more, Hakuzai found himself on a spacious basketball court, confronted by an enormous figure, Aomine Daiki. Moreover, Aomine Daiki stands even taller than his real-life counterpart, resembling an insurmountable mountain. His gaze, sharp and piercing like that of an eagle, is frigid and laden with hostility, fixating intently on Shiraise. The towering figure of 192 centimeters exudes an unparalleled aura of intimidation that sends shivers down one's spine. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Shiraise nonchalantly strides forward, while Aomine, without a hint of mercy, beckons him with a flick of his finger, seemingly provoking him and signaling that this confrontation is set to commence at once. Baizé gazed at his opponent before him, a surge of fierce fighting spirit welling up within him. "I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you." Prior to this moment, Baizé had faced off against Aomine Daiki from the first year of high school on numerous occasions, yet each encounter had ended in defeat. Baizé, clutching a basketball, cast a fierce glare at Aomine Daiki, signaling the commencement of an intense match. Half an hour later, Baizé, with an expression of helplessness, stared at Aomine. He was simply too formidable. This fellow, my goodness, is this the amalgamation of wildness and the zone? He possesses seemingly boundless stamina. The zone doesn't even fade away. After a fierce contest, the final score settled at 10-2. The zone is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Lying in bed, Baizé reflected on his one-on-one encounters with Aomine during their freshman year. The disparity in our skills is fundamentally the absence of the zone on my part. I suspect that my physical attributes are the primary reason for the significant gap in our abilities. Undoubtedly, the current Baizé could triumph over the Aomine of his first year. However, during their freshman year, Aomine's physical prowess must have been at least at an S level, with his speed even reaching SS level. That the present Baizé can score against him is already commendable. The zone, when will I unlock that door? Baizé couldn't help but sigh, resigning himself to the thought of sleeping and resolving to hone his skills further in the future. Chapter 12. Training. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of basketballs echoed throughout the gymnasium, intensifying with each bounce, imbued with vigor and passion that stirred the spirit. A glance around revealed a bustling arena, filled with lively figures clad in jerseys, darting back and forth across the court. They dribbled, leaped for shots, and defended vigorously, each individual wholly immersed in their training. Sweat soaked their garments, yet they paid it no mind, their focus solely on the bouncing basketball and their yearning for victory. Among this assembly were seasoned sophomores and juniors, executing their movements with finesse and skill. Alongside them, eager freshmen, though somewhat clumsy, radiated vitality and enthusiasm. They collaborated seamlessly, striving together for the honor of their team. It had been over a month since Baizai and his peers were elevated to the starting lineup, and each was diligently preparing for the national competition, filled with anticipation. A crisp and resounding applause erupted as Coach Tanida clapped his hands and called to the players, "Gather around, everyone." Responding to his summons, the first-string players hurriedly assembled, standing in neat formation. At this moment, Coach Tanida, with a serious and respectful demeanor, bowed deeply to the middle-aged gentleman standing before him and spoke. "Coach Hakuzai, I have gathered everyone as per your request. I now leave the arrangements in your capable hands." Baijin Gungzhou nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. With a benevolent smile and a gentle gaze sweeping over each individual present, he gradually began to speak. "Greetings, dear students. For the majority of the upperclassmen, I am sure I am not a stranger. However, some of the first-year students may not yet be familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baijin Gungzhou, and I am the head coach of the basketball team at Guang High School. From today until the national competition begins in 3 months, I will be responsible for overseeing your training. I hope we can work together to achieve even greater success. Is this old man capable?" Aomine lowered his voice, cautiously inquiring of Shirace, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt and concern. Despite his efforts to keep his voice low, the spacious and echoing gymnasium ensured that his words reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the second and third-year students, such as Hongsuan, instantly adopted serious expressions. They understood the significant standing of Coach Bai, which left no room for skepticism. In that moment, everyone silently prayed that Aomine's comment would not stir any unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, Coach Bai exhibited remarkable calmness and composure. With a smile, his already amiable countenance appeared even more benevolent. He gazed at the vibrant group of young individuals before him and gently stated, "Rest assured, Aomine, although I may be of advanced age, my training methods have been validated through practical experience. I assure you, as long as you give your all and adhere to my training regimen, there will undoubtedly be a qualitative leap before the national competition. After all, you are young and full of vitality, an ideal time for growth. So do not fear hardship. As long as you can endure, push yourselves to the limits." Upon concluding, Coach Bai gently patted Aomine's shoulder, signaling him to relax. He then turned to face the other team members, encouraging everyone to actively engage in the training and strive for better results. "Oh dear, this is going to be disastrous. It seems Coach Bai intends to push us to our limits." The second and third-year students glared at Aomine Daiki with expressions akin to that of resentful women, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. After an intensive 3-month period of rigorous, specialized, and highly targeted training, the group underwent a transformation, their basketball skills achieving a remarkable breakthrough, completing what could be described as a flawless evolution and metamorphosis. "Shirace, I think I'm dying." Aomine gasped for breath, collapsing onto the basketball court like a limp rag. Utterly exhausted and drained. At that moment, everyone bore the appearance of having depleted their vital essence. Baizai could not help but cast his gaze upon the elderly gentleman with a head full of silver hair, murmuring a complaint. "If there is anyone to blame, it is you for harboring doubts about the coach's capabilities. Coach Baijin's training regimen is exceedingly arduous, pushing our physical limits to the brink each time. However, to be fair, after this period of rigorous training, I genuinely feel that my physical prowess has been significantly enhanced." Qing Feng pouted. "How was I to know the coach was so petty?" Baizai, with an air of feigned exhaustion, lamented, "I am truly famished." His face bore an expression of utter dejection, embodying a profound sense of grievance. "Just a moment longer. I believe there is still a Snickers bar left," Baizai replied. Beginning to rummage through his backpack, he soon triumphantly retrieved the cherished candy bar, waving it before Ziyuan with a flourish. "Look, here it is. The Snickers. A remedy for hunger. Let us indulge and be ourselves once more." "Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Baizai." Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he, starved to the point of desperation, snatched the Snickers bar from Baizai's grasp, disregarding all semblance of decorum as he took a generous bite. With a satisfying crunch, the rich aroma of chocolate enveloped his senses, prompting Ziyuan to exclaim with contentment, This is delectable. Truly delightful. All right, everyone, gather round." Coach Baijin, with a warm smile, waved his hand and called out in a booming voice, "You all have worked diligently and tirelessly during this period. The opening ceremony of the national competition is the day after tomorrow, so tomorrow we shall take a day of rest, with no training scheduled. I hope you will all take this opportunity to adjust your states to face the competition with the best possible spirit. Today, I plan to treat everyone to a meal as a small reward for your hard work over these past 3 months. Oh yeah, long live the coach. Love you. Ching Feng instantly shook off his previous lethargy, exclaiming with childlike enthusiasm. The other team members joined in the uproar, their movements animated, faces alight with joy. For them, this was not merely a complimentary feast, but a reprieve from the grueling training that had finally come to an end, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. Yet, at that moment, coached by Jin's previously affable smile, turned unexpectedly grave. With a stern countenance, he declared, "However, I have a small request. For this national competition, I expect you all to give it your utmost effort and bring back that coveted championship trophy. Should you fail to meet this objective, well, you should be well aware of the consequences." Feeling the rare severity in Coach by Jin's demeanor, the team felt a tightening in their hearts, soon followed by a surge of indomitable determination. They clenched their fists tightly, pledging in unison to the coach that they would exert every ounce of effort to achieve victory. As dinner concluded and Baizé returned home, he entered his room. Beneath the tranquil and mysterious starry sky, countless stars twinkled softly, as if innumerable eyes were gazing down upon the earth. Baizé lay quietly on the soft and comfortable bed, gazing out at the vast, boundless starry sky. As an endless stream of thoughts surged within him, his eyes wandered across the horizon, seemingly yearning to glimpse another world through those distant stars. Each celestial body twinkling in the night sky appeared as an enigmatic riddle, awaiting resolution, and Baizé found himself ensnared in the depths of this infinite mystery. A gentle breeze caressed the window, bringing a refreshing sensation. Baizé closed his eyes, savoring the tender touch of the breeze, allowing his soul a moment of tranquility. As time flowed on, Baizé's thoughts began to drift away, and he reminisced about the joys and sorrows of his past life, where laughter and tears intertwined to create a unique and precious tapestry of memories. Time slipped by, and the years in this unfamiliar world had already accumulated significantly. In the stillness of the night, he would inevitably recall his family from his previous life, his heart brimming with longing and concern. Were they faring well now? Baizé murmured to himself, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. However, he was acutely aware that returning to the past was impossible, and he could only bury these feelings deep within his heart. Shaking his head, Baizé made a concerted effort to liberate himself from his reverie. He reminded himself that since he had arrived here, he ought to embrace life fully. Thus, he steadied his mind and addressed the system. "Please open the personal information panel." As his words faded, a virtual screen manifested before him. Personal information panel name: Shangchuan Baizé. Age: 12 years. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 67 kilograms. Strength: B. Speed: B. Stamina. A. Basketball skills: Curry, 3-point shooting. Leonard, death grip. Iverson, crossover. McGrady, pull-up jumper. Kobe, fadeaway jumper. Magic, no-look pass. Wade, Eurostep. Skill points: 2395. With over 2,000 skill points at his disposal, it was time to exchange for another basketball skill. Open the skill shop. Skill shop: Harden, double step back. 2,000 skill points. Matambo, finger wag block. 2,000 skill points. Jin Billy, snake-like drive. 2,000 skill points. Rose, change of pace without slowing down. 2,000 skill points. White chocolate, elbow pass. 2,000 skill points. Refreshing ball skills, 100 skill points each. My goodness, what should I choose this time? Gazing at the dazzling array of skills, Baze pondered earnestly. System: exchange for Harden's double step back. Baze stated with determination, effectively utilizing Harden's double step back to create better shooting space is indeed an admirable skill. System: employ 5 hours of spatial training, setting the opponent as the miracle generation from the first year of high school. Chapter 13. The national competition commences. A's. How long do you think this opening ceremony will drag on? This guy can talk endlessly. I am truly exasperated. Aomine, fidgeting with his fingers in boredom, lifted his head lethargically, his eyes fixed with a sense of existential ennui upon the speaker on stage, who was rambling incessantly. Indeed. I am equally fed up with Aomine's complaints. Baze wholeheartedly agreed. After all, in his previous life, he had endured countless tedious meetings and speeches. Those so-called leaders always relished delivering lengthy discourses, as if time were merely a resource to squander. At that moment, Murasakibara's dissatisfaction was laid bare. "I'm starving. I long for a snack right now." He gestured dramatically, his gaze filled with yearning and resentment, fixated on the speaker who continued to drone on, resembling a famished ghost reincarnated. Witnessing this scene, Akashi shook his head in resignation, gently patting Murasakiba's back, and softly reassured, Atsushi, just endure a little longer. Once this opening ceremony concludes, we shall feast. In contrast, Midorima appeared remarkably composed, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as if untouched by the proceedings. He would occasionally glance at his watch or adjust his posture, yet he remained enveloped in an aura of almost indifferent concentration. Everyone, stay alert. Our match is about to commence, Mayuzumi expressed with concern. As seconds ticked by, after 30 long minutes, the interminable opening ceremony finally drew to a close. Aomine, utterly disheartened, muttered, "What a waste of time." Listening to this excruciatingly dull opening speech is even more torturous than enduring Coach Platinum's grueling training. The others nodded in agreement, echoing Aomine's sentiments. Just as the ceremony concluded, Murasakiba eagerly rummaged through his bag for a delectable snack, devouring it with gusto, producing a crisp, resounding crunch. All right, everyone. Prepare yourselves. Our match is about to begin. As the powerful sound of the platinum plow resonated, his previously relaxed and amiable countenance instantaneously transformed into one of utmost seriousness and gravity. At this moment, Baze and his fellow teammates were acutely aware of the profound significance this match held for them. Not only was it their inaugural participation in a national competition as first-year students, but it also represented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate their prowess and worth. Thus, upon hearing the head coach's words of encouragement, imbued with expectation and trust, each individual immediately summoned their utmost resolve, silently vowing to strive with all their might to secure victory in this contest. Subsequently, the entire team marched with unwavering determination into the spacious and luminous locker room of Taiku Junior High School, swiftly donning their jerseys that symbolized the honor of their institution, ready to face their opponents valiantly. Their first adversaries were Aoba Junior High, whose overall strength was relatively feeble. However, they could not afford to underestimate them. I expect everyone to exert their fullest efforts to achieve a decisive victory. Bai Jinsheng's gaze was piercing as he solemnly regarded each teammate before him, particularly the fledgling first-year students, his expression unyieldingly serious. At this juncture, the captain, Hongtsuan, rose without hesitation, passionately brandishing his fist and vociferously declaring, "Let us go, seize Aoba." This proclamation seemed to ignite the flames of competitive spirit deep within the hearts of all the players, who echoed in unison, "Yes." Their voices resounded, reverberating through the air with formidable might. At that moment, the Taiku players gradually emerged from the player tunnel. The stadium was teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. When the audience caught sight of the Taiku players, a thunderous cheer erupted. "Look, the team from Taiku Junior High is on the court. Wow, ladies. Look at that white-haired boy. He is simply stunning. Oh my, I am utterly smitten. Look over there, that Hongtsuan, the strongest power forward in the country. Those 5 players with their distinct and vibrant hairstyles, are they newcomers? I don't think I've seen them before." The crowd buzzed with conversation, their gazes fixed intently on the youthful basketball players clad in Taiki uniforms, their eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. The atmosphere was palpably electric, as if it might set the entire arena ablaze. Oh my, how can there be so many people? Aomine felt a shiver run down his spine as he widened his eyes, staring at the throng before him, a relentless tide of spectators. And an inexplicable sense of tension began to well up within him. After all, for a novice just stepping onto the scene, such a spectacular display was overwhelmingly breathtaking. Not only Aomine, but the other first-year students also felt this immense pressure to varying degrees. They stood rooted in place, glancing around in confusion, their faces betraying unease. However, in stark contrast to the others, Baze appeared remarkably composed and unperturbed. He exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety. Rather, he seemed to revel in the sensation of being the center of attention. "Ha ha, it feels exhilarating to be back on the familiar battleground." With a smile gracing his lips, Baize's eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation. He tilted his head slightly, fully immersing himself in the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. In that moment, he appeared to have transformed into a true warrior, poised to embrace the impending challenges. However, upon observing the number of spectators present, Baize could not help but shake his head gently. Alas, the population of this island nation is rather limited, and the turnout for the competition is even less impressive. Compared to the grand events I have experienced in my past life, this seems almost insignificant. At this thought, a barely perceptible smile curved his lips. Oh dear, there is no need for anxiety. It is merely a small competition. Everyone just needs a little time to soak in the ambience, and soon enough, they will acclimate. All right, everyone, let us prepare. It is our turn to take the stage. If it proves too daunting, I shall let those fellows from Hongzuan take the spotlight. Bai Jin Gingzhao wore a gentle smile, speaking in a soothing tone to Bai Zhe and the others, attempting to ease their nerves. Yet, upon noticing the slight tremors of his companions, he realized that his reassurances had little effect. Nonetheless, he understood that this was a necessary phase in everyone's journey of growth. Zhe, are you feeling nervous? Mei gestured with a bottle of water towards Bai Zhe, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Yet she managed to maintain a faint smile as she looked at him. Bai Zhe gazed at Mei with a gentle smile, endeavoring to ease her apprehension. Do not fret. I am not the least bit anxious. Yet you appear to be even more tense than I. He extended his hand, delicately accepting the bottle of mineral water she offered, while noting how she had crossed her arms over her chest. The formerly round and endearing contours of her face were now marred by a hint of tension. It is primarily the multitude of spectators here that concerns me. I fear that your anxiety may impede your performance. Mei puffed out her cheeks, her large, glistening eyes shimmering with a flicker of worry. Bai Zhe could not help but chuckle, gently patting Mei's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Do not worry, Mei. I am here. We shall prevail. As he spoke these words, Bai Zhe's gaze was remarkably resolute. His fist clenched tightly, as though he were imparting an invisible strength and confidence to Mei. Inspired by Bai Zhe's encouragement, Mei mimicked his gesture, tightening her own fist and nodding. Yes, I believe in you. Let us do our best. In that moment, Mei's spirits appeared to lift slightly. Her gaze fixed upon Bai Zhe, brimming with trust and anticipation. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle echoed throughout the basketball arena, slicing through the cacophony like a blade. The cheers and shouts of the audience were instantaneously engulfed by the tension and exhilaration that enveloped the atmosphere. Bai Zhe, standing at the sidelines, inhaled deeply, then turned with a smile, calling out to his teammates behind him, "It's time to take the court, everyone." His voice was clear and resonant, imbued with confidence and encouragement. With determined strides, the team stepped onto the court. The players from Aomine, upon witnessing Bai Zhe and his companions, felt a surge of indignation. "How dare they underestimate us?" exclaimed the captain, a pivotal player also serving as the small forward, his voice echoing across the court, inciting agreement from his teammates. "Indeed, this is nothing short of an insult," gritted the point guard, his eyes aflame with fury. In that moment, he longed to charge forward and overpower the opponents with overwhelming force. Each Aomine player fixed their gaze on Bai Zhe and his team, their expressions betraying an unrelenting hostility. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, as an intense confrontation loomed on the horizon. The coach of Taiku actually allowed these novices to take the starting positions? Just look at their garish hairstyles. They hardly seem fit for the game. They resemble a band of delinquents. Can they truly secure a victory like this? Perhaps we should just head home early to avoid wasting our time. Indeed, those so-called newcomers will likely struggle to even hold onto the ball. Does Taiku think that a modicum of talent suffices for a starting position? I shall see for myself if they can perform well on the court. Humph. They are in for a thrashing. The audience buzzed with derision, their faces adorned with disdain and mockery. They held little belief in the capabilities of these oddly attired youths, convinced that Taiku's choice of lineup was an act of self-deprecation. Just then, a crisp whistle pierced through the hubbub, signaling the official commencement of the match. Chapter 14. A bloodbath for Aomine brothers. Remain calm. The opposing team is lacking in skill. There is no need for concern. Watch as I demonstrate how to handle them. We must never allow our adversaries to underestimate us, believing that we are weak and easily deceived. With a confident demeanor, Bei spoke to those around him, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing his words, the initially tense atmosphere gradually relaxed, and the crowd regarded Bei with expressions of trust. Over the past few months, Bei had demonstrated a strength surpassing that of his peers, lending credence to his assertions. Humph, merely a first-year brat. Watch how effortlessly I shall crush him. The center of the Aoi team glared at the imposing figure of Ziyuan, a surge of resentment bubbling within. Once everyone had taken their positions, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. In an instant, the center of the Aoi team sprang up like a coiled spring, intent on showcasing his formidable prowess before Ziyuan, hoping to instill a sense of intimidation. However, as the ball ascended slowly, a colossal shadow, akin to a monstrous beast, suddenly soared with astonishing speed, displaying an overwhelming leaping ability. In the blink of an eye, The towering figure loomed over the center like a mountain casting a shadow on an egg. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? How can anyone jump so high? The center's face paled in an instant, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear, utterly astonished by Ziyuan's terrifying talent. Soon after, due to Ziyuan's premature leap, a violation for jumping was called. Is this a joke? How could anyone jump so high? It's not merely his height, his leaping ability is equally remarkable. Gasps erupted from the audience, each person involuntarily inhaling sharply, utterly stunned by Ziyuan's extraordinary performance. The center stood bewildered and astonished, unable to fathom how a mere first-year student could completely dominate him. This was an affront to his years of hard work. Don't lose heart. That kid merely possesses superior jumping ability. In terms of true strength, he is no match for you. Keep your spirits up. We are about to launch our offense. Charge with me. The point guard gently patted the center's shoulder, his eyes filled with unwavering encouragement. The center lifted his head slightly, forcing a smile in response. Yet deep within, an endless tide of fear and confusion lingered. Despite his trepidation, the center slowly began to move towards the front court, each step feeling extraordinarily heavy, as though he bore an immense burden. As he walked, he silently reassured himself. So what if he is a rookie first year with superior jumping ability? Ultimately, victory hinges on true strength. Soon, I shall demonstrate my exquisite skills beneath the basket, and you will learn that experience triumphs over youth, bearing such complex emotions. The center finally arrived at the position beneath the hoop. He took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state in preparation for the forthcoming challenge. All players on the court assumed their positions, as the point guard of Aomine prepared to initiate their first offensive play. The small forward, facing the defense of Hakuzai, made his way from the left edge of the three-point line towards the top of the arc, boldly declaring, "Come on, let me take him down." The small forward brimmed with confidence, utterly dismissing Hakuzai's defense, intent on delivering a profound blow to the first-year player from Taiku. As the small forward approached, the point guard's gaze remained resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he passed the basketball, fully trusting in the small forward, who happened to be Aomine's ace player. Upon receiving the ball, the small forward grinned mischievously, taunting, "Little fellow, you might want to take your leave. This is no place for a novice like you to embarrass yourself. Perhaps you should call for Hikari." No sooner had he spoken than the small forward swiftly dribbled, leaning his body to the left, attempting to exploit his speed to shake off Hakuzai. However, confronted with such an unrefined left-side breakthrough technique, Hakuzai smirked inwardly, effortlessly extending his right hand and accurately predicting the ball's descent. With a resounding thud, the basketball flew from the small forward's control like a wild stallion, snatched decisively by Hakuzai. In an instant, Hakuzai dashed towards the backcourt like an arrow released from its bow. At that moment, the first to regain his composure was the point guard, who immediately bent low and accelerated, resembling a fierce cheetah charging straight at Hakuzai. Alas, he was not a superstar like LeBron James, and he could not even catch the wind generated by Hakuzai's swift passage. Baizei's figure flickered, surging towards the basket like a bolt of lightning. He soared high, his body ascending in the air as the basketball swept through the sky like a windmill, before crashing into the hoop with immense force. The score was 2:00, and the entire court erupted in a frenzy, the spectators widening their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. This first-year freshman had executed such a challenging windmill dunk. Meanwhile, the point guard stood frozen, watching helplessly as Baizei dominated the rim right before him. Filled with a sense of resignation and fear, he had thought that merely touching the rim was impressive. Yet now he found himself utterly intimidated by Baizei. Despite their similar heights, while others could achieve a windmill dunk in their freshman year, he could scarcely touch the rim. Incredible! A freshman can dunk already? A windmill dunk at that. Is this what they call a prodigy? The audience gasped in awe, utterly astonished by Baizei's remarkable prowess. Such a display was no less impressive than their earlier astonishment at Ziyuan's leaping ability. After landing, Baizei did not cease his performance. He turned to the small forward, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, dripping with disdain. "Yoba's ace? Even my grandmother's dribbling surpasses yours." This remark struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into the small forward's pride. Clenching his fists tightly, flames of anger flickered in his eyes. "You little brat, don't get cocky. I was just careless before." The small forward, red-faced with fury, approached the point guard once more, demanding, "Give me the ball. I'll show him again. This time I'll definitely outdo him." The point guard, having just brought the basketball to the front court, hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to trust his ace and passed him the ball. This time, the small forward refrained from hurling insults at Baizé. He intended to respond to Baizé's earlier dunk with his own prowess. Faced with Baizé's impenetrable defense, the small forward unleashed a triple threat, attempting to breach Baizé's defenses. Yet, with only a body length separating them, Baizé stood as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and immovable. At that moment, the small forward's somewhat clumsy triple threat technique held no intimidation for Baizé. Seeing Baizé's lack of reaction, the small forward couldn't help but feel a surge of self-satisfaction. Since that's the case, let me show you my shooting. My shooting speed is so quick that you won't be able to defend against it. Without hesitation, he leaped and released a confident three-pointer. The sharp sound echoed as Baizé ruthlessly blocked the shot. Immediately, Akashi, with his astonishing predictive ability, accurately assessed the basketball's descent and swiftly retrieved it, launching himself down the court like an arrow released from a bow. Upon witnessing this, Aomine instantly pushed his speed to its limits and pointed upward towards Akashi. Understanding Aomine's intent, Akashi promptly tossed the basketball high into the air. A nearly perfect arc traced across the sky, landing precisely in Aomine's hands as he soared through the air. Like an eagle soaring majestically, Aomine dove towards the hoop. With a thunderous crash, the entire rim trembled violently from the impact. Aomine and Akashi executed a breathtaking aerial relay, leaving the audience utterly astonished, their cheers and screams echoing throughout the venue. The score stood at 4 o'clock. When the point guard once again dribbled into the front court, he blatantly ignored the small forward's request for the ball. Observing this, the small forward realized his earlier mistake and held no significant grievance. He understood that the point guard needed to manage the team's coordination with composure. At that moment, the center moved forward to request the ball. Inspired by the recent shock delivered by Murasakibara, he resolved to teach him that only superior footwork and offensive skills define an excellent center. Noticing the center's approach, the point guard hesitated but ultimately chose to trust him, hoping he would adequately discipline Murasakibara. Encouraged by the point guard's faith, the center gained confidence, dribbling with his back to Murasakibara and forcefully colliding into him. The sound of muscle meeting muscle resonated as the center exerted all his strength in the confrontation, yet Murasakibara remained unmoved. How could the disparity in strength be so vast? The center marveled, gritting his teeth as he pivoted to the right, executing a feigned shot. Murasakibara, without hesitation, leaped to block. What a fool. He is merely a naive freshman, easily deceived, the center thought, secretly reveling in his advantage. He swiftly performed a skilled up-and-down move, leaping high and preparing to unleash a powerful shot towards the hoop. However, at that moment, a sharp crack echoed as Murasakibara reacted with astonishing speed, leaping again like lightning. With his extraordinary vertical leap and physical prowess, he charged at the center, ruthlessly swatting the ball away with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that the center was knocked to the ground, utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Murasakibara, having executed this remarkable block, appeared calm and unruffled. He looked down from his elevated position at the seated center, a slight smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Be careful, or I might just crush you." Confronted by the formidable Zun, the center could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. His face was etched with fear as he gazed at his opponent, murmuring to himself, "How could this be? Is this even possible?" He found it utterly incomprehensible that he could suffer such a devastating defeat at the hands of an adversary he had deemed insignificant. Baizé, with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly pinpointed the basketball's descent, his gaze sweeping across the unfolding dynamics of the court. His teammates had already executed a rapid counterattack with remarkable speed, while their opponents pursued with relentless fervor. In this critical moment, Baizé decisively spotted the ever-reliable Midori, positioned 3 steps beyond the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength and launched the basketball like a cannonball towards Midori. This extraordinary pass, akin to a stroke of divine inspiration, left onlookers in awe. Midori's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the basketball hurtling towards him. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within him. "If they have such unwavering faith in me, then I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate." Today's morning divination foretold that Cancer would be blessed with fortune, and the lucky charm was a toy. With this thought, Midori's confidence soared, and he silently encouraged himself. "I absolutely cannot miss a single shot." In an instant, Midori leaped into the air, soaring high. Clutching the basketball tightly, he adjusted his stance and, with a powerful swing of his arm, sent the ball soaring in a magnificent, perfect arc through the air. "This must be a trick. How could anyone shoot from such a distance?" exclaimed the bewildered shooting guard, his face a mask of disbelief, vehemently questioning and denying Midori's audacity. The height of such an exaggerated parabolic trajectory surely could not find the basket. It was madness to attempt such a shot. The surrounding audience echoed the shooting guard's sentiments, collectively expressing their incredulity, for they had never encountered such a unique and rare shooting technique, let alone witnessed it firsthand. Yet, at that very moment, Baizé and his fellow players turned swiftly to bolster their defense, as if this spectacle were merely routine. After all, through their arduous training, they were well aware of Midori's terrifying shooting accuracy. After effortlessly completing his shot, Midori turned around without hesitation, gently nudging his glasses with his elongated middle finger. Noticing that all his teammates had swiftly retreated to their half of the court, a faint smile crept onto his lips. The feeling of being unconditionally trusted by everyone is truly exquisite. In the ensuing match, Baizé and his teammates showcased an even more formidable prowess. Their synergy was impeccable, their coordination seamless, and each offensive maneuver flowed as smoothly as a gentle stream. The passes from Hakuzai and Akashi were as elusive as phantoms, leaving their opponents utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Murasakibara and Aomine relentlessly assaulted the opposing defense with their remarkable individual prowess, repeatedly sending the ball through the hoop. And then there was Midorima's terrifying half-court shooting. The spectators were left in awe by this breathtaking display, their cheers rising and falling like waves. On the sidelines, Coach Aoba gazed enviously at Kinzu Platinum, his mind bitterly cursing, "Damn. How could you find 5 players with such extraordinary talent all at once? It's simply unfair." He realized that the outcome of the match was already determined. The opposing team, with its dreamlike roster, was overwhelmingly powerful. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 105-54, marking a resounding victory for Teiko High School. Chapter 15. SHEI High School secured with ease. As the final whistle blew, the players jubilantly descended from the court, exchanging fist bumps in celebration. Aomine, brimming with pride, dashed over to Hakuzai, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Did you see that dunk I just made? It was absolutely spectacular." As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, as if attempting to reenact the moment once more. Baizé observed Ching Feng, who was exuberantly dancing about like an excited monkey, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he graciously nodded in acknowledgement, casually responding, okay, looking good." At that moment, Mei approached, her gaze brimming with admiration as she delicately remarked to Baizé, "Ace, you were quite impressive just now." Her voice was sweet enough to evoke imagery of nectar. Upon hearing Mei's praise, a gentle smile graced Baizé's face. He lifted his gaze to meet hers and softly replied, "I know." This stood in stark contrast to his earlier nonchalant demeanor toward Ching Feng. "Everyone performed exceptionally well. I never anticipated that you first-year students would adapt to the training regimen so swiftly," remarked by Jin Gingzhou, his countenance radiating warmth and kindness. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Coach Aoyama, who was watching him with a gaze filled with envy. Meanwhile, a rather untimely gurgle emanated from Zahara's stomach. As if protesting the situation, he rubbed his flat belly and mumbled dejectedly, "I'm so hungry. When will we be able to go home for a meal?" Hearing this, Akashi quickly reached out, gently patting Zahara's back while soothingly encouraging, "Aten, just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon." In stark contrast, Midorima remained remarkably composed, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor as he expressionlessly surveyed those around him. All right. The opponents for tomorrow's match have been confirmed. It's Zhaorong High School. Everyone should pay particular attention to a player on their team, Muki Tetsuhira. To my knowledge, he is quite a formidable point guard. Therefore, we must not let our guard down for tomorrow's battle. Do you all understand?" Bai Jin Gungzhou warned with a serious tone. Although Bai Jin's tone was somewhat serious, he was not overly concerned within. After all, considering the current prowess and performance of Baizé and his companions, their successful advance to the finals seemed almost assured. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk deepened, the afterglow painted a scene of resplendent golden hues. In this enchanting twilight, Baizé approached Mei with an icy treat in hand, emanating a chill. "Here, this is for you," he said with a smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Mei, brimming with excitement, eagerly accepted the popsicle as if it were a precious gift. She hastily unwrapped it, and the icy sensation coursed through her body, prompting an involuntary shiver. Yet her heart was filled with delight. Meanwhile, Akashi and others stood quietly at the convenience store entrance, each receiving their own popsicle from Baizé. Satisfied smiles adorned their faces, as if this simple joy was sufficient to dispel the weariness of the day. As they savored the cool sweetness of the treats, they ambled homeward with light-hearted steps. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they shared amusing anecdotes and sentiments, creating a vibrant atmosphere that enveloped the entire street in cheerfulness. "Take care, brothers. Give it your all in tomorrow's match." Baizé waved goodbye to the group before turning to leave. "Rest assured, we shall give our utmost." They replied in unison, then turned to embark on their separate journeys home. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces. The entire group gathered early at the school gate, each face radiating anticipation and excitement. Aomine, as usual, chatted incessantly with Baizé, as if there were an endless array of topics to discuss. Midorima gazed thoughtfully into the distance, seemingly pondering something significant, while Akashi quietly observed the crowd, his gaze soft and profound, inviting curiosity about his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Murasakibara nibbled on a delectable snack, savoring each bite, appearing utterly enamored with this treat. As though he could never have enough, Mei remained closely by Baizé's side, attentively listening to Aomine's relentless chatter. Before long, a bus slowly approached, coming into view of the eager crowd. Spirits lifted, everyone eagerly boarded the vehicle. The ride was smooth, and they soon arrived at the venue. Upon entering the arena, they made their way to the Daiko changing room, swiftly donning their uniforms and organizing their gear, then marched purposefully towards the competition court. Upon arriving at the court, the players dispersed, each finding their own suitable position to commence an intense and vigorous warm-up routine. The group engaged energetically in various preparatory exercises. Some stretched their muscles. Others mobilized their joints, while a few practiced their shooting techniques. Chi-Feng resembled a lithe and agile cheetah, enthusiastically launching a fierce assault on the hoop. He leaped high into the air, his body extending gracefully like an eagle unfurling its wings, repeatedly slamming the basketball into the net with formidable power and exquisite technique, instantly igniting the fervor of the audience. In contrast, Leviuan appeared remarkably calm and composed. He stood beyond the three-point line, his gaze intently fixed on the basket, as if peering through it to glimpse the shores of victory. After receiving the ball, he effortlessly leaped, his arm extending naturally, sending the basketball on a beautiful arc, swishing through the net. Following this, another shot, and yet another. Each release was executed with such precision that it left onlookers in awe. Occasionally, he would steal a glance at the lucky charm resting on the bench, a pen, seemingly bestowing upon him an extra dose of confidence and strength. Baizé, unwilling to concede, immersed himself wholeheartedly in personal training, executing rapid dribbling, deftly changing direction, and seamlessly performing sudden jump shots. Meanwhile, Akashi maneuvered through the throng, consistently delivering exquisite passes to his teammates, maintaining his impeccable passing rhythm. However, amidst this fervent and vibrant assembly of players, Murasakibara remained languid, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. At that moment, a player resembling Kuroko Shizu approached the half-court, a friendly smile adorning his face as he extended his hand towards Kuroko, introducing himself. "Muki Teppei, pleased to meet you." Without hesitation, Kuroko reciprocated the handshake, replying, "Kuroko Shizu, a pleasure to meet you, Muki-kun. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is merely unfortunate that we did not have the opportunity for deeper interaction last year. I truly hope we can engage in a spirited match this year. However, regrettably, I am no longer a formal team member, so it will be my juniors who will face you this time." With that, Kuroko offered Muki a subtle smile before turning back to his team's area, re-engaging in the intensity of training. Watching Kuroko's retreating figure, Muki's expression gradually turned serious. He pondered to himself, this first-year student possesses remarkable prowess, successfully displacing seniors to become a starting player upon joining the team. It seems this squad is indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. With this realization, Muki's gaze hardened, as if he was already preparing to meet the challenge ahead. Beep. The sharp whistle pierced the air, igniting the fervor of the entire arena, heralding the onset of an intense confrontation. The audience held their breath, their eyes riveted on the center of the court. Murasakibara stood face-to-face with the center of the SHY team, their gazes igniting sparks of competition. The referee stood between them, basketball in hand, poised to toss it into the air. In an instant, The referee launched the ball skyward, tracing a graceful arc. However, a surprising spectacle unfolded as Murasakibara shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, his body springing with explosive force, his speed astonishing. In contrast, the SHY center seemed to react a beat too slowly, yet he leaped with all his might, attempting to contest this pivotal opening ball. In the blink of an eye, Murasakibara had reached the apex of his jump, effortlessly swatting the basketball downward with his extraordinary leaping ability and impressive height, directing it forcefully toward his team's direction. At that moment, time appeared to stand still, as everyone was awestruck by Murasakibara's undeniable talent. Even those who had witnessed his incredible abilities in the previous match were left in utter astonishment. The basketball soared swiftly towards Akashi, who secured possession with unwavering steadiness. Akashi's eyes sparkled with confidence as he swiftly dribbled past the defense, launching an assault towards the opponent's basket. Meanwhile, the center of Xiaorong could only watch helplessly as Murasakibara slipped away, silently lamenting the formidable strength of his adversary. The match had scarcely begun when Murasakibara demonstrated his extraordinary prowess through decisive actions. Players began to position themselves, with Mukogi locking his hawk-like gaze onto Akashi. His legs slightly apart and body inclined forward, leaving only a narrow gap for Akashi to maneuver. He intended to leverage his remarkable height and wingspan to obstruct Akashi's vision and thwart any potential passes. However, in the face of Mukogi's relentless defensive pressure, Akashi remained as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed. He swiftly signaled for Hakuzai, positioned to the right of the three-point line, to come forward for a screen. As Hakuzai executed a high-quality screen, Akashi deftly circled around him, skillfully delivering the ball to Hakuzai in a seamless collaboration, setting the stage for their first direct confrontation with Mukogi. Upon encountering Mukogi, who towered slightly over him, Hakuzai exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, he boldly stepped to the left and surged forward with remarkable speed. This decisive maneuver, devoid of any embellishments, relied solely on his lightning-fast pace to tear through the defense. Mukogi was taken aback by Hakuzai's audacious approach, opting to break through without even a feint. By the time he regained his composure and turned to give chase, Mukogi, with his B-level speed, was swiftly left behind, rendered ineffective by a moment's hesitation. On the left side of the three-point line, Xiaorong's shooting guard had his gaze tightly fixed on the unfolding scene. Witnessing Mukogi being effortlessly bypassed, he felt a surge of urgency and hurriedly advanced towards the paint in an attempt to provide support. Yet, just as he made his move, a shadow darted overhead like a bolt of lightning. Startled, the shooting guard turned to see the basketball soaring like a meteor towards the three-point line. At that moment, Midorima appeared beneath the ball like a phantom, extending his arms to secure the catch. He then propelled himself into the air with powerful legs, his body tracing a graceful arc, akin to an eagle soaring through the skies. With a swift motion of his arm, the basketball hurtled toward the hoop at astonishing velocity. With a crisp swish, the ball effortlessly passed through the net, igniting a frenzy in the arena as cheers and gasps erupted in unison. The audience erupted in applause for Midorima's breathtaking display and Hakuzai's elusive pass. Meanwhile, Xiaorong's shooting guard stood bewildered in the paint, his expression one of disbelief, marveling at the unparalleled speed and precision of that pass. With this, Teiko took the lead, the score now reading 3:00. Chapter 16, Wildness. Baizé breathed steadily as he retreated defensively, his movements fluid and natural, akin to a finely tuned machine, each step executed with precision. Mere moments ago, he had astoundingly completed a sharp turn with remarkable speed and skill, yet now he exuded an aura of serene calm, as if the dazzling player who had captivated the audience was a stranger to him. How terrifying is this passing speed? Muki Taipian, also a point guard, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He fixed his gaze on Baizé, admiration flickering in his eyes. Revitalized, it was time for their offense. Muki Taipian took a deep breath and firmly grasped the basketball. He dribbled forward with unwavering determination and confidence. Upon encountering Akashi, who was defending him, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within Muki Taipian. Akashi's relatively shorter stature led Muki Taipian to believe he had an opportunity to outmaneuver his opponent. He resolved silently to assert his dominance. However, when Akashi's gaze met Muki Taipian's, an unexpected wave of pressure enveloped him. Akashi's eyes conveyed an indescribable authority, causing Muki Taipian to instinctively heighten his vigilance. This seemingly diminutive adversary harbored immense potential. Without a hint of fear, Muki Taipian was eager to take on the challenge. With no time to ponder further, he decisively prepared to dribble past his defender, executing a feint to the right before launching himself with all his might toward the right flank. Yet, contrary to Muki Taipian's expectations, Akashi was not easily deceived. He accurately anticipated Muki Taipian's offensive intent and swiftly positioned himself defensively, effectively blocking Muki Taipian's path. A resounding crash echoed as Muki Taipian collided forcefully with Akashi, sending the latter crashing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. Number 4 from Jarong High School is called for an offensive foul. And Teiko gains possession of the ball. Muki Taipian's expression shifted to one of gravity. He had never anticipated that Taiko's starting point guard could possess such keen insight, adept at discerning his opponent's defensive strategies and cleverly inducing an offensive foul. Everyone present was astounded by Akashi's extraordinary anticipatory abilities, deeming this defense utterly flawless. At that moment, Baizai dashed toward Akashi, extending his hand. Akashi felt a warm surge within him and grasped Baizai's hand tightly, using the support to rise. Are you all right? I'm fine. Baizai then executed the inbounds pass, and Akashi adeptly received the ball, maintaining steady control. He gradually advanced the ball forward, as if time itself had frozen at that instant. Meanwhile, Aomine, positioned on the left wing beyond the three-point line, surged forward like an arrow, extending his hands to signal for the ball. Akashi's gaze was sharp, and without hesitation, he passed the ball into Aomine's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Aomine did not falter. His eyes locked onto the power forward, defending him with unwavering determination. Fearlessly, he advanced step by step, pressing his opponent. In an instant, Aomine swiftly transitioned the basketball to his right hand, following up with an exceptionally deceptive drag step maneuver. Simultaneously, he lowered his shoulder and leaned slightly, executing a seamless in-and-out change of direction. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, mesmerizingly. The power forward was utterly deceived by this series of feints, losing his defensive position. Seizing the opportunity, Aomine broke through the defensive line as if traversing an unguarded passage. Observing Aomine's successful escape, the opposing center rushed forward to provide assistance. However, Aomine remained composed, unafraid of the towering center who stood a foot taller than him. He leapt into the air, completing a stunning 360-degree layup mid-flight. The center, astonished, could do nothing to thwart Aomine's advance, helplessly watching as he executed the layup with ease. My goodness, this dark-skinned boy is remarkably powerful. How impressive. No wonder he has replaced Rikeo Kuramochi as a formal player for Teiko High School. Witnessing Aomine's breathtaking skills, the audience began to whisper among themselves, marveling at the extraordinary talent of the 5 first-year students from Teiko High. Maki Teppei reflected inwardly, his mood growing heavier, fully aware that this match would prove exceptionally challenging. Undoubtedly a hard-fought battle. The score stood at 5 o'clock. Maki Teppei's gaze was focused, intently observing the field as he skillfully maneuvered the basketball, gliding across half-court like a swift breeze. Assessing the situation, he decisively signaled his shooting guard to implement a pick-and-roll strategy. The shooting guard, understanding the cue, rushed forward to collaborate closely with Maki Teppei. In an instant, Akashi and Midorima switched defensive roles. Facing the formidable Midorima, Maki Teppei exhibited no fear, resolutely opting for a direct confrontation. He used his robust physique to brace against Midorima, straining to break through. Midorima, equally determined, resisted with all his might. Yet the physical disparity between the first-year student and the second-year senior ultimately allowed Maki Teppei to penetrate the paint successfully. Without hesitation, Maki Teppei leaped upward. At that moment, how could Murasakibara tolerate anyone challenging his guarded area? He soared like a rocket, attempting to block Maki Teppei's shot. However, Maki Teppei's lips curled into a sly smile. In midair, he deftly tossed the basketball behind him, relinquishing the shot to his center teammate. The center received the pass smoothly, while Murasakibara found himself completely obstructed by Maki Teppei, unable to recover in time. In the face of an unguarded opportunity, the center effortlessly leaped, lightly grazing the backboard, and the basketball descended steadily into the hoop. Yes, the center exchanged a celebratory high-five with Muki, marking this moment of triumph. The score transformed to 5-2. Jarong High School had finally secured a precious point. The audience erupted in cheers, applauding this splendid display. At that moment, Heizawa dashed towards the backcourt like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Akashi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of resolve as he stood firmly at the baseline, summoning all his strength to swing his arm. The basketball soared like an orange whirlwind, traversing the court with astonishing force, akin to a precision-guided missile directed straight at Hakuzai. The crowd was left in stunned disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the scene, Hakuzai's figure flickered. Leaping like a cheetah, he ascended high into the air. His right hand deftly grasping the basketball, and with all his might, he slammed it down forcefully. The resounding crash echoed as the basketball thunderously plunged into the hoop. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The spectators were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle. The score now stood at 7-2. Such talent. Muki Teppei's pupils constricted sharply, his face a canvas of incredulity as he silently lamented. This level of talent is something I have never encountered before. Compared to the astonishment he felt upon witnessing other players, this was an entirely different realm. Goodness. The sheer brilliance of Hakuzai's talent was utterly astounding. Sitting on the bench, Mei had her jaw dropped in shock, her eyes wide open, covering her mouth tightly as if fearing she might cry out. In that moment, Hakuzai radiated an icy aura, a chilling presence that surged like a torrent, permeating the entire basketball court and the arena itself. Each individual present couldn't help but cast their gaze toward the grounded Hakuzai, a wave of inexplicable fear swelling within them. Is this wildness? Aomine, who had once experienced such power, couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes widened, fixated on Hakuzai, his face etched with astonishment. Hakuzai slowly turned his head, his gaze cold and piercing, sweeping across every individual on the court as if attempting to see through them. Amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, a colossal and fearsome abyssal beast materialized before them. This monstrous entity was none other than the legendary Megalodon. Its massive and fearsome form resembled a moving mountain, exuding an irresistible sense of oppression. The creature's back was adorned with a layer of thick black scales, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Its razor-sharp teeth resembled rows of gleaming swords, radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. As the Megalodon opened its cavernous maw, a powerful gust of air surged forth, creating a tremendous vortex. It was as if a deafening roar echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 17. The Conquest. Everyone was paralyzed with terror, their faces ashen as they stared at Hakuzai ahead, overwhelmed by an aura that was chillingly potent and terrifying. Oh heavens, why do I sense that A's wildness far surpasses my own? A perplexed expression clouded Aomine Daiki's face. Incredible! Is this truly A's real strength? Akashi seemed to voice the collective doubt that lingered in the minds of all present. Ha 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 ha, what a treasure we have discovered. Such primal ferocity unleashed so swiftly will surely cast a shadow of Hakuzai's dominance over all middle schools across Japan for the next 3 years. Platinum King Zhao could hardly contain his delight, his heart blossoming with joy. After all, a youth who had only just crossed the threshold into the first year of the nation had managed to awaken his innate wildness. Such an extraordinary talent is truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Indeed, to achieve a breathtaking aerial relay dunk at this stage, one must undoubtedly rely on the power of that primal instinct. Hakuzai gradually regained his composure, steadily adjusting his breathing rhythm as the terrifying aura surrounding him began to dissipate. In that very moment, the once clearly visible silhouette of the enormous shark gradually vanished like a fleeting illusion. Hakuzai, was that ferocity truly yours? It was simply astonishing, Akiji exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed over. Akashi and his companions also cast attentive glances, their eyes brimming with intense curiosity about the unknown. Hakuzai nodded slightly, his expression serene and nonchalant, indicating that he was utterly unconcerned with the matter. Impressive. I wonder how long I must wait to unleash my own potential. Akiji's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, feeling that while Hakuzai grew increasingly formidable, he himself remained stagnant. Observing Akiji's somewhat dejected demeanor, Hakuzai's expression turned serious as he earnestly reassured, Akiji, you must believe in yourself. It won't be long before you too can awaken your own wild powers. In truth, there was an unvoiced thought deep within Hakuzai. After all, you are the one who blossomed first among the generation of miracles. The ensuing match was fiercely contested. Hakuzai charged across the court like a wild stallion, wielding his ability to freely enter his wild state, leaving no one in his wake. The scales of victory tipped decidedly in favor of Teiko Middle School, the outcome evidently clear. Despite the exhaustion etched on the faces of the Zharong team, they gritted their teeth, refusing to concede easily. Even when defeat loomed, they aimed to lose with dignity and flair. Finally, as the match approached its climax, Hakuzai sealed the fierce battle with an astonishingly long three-pointer. The moment the basketball swished through the net, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. After scoring the winning shot, Hakuzai swiftly approached Muki Tetsahira, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Muki-kun, I genuinely admire your unwavering spirit of perseverance. Alas, the match has come to an end. I look forward to our next epic showdown." As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 99-56. Teiko Middle School triumphantly defeated Zhaorong Middle School, securing victory in the match. In the Zhaorong locker room, the atmosphere was heavy, everyone with heads bowed, spirits low. Particularly, the point guard spoke with a face full of reluctance. "I'm truly sorry, Muki. This loss was entirely due to our poor performance. And I feel I've let you down. Without us dragging you down, your true prowess would surely have taken you further." However, Muki Tetsuhira shook his head, firmly patting his teammates back in comfort, saying, "Don't say that. We are all part of one team. Without you all fighting alongside me, how could I have even participated in the match? Every individual is an indispensable part of the team. There is no question of dragging anyone down. To be honest, I too feel that my performance in this match was less than ideal. However, it matters not, for we have collectively experienced a thrilling confrontation, have we not?" Upon hearing these words, the other team members lifted their heads, their faces once again adorned with resolute expressions. In unison, they declared, "Indeed, we shall return next year. We must achieve even greater results." Mukajitepi gazed at this group of spirited companions, his heart brimming with emotion and satisfaction. A smile of joy graced his lips as he echoed, "Yes, we shall fight again next year. Let us strive together to become stronger." At that moment, the entire locker room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, filled with confidence as they anticipated future challenges. "Wonderful A's. We have triumphed once more." Mei greeted the 5 returning teammates with unbridled excitement, swiftly handing a bottle of water to Hakuzai. "Yes, everyone performed exceptionally well, but do not let your guard down. Our objective this time is the championship of the national tournament." A determined glimmer shone in Hakuzai's eyes, revealing his unwavering confidence. Hearing this, the other team members smiled in agreement. Indeed, with Hakuzai, an extraordinarily skilled core player, they were filled with anticipation and confidence in their pursuit of the national tournament title. All right. Since everyone is so confident, I shall say no more. Our next match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, so we must come to the gym tomorrow for some appropriate training." Platinum, adorned with a gentle smile and a warm demeanor, exuded a hint of cunning in his gaze. "Oh no, not again. Coach, please spare us." The words of Coach Platinum had scarcely left his lips when the team erupted into lamentations, as if they were enduring profound torment. Suddenly, Aomine whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Baze, exclaiming with exuberance, "Aze, let us engage in a one-on-one duel tomorrow. I yearn to unleash my primal instincts just like you." Baze gazed at Qing Feng, who wore a foolish, infatuated grin, and could not help but smile wryly while covering his forehead, gently shaking his head, revealing an ineffable sense of helplessness. At that moment, however, the usually silent coach by Jean suddenly spoke up. His expression turned exceptionally grave, and with unwavering resolve, he declared, "Qing Feng, Baze, and all of you, from this day forth, it is strictly forbidden to engage in one-on-one matches with full force. Do you understand?" "What? Why, coach?" Qing Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he looked toward the coach, filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. For him, having such a formidable opponent was a rare opportunity. Now, Coach Bai Jin was attempting to prevent him from competing against Bai Zhe. Was this not an obstruction to his path of progress? The other team members also cast puzzled glances, evidently surprised by the coach's decision. Only Bai Zhe, after a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the coach's intentions. "Children, you are still merely middle school students, and your bodies have yet to fully mature and develop. Engaging in one-on-one matches with all your might at this stage could potentially lead to irreversible injuries, adversely affecting your future growth and development. I would never wish to witness such a scenario unfold, nor do I want you to jeopardize your bright and promising futures over a mere match. Therefore, I hope you can truly grasp the profound meaning behind my words." The Platinum coach spoke earnestly, his face etched with seriousness and concern. His sincere and compassionate gaze swept across each individual, allowing everyone to profoundly sense the worries and hopes dwelling within his heart. Upon hearing his words, the group experienced a moment of enlightenment, akin to a sudden awakening. They immediately grasped the coach's thoughtful intentions and nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must never stake their precious future on the fleeting victories or defeats of the present. This simple yet crucial truth was abundantly clear to them all. Qing Feng's previously taut expression gradually revealed a hint of bitterness, yet he ultimately nodded in resignation, indicating his acceptance of the coach's counsel. All right. No need to wear that long face as if the world owes you something. Once we enter high school, we can have an exhilarating showdown. For now, let's set aside these unpleasant thoughts and go treat ourselves to some delicious food. Baizhe gently patted Qing Feng's shoulder, his words imbued with a sense of reassurance for his friend. In truth, he too longed for a genuine contest with Qing Feng. However, the words of Coach Baijin were undeniably persuasive, leaving no room for dispute. Very well, let us make a pact. When we meet again in high school, we shall engage in a fierce battle, and I assure you, I shall not be defeated again. Qing Feng seemed to have emerged from his earlier despondency, a confident smile blooming upon his face. Hurry, you promised to treat us. Ha. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter at Qing Feng's rapid emotional transformation. Subsequently, the group returned to the changing room, swiftly donning their attire. Chapter 18. The Thunder Beast of Fukuyama High School. Hurry, push yourself harder. Coach Baijin's voice echoed through the air, a thunderous roar that compelled everyone to exert themselves to the utmost. They gritted their teeth, straining forward with heavy steps. Not a moment of complacency could be afforded, for they understood that only through unwavering effort could they conquer this arduous training session. My goodness, I am utterly exhausted. Qing Feng finally crossed the finish line, collapsing onto the court like a rag doll. He gasped for breath, as if attempting to expel every ounce of air from his lungs. At that moment, he was utterly spent, too fatigued to even lift a finger. The other team members fared little better, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. Some lay sprawled on the ground, others leaned against the walls, while a few simply sat on the floor. Each countenance bore the marks of exhaustion and suffering, resembling those who had just survived a fierce battle. Excellent. Everyone performed admirably today. You have all made significant progress since we began 3 months ago. Thus, we shall conclude today's training here. Coach Baijin addressed the group, adding, tomorrow's opponent has been confirmed, Fukuyama High School. There is one player on this team you must pay special attention to. No sooner had he spoken than Qing Feng, previously fatigued, appeared to be invigorated as if injected with a stimulant, eagerly inquiring, Who is it? He sprang up from the ground. That would be the player known as the Thunder Beast, Yamashita Kotaro. Coach Baijin's tone rose, clearly indicating the importance he placed on this rival. It is said that Yamashita Kotaro is a sophomore at Fukuyama High School, playing as a small forward. He possesses exceptionally developed athletic abilities, renowned for his unique dribbling technique that produces a thunderous sound. During his dribbling, he can channel his entire strength into his fingertips, creating an astonishing noise and achieving lightning-fast speed with merely 3 fingers. Such prowess is indeed formidable. Quite impressive. A rival of such strength. I am determined to face him head-on. A faint smile graced the corners of Aomine's lips, while his once tranquil eyes now blazed with an indomitable spirit, reminiscent of a raging inferno. However, at that moment, Midorima interjected with an unwelcome dose of reality. Do not harbor such illusions, Aomine. Yamazaki Kotaro plays as a small forward, a position entirely distinct from your role as a power forward. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Aomine's face, only to swiftly re-emerge as he turned to Hakuzai, saying, Ace, why don't we swap positions tomorrow? This way, I can confront him directly. His words were imbued with earnest intent. Observing this, Hakuzai pondered briefly before replying, All right. I'll start by matching up against him, and then we can switch later. In truth, Hakuzai understood well that Yamazaki Kotaro, being one of the formidable 5, was not to be underestimated, and he too was eager to face such a strong adversary. Thank you, Ace. Aomine exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He simply relished the challenge of competing against formidable players. As long as you all are confident, let's give it our all tomorrow. Our aspirations extend beyond this. With that, KZ Platinum clapped his hands, signaling everyone to return home and rest. Look, the players from Fukuyama High School are taking the field. A wave of gasps rippled through the audience. The anticipation for this match was palpable, given the rivalry between these two teams. Wow, look quickly. Fukuyama's star player, Yamazaki Kotaro, has made his entrance. The crowd erupted once more. The players from Fukuyama High School strode onto the court with heads held high and an air of confidence, with Yamazaki Kotaro at the forefront, drawing everyone's attention. A slight smile played on his lips, revealing his signature small canine tooth, radiating confidence and brilliance. Just then, movement was detected at the other entrance. Look! It's the team from Teiko Middle School. The spectators eagerly shifted their gaze. Their presence was undeniably commanding. These newcomers had performed exceptionally well in the previous 2 matches, securing victories entirely through their sheer prowess. An astonished viewer remarked, "Ah, it's Hakuzai. He is so handsome and captivating." Upon catching sight of his exquisite and handsome visage, the female admirers of Baizé erupted into jubilant cheers. On Baizé's face, a radiant smile shone brightly as he waved gracefully to the audience while casting a keen, hawk-like gaze over the players from Fukuyama High School. Meanwhile, Ching Feng unabashedly revealed his fiery spirit, his eyes ablaze like a roaring flame, firmly locking onto the formidable Yamakotaro from the opposing team. His body trembled slightly, as if he could hardly contain his eagerness to plunge into the forthcoming fierce battle. The mere thought of the impending thrilling confrontation caused Ching Feng to break into an uncontrollable grin, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. In his hand, Midorima clutched an exquisitely crafted green teacup, evidently his token of good fortune for the day. His demeanor was remarkably composed and serene, a stark contrast to the nervousness and apprehension he exhibited at the onset of the competition. At this moment, Midorima resembled a seasoned general, poised and ready for action. Akashi maintained his characteristic gentle expression, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze was intensely focused and resolute. He regarded the impending challenge with utmost seriousness, fully prepared to confront it with unwavering concentration. In contrast to his teammates, Murasakibara remained languid, munching on a packet of chips, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. "Please take care of me." With this spirited shout, the team concluded their warm-up exercises, and an intense match was about to commence. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense as spectators held their breath, their eyes glued to the court, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. Each heart raced with anticipation for this electrifying showdown. The referee, holding the basketball, approached the center line, and all eyes fixed intently upon the sphere that would determine the outcome of the game. With a swift motion, the referee propelled the basketball upward. The orange sphere soared through the air like a streak of lightning, ascending rapidly. At that moment, Murasakibara unveiled his astonishing talent, showcasing his extraordinary leaping ability and exceptional athleticism. He soared into the air, effortlessly swatting the basketball away and accurately passing it to Akashi. On the other side, the center from Fukuyama, realizing he had failed to seize the ball, felt no discouragement. His coach had thoroughly briefed them on Murasakibara's formidable prowess prior to the match, prompting him to swiftly pivot and engage in defense. Upon receiving the basketball, Akashi propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a gale, his sharp gaze scanning the surrounding crowd. Ching Feng, brimming with excitement, dashed to Akashi's side, eagerly extending his hand for the ball. Akashi, with no hesitation, willingly passed the basketball to him. With the ball in hand, Ching Feng positioned himself firmly on the left wing of the three-point line, his body suddenly springing into action like an arrow released from a bow. Faced with the formidable defense of Fukuyama's power forward, he executed a dazzling crossover, effortlessly surpassing the opponent's front foot defense. Aomine's speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he breached the adversary's defensive line. The Fukuyama power forward was left in astonishment, unable to react in time, and could only desperately pursue from behind. At that moment, seeing Aomine infiltrate the key, Fukuyama's center snapped back to attention, quickly taking a small step forward, yet he did not fully abandon his position guarding the basket. Instead, he raised his arms in an attempt to thwart Aomine's scoring. However, a hint of confidence danced on Aomine's lips as he leaped into the air, grasping the basketball with one hand, and forcefully slammed it toward the hoop. The ball collided with the backboard, producing a resounding thud, and smoothly swished through the net. Aomine's unorthodox shooting technique had become increasingly refined, rendering such a simple maneuver second nature to him. Yamashita Kotaro's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This newcomer was indeed remarkable. He intently observed the shifting dynamics on the court, contemplating silently. Just then, Fukuyama's point guard surged forward with the ball like a tempest, as if a whirlwind had descended upon the scene. Without hesitation, Yamashita signaled for the ball. Fukuyama, understanding his intent, showed no hesitation, firmly believing in his star player, and decisively passed the basketball to Yamashita. With the ball in hand, Yamashita's confidence surged. He fixed his sharp gaze ahead, confronting the slightly taller Shirazawa. A subtle smile creased his lips, an unspoken bond of challenge and camaraderie shared between warriors. At this moment, the entire audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of this thrilling confrontation. In this exhilarating instant, the two protagonists were poised to embrace their first direct clash in life. Chapter 19. Thunderous dribbling. Yamashita Kotaro furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes locked onto Shirazawa, revealing a look of disbelief. His defense was so impenetrable, devoid of any flaw. Baizé remained utterly focused, his elongated arms exuding an intangible pressure that deterred any hint of complacency. Yeson took a small step back, preparing to dribble past his opponent. He forcefully struck the basketball with his right hand and then swiftly retreated a step, executing a feigned shooting motion. However, Baizé was not deceived by this ruse. As he was well aware that Yeson Kotaru's shooting prowess was lackluster, particularly when it came to three-pointers. Noticing that Baizé was unfazed, Yeson made a decisive move, swiftly shifting the ball to his left hand and advancing rapidly. In response to Yeson's sudden change of direction, Baizé exhibited remarkable agility, moving forward to effectively obstruct Yeson's path. Clenching his teeth, Yeson showcased a seamless change of direction without losing speed, deftly transferring the ball back to his right hand and altering his trajectory. At that moment, a deep voice echoed in Yeson Kotaru's ears. "If this is all you can muster, then I shall take the ball." The speaker was none other than Baizé. No sooner had he finished speaking than he executed a skillful maneuver, extending his left hand with lightning precision to intercept the basketball from Yeson's grasp. Yeson's eyes widened in disbelief. Can that truly be intercepted? Yet, despite his astonishment, he did not succumb to discouragement and swiftly sprinted towards Baizé, who had successfully stolen the ball. With fluidity and grace, Baizé surged forward across the court, leaving others unable to react, while only Yeson Kotaru exerted every ounce of his strength to keep pace. However, no matter how hard he tried, the gap between them remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, Baizé reached beneath the basket, leaping into the air to perform an exquisitely grand windmill dunk. Yeson Kotaru could only watch in awe as Baizé, akin to a ferocious beast, emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. The resonant sound of the rim buckling under the weight echoed through the arena, prompting an uproar among the spectators, who erupted in thunderous applause. "Incredible! Simply divine! If it continues like this, then I shall accept this match." Baizé's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with unparalleled confidence and pride as he gazed down at the diminutive figure of Yeson Kotaro, as if victory was already within his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and dashed back to his own side of the court with the swiftness of a gale. "How dare he underestimate me? I cannot allow you to succeed. Today, I shall make you witness my true prowess." Yeson clenched his teeth, anger etched upon his face, silently vowing to himself. While seething with indignation, he hastened back to the midfield position. Upon arrival, he immediately gestured to the ball-handling defender for possession. The defender hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to trust his teammate, decisively passing the basketball to Yeson Kotaro, despite having recently faced a formidable block from Baizé, resulting in a point against him. The ball handler understood that at this critical juncture, they still needed Yeson to reclaim their standing. As Yeson swiftly received the ball on the left side of the three-point line, he did not rush into action. Rather, he remained fully focused, meticulously observing Baizé's every move and scrutinizing his defensive stance, seeking an opening. Meanwhile, Baizé, undeterred by Yeson Kotaro's previous setback, felt no hint of complacency. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that the true contest had only just begun. Baizé slightly crouched, shifting his center of gravity downward, his sharp gaze fixed intently on his opponent. His arms spread wide in a commanding stance, reminiscent of a mighty eagle poised for flight, exuding an imposing aura that placed immense pressure on his adversary's defense. Simultaneously, as Baizé maintained his unwavering focus on Yama, the latter scrutinized Baizé's positioning, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities. Without hesitation, Yama commenced dribbling, executing each movement with remarkable finesse and fluidity. The crisp, resonant sounds of the basketball echoed through the court. Thud, thud, thud. With each powerful bounce, the entire arena seemed to ignite, erupting into a cacophony of deafening cheers. The thunderous noise reverberated like rolling thunder, permeating the air and capturing the attention of every onlooker, causing their expressions to shift with astonishment. Is this the famed thunder dribble? It appears quite formidable. I shall witness firsthand the prowess of one of the so-called five generals. Baizé's gaze followed the rapidly bouncing basketball, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. I am well aware of your formidable strength. Yet today, I shall give my all, employing my utmost skills to conquer you. Prepare yourself, Sanji. As his words resonated, Yamakotoro's figure flickered, transforming into a dazzling streak of golden lightning as he swiftly veered right, executing a masterful maneuver that left Baizé momentarily in his wake. Charging towards the basket with fierce determination. Impossible. Is this truly Yamakotoro's thunder dribble? My goodness, he has indeed breached Baizé's defense. His prowess is utterly terrifying. At that moment, the audience erupted in a chorus of gasps and exclamations, their disbelief palpable as they whispered among themselves, discussing the extraordinary scene before them. Aze, Mei. Her expression fraught with concern, anxiously rose from the bench, her fist clenched tightly, her nervousness evident. The other members of the Teiko middle school basketball team mirrored her astonishment, as it seemed to be the first time they witnessed Baizé's defense so effortlessly dismantled by an opponent. However, Aomine's excitement only grew. His eyes alight with fervor as he exclaimed, "Incredible! Not only has he skillfully breached Aze's defense, but I must also take my turn to challenge him." Left behind, Baizé was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief at having been surpassed. Yet, this astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment before a radiant smile broke across his face. Ah, what a thrill. It has been far too long since I encountered such a formidable opponent. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure darted away like a dazzling silver lightning bolt, swiftly pursuing Yama. At that moment, Yamakotoro, positioned ahead, acutely sensed the chilling presence approaching from behind. Startled, he turned to glance back. How could it be? Had he truly caught up so quickly? Yamakotoro was astounded. Previously, no one had ever managed to overtake him after he had unleashed his thunderous dribbling prowess. In the blink of an eye, Baizé had already approached like the wind. In an instant, Baizé successfully closed the gap with Yamakotoro. Without hesitation, he extended his long arms, resembling an impenetrable net that relentlessly applied immense pressure, effectively stifling his opponent's offensive maneuvers. Confronted with Baizé's fierce and unyielding defense, Yamakotoro clenched his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. In a decisive moment, he swiftly gathered the ball, preparing to force his way for a layup. At that precise moment, Ziyuan, who had been stationed in the paint guarding Fukuyama's center, resolutely abandoned his previous adversary. Like an arrow released from a bow, he leapt with ferocity, his body stretching like a soaring eagle. Simultaneously, he spread his large hand, coiling with energy, waiting for the instant Yama attempted his layup to deliver a resounding block. Yamakotoro's expression darkened as he anxiously sought an opening amidst the tight defenses of both opponents. Finally, amid the two adversaries' intense guarding, he caught sight of a fleeting gap. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly passed the basketball to the center behind Ziyuan. The center of Fukuyama displayed remarkable reflexes, leaping almost instantaneously to prepare for a dunk. However, Ziyuan was no ordinary player. Utilizing his extraordinary physical attributes and agility, he leapt once more, charging towards the center like a cannonball, intent on blocking the shot. Yet, the center proved to be equally skilled, undaunted by Ziyuan's momentum. In a critical moment, he deftly altered his dunking technique, executing a clever layup to narrowly evade Ziyuan's block. The basketball danced precariously above the rim, as if hesitating on whether to descend. Ultimately, it reluctantly fell through the hoop with a crisp sound. Chapter 20. The Overwhelmed Yama. As the basketball successfully swished through the net, Yama triumphantly raised his fist, his face brimming with ecstatic delight. At this moment, the score had transformed to 4-2. Well done. Not too shabby. As Yama retreated to defend, Baizé closely followed, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Yama. Upon hearing the praise, Yama's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing his trademark small thong, as he proudly retorted, "Of course. You were scared, weren't you?" However, in the face of all this, Hakuzai displayed no excessive emotional fluctuation. Instead, he fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon Yamakotoro. Shortly thereafter, Akashi successfully caught the ball passed by Aomine and steadily dribbled it toward the front court. "Pass me the ball, and witness how I utterly dominate him." Hakuzai succinctly conveyed his intentions before focusing intently, his expression grave, as he extended his hand to Akashi, requesting the basketball. Observing the confident Hakuzai before him, Akashi wordlessly relinquished the ball, while silently lamenting for Yamakotoro, muttering to himself, "Alas, of all the adversaries to provoke, why must it be him?" Receiving the basketball, Hakuzai stood firmly beyond the three-point line, his eyes resolutely fixed on the hoop. In contrast, Yamakotoro regarded Hakuzai with the utmost seriousness. Arms outstretched and slightly bent at the waist, adopting a posture of complete readiness. It is widely acknowledged that Hakuzai possesses formidable prowess, making it no easy task to defend against him. Yamakoto understood full well that this match would be exceptionally challenging, yet he did not falter. Instead, he resolved to give his all, approaching this formidable opponent with his utmost capability. Without a moment's hesitation, Baizai began to dribble the ball, his movements flowing seamlessly like water. With his right foot leading, he executed a series of swift and fluid crossover dribbles that left onlookers astounded. As time passed, Baizai gradually closed the distance between himself and Yeson Kitaro. Faced with Baizai's frequent and skillful dribbling techniques, Yeson Kitaro felt a wave of tension wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was perplexed by Baizai's next move, silently speculating. What could he possibly intend to do? At that moment, Baizai lunged forward with his right foot, lowering his center of gravity and quickly performing a deceptive crossover. Yeson Kitaro, sensing the imminent breakthrough to his right, instinctively stepped back, relying on years of defensive experience to obstruct Baizai's path. However, what Yeson Kitaro did not anticipate was that this was merely a trap laid by Baizai. Was it so easy to thwart him? Was he merely a paper tiger? Or was it that my defense was simply too formidable? With these thoughts, Yeson Kitaro couldn't help but feel a twinge of smug satisfaction. Just then, Baizai suddenly exerted force, pushing off the ground with his right foot and swiftly retreating a step, yet he did not relinquish the basketball. As his right foot landed firmly, he rapidly regained control of the ball in his hands. Following this, his right foot shot backward with the speed of lightning, executing the mesmerizing step-back move with astonishing fluidity, reminiscent of James Harden's signature technique, captivating everyone present. Witnessing this remarkable display, Yeson Kitaro lunged forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Baizai. However, in an instant, Baizai evaded him like a wraith, flawlessly executing his stunning double step-back maneuver. At this point, an impressive distance had already formed between him and Yeson Kitaro. Even more astonishingly, Baizai clearly surpassed Yeson in both height and wingspan, rendering him virtually unbothered by Yeson's presence. Baizai then retreated to a spot 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Once settled, he unveiled his extraordinary shooting skills akin to those of Stephen Curry, releasing the basketball with an unimaginable swiftness in mere milliseconds. The ball soared through the air with a crisp swish, piercing the net with perfect precision. The score stood at 7-2. Traveling. Yeson Kitaro exclaimed urgently, turning to the referee beside him. Isn't that traveling? No traveling. This is within the rules, came the reply. The referee cast an impassive glance at Yamakoto, offered a brief explanation, and then strode purposefully towards the front court. Upon hearing the referee's words, the onlookers nodded in agreement, their admiration for Hakuzai evident in their respectful gazes. Particularly, as they observed Hakuzai casually return to the halfway line, the sentiment of veneration was palpable. Who could have anticipated that Hakuzai possessed such profound knowledge of the intricate rules of basketball? Generally speaking, in the minds of contemporary individuals, there seems to exist only the stereotypical notion of stepping back before shooting. Yet, the technique of executing a double retreat, as demonstrated by Hakuzai, was truly unprecedented and remarkable. Yamakoto, with a countenance full of perplexity, momentarily contemplated arguing, but soon resigned himself to the task at hand. Turning back to the court to prepare for the next offensive play, the point guard, composed and unflustered, dribbled the ball, pausing briefly in contemplation before ultimately deciding to pass it to Yamakoto, hoping he would spearhead the attack and breach the impregnable defense of Teiko Junior High. Upon securing the basketball, Yamakoto felt no trepidation towards Hakuzai, for he had successfully executed a breakthrough moments earlier, and thus felt confident in his ability to do so once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed his signature thunder dribble technique. With a whoosh, Yamakoto darted towards the left side with lightning speed, once again penetrating Hakuzai's tight defense. It appears my thunder dribble is indeed more formidable. At that moment, Yamakoto could not help but feel a surge of triumph. However, Hakuzai, who had been bypassed, displayed no sign of disarray. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Just as Yamakoto successfully broke through, Hakuzai swiftly shifted his position, extending his right hand like a flash of lightning to intercept the basketball effortlessly. Yamakoto's relentless thunder dribble was thus effortlessly neutralized. The spectators watched in astonishment as Hakuzai executed a series of fluid movements, utterly unanticipated, within a single possession. He had so effortlessly thwarted Yamakoto's sharp assault With the basketball firmly in his grasp, Hakuzai launched forward like an arrow, racing towards the opposing basket. A breathtaking fast break had commenced. Upon witnessing the ball being intercepted, Kotaro pivoted and sprinted after Hakuzai, determined to keep pace. Simultaneously, Midorima, the first to regain his composure, dashed towards his own backcourt without hesitation. As Hakuzai raced across the court, he caught a glimpse of Midorima alongside him and, acutely aware of Kotaro pursuing relentlessly from behind, swiftly adjusted his offensive strategy, skillfully delivering the ball to Midorima. Receiving the basketball, the formidable Midorima Shintaro stood confidently 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze upon the hoop. As if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory, he mused within himself. Although today's morning horoscope places Cancer in a mere 3rd position, I have brought along my lucky charm. Hence, this shot is destined to succeed. With his hands firmly gripping the ball, he adjusted his stance and, with a sudden burst of energy, launched the basketball. It soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the hoop at an astonishing speed. Swish! A crisp sound resonated as the ball flawlessly swished through the net. The entire arena erupted in a frenzy of excitement, cheers, and gasps echoing throughout. Incredible! It was nothing short of miraculous. How could this be? The crowd was abuzz with astonishment, each person left speechless, only able to convey their shock and admiration in brief exclamations. At that moment, the score transformed to 10-2. Chapter 21. The intense match remarkable. With a face aglow with excitement, Shirace extended his right hand for a vigorous high-five with Midorima. Well executed. A faint smile graced the corners of Midorima's lips, revealing his satisfaction with the successful offensive play. Just then, the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air. Accompanied by this sound, Midorima effortlessly sank another exquisite three-pointer. However, the coach of Fukuyama's team turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation, and immediately called for a timeout without hesitation. Clutching the tactical board tightly, the coach strode purposefully towards his players, his gaze locking onto Kotaro, his tone grave as he instructed, "Yamayama, you must have your teammates set screens for you. Find a way to evade the opposing small forward." "But coach, I believe I can handle it," Yamayama attempted to explain. But his words were abruptly cut off by the coach. The coach's expression was particularly serious as he fixed his intense gaze on Yamayama's eyes, stating emphatically, "Yamayama, I have complete faith in your abilities, but if you can avoid that small forward, you will conserve more energy to defeat the opponent. We urgently need you to secure a victory in this match. You must understand this." With a resigned sigh, Yamayama, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately nodded slowly after a moment of internal struggle, agreeing to follow the coach's directives. "Excellent. Therefore, we will continue to make Yamayama the focal point of our offense. He will bear the responsibility of breaking through the tightly knit defense of Taiku Middle School. The rest of you need to move actively, seek optimal positions, and effectively create space. Understood?" The coach's keen gaze swept over his players as he emphasized earnestly. "Understood." The players responded in unison, their voices loud and resolute. Ace, you are simply amazing." Mei, her face flushed with excitement, joyfully presented a bottle of water and a towel to Baize. Baize smiled as he extended his hand to receive the item presented by Mei, the corners of his lips curving slightly upwards without uttering a word. "Everyone's performance today has been truly exceptional. From here on out, as long as we tightly contain Kotaro, the other adversaries will pose little threat." Thus, Baize continued to maintain his commendable form and pressed on with determination. Coach Hakujin, with an expression devoid of emotion, spoke, a flicker of subtle appreciation glimmering in his eyes. "Next, we shall employ more tactical combinations to ensure that each player's rhythm is warmed up." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement. Beep. With a sharp whistle, the timeout concluded. The match resumed. Fukuyama's point guard firmly controlled the basketball, swiftly advancing to the top of the arc, signaling Kotaro to come forward for support. Without hesitation, Yama dashed forward, positioning himself and shifting to the right to block the opponent for the point guard. In an instant, the point guard skillfully maneuvered past Yama, successfully enabling Baize and Akashi to exchange their defensive assignments. Akashi's expression turned serious as he contemplated, "They are targeting my weakness again." Indeed, Akashi, at this moment, was relatively shorter in stature and had yet to awaken the legendary Eye of the Emperor. He could manage against players of equal caliber. But when faced with a defensive switch, he easily became the focal point of the opponent's assault. just as the point guard slipped by Yamakotaro. He executed a precise bounce pass. Observing this, Akashi immediately extended his hands in an attempt to disrupt the play and intercept the ball. However, due to his limited wingspan, he ultimately failed to succeed. Aware of the slight disturbance, Yamakotaro glanced at Akashi, astonished. It seemed that these 5 first-year students from Teiko were formidable indeed. Yet, in the next moment, without hesitation, Yama unleashed his signature move, the Thunder Dribble, a resounding 3-finger snap echoing through the air. Though Akashi was prepared, he was utterly outmaneuvered in an instant. With a successful breach of Akashi's defense, Yamakotaro darted towards the paint like a flash of lightning. "Quick, cover him!" Finally regaining his composure, Akashi urgently turned to shout at his teammates. Witnessing Yama charging towards the basket, Murasakibara decisively stepped forward. Arms spread wide like a giant to block Yama's path. However, this was all part of Yamakotaro's strategy. His true intention was to draw Murasakibara, the guardian of the paint, away, thus creating an opportunity for his center. As anticipated, just as Murasakibara left the paint to defend Yama, Yamakotaro deftly executed a bounce pass, delivering the basketball securely into the hands of the center. With the ball in hand, the center gripped it tightly, poised to deliver an exhilarating dunk. But how could Murasakibara allow his opponent to succeed so easily? With astonishing reflexes, he leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, a massive figure loomed before the center like a mountain pressing down on an egg. Yet, the latter displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly tossed the basketball backward. Behind the center appeared Yamakotaro, who materialized like a specter. He deftly caught the ball and, without hesitation, leaped into a flawless shot. At that moment, Akashi charged in like a gale, attempting to disrupt Yama with his diminutive frame, but all efforts seemed futile. With a crisp swish, the basketball soared through the air, akin to a cannonball, and found its mark in the hoop. The score instantaneously transformed to 10-4. As Fukuyama High finally broke their scoring drought. "My apologies, that was entirely my error." Akashi immediately stepped forward to admit his mistake to his teammates. "No worries. It's quite normal for the opposing team to score," Aizawa softly reassured him. "When we encounter a pick and roll, just maneuver around it and do not afford them an easy chance to switch defenses." "Understood." Akashi nodded in acknowledgement. As the first quarter progressed, the teamwork of Teiko Middle School grew increasingly harmonious, their coordination flowing like a gentle stream. Meanwhile, despite being at a disadvantage, Fukuyama Middle School remained undaunted, occasionally delivering impressive counterattacks. It was soon time for the substitutes to make their entrance. However, Teiko Middle School boasted the nation's strongest power forward, Nijimura Shizu. This prodigious player showcased astonishing prowess as he took to the court, charging through like a fierce beast, unstoppable in his advances. During this period of substitution, Fukuyama Middle School found it impossible to withstand Nijimura's relentless assault, becoming thoroughly overpowered. As the second quarter dwindled with 6 minutes remaining, both teams' key players returned to the field. At this juncture, the scoreboard revealed a startling number, 41-27. Teiko Middle School had forged ahead, leading their opponents by a staggering 14 points. Ajing, for the upcoming segment. Entrust the basketball to me. I shall dominate them with my prowess and demonstrate true skill. After this quarter, I will take a brief respite. And then I'll have Aomine step in to face Yamakotaro, he declared. Does everyone agree with this arrangement? Baizei gazed resolutely at his teammates, exuding confidence as he declared, of course, no problem. Aomine was the first to express his agreement, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The long-anticipated pinnacle showdown with Yamakotaro was finally at hand. Sounds good, we all concur, the other players echoed, expressing their support for Baizei's decision. Akashi, as the team's point guard, harbored little intense desire for offense, while Murasakibara, inherently lethargic, preferred to sit rather than stand, let alone actively participate in the attack. As for Midorima, he was acutely aware that Baizei had successfully passed the ball to him multiple times in the previous quarter, and with Baizei's extraordinary individual prowess, executing a solo offensive maneuver was certainly within reach. Chapter 22. Baizei's domination. Akashi dribbled the ball across half court and deftly passed it to Baizei, who was positioned at the left wing beyond the three-point line. Baizei made a swift, unremarkable change of direction, yet astonishingly, Yamakotaro, who was responsible for guarding him, remained utterly unfazed. Nevertheless, Baizei did not falter. He promptly unleashed Iverson's signature crossover move. This tactic proved effective, as Yamakotaro lost his balance and was completely outmaneuvered. Seizing the opportunity, Baizé decisively leaped into a clean and precise jump shot. The basketball soared through the air like a guided missile, finding its mark within the hoop. The score transformed to 43-27. Faced with such overwhelming prowess from Baizé, Yamakotaro appeared somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, Fukuyama's point guard swiftly passed the ball to Yamakotaro. This time, Yamakotaro opted for strategy. He called upon the power forward to assist him with a screen. Upon noticing Yama's signal, the power forward immediately comprehended his intent and swiftly moved closer to Baizé to execute the pick. However, Baizé seemed to have already anticipated their tactical arrangement. With astonishing speed and agility, he effortlessly circumvented the screen before the power forward could position himself. "What's the matter? Afraid to confront me head-on?" Baizé muttered under his breath, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Yamakotaro's expression hardened, and he charged towards Baizé without hesitation. As usual, he unleashed his signature move, the thunder dribble, shouting, "Three fingers." The basketball spun rapidly in his hand, resembling a streak of lightning cleaving through the sky. Yet, Baizé merely smirked. In an instant, he closed the distance to Yamakotaro. Employing his remarkable speed and refined technique, he executed an astonishing death grip defense, effectively blocking Yamakotaro's path. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly unstoppable thunder dribble was abruptly intercepted by Baizé. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as their eyes widened in disbelief at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Who could have anticipated that Baze would so swiftly catch up to Yamakotaro's thunderous dribbling? It is worth noting that throughout the preceding matches, no one had ever succeeded in thwarting this particular maneuver. Had Baze merely stolen the basketball from behind Yama, the spectators might have found it somewhat acceptable. However, at this moment, he had genuinely confronted Yama's signature skill head-on. This was nothing short of astonishing. What to do? Yamakotaro pondered anxiously, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Faced with the formidable opponent Baze, he felt ensnared in an insurmountable predicament. Just as Yama allowed himself a moment of distraction, Baze's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, instantly seizing the opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck with the speed of lightning, forcefully slapping the basketball away. In an instant, the ball soared like a wild stallion, escaping Yama's grasp. Oh no! Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yama scrambled to reclaim the ball. But it was already too late. The basketball had firmly landed in Baze's hands, who, like an arrow released from its bow, surged forward with astonishing velocity, leaving no one on the court capable of matching his speed. Beholding the unguarded hoop ahead, Baze wasted no time. He deftly maneuvered and leapt high into the air, unleashing all his strength to slam the ball into the basket. A thunderous sound resonated as the rim trembled violently. The score now stood at 45-27. As the Fukuyama team commenced their offensive, Yamakotaro still struggled to find a breakthrough, unable to surpass Baze's staunch defense. Left with no other choice, he passed the ball to his teammate, initiating a collaborative effort. After a grueling battle, the power forward finally managed to sink a shot, showcasing his remarkable jumping ability and shooting precision. The score adjusted to 45-29. Next, it was Baze's turn to attack. He fixated on Yamakotaro, unhesitatingly opting for a back-to-the-basket play. In the final moments, he executed a Kobe-style fadeaway jumper, successfully sending the basketball through the hoop. Subsequently, possession returned to Yamakotaro. At this juncture, he was beset by conflicting emotions. How could he possibly breach the opponent's defense? Was he truly compelled to employ the four-finger technique? Yet, he had not fully mastered it. Just then, Coach Fukuyama seemed to perceive Yama's inner turmoil and decisively called for a timeout. "Yama, given your current physical condition, it would be unwise to attempt the four-finger technique for the thunderous dribble. Such an endeavor would place tremendous strain on your body and could adversely affect your future development. You must be acutely aware of this." The coach's tone was grave and heavy. Before he added, "If there are no viable alternatives, we may need to consider conceding this match. After all, Taiku Junior High School is undeniably a formidable team." The coach, recognizing my inadequacies, lamented our inability to triumph over our adversaries. Yamakotaro was engulfed in guilt and self-reproach. "Yama, you have given your all. It is we who have hindered you." His teammates offered words of solace. Why am I so feeble? I cannot even lead Fukuyama to victory," Yama murmured, slowly bowing his heavy head, his eyes brimming with resentment and remorse. Time flew by, and before long, the pause came to an end, ushering everyone back onto the court. However, the situation had been entirely commandeered by Hakuzai. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, Hakuzui's team exhibited an unparalleled prowess in both offense and defense. While Fukuyama was rendered utterly powerless, the score relentlessly surged, ultimately reaching a staggering 67-40, a gap of 27 points that left spectators astounded. As they witnessed the unfolding spectacle, a wave of emotions surged within the audience. They had anticipated an evenly matched contest, yet could hardly fathom the overwhelming dominance of Taiku Junior High School, which left Fukuyama Junior High School unable to contend. The outcome of this match had long ceased to be in doubt, revealing a decidedly one-sided affair. Within the locker room of Taiku Junior High School, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed, with every individual wearing a beaming smile, as though the match had merely been a delightful game. After all, bolstered by Hakuzui's exceptional performance, they had extended their lead by nearly 30 points. Victory was within their grasp. Baizé wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed the coach with a request. "Coach, I would like to take a break in the second half and let Ching Feng face off against Yamakotaro." His tone was calm, yet a hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes. Platinum nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Very well, let Baizé take a break in the second half. However, you must remain vigilant and not allow the opponents to close the gap." He gazed at the players with a smile, clearly brimming with confidence regarding the match's outcome. Upon hearing this, Ching Feng was filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the chance to face off against Yamakotaro. With unwavering determination, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, coach. Watch how I will overwhelm Yamakotaro shortly." A surge of fierce ambition welled up within Ching Feng. He had awaited this moment for far too long, and now finally had the opportunity to confront a formidable adversary. His teammates fervently echoed their support for Baizé and Chi Feng, and the locker room resonated with an electrifying atmosphere, everyone eagerly anticipating the thrilling showdown of the second half. In stark contrast to other places, the locker room of Fukuyama High School was enveloped in an unusually heavy ambience. It felt as if an invisible pressure shrouded the entire space, creating a sense of oppression and suffocation. Yamakotaro sat quietly in a corner, draping a damp towel over his head, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. No one could decipher what was occupying his mind at that moment. The locker room was eerily silent, with no one daring to disrupt the tranquility. Each individual silently wiped their sweat, pondered deeply, or stared blankly at the ground. The only sounds were the faint breaths and the occasional clatter of equipment, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Coach Fukuyama stood before the team, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He spoke slowly. "Everyone has performed remarkably today, but alas, we find ourselves up against a formidable opponent in Taika High School. They are indeed exceptional in their prowess. We can take pride in our efforts despite the likely defeat. However, do not be disheartened, as long as we give our all and honor our hard work. That is what truly matters." With this, Coach Fukuyama let out a gentle sigh. Internally, he harbored a deep sense of dissatisfaction. After years of waiting, he had finally witnessed Yamakotaro's growth and improvement, believing this year would lead the team to greater achievements and further progress. Yet reality proved to be harsh. And against the strong adversary Taiku High School, they found themselves powerless. "My brothers, the coach speaks the truth. We have indeed given our utmost. Yet I still hope we leave no regrets behind. Since Taika High School aims to claim victory in this match, we must ensure they do not achieve their goal effortlessly. Regardless of the outcome, we must fiercely take a piece from them." The passionate words of Fukuyama's point guard resonated powerfully. Now a senior, he had yet to taste the sweetness of victory, and he was not willing to carry this regret into high school. Instantly, the team was deeply moved by this heartfelt encouragement, and they rallied together once more. "Yama, let us go." As the towel covering the head of Yamakotaro was lifted, the crowd gazed at him with eyes burning as fiercely as flames. Yama slowly raised his head, a glimmer of crystalline tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes, and spoke with a fierce tone. "Everyone, damn Teiko Middle School." Chapter 23. The Awakening of Yama's Wildness. With the halftime intermission drawing to a close, the players of Teiko Middle School emerged from the player tunnel, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. In stark contrast, the members of Fukuyama's team wore dark expressions, their gazes fierce and menacing, fixated on players like Shirazawa from Teiko, as if they were a pack of ravenous beasts poised to pounce and tear their opponents apart. "It appears that Teiko has secured victory in this match," someone in the audience sighed. Indeed, Teiko now held a commanding lead of 27 points over Fukuyama. The surrounding spectators echoed their agreement, nodding in affirmation. As the third quarter commenced, it was Fukuyama's turn to serve. Standing on the court, Yamakotaro looked at Aomine Daiki before him and couldn't help but glance toward the Teiko bench, his eyes filled with confusion and anger as he glared at Shirazawa. Damn it, they actually sent him to guard me? This is nothing short of an insult. Fine, I'll take him down. Come at me, little brat. Let me see just how formidable the so-called Thunder Beast is. And remember, don't pass the ball. Aomine Daiki met Yama's fierce advance with unwavering resolve. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, his words laden with provocation. I am not someone whom the likes of you can provoke easily. 3 fingers. Yama's eyes sparkled with disdain. He faced Aomine without a hint of fear, swiftly unleashing his unique skill, the Thunder Dribble. In an instant, Yamakotaro darted past like lightning, his speed leaving onlookers astounded, and in the blink of an eye, he had outstripped Aomine Daiki. Aomine stood in shock, murmuring to himself, he is so fast. Although Aomine possessed extraordinary speed, even surpassing Shirazawa's, his lack of defensive awareness akin to Shirazawa's made it exceedingly difficult to thwart Yama's advance. Quickly regaining his composure, Aomine pursued Yama with all his might. As the distance between them diminished, it seemed that he would soon intercept Yama. However, the astute Yama had already anticipated Aomine's exceptional speed and decisively opted for a jump shot. With a crisp swish, the basketball found its mark, sinking perfectly into the hoop. This flawless shot left Aomine powerless, forced to watch as the ball sailed through the net. At this moment, the score read 67-42. Truly impressive. Akashi. Pass me the ball. I shall retaliate. With fervent determination, Aomine demanded the basketball from Akashi. Akashi, unfazed, readily complied, for the disparity in their scores was considerable. Even handing the ball to Aomine would not significantly alter the outcome. Securing the ball, Aomine gestured to his teammates, signaling them to disperse and create ample space for himself. He felt compelled to redeem his pride. Faced with the defense of Yamakotaro, Aomine launched an unhesitating assault. In a flash, he moved with the swiftness of a tempest, executing a dazzling double dribble maneuver. Yama, sensing the formidable force of Aomine's advance, was taken aback but did not retreat, resolutely staying close to Aomine in an effort to thwart his progression. However, Aomine's speed was akin to that of a wild stallion, effortlessly shaking off Yama's grasp. Yama quickly closed the distance again, denying Aomine even a moment's respite. At that moment, Aomine showcased his extraordinary skills, seamlessly transitioning into a behind-the-back dribble. The fluidity of his movement was striking, captivating all who beheld it. Yama, recognizing the threat, swiftly adjusted his stance, attempting to stabilize his center of gravity to defend against Aomine's left side. Yet, Aomine defied expectations and abruptly yanked the ball back to his right. Caught off guard by this sudden shift, Yama found himself momentarily disoriented. Nevertheless, he grit his teeth and laboriously shifted to the right in a desperate attempt to regain his defensive position. Alas, it was too late. Aomine's lips curled into a sly smile as he executed a flawless spin, his body swirling like a whirlwind. In that instant, Yama completely lost control of the situation, helplessly watching as Aomine breezed past him, penetrating the paint with ease. Staring in disbelief at Aomine's retreating figure, Yama couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "What? I never anticipated that Aomine's ball-handling skills could be so formidable, allowing him to effortlessly elude me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yama quickly regained his focus and sprinted after Aomine. At that moment, Fukuyama, the center, witnessed the unfolding drama and did not hesitate to take a large step forward, applying intense defensive pressure on Aomine. Undeterred by the fierce onslaught, Aomine charged toward the basket like a gale, executing a standard and fluid 3-step layup. Fukuyama, feeling vexed, leaped into the air, attempting to block Aomine's shot, determined to show him the consequences of his audacity. However, Aomine had anticipated this move. At a critical juncture, he altered his strategy and executed a high-arcing shot. The basketball soared, curving away from the hoop. Could this result in an embarrassing air ball? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Ado Tsukahara, who had long been waiting in the restricted area, soared like a majestic eagle, leaping high into the air. With his robust and powerful arms, he firmly caught the basketball and, with an explosive force, slammed it into the hoop. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the rim trembled violently, as if emitting a pained groan. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary aerial relay dunk performance. The score instantly transformed to 69-42, and the players of the Teiko team managed to reduce the deficit back to 27 points. In the ensuing half of the game, the fierce exchange continued between Daiki Aomine and Kotaro Yahiro, both launching aggressive assaults, with neither able to defend against the other, maintaining a gap of over 20 points. Beep. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the coach of Fukuyama High School unhesitatingly called for a timeout. At this moment, Kotaro Yahiro sat quietly on the bench. His head bowed, gasping for breath as if all the strength in his body had been drained, remaining silent. Kids, let us substitute in the bench players. You've done your best. The coach's voice was laden with profound heaviness and helplessness, even though the opposing team SA's small forward had yet to make an appearance. It was nearly impossible for Yahiro alone to turn the tide of the game. Coach, the point guard evidently wanted to plead, attempting to persuade the coach to allow them to remain on the court and continue fighting. However, the coach merely waved his hand gently, signaling him to cease his entreaties and to spare himself further distress. At that moment, Yahiro, who had remained silent, suddenly stirred. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged from within him, radiating a dazzling yellow light, and that aura grew increasingly powerful, impossible to ignore. Coach. The Fukuyama coach gazed at Yahiro in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding scene. Under the coach's scrutiny, Yahiro straightened his posture, declaring in a clear and forceful voice, Coach, I can still play. Sitting on the bench, Shirazawa suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual shift. He turned his head, his gaze fixated on the Fukuyama High School bench. That aura, Shirazawa murmured, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Is it wildness? Aomine muttered, mirroring Shirazawa's surprise. They both felt the formidable power emanating from the opposing camp. Who would have thought? Truly one of the 5 undefeated champions. Shirazawa marveled internally. Now, how will you respond? Aomine? However, Shirazawa did not lose his composure. On the contrary, he remained exceptionally calm and urged his teammates to stay vigilant. Everyone, be cautious, Shirazawa advised, simultaneously devising a strategy to confront this newfound situation. Although he did not intend to act hastily, he believed that Aomine possessed sufficient prowess to contend with Yamakotaro. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the timeout. Both teams rose, ready to re-engage in battle. It's our turn to attack, Yamakotaro declared, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Aomine. Chapter 24. Aomine's transformation. All players stood tensely on the court, their collective focus converging on Yamakotaro. For they knew he was poised to unleash a fierce counterattack. The point guard unhesitatingly passed the basketball into Yama's hands, and in that instant, the fate of the entire team seemed to rest solely upon him. Aomine Daiki furrowed his brow tightly, inhaling deeply, his eyes brimming with vigilance. He understood all too well that even before Yama unleashed his primal force, it was no simple task to defend against him, let alone now that his opponent had fully embraced his wild state. The resounding sound of dribbling echoed throughout the arena. For fingers, Yama proclaimed silently, launching into his offensive maneuver. Once he tapped into his wildness, the already formidable thunderous dribbling transcended to the mastery of controlling the ball with all 4 fingers simultaneously. At that moment, Yama's figure transformed into that of a ferocious cheetah, moving with lightning speed. Everyone present felt the weight of this momentum, paralyzed by fear and unable to move. Standing directly in Yama's path, Aomine felt an unprecedented pressure. In the blink of an eye, he could scarcely discern Yama's form. Not good. Aomine snapped back to reality, hastily turning to look behind him. Just then, with a swift whoosh, as Akashi jumped high to provide defense, Yama executed a simple up and under move, utilizing his astounding speed and flexibility to evade Akashi's block with ease. The basketball smoothly ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop. The score now read 81-57, narrowing the gap to 24 points. Impressive. Aomine couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with a yearning for that primal intensity. It was now Taiko's turn to initiate an offensive play, still led by Aomine. Akashi decisively passed the ball to Aomine, who wasted no time in launching his assault. He first performed a rightward drag step, then quickly shifted to a leftward change of direction. In that fleeting moment, an icy chill surged through Aomine's mind. This is bad, he thought anxiously, attempting to clutch the basketball tightly, but Yama's movements were swifter still. With a sharp crack, Yama forcefully intercepted the ball. The point guard, quick-witted and agile, seized the basketball first and unhesitatingly passed it to Yamashita Kotaro. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamashita Kotaro sprinted towards the hoop with remarkable speed. Aomine Daiki, undeterred, immediately pursued him with fervor. However, in an unexpected turn of events, When Yamashita unleashed the primal force within him, his speed surpassed even that of Aomine. No one could keep pace with Yamashita's strides. He soared into the air like a bolt from a crossbow, effortlessly sending the basketball through the net. The score shifted to 81-59. Was this the power of instinct? Yamashita was both astonished and overwhelmed by the strength that had erupted from within him. The game continued with mounting intensity. Ever since Yamashita had tapped into his primal strength, Aomine found himself at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by his opponent. At that moment, Yamashita appeared to be a transformed player, exhibiting impeccable performance in both offense and defense, effectively stifling Aomine's efforts and disrupting the once fluid offense of Teiko Middle School. On the other hand, Hakuzai's team centered their strategies around Yamashita, displaying remarkable synergy among teammates. Through a series of intricate collaborations, they repeatedly breached Taiko's defenses, frequently sending the ball into their opponent's basket with an impressive shooting accuracy. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 92-81. The players of Hakuzai had astonishingly narrowed the gap to a mere 11 points. Witnessing such an exhilarating scene, the audience erupted with excitement. No one had anticipated witnessing such a thrilling reversal as the game neared its conclusion. Many were drawn to the suspense and challenges of this match, and everything unfolding before them perfectly met their expectations. At this moment, sitting on the bench, Yamashita was utterly exhausted, panting heavily as if his body were falling apart. After all, summoning such primal energy demanded tremendous physical exertion, so he needed to seize every moment of rest to regain some strength for the challenges ahead. The members of Hakuzai remained silent, fully aware that only if Yamashita maintained his competitive edge could they hope for victory. Meanwhile, the substitute players of Teiko sat quietly on the bench, enveloped in an eerie silence. Faced with the current situation, they found themselves at a loss for words, as they had been utterly overwhelmed by the prowess of a single player. Particularly Aomine, usually so verbose, had become remarkably subdued. With his head bowed, he seemed lost in thought, yet the flicker of determination in his eyes grew ever brighter. As if a formidable force within him was gradually awakening, a fierce beast that had long lain dormant. Could it be? Was he about to unleash his inner primal instinct? I never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. I had assumed he would require more time. Baise perceptively detected the subtle changes in Aomine Daiki, silently marveling at the undeniable prowess of the ace player from Teiko Junior High. Baise seemed to suddenly recall something of great significance. He slowly rose to his feet and made his way towards Coach Baijin. Upon reaching the coach's side, he paused, then cautiously leaned in to whisper into Coach Baijin's ear, "Coach, I believe it is unnecessary for me to take the field in the upcoming matches." After uttering these words, Baise quietly regarded Coach Baijin, patiently awaiting his response. Platinum King Zhao was taken aback and perplexed by Baise's unexpected statement. Deep down, he was acutely aware that should Yama Kotaro enter his wild state, only Baise would be capable of withstanding his onslaught. Yet, at this moment, Baise voluntarily expressed his reluctance to continue competing. Observing the look of skepticism on Coach Platinum's face, Baise's gaze sharpened with intense focus. He inhaled deeply and swiftly elucidated, "Coach, please trust my intuition. I have a strong premonition that Aomine is on the verge of awakening the wildness within him. Remaining on the court at this juncture may inadvertently hinder his performance. Therefore, I would rather allow him to achieve a breakthrough in the face of adversity." Baise articulated his genuine thoughts with unwavering conviction and confidence. Upon hearing this explanation, Platinum King Zhao did not immediately respond, but instead propped his chin on his hand and fell into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he finally nodded in agreement with Baise's proposal. As an experienced coach, he also yearned to witness the growth and advancement of his players. Moreover, if the situation became dire, he could always reinstate Baise in the latter half of the fourth quarter. With Baise's exceptional prowess, he was sure to adapt to any shift in circumstances. Ultimately, Platinum King Zhao held considerable trust in Baise's judgment. "Ace is a die, all right. Why is he so quiet now?" Mayuzumi inquired with a worried expression as she leaned closer to Baise, who had returned to his seat. Having grown up together as childhood friends, she could not help but feel anxious about Aomine's unusual demeanor. "Mayuzumi, do not fret too much. Rest assured, Aomine is not so fragile. Such formidable opponents only ignite his fighting spirit. Remember, the only one who can truly defeat him is himself, aside from me." "Of course," Baise replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently patted Mayuzumi's shoulder, his tone soothing. Mayuzumi shot him a playful glare, huffing. You still have the presence of mind to joke at a time like this. Yet, after Baze's comforting words, her previously taut nerves began to ease. Furthermore, as Baze had suggested, Aomine, with his head bowed, displayed an eerie and fierce grin, murmuring to himself, "Success is imminent." Chapter 25. Fukuyama's Defeat Beep. As the referee's whistle echoed, the fourth quarter commenced, and everyone swiftly returned to the basketball court, with Nijimura Shizusa taking Baze's place. The Fukuyama team seized possession of the ball. The players on the court moved with remarkable agility, passing the ball until it finally reached the hands of Yamakotaro, positioned beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Aomine Daiki stood before him, yet he did not adopt a defensive stance. A flicker of doubt crossed Yama's mind, but he dismissed it without further contemplation, shouting for fingers. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he darted forward like a flash of lightning, vanishing from Aomine's sight and successfully penetrating the interior. Aomine, seemingly unperturbed, made no attempt to recover, creating a favorable 2-on-1 situation in the paint. With Fukuyama, the center, imposing a significant threat, the opposing player, Murasakibara Atsushi, failed to react in time to provide assistance. Consequently, Yama effortlessly sent the basketball soaring into the hoop. The other members of the Teiko team turned their gazes toward Aomine. Historically, even when Yama managed to bypass him, Aomine would swiftly return to defend. However, this time he remained motionless. What could possibly be the reason? Yama, equally perplexed, had no time for contemplation and hurried back to participate in defense. Akashi, like a tempest, dribbled toward the front court. As he swiftly approached the apex of the three-point arc, his teammates swiftly positioned themselves, prepared for action. Akashi's eyes glinted with determination as he called for Midorima, stationed on the left wing, to assist with the screen. Understanding the cue, Midorima dashed forward, effortlessly using his sturdy frame to block the opposing point guard from the left side. However, Akashi was no ordinary player. He executed a clever double hesitation move, unexpectedly racing toward the right wing of the three-point line. This sudden shift caught Fukuyama's point guard and shooting guard off guard, momentarily deceiving them. Like a bolt of lightning, Akashi sliced into the interior of the Fukuyama team. The opposing power forward, realizing the situation, quickly regained his composure and lunged forward to provide defense. In a flash, Akashi demonstrated remarkable insight and decisiveness, promptly launching a high pass. The basketball soared like a cannonball, heading straight for the unguarded Harumura Kyozo. Yet, at that critical moment, a hand, as powerful as a vice, emerged from nowhere, forcefully intercepting the impending shot. A sharp crack echoed, as Yamakotaro astonishingly snatched the ball mid-air with breathtaking force. Upon successfully intercepting the basketball, Yama descended gracefully to the ground, activating his seemingly inexhaustible inner engine, propelling himself like a streak of lightning toward the basket. Alarmed, Harumura Kyozo felt a surge of anxiety, realizing the gravity of the situation, and swiftly turned to chase after Yama. However, the disparity in their speeds proved insurmountable. Despite his efforts, he could not close the gap. At that moment, a figure emerged like a wraith from behind Yama, moving with the swiftness of lightning across the sky, instantly catching up to him. Who could this be? It was none other than Aomine. Yamashita Kotaro leaped towards the empty hoop, poised to make a layup. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from behind him like an unstoppable tide. Kotaro's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped, "Is this the wild spirit?" Before he could finish his thought, a sharp crack echoed through the air. While suspended in midair and ready to shoot, he was abruptly intercepted by Aomine with an earth-shattering ferocity. A massive hand appeared before him, delivering a merciless block that sent Kotaro's shot spiraling away. The basketball slipped from his grasp and landed securely in Aomine's steadfast hands. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Aomine wasted no time. His movements flowed seamlessly, akin to an artist in the throes of creation. He unleashed an exquisite quarterback-style pass, transforming the basketball into a projectile that soared towards the three-point line with unerring precision. The ball arced gracefully through the air, as if animated by a life of its own, heading directly toward the awaiting Midorima. Midorima, taken aback, appeared incredulous at this sudden turn of events. Yet, he reacted swiftly, catching the ball without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity while unguarded, he leaped to shoot, executing the motion with the fluidity of countless hours of practice. The basketball soared high, tracing an almost flawless arc through the void before plunging with pinpoint accuracy into the hoop. The score now stood at 95-81. Kotaro furrowed his brow, Disbelief etched across his face as he stared wide-eyed at Aomine. In that moment, Aomine's demeanor and movements transformed dramatically, as though he had become an entirely different person. Upon sensing the familiar aura that mirrored his own, Kotaro's heart quickly confirmed his earlier suspicion. Without a doubt, this was the wild spirit. His countenance darkened. The situation was dire. He was uncertain of the extent to which Aomine's power had amplified with this new wildness. But one thing was clear: in a direct confrontation, Aomine would not be at a disadvantage. "Yamashita, it's all over," Aomine stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze unervingly calm, before he turned and walked away. Kotaro clenched his jaw, indignation bubbling within him. "We both possess the wild spirit. Why do you assume I will inevitably succumb to you?" The ball was now in Fukuzawa's possession. Kotaro focused intently on his opponent, Aomine Daiki. He understood that this formidable adversary would become exceptionally fierce once the wild spirit was unleashed. Yet, he refused to back down, firmly gripping the basketball, ready to strike back at Aomine. As the point guard passed the ball to him, Kotaro felt an intangible pressure bearing down. The wild aura exuded by Aomine was chilling. But rather than cower, it ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. "For fingers," Yama murmured with an unwavering confidence. Believing that his thunderous dribbling skills could pierce through any defense, even one as formidable as Aomine's. In an instant, Yama Kotaro darted forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning to circumvent Aomine Daiki. However, Aomine was no ordinary adversary. With his keen reflexes and remarkable physical prowess, he swiftly obstructed Yama's path. Yama's eyes widened in astonishment. What? He caught up so quickly. Faced with Aomine's relentless defense, Yama dared not relax even for a moment. He focused intently, incessantly shifting his dribbling rhythm and speed in search of an opening. Yet, Aomine remained steadfast, shadowing him closely and granting him no opportunities. Suddenly, Aomine surged forward, attempting to intimidate Yama into making a mistake with his formidable presence. Sensing the danger, Yama hastily executed a change of direction to evade the onslaught. But to his surprise, Aomine unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast, pouncing upon Yama like a panther. Indeed, in Yama's eyes, Aomine Daiki was as powerful as a black panther. Aomine had already seen through Yama's intentions, accurately predicting the trajectory of the basketball and intercepting it with lightning speed. What? Upon witnessing the ball being snatched away, Yama was taken aback. He truly felt as though he had been thoroughly subdued by Aomine. With the ball in hand, Aomine accelerated towards the hoop like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. Meanwhile, Yama quickly regained his composure and followed closely in Aomine's wake, pursuing him with determination. In the blink of an eye, Aomine reached the basket, but Yama, unwilling to yield, promptly returned to defend, standing resolutely behind Aomine like an indomitable fortress, ready for the challenge. At that moment, Aomine leapt high into the air, poised to deliver a commanding layup to conclude his offensive onslaught. Yet, Yama exhibited no hesitation, leaping in tandem and extending his arms, aiming to deliver a resounding block. But in that fleeting instant, a miracle occurred. Aomine appeared to suspend in midair, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Observing this, Yama's expression shifted dramatically, and he found himself propelled forward uncontrollably. Even more troubling was the fact that Aomine had yet to release the ball, resulting in a clear foul as Yama infringed upon his vertical space. The referee's whistle pierced the tense atmosphere with a sharp sound. To Yama's dismay, in such a precarious situation, Aomine unexpectedly opted to attempt a shot from behind the backboard. The basketball soared like a meteor across the sky, skillfully curving over the top edge of the backboard before plummeting towards the hoop. With a resounding clang, the ball gently bounced off the rim and then settled securely into the net. The score stands at 97-81. Incredible! Is this truly basketball? The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, as though time itself had come to a halt. Suddenly, a deafening roar of cheers and gasps erupted, akin to a bomb exploding amidst the crowd. Spectators stood agape, captivated by the exhilarating scene before them, utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Yama Kotaro's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the basketball still spinning in the hoop, his expression a mix of incredulity. Meanwhile, Aomine Daiki, having completed his free throw, maintained his stoic demeanor, unflinchingly returning to the backcourt, ready to resume defense. The hearts of Akashi and his companions were equally filled with shock. They vividly recalled the day they all joined the basketball team, yet now, Hakuzai and Aomine had risen to such extraordinary heights. It was evident that they must train twice as hard moving forward. In the ensuing minutes of the game, Aomine Daiki played with the might of a deity, rendering the Fukuzen team utterly powerless, the score gap widening under his formidable dominance. Ultimately, the score settled at an astonishing 119-89, with Teiko Middle School claiming victory by a resounding margin. Chapter 26. Understanding the Zone. You are already formidable, but I am even stronger. Aomine's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked down upon Yamakotaro, embodying the essence of a sovereign capable of dictating the fate of others. He then turned and strode back to the locker room alongside his teammates, leaving Yamakotaro standing alone on the court, clenching his fists tightly. Yama was consumed by a sense of unyielding determination and anger. He fixed his gaze on Aomine's retreating figure, silently vowing, next time, I will triumph. Little did he know that by the time the Miracle Generation fully unveiled their brilliance the following year, defeating them would be an even more improbable feat indeed. I never anticipated you would awaken your wildness so swiftly. At that moment, Hakuzai approached with a smile, offering Aomine a towel and a bottle of water. Aomine, let us have a one-on-one. Aomine exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping his arm around Hakuzai's neck and shouting with exuberance. Get off me. Have you forgotten what the coach said? Hakuzai retorted, visibly annoyed as he pushed Aomine's arm away, vigorously wiping the spot Aomine had touched on his neck. Hee, I just awakened my wildness. And I'm bursting with energy. I can't help but want to test my skills against you. Aomine sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Laughter spread across the faces of those present. Although today's match had been fraught with tension, the ultimate outcome was nothing short of perfect, leaving everyone feeling a profound sense of relief. All right, everyone has worked hard, so let us quickly change and get ready to head home. Platinum, with fervor, waved his hands to greet the crowd. The onlookers responded in kind, dutifully halting their conversations. As nightfall gently enveloped the surroundings and the lights began to twinkle, Hakuzai, Aomine, and Mei walked side by side on their way home. Why were only the three of them together? It was because, after separating from the others at the fork in the road, Kuroko and Midorima remained behind in the gym, diligently practicing. Following the intense competition of the day, the other team members became acutely aware of the gap between themselves and Hakuzai and Aomine. Indeed, Hakuzai's prowess had always been evident, as he had been far ahead from the very beginning. However, what truly instilled a sense of caution in them was Aomine Daiki's sudden awakening of his primal instincts. This formidable competitiveness made them keenly aware of the threat posed by Aomine. They were resolute in their unwillingness to be left far behind by him. Hey Hakuzai, when do you think we can engage in a one-on-one match? I feel as though I have become powerful to a terrifying degree, Aomine remarked, casually resting his hand on Hakuzai's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Baizei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly replied, Oh, surely you do not believe you can vanquish me? However, his thoughts were not entirely fixated on Qi Feng. Rather, his gaze lingered upon the enchanting figure of Mei. Just then, Mei lifted her head, her eyes meeting Baizei's. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks, yet her gaze remained steadfastly locked on him, showing no inclination to look away. Of course, ever since awakening my primal instincts, my strength has surged tremendously. Defeating you would be a mere trifle, Qi Feng declared with unwavering confidence, seemingly dismissive of Baizei's prowess. At this, Baizei chose not to engage in further debate, silently turning away to continue his tranquil walk forward. Observing this, Mei felt a slight sense of relief and gently shifted her gaze from Baizei, recognizing that maintaining prolonged eye contact with his captivating visage was indeed a considerable strain on her. Simultaneously, Baizei's heart could not help but exclaim in admiration. Mei is truly beautiful. Baizei, how about we give it a try? Let us not make it too intense, Qi Feng exclaimed with excitement, his eyes fixed intently on Baizei, brimming with eagerness and anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to commence this duel. Qi Feng, come find me for a duel when you have truly awakened the power of the zone, Baizei replied, his tone calm, yet resolute, underscoring an undeniable confidence. He understood the significance of the zone and knew that only when Qi Feng mastered this realm would they both be worthy contenders. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mei was the first to speak up. Baizei, what exactly is the zone? Today's display of primal instincts by Qi Feng and Yamakotaro had already astonished her, and the introduction of this unfamiliar term only intensified her thirst for knowledge. When players enter the zone, their strength, jumping ability, speed, vision, and reaction times are all elevated to their utmost limits. In this state, players can exhibit extraordinary abilities in a brief span, significantly enhancing their athletic performance. Those in the zone experience a sensation of time accelerating, an expanded field of vision, and a remarkable boost in physical capabilities, though this state is not without its constraints. Typically bound by time limitations, Baise succinctly elucidated. Moreover, it is generally understood that an ordinary person's peak state can only harness up to 80 of their abilities. Only the rarest of talents can enter the zone and unleash their full potential of 100, coupled with an absolute passion for basketball, he added. So, does that mean Da has a chance to enter the zone? May inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity as she looked at Baise. Absolutely. Qingfeng, with an air of arrogance, patted his chest and declared to Baise, Aze, just wait. Regardless of whether I awaken or not, I will undoubtedly defeat you. His confidence stemmed not only from successfully unleashing his wild instincts today, but more importantly, he could distinctly feel the growing mastery of his unorthodox shooting technique. Let us await that moment, Baise replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He waved goodbye to the two as they reached a crossroads, saying, It's getting late. I shall head home now. Goodbye. Aze, farewell. May promptly raised her hand, waving in return, as they watched Baise gradually recede from view until he vanished. Qingfeng could not help but roll his eyes and chided May. The person has left, yet you still foolishly stare in the direction he disappeared, like a lovesick fool. May's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She quickly turned her head, defiantly retorting, So what if I looked at him? Is that a problem? After speaking, she hurriedly lowered her head and walked briskly ahead like an ostrich. Observing this, Qingfeng shook his head helplessly and followed suit, heading home alongside her. Throughout the journey, May's mind was awash with the moment spent with Baise, secretly reveling in her delight. Upon arriving home, Baise collapsed onto his soft bed, feeling as limp as a puddle. His vacant gaze was fixed on the ceiling, yet his thoughts lingered on the topic of zone mentioned earlier. Zone? Huh? Baise murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. As if only he could hear it, he fell into contemplation, reminiscing about his prior experiences in the training system. At that time, he had seemingly brushed against the fringes of the zone, a peculiar sensation that remained vividly etched in his memory. He sensed that the day he fully unlocked the zone was drawing nearer. Suddenly, Baise sprang upright from his bed, determination gleaming in his eyes. He took a deep breath and shouted into the air, System, activate a 6-hour training session immediately. Setting my opponent as the miracle generation from my first year of high school. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a surge of potent energy envelop him. In the next moment, he found himself on a virtual basketball court. Gazing upon the familiar scenery and his adversary, Baise's body was instantly invigorated. He understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet he felt no fear, for he was determined to challenge himself and progress towards the realm of the zone. Chapter 27. The semifinals. In the days that followed, the members of Teiko surged forward like an unstoppable steel tide, swiftly dominating the subsequent matches with an overwhelming force. Thus, Teiko continued its triumphant march, seamlessly advancing to the semifinals. Within the Teiko gymnasium, the players were undergoing relentless training under the guidance of Coach KZ. Each one utterly exhausted, sprawled on the floor like defeated dogs. Coach, which school is our opponent in the semifinals? As the break arrived, Akashi fixed his gaze upon Coach Platinum, who was seated in the armchair, and posed the question that lingered in the minds of all. Platinum KZ straightened his posture and replied, Our next adversary is Kashima High School, and there are two individuals you must pay particular attention to. As soon as he finished speaking, Aomine seemed to catch a whiff of something enticing, swiftly turning his head with an expression of eager anticipation directed at Platinum KZ. After all, his recent encounter with Yamakoto had left a profound impression on him. The other team members, including Shirazaki, were equally intrigued. Well aware that the individuals mentioned by Coach Platinum were undoubtedly formidable. Thus, they all shifted their gazes toward him. The players from Kashima High School that warrant your attention are one of the uncrowned five, the rascal Hanamiya Makoto, and their basketball team captain, Kimiyoshi Shichi. Platinum KZ stated with a steady tone. Noticing the silence that enveloped the group, he elaborated. You must gain a thorough understanding of Hanamiya Makoto. Being one of the uncrowned five, he is distinctly different from the others. Players from every school he faces tend to sustain injuries to varying degrees. This individual might not play by the rules. Listening to Platinum KZ's words, Shirazaki felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This was more than just a little dirty play. In the original narrative, he had nearly crippled Mukji Tetsuhira. This was clearly a case of intentional harm. Next, We must also pay special attention to the captain of Kashima High School's basketball team, Kimiyoshi Shichi. His abilities should not be underestimated. His control over opportunities during matches and his judgment are exceptionally precise. He is astute and difficult to contend with. However, I trust that with your undeniable strength, you should face them without significant issues. Platinum KZ continued his analysis. Whoever they are, no one can defeat us. Aomine declared confidently, his sharp gaze shining with unwavering determination, as if victory was firmly within his grasp. Ever since embracing his wild nature, Aomine felt increasingly powerful, invincible. This confidence had always been a part of him. The surrounding teammates nodded in agreement. They understood that Aomine spoke the truth. As members of Teik High School, each one recognized the immense strength of their basketball team. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this squad was one of the most illustrious lineups in the history of Teik High School. Even the top power forward in the nation, Nijimura SHC, had to settle for a spot on the bench. All right, rather than concerning ourselves with others, let's focus our energy on training. The break is over. Prepare for the next round of practice. Platinum KZ commanded without mercy, immediately beginning to push everyone's endurance to the limit. With a cry of despair, the entire gymnasium erupted into a chorus of anguished wails. Yet, despite their exhaustion, the players showed no signs of retreat. They understood that only through rigorous training could they continuously enhance their skills, readying themselves for the more intense challenges that awaited them. Teik, Teik. The cheers from the audience reverberated throughout the gymnasium like thunder, deafening in their intensity. This year, the team known as Teik had become the focal point of everyone's attention. They entered the competition with an entirely new lineup as their starting players, undoubtedly adding greater intrigue and anticipation to the match. However, for Hanamiya Makoto of Kashima High School, his underhanded tactics elicited disapproval from the majority of the audience. In contrast, the esteemed Teiko team garnered the admiration of spectators through their remarkable skills and seamless teamwork. Each stunning offensive and defensive maneuver left the crowd in awe, with enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout the arena. As time progressed, players from both teams emerged one by one from the player tunnel, donned in their respective school uniforms, exuding confidence with every step. Wow, look over there, that's my idol. Ah, my idol is absolutely stunning. Move aside, don't block my view of my husband. In an instant, the female spectators erupted into excitement, their screams resonating in waves. Most of these girls had little understanding of basketball, yet this did not hinder their adoration for Shirazawa. After all, his extraordinary beauty is enough to drive any girl to madness. Could it be that this is the recently celebrated rising star, the premier small forward in the nation? Yes, indeed. I've seen him play before. He is truly exceptional. Unlike the infatuated girls, the boys engaged in discussions centered around Shirazawa's graceful playing style and his unparalleled prowess on the court. As soon as Baze and his companions stepped onto the court, they immediately immersed themselves in their warm-up routines. Some were stretching their muscles, while others engaged in running and jumping. Each movement appeared remarkably professional and fluid, showcasing their exceptional athletic condition. At that moment, an abrupt and discordant voice suddenly pierced the air of the warm-up area at Teik Junior High. You must be Baze, right? The speaker was none other than the grinning Hanamiya Masaki, who swaggered toward Baze with an air of arrogance. Is something the matter? Baze inquired, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling no fondness for the ill-intentioned individual before him. Observing this interaction, Nijimura and the others assumed that Hanamiya intended to cause trouble and promptly surrounded him. Simultaneously, the players from Kashima Junior High, unwilling to be outdone, gathered beside Hanamiya. Kiyoshi, casting a glare filled with disdain at Hanamiya, harbored a profound aversion towards him due to his numerous nefarious actions. Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to see what this new offensive prodigy looks like. After uttering this, Hanamiya returned with the players from Kashima to their warm-up area. However, during the warm-up, Hanamiya made no attempt to conceal the predatory glint in his eyes, as if he regarded Baze as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Baze silently scoffed, pondering, dare to treat me as prey? Let us see who the true quarry is in the end. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the match officially commenced. The players surged toward one another like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, their eyes gleaming with determination and resolve. They understood the significance of this contest, each one pouring forth their utmost effort, unwilling to exhibit even the slightest hint of laxity. The atmosphere escalated to an extreme tension, particularly after the provocations from Hanamiya Makoto, as if a mere spark could ignite an inferno. The competitors exchanged fierce glares, their eyes brimming with animosity and a fierce competitive spirit. A palpable tension hung over the entire arena, enveloping all in an indescribable sense of oppression. Chapter 28. Hanamiya Makoto's subtle maneuvers. The referee positioned himself at the center of the court, cradling the basketball in his hands before launching it high into the air. The ball traced an elegant arc, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Both the center from Aomine's team and that from the opposing school fixated intently on the basketball. Their legs slightly bent, bodies leaning forward, poised for the impending jump to seize possession. As the ball reached its zenith, Aomine erupted with explosive energy, channeling his full strength into an extraordinary leap. He soared into the air like a cannonball, while the center from the opposing school had only just begun to ascend. In that fleeting moment, Aomine deftly swatted the ball away with his hand, directing it gently towards Akashi's position. The basketball obediently soared into Akashi's grasp. Without hesitation, Aomine dashed toward the hoop like an arrow released from a bow, having anticipated this moment from the instant Aomine leaped. The opposing forward was caught entirely off guard, left merely to watch as Aomine raced past him. As Aomine reached beneath the basket with astonishing speed, Akashi exhibited remarkable synergy and exquisite skill. He delivered the basketball with unparalleled precision, akin to a master artist. The ball flew to Aomine's hands at the perfect angle and velocity. Receiving the basketball, Aomine became an unstoppable force, soaring upward like a majestic eagle, performing a soaring dunk. With a resounding thud, the ball was forcefully thrust into the net. Teik Middle School scored first. The scoreboard transitioned rapidly from 0-0 at the start to 0-2 in an instant. This breathtaking fast break had taken a mere 2 seconds, leaving the opponents utterly unprepared. This group of newcomers is truly remarkable. Jinki Shoichi squinted slightly, his gaze fixated on Aomine, who was celebrating with his teammates, whispering to himself. Indeed, it is such prodigious talents that are the most fascinating. Unbeknownst to him, Hanamiya Makoto had silently approached from behind, his eyes gleaming with a near-manic intensity. Jin Ichiao furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Hanamiya. Yet he silently accepted the basketball that was handed to him. Regarding Hanamiya, Jin Ichiao found it difficult to express his thoughts. After all, Hanamiya had played an indispensable role in bringing Kashima High School to the semifinals. Although his playing style was somewhat unrefined, he had, as of yet, not engaged in any dangerously injurious behavior, which led Jin Ichiao to refrain from excessive intervention. This year marked Jin Ichiao's final participation in the national tournament. As he was about to transition to high school, this competition represented his last opportunity to seize the championship. He resolutely vowed to give his all, leaving no room for regret. However, in light of Jin Ichiao's warning, Hanamiya paid him no heed. On the contrary, his gaze towards teammates like Shirazawa grew increasingly fervent. As if ablaze with an intense fire, Jin Ichiao swiftly advanced the basketball to the front court, his eyes sharp as an eagle, continually scanning the surroundings for the optimal passing opportunity and assessing his teammates' positions. Standing before him in a tight defensive stance was Akashi, and the atmosphere between them was charged, as if sparks could fly at any moment, due to the overlap in positions between Jin Ichiao and Hanamiya. The latter was compelled to adjust his original position and assume the role of a small forward. At that moment, Hanamiya found himself matched against Shirazawa. The basketball was passed around the court, ultimately landing in Hanamiya's hands, indicating that Kashima High School's offensive strategy would once again be initiated through him. A genius? Huh. I thrive on battling geniuses. Hanamiya smirked inwardly, a glint of insidious cunning flickering across his face, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Baizé became acutely aware of Hua Gongjin's nefarious habits, prompting him to heighten his vigilance and prepare for an imminent confrontation. Hua Gongjin commenced his dribbling to launch an offensive, displaying remarkable finesse as he executed a deft rightward push followed by an abrupt acceleration to the left, skillfully breaking through. Baizé reacted swiftly, closely following Han Gongjin's footsteps and positioning himself for close defense. As Baizé shadowed him, a faint smile curled at the corner of Han Gongjin's mouth, barely perceptible. Without hesitation, he swung his right arm, aiming a fierce elbow strike at Baizé's chest. However, Baizé, alert and quick-witted, sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading Han Gongjin's ferocious assault. How fortunate I am to have reacted so promptly. If that strike had landed, it would surely have been agonizing. Baizé silently rejoiced, his heart finally at ease. He turned his gaze anxiously towards the referee, hoping for a fair ruling. Unexpectedly, The referee's line of sight was obstructed by other players from Kashima High School, leaving the unusual situation unnoticed by anyone present. At that moment, Han Gongjin seized the opportunity. His movements fluid and graceful. He swiftly dribbled past the defense, then skillfully employed a layup technique, effortlessly evading the tight guard of Murasakibara, ultimately sending the basketball through the hoop. The score leveled at 2-2. Ah, what a pity. I almost caught you with that elbow. Just a hair's breadth away. How embarrassing. Han Gongjin teased playfully, sticking out his tongue and smiling nonchalantly, as if the previous events were merely a casual game. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away without a glance back. Ace, what just happened? Akashi, standing nearby, looked puzzled, having been engrossed in defending against Kiyoshi Shuchi and unaware of the commotion. That guy just swung an elbow at me. You all need to be cautious. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Baizei's eyes blazed with malice, fixated on Han Gongjin like a ravenous wolf. Observing this, the others understood immediately, casting scornful and disdainful glances at Han Gongjin. Upon returning to his half of the court, Han Gongjin seemed to notice the unusual stares directed at him. He turned his head, wearing an unabashedly mocking smile, giving a thumbs up to the players of Teiko High School, only to swiftly turn it downwards. Hee, this is quite amusing. Let us wait and see who ultimately cannot handle the game. Baizei's gaze turned icy, as if capable of freezing everything around him, lowering the temperature of the air itself. Crush him. Murasakibara glared at Han Gongjin's arrogant demeanor, his eyes glimmering with anger and dissatisfaction. Damn it, this guy injured my brother, and yet he remains so shameless. A scoundrel like him is not worthy of playing basketball. I must ensure he leaves the court in tatters. Chi Feng was equally infuriated, unable to fathom that within the realm of such pure and beautiful basketball, there could exist such despicable and shameless individuals. Akashi spoke little, yet his formerly gentle gaze had transformed into one that was sharp and ruthless. He has entrusted this task to me, and I implore everyone to pass the ball to me more, said Hakuzai, his expression as bleak as a stormy sea, revealing a chilling indifference and determination. As the others beheld his frigid eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. They understood that Hakuzai was now engulfed in a profound rage, and once this fury erupted, it would be unstoppable. Faced with such a fearsome presence, everyone silently nodded in agreement, for none wished to provoke this terrifying entity. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Hakuzai, enveloping the entire world in its might. His eyes glinted a fierce crimson, sharp as two gemstones ablaze with wrath. It was as if a deep growl reverberated from his throat, instilling terror in the hearts of all who dared to listen. Baizei unleashed his ferocious megalodon. Hanagami felt a sudden jolt of shock, as an indescribable fear surged through him. He could distinctly sense the icy coldness of murderous intent crashing upon him like a tidal wave, sending chills down his spine and leaving him quaking in terror. A sharp pain coursed through his spine, the chill spreading through his marrow and enveloping his entire being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Hanagami's heart raced as if it were about to leap from his chest, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The scene before him gradually blurred, and the deafening roar echoed in his ears, as if he were thrust back into a primordial era dominated by savage beasts. Suddenly, the sensation of being prey under the watchful gaze of a predator intensified, and Hanagami felt as though he were mere meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and his lips trembled slightly, yet could not utter a sound. Chapter 29. A calculated reckoning. Despite the tempest of emotions raging within him at the overwhelming presence of Baizei, Hanagami managed to maintain an outward facade of composure. His sharp gaze remained fixed on Baizei, and he whispered to his teammates beside him, "You must find a way to distract the referee. I intend to teach this fellow a lesson." Upon hearing this, the three teammates around him wore fierce and ruthless smiles, fully aware of Hanagami's intentions and in agreement with his plan, nodding in silent affirmation of their willingness to cooperate, in stark contrast to the eagerness of his companions. Kinjiyoshi remained notably silent, observing the unfolding events like a calm bystander. He understood that since Hanagami's arrival at Rakushima High School, the dynamics of the team had subtly shifted. At that moment, Akashi successfully brought the basketball to the half-court line, unhesitatingly passing it to Baizei. For Akashi, the only task at hand was to ensure the ball reached Baizei's hands with precision, giving Baizei the opportunity to duly reprimand the presumptuous Hanagami. As Baizei caught the basketball effortlessly, Kinjiyoshi glanced at Akashi with concern, softly advising, Akashi-kun, please be sure to warn Baizei-kun to be cautious. Hanagami may resort to some rather brutal tactics. Akashi paused, momentarily taken aback by a teammate's caution, but quickly regained his composure, replying, Kinjiyoshi-kun, there is no need for concern. We have absolute faith in Baizei. This response left Kinjiyoshi somewhat astonished, yet upon reflection, he understood. After all, Baizei was the star player of Teiko Middle School. It would be a matter of seeing whether Baizei's formidable prowess could withstand Hanagami's underhanded maneuvers. Baizei gestured for everyone to create space. He intended to engage in a one-on-one duel with Huan Gongxun. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Huan Gongxun's lips. Despite Baizei emanating a formidable aura, he remained eager to vanquish him. Positioned at the right wing of the three-point line, Baizei slightly bent his knees. His gaze intensely focused ahead. Suddenly, he stepped forward with his right foot, executing a tentative move to the right, misleading everyone into believing he would break through that way. However, at the moment his opponent was slightly distracted, Baizei swiftly lowered his center of gravity, his right hand striking the basketball like a flash of lightning. And he abruptly changed direction to the left. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, without any flaw, leaving Huan Gongxun completely bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Baizei had slipped past Huan Gongxun's left side, successfully executing his breakthrough. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Huan Gongxun quickly turned to pursue him. As he witnessed Baizei gliding past him, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to close in on Baizei, attempting to launch a surprise attack with a right hook. Yet, Baizei was acutely aware of Huan Gongxun's intentions. He performed a double step back reminiscent of Harden, creating a significant distance between them in an instant. Once Baizei retreated beyond the three-point line, a disdainful smile adorned his face as he swiftly executed a three-point shot akin to Curry style. With a crisp swish, the basketball nestled securely in the hoop. The score now stood at 5-2. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. Baizei chuckled, taunting Huan Gongxun before turning back to half-court, ready to defend. Damn it. Bastard. Kimmy, pass me the ball. Huan Gongxun erupted in furious expletives. Kimmy, feeling somewhat helpless, reluctantly passed the basketball to Huan Gongxun. Heh. If I don't take you down today, I want to be called Huan Gongxun. Huan Gongxun sneered, his expression dark and brooding. His eyes fixed intently on Baizei. His dribbling was unusually steady, exuding an indescribable sense of pressure as he gradually moved towards the left wing of the three-point line. Pathetic, Baizei retorted, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he continued to hurl insults. Show me what you've got. Today you'll learn the true extent of our disparity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Huan Gongxun's eyes, only to vanish almost immediately. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly accelerated, charging towards Baizei like a cheetah. Simultaneously, the other players from Shika High School began to move in unison, skillfully manipulating the space on the court to create an excellent opportunity for Huan Gongxun. In a swift motion, Huan Gongxun executed a dazzling double-move feint before launching a fierce breakthrough to the right. However, this seemingly flawless maneuver failed to deceive Baizei. The latter stood steadfast like an impregnable fortress, closely shadowing Huan Gongxun and denying him any breathing room. Baizei's gaze remained steadfastly locked onto Huan Gongxun, not daring to exhibit even the slightest hint of relaxation. He vigilantly guarded against any underhanded tactics that Huan Gongxun might employ, while closely monitoring the referee's position, prepared to retaliate in kind at any moment. Faced with a ruthless adversary like Huan Gongxun, employing equally severe, if not more extreme, measures was imperative. Otherwise, instilling fear would be a daunting task, and Huan Gongxun would likely not hesitate to resort to trickery. Suddenly, Huan Gongxun executed a swift spin, his arms bending as he lunged towards Baizei with an elbow strike akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Huh, is that the extent of your skill? Many in the NBA possess far greater prowess. Baizei's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a trace of disdain. With a swift movement, he effortlessly evaded Huan Gongxun's attack. Realizing his strike had missed, Huan Gongxun seized the opportunity to leap and attempted a standard jump shot. However, at that very moment, Baizei surged forward like a tempest, leaping high into the air and delivering a thunderous blow with his right knee directly into Huan Gongxun's left thigh. In an instant, Huan Gongxun's face contorted in agony as a wave of pain engulfed him, prompting an involuntary scream. He clutched the base of his thigh tightly and crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. With a piercing whistle, the attention of the entire audience converged upon the center of the court. The referee, without hesitation, halted the game and signaled to the technical table, deeming Baizé guilty of a defensive foul. Meanwhile, Hua Gongjin, overwhelmed by pain, seethed with anger. Despite trembling with agony, he managed to rise, supported by his teammates, and furiously shouted at the referee, "What kind of officiating is this? That was clearly a deliberate act of violence. You should have ejected him immediately." In response to Hua Gongjin's accusations, the referee felt a flicker of irritation but remained composed, considering the injured party's circumstances. "In my view, this was merely a standard foul," he explained patiently. Yet, Hua Gongjin refused to heed the referee's reasoning, continuing to berate him, evidently dissatisfied with the ruling. Unbeknownst to him, had he not instructed his teammates from Shika High School to obstruct the referee's line of sight in his attempt to assault Baizé, perhaps the referee would have discerned the danger of Baizé's actions, resulting in a drastically different verdict. One could only muse that the wheel of justice turns inexorably. Meanwhile, the members of Teiko Middle School believed Hua Gongjin was simply reaping what he had sown. After all, he had provoked Baizé, who was no ordinary opponent. Baizé not only effortlessly outmatched him on the basketball court, but was equally capable of returning any petty tricks with interest. Consequently, due to Baizé's ferocious assault, Hua Gongjin found himself unable to continue participating in the match. At this very moment, he could only sit silently on the bench, his head slightly bowed. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on the energetic Baizé, who darted about the court with unbridled enthusiasm. One could only wonder what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Kinoshita looked helplessly at Baizé, his emotions in turmoil. After all, without the steadfast presence of Hanamiya, the team from Kashima High School was no match for the formidable players of Teiko High School. Conversely, the true instigator of this predicament was none other than Hanamiya's duplicitous tactics. Ultimately, the match devolved into a one-sided massacre at the hands of Teiko High School. With the final whistle blowing, the score was irrevocably etched in time at 106-54. Undoubtedly, such an outrageous score left onlookers astounded, as Teiko High School claimed victory with their overwhelming prowess. Chapter 30. Encirclement relying on petty tricks will never grant you victory over me, Hanamiya, Baizé remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he directed his words at Hanamiya below. Instantly, Hanamiya's expression darkened, his eyes fixated on Baizé as he suddenly laughed. Hehehe, do you truly believe yourself to be significant? Do take care when walking alone at night. After all, a discarded genius ceases to be a genius. His tone dripped with menace and provocation as he sought to discern any trace of fear or panic on Baizé's face. However, Baizé remained impassive, merely responding, "I hope you have the audacity to come and trouble me." With that, he turned and rejoined his teammates from Teiko High School. Baizé. Hanamiya's eyes sparkled with malevolence as he glared at Baizé's receding figure, as if wishing to rend him to pieces. His vengeful gaze sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, the scene in the players' tunnel was starkly contrasting. The atmosphere was jubilant, filled with laughter and excitement, particularly among the first-year students who were utterly exhilarated. After all, this was their inaugural participation in a national tournament, and to have reached the finals was an exhilarating experience that filled them with pride and satisfaction. At that moment, a throng of reporters surged forward, encircling the Teiko players for an enthusiastic interview. These journalists had long coveted the opportunity to interview these burgeoning stars of the middle school basketball scene. Yet, at that instant, Aomine and his peers found themselves at a loss. They had never encountered such a grand spectacle, and the confidence they had displayed during the match evaporated, replaced by a stammering, anxious demeanor. In stark contrast, Akashi and Baizé appeared entirely at ease, with smiles on their faces. They spoke fluently and faced the reporters' questions without trepidation, as if such scenes were second nature to them. Nijimura couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, it's only the scions of these two great families who can navigate such grand occasions with such ease." As a second-year student, Hirazumi had previously undergone an interview. However, even now, facing reporters would likely prove quite challenging for him. It seemed that the journalists, recognizing that Akashi and Shirai's could articulate responses more adeptly, shifted their focus predominantly onto them, particularly Shirai's. Not long ago, Shirai's had triumphed over formidable opponents like Yahayama Kotaro with overwhelming prowess, prompting many to herald him as the strongest small forward in middle school. After a series of inquiries were addressed, the group departed the player tunnel, making their way to the locker room. Given that look from Hanamiya, I doubt he will let this go easily. You ought to be extra cautious lately. Perhaps I should arrange for someone to escort you to and from school, Akashi urged, concerned for his friend Shirai's safety in light of Hanamiya's resentful glare. Rest assured, I never allow myself to be at a disadvantage, Shirase replied, his eyes sparkling with confidence. After all, as the heir of the Kamikawa family, he possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability. Is Hanamiya truly that malicious? Ace, let us leave school together from now on, as a girl. He should not dare to lay a hand on me, Mayuzumi expressed her worries, her gaze fixed anxiously on Shirase. Aomine, standing nearby, regarded Shirase with a similar sentiment. Shirase, if that guy dares to trouble you, just let me know, and I'll make sure to deal with him, said Murasakibara. His imposing figure and fierce words instilling a sense of apprehension. There is no need for excessive concern. A mere Hanamiya need not weigh on our minds, Shirase responded lightly, waving dismissively at his friends. Witnessing Shirase's unwavering confidence, the group fell silent. Following the conclusion of the battle against Shikashima High School, they plunged into intense training without delay. Swish! The basketball sliced through the net like a bolt of lightning, producing a delightful sound. At that moment, Shirase stood at the center court like a statue, his gaze resolute and assured, as if he wielded control over the entire arena. All present were left in awe, particularly Midorima. He had always believed that his three-point shooting skills were on par with Shirase. But witnessing the scene before him made him realize that he would need to continuously strive for improvement to compete. After all, shooting from the center was still somewhat taxing for him, far from the ease exhibited by Shirase. It seems I must double my practice, Midorima contemplated inwardly. As Baze tidied up his belongings, he called out to his teammates, "Brothers, tomorrow marks the final match. Let us all return home early tonight, rest well, and rejuvenate ourselves for the challenge ahead." Upon hearing this, everyone responded affirmatively, assuring that they would prepare themselves accordingly. Subsequently, they began to organize their equipment, readying themselves to depart from the arena. Baze strolled leisurely along the path, engrossed in the pages of a novel that captivated his attention. Recently, a work by Luo Chuan from the South Bank had caused a tremendous stir in Japan, ascending to the pinnacle of the Japanese literary scene. Deeply immersed in the narrative, Baze found himself increasingly enchanted by the tale. Just as he was swept away by the story, a faint sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the street, sharp and distinct in the silence. Curiosity piqued, Baze turned to investigate the source of the sound. To his surprise, he spotted Hua Gongjun approaching with a few companions, a sly grin adorning his face. "Baze, this time, I finally caught you." Hua Gongjun's expression twisted with rage as he unleashed a chilling laugh directed at Baze. Baze's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of disdain. He contemptuously pursed his lips before gently putting away his phone. "With a mere handful of you, do you dare to trouble me?" His tone dripped with mockery and disdain. He straightened his posture, facing Hua Zhengong and his underlings without a trace of fear. Hua Zhengong, incensed by Baze's demeanor, glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Do not think your abilities grant you the right to be arrogant. I warned you last time that you would regret it, and today, I shall demonstrate my might." With that declaration, he waved his hand, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes, signaling his pack of ravenous lackeys to attack. These ruffians eagerly rubbed their fists together, their faces twisted into grotesque, greedy grins. For them, brawling was as commonplace as breathing, and each encounter brought them a thrill and sense of fulfillment. Yet, in the face of this menacing crowd, Baze remained unfazed. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the approaching figures, his fists clenched tightly, his muscles taut. Suddenly, in an instant, Baze's aura transformed, emanating a raw and powerful energy. It was as if he had returned to the arena, resolved to unleash his primal instincts against the adversaries before him. As this ferocity surged forth, an overwhelming force radiated from Baze. Upon sensing this unexpected eruption, the faces of Hua Zhengong and his companions paled, their confidence shaken by the intensity of his presence, igniting a profound fear within them. "Damn it! It's him again." Hua Zhengong glared at Baze, his disdain intensifying. To him, these so-called prodigies were nothing more than a deluded bunch. He harbored a wish that they would all perish, thus eliminating any obstacles to his ambitions. "Boss, should we still go forward?" One of his underlings trembled, already retreating. He perceived the figure before him as an embodiment of ferocity, far beyond their capacity to provoke. "Fools, charge!" Hua Zhengong bellowed. "Are we to fear one man with our numbers? Anyone who dares to flee will not be spared." His words, ostensibly directed at the questioning lackey, served as a threat to all present. "Let us take him down." With that furious shout, the eyes of several men hardened as they charged at Baze. Fists and feet flying, intent on a desperate confrontation. Baizé smirked, a hint of disdain dancing at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly regarded the oncoming assailants. To him, their movements appeared comically sluggish, utterly incomparable to his own prowess. This disparity was a testament to Baizé's formidable instincts and physical capabilities. Armed with such confidence, he had no intention of holding back. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck decisively, targeting the first of the lackeys to rush forward. With all his might, he unleashed a punch that, in the blink of an eye, connected with the adversary's face. The blow was as formidable as a thunderclap, sending the lackey crashing to the ground. Yet, Baizé did not pause. He followed up with a flurry of relentless punches, while simultaneously delivering crushing blows with his elbow to others around him. His knee joined the fray, forcefully thrusting forward and toppling another opponent to the ground. After a vigorous onslaught, the remaining lackeys lay sprawled on the floor, each bearing varying degrees of bruising, with some even bleeding from their faces, their consciousness dimmed, and the majority succumbing to unconsciousness. Huagong stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in utter astonishment, unable to utter a single word, merely producing a sound of disbelief as he beheld the fallen lackeys before him, vanquished by Baizé's might. Blood stained Baizé's hands, yet it was evident that it was not his own. He advanced towards Huagong Jun with measured, resolute steps, while Huagong Jun, his face etched with sheer terror, retreated incrementally. Had a bystander witnessed this scene, they might have mistakenly perceived Baizé as a merciless, bloodthirsty fiend, potentially making headlines in major media outlets by the morrow. Regrettably, Baizé typically traversed secluded paths where few souls ventured, making it improbable for Huagong Jun's cries for help to be heard. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police." Huagong Jun's voice trembled as he endeavored to project an air of composure, yet his heart thundered within his chest. His back drenched in cold sweat. Had he known earlier of Baizé's ferocity, he likely would not have dared to exhale a sound on the basketball court, let alone provoke him off the court. Nevertheless, Baizé showed no inclination to show mercy. He disregarded Huagong Jun's warnings, fully aware, as the heir of the Shangchuan family, of which side the Japanese police would favor. This, I believe, the readers can surmise. Without affording Huagong Jun a moment to react, Baizé swiftly seized his hair, his gaze brimming with malevolence. "Huagong Jun, how dare you provoke me?" His tone was frigid and merciless, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Huagong Jun gazed at Baizé in abject horror, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear, his body trembling involuntarily. "Baizé, I realize my mistake. Next time I will absolutely not trouble you again." Feeling the excruciating pain from his hair being yanked, Huagong Jun attempted to pry Baizé's hand away. Yet the disparity in strength rendered him minuscule before Baizé. "You speak of a next time?" Baizé scoffed, releasing Huagong Jun's disheveled locks, seemingly granting him a fleeting respite. However, no sooner had Huagong Jun been liberated, barely able to catch his breath, did Baizé strike once more with blinding speed. He extended his robust hand, akin to a vice, and ruthlessly slammed Huagong Jun's head against the unyielding ground. Baizé was acutely aware that in the face of these individuals, the only way to deter them was to display an even greater ferocity and brutality, compelling them to retreat and cease their pursuits against him. After all, he was not one to exhibit mercy like a benevolent sage. Anyone daring to provoke him would find no respite, nor would he show any leniency. At that moment, the severely struck Huagong Jun felt as though the world was spinning. His vision blurred. The blow was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him, akin to a near-death experience. His consciousness gradually faded, and his body involuntarily slumped to the ground, robbed of the ability to resist. "Huagong Jun, consider this a minor lesson. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to do so, but first, you must assess your own strength. It is wise to discern the background of those you intend to provoke. Do you know my surname? Listen closely, I am Shankawa. Do you comprehend?" After releasing his grip, Baizé lifted his foot and lightly pressed it upon Huagong Jun's face, speaking to him with an expression devoid of emotion. "You were the one who initiated this encounter, and now you dare to turn the tables on me." Baizé regarded Huagong Jun with palpable impatience. "I understand." The once dazed Huagong Jun regained his senses upon hearing the surname Shankawa and nodded fervently. He was all too aware of the significance of that name. The Shankawa family was renowned throughout Japan, a name known to every household. Regardless of the truth, Huagong Jun would not dare to take such a risk, for the prowess of the Shankawa family could easily dispatch him, as simple as crushing an ant. Upon hearing the answer he sought, Baize's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He then leisurely released the grip of his foot, which had clamped down on the opponent's neck with the ferocity of a vice. As if relinquishing a trivial matter. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away with resolute and steady steps into the distance. He did not spare a single glance at the agonized groans of Huagongjin and the others sprawled on the ground. Deep within, he understood that although they were injured, their wounds were not particularly grave. After all, in the recent conflict, he had deftly avoided all vital areas, merely rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Before long, they would gradually regain their strength and make their way to the hospital for treatment. Chapter 32. The terrifying Roco Junior High School today marks the final day of the All-Japan Junior High School Boys Basketball Championship. The players of Taiku Junior High School sat in the bus, their gazes shifting in accordance with the vehicle's movement. The atmosphere inside the bus was one of profound silence. Not a single word was spoken, and each individual was palpably tense. For the seasoned upperclassmen, despite having experienced national championship finals before, their hearts were still tumultuous. As for the first-year newcomers, their anxiety was even more pronounced, for this was their inaugural appearance on the grand stage of the national finals. And to claim they were entirely unperturbed would be a blatant falsehood. Taiku Junior High's adversary in this final match is Roco Junior High School. This formidable team boasts two of the renowned five who have yet to claim a championship. One, nicknamed Yakusha, is the player named Rei Mabuchi, who once held the esteemed title of the nation's premier shooter. His prowess is indisputable, yet why is he referred to as the former national top shooter? The answer lies in the emergence of a rival, the three-point sharpshooter, Shintaro Midorima, who can undoubtedly match him. The arrival of this enigmatic figure undeniably adds layers of unpredictability and intrigue to the match. This contest is dubbed the battle for the title of the nation's No. 1 shooter. Even though Midorima does not particularly covet the title of the national top shooter, he believes that only Baize's three-point prowess can truly rival his own. With a nail clipper in his right hand, undoubtedly today's lucky charm, and his left hand bandaged, he is buoyed by the morning's horoscope which predicted second place for Cancer. Thus, he is resolutely confident in his ability to conquer Mabuchi Rei of Roco Junior High, viewing him merely as a stumbling block on his path to success. The other member of Roco's renowned five, known to the outside world as Genkryoku, is Nagayoshi Nizumi, a power forward endowed with extraordinary strength, making him a formidable opponent. The remaining three starters are equally remarkable individuals. First among them is Rue Hakamura, a third-year student standing at 188 centimeters, a player of exceptional talent. Baize vaguely recalls that in his previous life, Rue Hakamura achieved remarkable success in the NBA. His prowess undoubtedly unquestionable. He shares a similar height with Atsushi Shiera, and both possess extraordinary dynamic talents, ensuring that their confrontations will be filled with intense competition and rivalry. Next is Yuta Watanabe, also a junior, standing at 177 centimeters, who plays as a small forward. This player, once hailed as the chosen one by the Japanese basketball community, boasts top-tier basketball talent and skill, consistently captivating the attention of numerous fans. Memories from his past life reveal that by the time Watanabe graduated high school, he had experienced a significant growth spurt, reaching a height of 2.01 meters, which opened up new opportunities and challenges for him. Watanabe not only exhibited remarkable height growth, but also showcased extraordinary talent in basketball, leading his high school team, Chui University, to the finals of the Japanese High School League for 2 consecutive years. Although they did not clinch the championship, his individual performances were enough to win over everyone. Furthermore, he represented Japan in the 2013 Asian Championship and subsequently pursued further studies at George Washington University in the United States. During his college years, he played all 4 seasons and participated in the NBA draft. Although he went undrafted, he demonstrated his skill and potential while playing for the Brooklyn Nets in the Summer League. However, in this world, Watanabe remains an exceptionally skilled player. He was once regarded as the strongest small forward in junior high before suffering a severe fracture during his second year, only returning to the court for this national tournament. Given the formidable strength of Roco Junior High, it is difficult for people to gauge how much fighting spirit this former prodigy retains. Watanabe's abilities are beyond dispute. He possesses exceptional physical attributes and basketball talent. Prior to his injury, his skills had reached astonishing heights, allowing him to effortlessly breach opponents' defenses and score with precision. Nonetheless, This serious fracture has had a significant impact on his career. A prolonged recovery period has caused him to miss many important matches and training sessions, leading to widespread concern among fans regarding whether he can regain his former state. Meanwhile, Baizé has garnered considerable attention due to his outstanding performance. Young and talented, he possesses remarkable skills alongside fearless courage and determination. Faced with the former #1 small forward in junior high, Baizé feels no trepidation. Instead, he views this confrontation as an opportunity to prove his own strength. As a rising star, Baizé's challenge against the former #1 small forward in the nation undoubtedly stands out as a highlight of this competition. This confrontation represents not merely a contest between two exceptional athletes, but also symbolizes the generational shift in the world of basketball. The audience eagerly anticipates witnessing these two players clash on the court, longing for them to exhibit their most dazzling basketball skills. Whether Yuta Watanabe can regain his former glory or Baizé can ascend to the pinnacle will undoubtedly become one of the most memorable moments of this national tournament. Yuki Kawamura, a third-year student from Japan, although standing at a mere 165 centimeters, serves as the point guard for his team. In the echoes of past memories, Kawamura truly emerged during the Men's Basketball World Cup in 2023. At that time, the world took notice of this diminutive player, recognizing that one could pursue and achieve their basketball dreams regardless of height. His accolades are numerous, with many praising him for his speed akin to Ryota Miyagi, the precise shooting ability reminiscent of Hisashi Mitsui, the composure of Kid Rukawa, the confidence of Hanamichi Sakuragi, and the leadership qualities embodied by Teiko Akiji. Such commendations undoubtedly affirm Kawamura's extraordinary talent in the realm of basketball. Even in his high school years, he was already heralded as Japan's foremost high school player. Without a doubt, the clash between Seijiro Akashi and Yuki Kawamura will emerge as a significant highlight of the match. With their comparable strengths, this fierce battle promises to be thrilling and full of anticipation. Baizé silently marveled at the formidable starting lineup of Roco High School, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. In all of Japan, it seemed that only Teiko Middle School could stand in comparison. It would be no exaggeration to state that other schools lacked even the qualifications to resist their prowess. At this moment, seated on the bus, Baizé closed his eyes to conserve his energy. He spoke little about the impending match, understanding that only through his utmost efforts could he fulfill his own expectations. Simultaneously, his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Since participating in the national tournament, he had rarely encountered teams that warranted his full commitment, but Roco High School was entirely different, their strength surpassing all imagination. The bus came to a gradual halt before the Tokyo Sports Hall. Baizé abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within them. As if ignited by an indomitable spirit, he whispered resolutely, "Roco High School, I am coming." His voice was firm and powerful, revealing his fervent desire for victory and unwavering determination. Chapter 33. The final begins. The members of Teiko Middle School slowly descended from the bus, while the keen-eyed reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged forward, surrounding Baizé and his teammates. However, the coach and other staff members stood their ground, forcefully pushing back against the journalists, determined to prevent any disruption to Taiko's performance. This was a critical moment, and they could not afford to let these individuals distract the players or undermine their mentality. With the coach and security personnel's valiant efforts, the players of Teiko Middle School finally managed to enter the arena. Upon reaching their locker room, the team immediately began changing into their jerseys. The atmosphere remained somewhat tense, as they were soon to face an exceptionally strong opponent, and anxiety was palpable in the air. At that moment, May suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, let us perform our best. If we win the match, I will reward you all with my homemade honey lemon drink." Her tone was filled with enthusiasm, for this was a gift she had meticulously prepared, rising early to craft these refreshing drinks. Upon hearing May's words, the expressions of the team instantly soured, fear flickering across their faces. Was she not plotting against them? Aomine, with a look of disdain, fixed his gaze upon May, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear and apprehension. His voice trembled, as if dreading any sudden moves from her. "Oh, May, I have suddenly lost all desire to win this match." Akashi sighed, not daring to voice any further opinions. After all, he was the only one who had not endured such torment. Reflecting on the harrowing sight of his companions being mercilessly ravaged, he resolutely chose to abandon his attempts. In retrospect, he could not help but silently rejoice at the wisdom of his decision at that time. Baizé reminisced about the scene from that moment, where a cup brimming with a whole lemon, entirely uncut, emerged in his mind. To Baizé, that beverage appeared terrifying, as if it were bubbling with green effervescence. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the eager gaze of May, who was filled with anticipation for him to savor the honey lemon water she had lovingly prepared. Standing there, May felt utterly perplexed by the reactions of those around her. Her intention was merely to share a delightful treat, yet she had not foreseen the overwhelming response it would evoke. She attempted to clarify, but the crowd had already succumbed to panic, rendering her words unheard. In that moment, May felt a tinge of injustice, pouting her small lips in dismay. Baizé immediately spoke up. May, you are actually doing quite well. Hearing Baizé's words of encouragement, May couldn't help but silently vow to herself that she would strive to enhance her culinary skills even further, ensuring that Baizé could truly savor the delights of her cooking, while others would be left wanting. As May initiated the conversation, the atmosphere in the changing room gradually lightened, and everyone began to engage, sharing laughter and lively banter. All right, everyone, let us prepare for this competition. It is important to note that we have previously suffered a defeat at the hands of Rococo High School. Last year, they easily triumphed over us, relying solely on two of their formidable players. This year, Yuta Watanabe has recovered from a serious injury and should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Yuki Kawamura and Rue Hakimura have also joined Rococo High School, making them even stronger than they were last year. Hiroshi Murakami spoke with a calm demeanor, yet deep within, he still harbored resentment over last year's loss. Captain, please believe in us. This year's championship is destined to be ours. Baizé suddenly stood up, vigorously waving his clenched fist, and assured Hiroshi Murakami with unshakable confidence. The other team members, inspired by his fervor, rose in unison, echoing, Yes, yes, Captain. You must believe in us. Victory for Taiku. All right. Now let's discuss the players from Rococo High School in greater detail. KZ Shirogane interjected, noticing the team's heightened spirit. First, their starting point guard, Yuki Kawamura, is currently recognized as the top point guard in the nation, possessing exceptional court vision and awareness. Moreover, he is an aggressive playmaker with formidable offensive capabilities. Akashi, what I hope from you is to better disrupt his connection with his teammates. Do you understand? The tone of KZ Platinum was not one of doubt, but rather brimming with anticipation for Akashi to provide him with a definitive answer. Without hesitation, Akashi replied, Absolutely no problem, coach. His voice resonated with confidence, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Although Kawamura Waiki stood slightly taller than him, it did not in the slightest diminish his self-assurance. Subsequently, when Platinum mentioned the shooting guard, Ryo Mabuchi, he needed no further words, for he firmly believed that Midorima Shintar could effortlessly outshine their opponent in three-point shooting. Midorima adjusted his glasses slightly and nodded gently, signifying that he was thoroughly prepared. As the conversation shifted to the small forward, Waita Watanabe, Platinum directed his gaze towards Shirasawa, placing great expectations upon him. Shirasawa, I hope you can completely shut him down and even exhibit greater efficiency on the offensive end. Shirasawa felt the weight of his coach's trust, and his gaze grew resolute. Regarding the power forward, Aikachi Neijiyasu, Platinum acknowledged that Aomine and Kuroko possessed the potential to surpass him. However, it was crucial to pay special attention to Neijiyasu's active presence in the paint, as he could potentially forge an unyielding defensive line alongside center Rue Hakimura. Thus, Aomine must charge forward with the same tenacity as Shirasawa to breach their defense. Finally, Platinum encouraged all the players, saying, All right, children. Reaching this point has not been an easy feat. Let us give our all and strive for a result worthy of our hard work during this time. His words inspired every team member, each acutely aware of the significance of this match, resolute in their determination not to let their efforts go to waste. Platinum Kingzao spoke fervently, articulating all that he wished to convey, and then quietly observed the group of students, firmly believing that these children would certainly achieve victory. Concurrently, the atmosphere in the changing room of Rococo High School was similarly charged with tension. They were somewhat aware of the rising prominence of Teiko Junior High. Despite having triumphed over them the previous year, this year's team was evidently more formidable, although the first-year freshmen were novices, who would dare to regard them as mere amateurs. Rin Buchi sat silently on a bench, leaning forward to tightly fasten his shoelaces. Faced with the impending challenge of his opponent, Shintaro Midorima, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Each time he witnessed that green figure on the basketball court make a flawless shot, a wave of trepidation surged within him. This individual seemed almost superhuman. However, Rin Weibuchi would never relinquish the esteemed title of the top shooter from his middle school. He understood the significance of this match, which not only pertained to the team's honor but also served as a crucial battle to defend his own dignity and prowess. He resolved silently to give his utmost effort, to perform at his best, and to demonstrate true strength to all. Rin, relax a little. Don't be so tense. We got your back. Yuki Kawamura smiled, gently patting Rin Weibuchi's shoulder, his tone soothing. Exactly. Just focus on shooting. We'll handle the rebounds. Rue Hakamura grinned with a sincere smile while gesturing to the imposing Nagayoshi Ketsubuki standing nearby. Upon noticing Hakamura pointing at him, Nagayoshi proudly showcased his robust physique, boasting, "Don't worry, just look at my strong muscles. I'm more than ready." Rin Weibuchi gazed with disdain at Nagayoshi's intimidating muscles, instinctively taking a few steps back. Yet he felt profoundly grateful for the support and encouragement from his teammates. Taking a deep breath, he passionately clenched his fists and raised his arm in a rallying cry. "Comrades, let us go. Rokugaku will surely win." His shout resonated like a war drum, invigorating every teammate present. "Rokugaku will prevail," echoed the other players in unison, their voices harmonizing and resounding throughout the changing room. Chapter 34. A spectacular beginning. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, both teams began to emerge in succession, stepping forth with resolute and powerful strides from the players' tunnel. Each individual donned their team's colors, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for victory and determination. Both sides understood that this match would be a grueling battle, yet they stood undaunted. As the players took to the court, the entire arena erupted into a fervor, with spectators anticipating that this pinnacle clash would deliver even more surprises and excitement. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, the sound surging like a tidal wave throughout the arena, as if it might lift the very roof. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited, pulsating with fervor. "Go Taiku! Go Taiku! Rika, victory is ours! Rika, victory is ours!" The cheers from the audience resounded like thunder, deafening and overwhelming, as if the entire arena were to be swept away by this surging tide of sound. Baizé and his companions were profoundly shaken by the overwhelming sound that reverberated through the venue. The scale of this national junior high school boys basketball final in Japan was indeed formidable. The Tokyo Sports Hall boasts a maximum capacity of 10,000, and at this moment, every seat was occupied. For the spectators, this showdown was undeniably a contest between two equally matched and highly captivating teams. A pivotal battle that could significantly influence the future development of basketball in the island nation. Before the match commenced, the players from both teams were energetically warming up, eagerly preparing for the contest. Midorima's performance was particularly remarkable. He consistently caught the passes from his teammates with precision and effortlessly sank shots from beyond the three-point line. The swishing sound of the ball through the net resonated like a triumphant anthem, invigorating all who heard it. In response to Midorima's outstanding display, Ryo Mabuchi was equally determined not to be outdone. He gestured to his teammates to pass him the ball, and similarly, he scored confidently from beyond the arc, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. At that moment, the atmosphere on the court grew intensely charged, with both players exhibiting an equal mastery of their three-point shooting skills, leaving the outcome hanging in the balance. The duel between these two sharpshooters was electrifying. Who would emerge victorious? Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement to witness the match. The audience was captivated by the dazzling display of shooting, erupting into waves of astonishment. Eyes wide open, they remained fixated on the players, eager not to miss a single exhilarating moment. After their three-point shots, Midorima and Mabuchi turned to face each other, their gazes colliding with fierce determination and palpable intensity. A palpable tension in the air. Baizé and Qing Feng, unwilling to be outdone, leaped with the force of thunder, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. As they emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop, the sheer power of their action caused the rim to tremble precariously, creating a spectacle of great visual delight. Standing beneath the basket, Rue Hakamura witnessed the formidable onslaught from the opposing team, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. Swiftly catching the ball, he soared into the air and, with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, emphatically dunked the ball into the net. At that moment, strength and beauty converged flawlessly, earning him a rapturous applause from the audience. Remarkable. This is the true caliber of the two teams in the finals. I believe they are even more formidable than some high school league teams. Even before the game commenced, the stands were abuzz with excitement and energy. Everyone brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming match, eager to witness this pinnacle showdown. Time slowly passed. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game officially commenced. All eyes were riveted on the court, anxious not to miss a single breathtaking moment. The referee, with steady hands, held the basketball aloft, leisurely making his way to the center line. Both teams had already taken their positions, their gazes firmly fixed on the basketball in the referee's hands, their faces reflecting concentration and expectation. Once the referee reached his mark, he tossed the vibrant orange basketball high into the air. It soared upward like a brilliant meteor. And at that moment, Atsushi Shiin and Rue Hakamura leapt almost simultaneously, their hands colliding with the basketball in an instant. Crack! With a resounding thud, Rue Hakamura, utilizing his superior strength, successfully tapped the basketball into the hands of Waiki Kawamura. Goodness! Shiin actually lost the jump ball to Hakamura. This outcome took the entire Teiko team by surprise, their eyes wide with disbelief. It must be said, a player who can stand firm in the NBA is indeed formidable. However, had Shiin and Hakamura been of the same age, Hakamura might not have been able to surpass Shiin in the jump. Baizei mused internally, attributing this to Shiin's extraordinary talent. Hakamura merely held an advantage due to age, a benefit that would soon dissipate in a few years. The members of Rokuben High School were equally astonished, especially Hakamura himself. It is worth noting that in this year's competitions, he had consistently outmatched others with his leaping prowess. Yet Shiin's jump reached comparable heights, albeit slightly lacking in power. Ultimately, it was Hakamura's age that granted him the advantage. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, the game must continue. The players settled into their positions, initiating Rokuben High School's first offensive play. Waiki Kawamura dribbled to just outside the three-point line, while Akashi maintained a cautious watch over his opponent's movements, creating a half-body distance, wary of Kawamura's potential breakthrough. Observing the smaller player before him, Kawamura showed no hesitation, launching a shot directly in front of Akashi. Akashi's expression shifted as he had not anticipated such decisiveness from his opponent, especially to shoot in the finals. Just moments ago, Akashi granted Kawamura Yuki a half-step advantage, and now, despite being in a worse physical condition than Kawamura, he still failed to impede him even when attempting to block. Swish! The basketball gracefully swished through the net. Roco High School took the lead, scoring first with a tally of 3-0. I suggest you don't let me attack, otherwise, you'll collapse. Kawamura smiled at Akashi before returning to defend. Akashi, with a look of helplessness, realized that he had failed in his defense. This was his oversight. Taking a deep breath, he knew he must focus on his defense moving forward. Receiving the inbound pass from Midorima, Akashi swiftly dribbled the ball to the front court, initiating the coordination of his teammates' movements. Baizei swiftly advanced, setting a screen for Akashi. Their synergy during practice was palpable in the split second of the screen. They executed a seamless handoff. This maneuver forced Kawamura Yuki and Watanabe Yuta to switch defenses, granting Baizei a coveted opportunity for a one-on-one mismatch. Observing the desired outcome unfold, Akashi created space, allowing Baizei to take center stage. Faced with the smaller opponent, Baizei recognized the advantage of this David versus Goliath scenario. Without hesitation, he initiated a deceptive move, feigning a drive to the right. Kawamura fell for the ruse, retreating a step and widening the gap between them. This was perilous. Kawamura was acutely aware of Baizei's three-point threat, which inadvertently gifted him the space necessary to shoot. Realizing this, Kawamura rushed forward, but it was futile. Baizei had already launched the ball into the air, leaving Kawamura no time to leap for a block. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, and Baizei returned the favor to Kawamura. After sinking the shot, Baizei refrained from further comment, instead dashing back to the defensive end. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him. What was that? It was Hakamura Rue, deftly maneuvering past the imposing Nishikawa Yoko, who was blocking his path. Meanwhile, Kawamura continued his momentum, sprinting to the sidelines and forcefully tossing the ball across the court. Baizei and Aomine swiftly regained their composure, hastening towards the backcourt. However, to their astonishment, Watanabe Rue matched Aomine's speed with his long strides. Gritting his teeth, Aomine accelerated once more. In the distance, Watanabe Rue reached the basket just as the ball was delivered into his hands, a seamless coordination honed through rigorous practice with Kawamura Yuki. With a sudden leap, Watanabe Rue soared into the air. At that moment, Aomine arrived, mirroring his rapid ascent. A resounding thud echoed. Beep! Simultaneously, The referee's whistle pierced the air as he swiftly approached the scorer's table, gesturing. Number 6, Aomine Daiki from Teiko Junior High, has committed a foul, an additional free throw awarded. Indeed, Watanabe Rue had dunked the basketball under Aomine's defense, drawing a foul from him, and now he was set for an extra free throw. Incredible. Watanabe, phenomenal. The crowd erupted with fervor. Watanabe Rue's previous play ignited the audience's enthusiasm. He confidently sank the free throw, bringing the score to 6-3. The match had only just begun, yet the intensity was palpable, leaving the spectators exclaiming that their tickets were worth every penny. Chapter 35. A Duel of Three-Pointers. Oh my. Aomine immediately acknowledged his miscalculation. Had he not impulsively allowed Watanabe Rue a 2-1 opportunity, Rue might have only secured a mere 2 points. No worries. We'll make a comeback, Baizé reassured, gently shaking his head before positioning himself at the baseline to pass the ball to Akashi. Upon receiving the ball, Akashi swiftly dribbled towards the arc at the three-point line. Noticing Baizé tightly marked by Watanabe Yuta, he promptly dismissed the idea of having Baizé set a screen and urgently signaled Aomine to provide assistance. Without hesitation, Aomine advanced rapidly, using his robust physique to successfully obstruct Kawamura Yuki. Frustration welled up within Kawamura as he realized he was once again thwarted. In this lineup, he is undoubtedly the smallest, making him the target of repeated one-on-one confrontations by the players of Teiko Junior High. The game proceeded according to the previously established tactics, but this time it was the turn of Nimbutsu Takeyoshi and Kawamura Yuki to switch their defensive assignments. With the basketball in hand, Akashi Sejiro initiated a probing step to the right, while Kawamura Yuki remained motionless, maintaining a distance of 2.5 body lengths. He understood that Akashi possessed formidable penetration skills, yet his shooting was relatively mediocre, thus allowing him to concede such space. In an instant, Akashi dribbled, closing the gap with Kawamura in one swift motion, and executed a rapid change of direction. However, Kawamura, faced with such a brisk dribbling tempo, found himself utterly unable to respond, easily being faked out of position. Subsequently, Akashi surged into the paint as if traversing an unguarded territory. Hakuzai Rue, witnessing this sudden intrusion into his defensive domain, was taken aback and hurried forward to disrupt the play. Nevertheless, Akashi was not reckless. With a deft maneuver, he evaded Hakamura's defense and promptly tapped the ball against the floor. The basketball seemed to possess a will of its own, accurately flying into the hands of Murasakibara Atsushi, who had been waiting beneath the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Murasakibara didn't even cast a glance at the approaching Kawamura, but without hesitation, he leaped high into the air, gripping the basketball firmly with both hands. With all his might, he forcefully dunked the ball into the hoop, sending Kawamura crashing to the ground in the process. The score stood at 6-5. Hakamura extended his robust hand to help Kawamura up and swiftly passed the ball to him before darting towards the front court. Kawamura swiftly dribbled the ball to the front court. At that moment, Shiruzu Ryo reached out for the ball, fully prepared to take on Midorima Shintaro in a one-on-one duel. Without hesitation, Kawamura delivered the pass. Shiruzu caught the basketball securely, his gaze fixed on the green-haired Midorima, a surge of fierce competitive spirit welling up within him. The media often lauded Midorima, but Shiruzu remained unfazed, intent on proving his worth and demonstrating who truly deserved the title of the nation's top shooter. At this very moment, Midorima, upon seeing Shiruzu receive the ball, cautiously observed him, extending his right hand to obstruct Shiruzu's shooting sight. However, Shiruzu, with unwavering focus on Midorima, suddenly executed a feint towards the right, preparing to break through. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shintaro Midorima instinctively shifted his center of gravity to the left. Rei Obuchi's eyes sparkled with a cunning glint. He seized the slightest movement in Midorima's balance and immediately capitalized on the opportunity, executing his signature skyward shot, a smooth fadeaway jumper, instantly creating distance between himself and Midorima. In the next moment, Midorima snapped back to reality, attempting to leap forward for a block. However, the difference in height and reach between him and Obuchi was negligible, coupled with the fact that Obuchi initiated the play, rendering Midorima's defense ineffective. Swish! The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the basket. This exquisite shot elicited a fervent chorus of cheers and applause from the audience. The score advanced to 9-5, marking the turn of the offense for Teiko Middle School. Akashi, fully aware that Midorima would likely return the ball, swiftly passed it to him as he crossed the half-court line, positioning him just 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Faced with such a considerable distance, Obuchi refrained from closing in, reasoning that most players would not opt to shoot from such a range. Yet, Midorima defied expectations, rising without hesitation to take the shot upon receiving the pass. Following the release of the ball, he promptly turned to retreat to his own defense. Casually glancing at the nail clippers on the bench, he mused to himself, "I have done my part today. Now, I shall await fate's decree." Observing Midorima's shot, the other members of the Teiko team quickly fell back into defense. What folly, they thought, as long as Midorima's three-point shot went unchallenged. His accuracy soared to a staggering 100% in the absence of defenders. Swish. A crisp sound resonated as the basketball flawlessly swished through the net. Witnessing the 5 players already in position on defense, the spectators could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Do they truly have such unwavering faith in their teammate? Even before the ball had entered the hoop, they were already returning to defense. Midorima's answer ball promptly countered Obuchi's earlier three-pointer. The score stood at 9-8. The margin once again reduced to a single point. As he watched Midorima retreat into the distance, Obuchi's competitive spirit surged. This is the true essence of a three-point duel. His gaze remained fixed on Midorima, brimming with confidence and anticipation. Just then, Yuki Kawamura dribbled across the half-court line. Advancing into the front court, Obuchi called out loudly, "Kawamura, pass me the ball." Kawamura, understanding the cue, swiftly delivered the basketball to Obuchi without hesitation. Upon receiving the ball, Obuchi firmly positioned himself on the left wing of the three-point arc. His eyes locked onto Midorima, who stood merely a body length away, a sly glimmer flickering within them. He then executed his probing step to the right once more, his movements rapid and fluid, catching everyone off guard. However, this time, Midorima was not deceived. Having learned from the earlier experience, he devoted his full attention to observing every movement of Ryo Shibuchi. As he noticed Ryo preparing for a jump shot, Shintaro Midorima leaped into action, determined to block the impending shot. In response to the advancing Midorima, a subtle smile graced Ryo's lips, hinting at a deceptive play. Instead of executing the anticipated shot, he gracefully lowered his arms, executing a flawless feint. At that moment, a wave of unease surged through Midorima. True to his instincts, his eagerness to block caused him to lose his balance, resulting in a collision with Ryo. Meanwhile, Ryo commenced his shot, showcasing his ability to clash with opponents. By faking a shot and then crouching to take another, he secured a 3-1 opportunity. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated, almost simultaneously accompanied by the referee's whistle. Number 7, Shintaro Midorima of Teik High School, was called for a foul, resulting in an additional free throw. The audience erupted with thunderous applause, for such a 3-1 scenario is rare, requiring not only the player's formidable skill, but also perfect synergy with the opponent. Ryo confidently sank his free throw, bringing the score to 13-8. In the ensuing match, Shintaro and Ryo engaged in an intense 3-minute contest of three-point shooting. Ryo's exquisite blend of heavenly and earthly shots rendered Midorima's defense exceedingly challenging, while Midorima's agile off-ball movement, precise shooting timing, and rapid release equally left Ryo at a loss. The score soared, 13-11, 16-11, ultimately escalating to 28-26 before they finally paused. This was due to the exhausting exertion from their prolonged battle. Consequently, both coaches synchronously decided to substitute the players, allowing them a much-needed respite. Surprisingly, at this moment, the first quarter had merely reached its midpoint. Now, it was time for the other players to shine. Chapter 36. Teik falls behind. Yuki Kawamura dribbled to the arc of the three-point line, his gaze scanning the positions of the other players on the court. Suddenly, Yuto Watanabe adeptly shook off Shirazawa's defense and surged forward. Observing this, Kawamura swiftly passed the basketball to Watanabe, seemingly orchestrating an optimal offensive opportunity to breach Shirazawa's defenses. At last, the moment had arrived. Shirazawa focused intently on Watanabe, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. It seemed to convey, "I have waited for far too long." Yuto Watanabe instinctively understood Shire's intentions. Throughout the first half of the match, despite neither of them managing to execute an offensive play, their physical confrontations were remarkably intense, revealing their fervent desire for victory and an unwillingness to yield. "I assure you, you shall not be disappointed," Yuto Watanabe replied, his muscles taut and poised, fully alert and ready to launch an attack at any moment. Baize's smile grew ever more pronounced. He relished the challenge of competing against such formidable players. Yuta Watanabe stood on the court, his gaze fixed intently on Baize, endeavoring to discern any flaws in his defense. However, after a prolonged observation, he found no such openings. Consequently, Watanabe resolved to adopt an aggressive strategy. Aiming to seize the initiative, he suddenly made a deceptive movement to the right, intending to mislead Baize. Indeed, Baize's left foot took a slight step back. Seizing this opportunity, Watanabe swiftly altered his direction, launching an attack to the left, targeting Baize's weaker side. Faced with the fluidity and grace of Watanabe's movements, Baize could not help but be momentarily startled. One could discern that, based solely on the fluidity and deceptive nature of Watanabe's actions, his prowess evidently surpassed that of Kotaro Yama, and perhaps even rivaled that of Aomine. Just as Watanabe successfully broke through, Baize, relying on his remarkable speed and defensive acumen, quickly pursued him. Yet, Watanabe seemed to have anticipated this, seamlessly transitioning into a behind-the-back dribble. Once again shifting the ball to his right side as he continued his advance, Baize immediately reacted, shifting his body to the side and swiftly giving chase. Upon seeing Baize turn around, Watanabe Yuta did not hesitate and abruptly executed a jump shot. As Baize regained his composure, he leapt into action, attempting to seal the cover. However, Watanabe Yuta's physical prowess was on par with Baize's, and coupled with Watanabe's early jump, his movements were fluid and seamless, allowing him to effortlessly release the basketball. Swish! The ball swooshed through the net, producing a crisp sound. The score advanced to 30-26, as Watanabe Yuta extended the lead further. What a splendid play! Truly impressive. Admiration flickered in Baize's eyes, for such exceptional talent is indeed a rarity. Akashi swiftly dribbled the basketball past half-court and decisively passed it to Baize. Undoubtedly, having successfully executed a solo play, Baize felt compelled to respond in kind. Observing Baize stationed beyond the three-point line with the ball, Watanabe Yuta immediately approached, employing an aggressive defense in an attempt to force Baize into a mistake. However, Baize remained remarkably composed in the face of Watanabe's tight defense, securely cradling the basketball at his waist, denying Watanabe any opportunity to snatch it away. Sensing Watanabe's close defense, Baize stood his ground, delivering a robust physical counter that pushed Watanabe back. Once he noticed a sliver of space had opened up, Baize cautiously lowered the ball. In that moment, he swiftly executed a crossover technique, deftly faking Watanabe to his left while exploiting the opportunity to break through on the right, followed by a lateral step to further create space. Without hesitation, Baize transitioned into a jump shot. With a satisfying swish, the basketball found its mark in the hoop. The score shifted to 30-28. Watanabe Yuta couldn't help but smile wryly, having never anticipated that his opponent would retaliate with the very same move. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. After all, the essence of the game lies in its ebb and flow, with victory remaining uncertain. Kawamura Yuki dribbled to mid-court, as Roco High School altered their strategy. Opting not to rely solely on individual plays, but rather to engage in intricate tactical cooperation. Each player actively participated, continually interacting with the basketball and executing clever screens that compelled Baize and his teammates to frequently switch their defensive positions. Ultimately, the possession landed in the hands of Hakimura Rue, who found himself mismatched against Aomine Daiki. He leapt high, effortlessly banking the shot in. Akashi raced towards this side with the ball, while Murasakibara Atsushi exhibited remarkable vigor, successfully positioning himself advantageously against Hakimura Rue and signaling Akashi for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Akashi obliged, knowing that Murasakibara rarely requested the ball for offense. Since he was so proactive at this moment, Akashi decided to pass it to him. The players of Teiko High School had complete faith in Murasakibara, confidently delivering the basketball into his hands. Murasakibara braced himself, using his body to withstand the powerful thrust of Hakimura Rue from behind. He was well aware of Hakimura's immense strength, yet he too was far from ordinary. Standing beneath the basket, Ziyuan suddenly exerted himself, forcefully pushing upward to secure precious space for himself. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyuan leapt without hesitation, preparing to conclude the contest with an emphatic dunk. However, Hakimura, having been pushed aside, would not concede easily. He swiftly adjusted his position and leapt forward to attempt a block. Meanwhile, Nagayoshi, who was not far from Ziyuan, recognized the latter's formidable prowess and immediately advanced to join Hakimura in a concerted effort to thwart Ziyuan. At that moment, suspended in midair, Ziyuan acutely felt the immense pressure of their vigilant defense. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to go for a forceful attack. Faced with the double team, his line of sight was severely obstructed, rendering a successful pass nearly an unattainable luxury. To evade their impending block, Ziyuan was compelled to alter his shooting technique, releasing the basketball in an exceedingly awkward posture. Ultimately, the ball ricocheted off the back of the rim, rebounding. Yet, confronted with the positioning of Hakimura and Nagayoshi, Ziyuan was utterly unable to seize the rebound, and the basketball was ultimately snatched away by Hakimura. Immediately thereafter, Hakimura passed the ball to Kawamura, who was sprinting towards the opposing basket, initiating a fast break. As Baizei and his companions were still reeling from the shock of Zahara's failed offensive, they swiftly dashed back to their defense. To their astonishment, when Kawamura Yuki reached beyond the three-point line, he boldly leapt and shot the ball, catching everyone off guard. They never anticipated Kawamura would exhibit such audacity, unhesitatingly launching the basketball. The ball struck the back rim with a resounding thud and seamlessly swished through the net. The score shifted to 33-28. Faced with the opposing defenders, Akashi displayed remarkable composure, skillfully controlling the ball as he advanced steadily. He called upon Zahara to assist him in executing a pick-and-roll strategy. Although Zahara had missed his last shot, he promptly responded to Akashi's summons, charging ahead without hesitation. Their plan was evidently to have Kawamura and Hakimura switch defenses, creating a mismatch. However, Kawamura demonstrated astonishing agility. At the moment Zahara obstructed his path, he deftly maneuvered around the opponent's screen. Witnessing this, Akashi decided to loft the ball high to Zahara, as Hakimura had successfully vacated the paint. This allowed Zahara to initiate an offensive play from the arc, taking advantage of Hakimura's absence to create opportunities for his teammates. Just as Zahara prepared to receive the pass, he remained oblivious to Hakimura's sudden leap. Hakimura, with a desperate lunge, aimed to intercept the ball. A failure here would grant Zahara an unimpeded route to the basket. Fortunately, Hakimura made the correct judgment, sprinting forward and ferociously snatching the ball from the air. Grasping it tightly, he surged towards the hoop without hesitation. Behind him, Zahara's furious gaze blazed like fire. Gritting his teeth, he relentlessly pursued Hakimura. The gap between them narrowed, as if an exhilarating chase was unfolding. Hakimura accelerated with all his might and, at last, arrived beneath the basket, soaring high to conclude the offensive with a powerful dunk. Yet, Zahara refused to relent. He too leapt into the air, arms outstretched, attempting to block Hakimura's shot. Zahara's massive hand loomed like an ominous cloud, eclipsing the basketball in Hakimura's grasp. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were riveted upon the two competitors. Their confrontation transcended mere skill and speed, transforming into a pure contest of strength. With a sharp crack, the basketball, disrupted by Zahara's interference, veered off its intended path, slipping from Hakimura's hands. Unexpectedly, the ball seemed to possess a life of its own, bouncing off the rim several times before miraculously dropping into the net. Hakimura was phenomenal. He had triumphed over Teiko. The fans of Roco Jr. High erupted in euphoria, unable to contain their exhilaration, their cheers echoing throughout the gymnasium. For Hakimura's play was nothing short of extraordinary, a spectacle that resonated deeply within their hearts. In a mere 2 minutes, the score transformed to 35-28. The equilibrium between the two teams was irrevocably shattered in that instant, as the gap widened to 7 points. The entire arena was engulfed in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events, with the spectators' fervor ignited to its zenith. Chapter 37. Unleashing the Wild. The expressions of the members of Teiko darkened instantly. The situation was becoming quite dire. In a moment of disbelief, Baijin Gingzhou could hardly fathom how the players from Lujia Middle School could so precisely seize the opportunity for offense. After merely 2 unsuccessful attempts to score, the gap in the scoreboard had already widened. With only 3 minutes left in the first quarter, Baijin Gingzhou's anxiety surged, prompting him to urgently call a timeout. As Hakimura Rue and his teammates returned to the sidelines, they finally let out a slight sigh of relief. It must be acknowledged that Teiko Middle School indeed possesses extraordinary strength, had it not been for their own players capitalizing on the opponent's errors. Widening the score margin would have been an insurmountable challenge. One could only remark that the freshmen on the opposing team were, after all, still too inexperienced. In stark contrast, however, The starting players of Teiko Middle School appeared lethargic and dispirited. The recent 2 successful shots had struck them like a thunderclap, significantly dampening their morale. Frankly speaking, your performance just now has left me profoundly disappointed. Could it be that the ease of your previous matches has led you to become complacent? I implore you to awaken to the gravity of the situation. This is the grand finale of a national tournament, and countless fans are watching you. Bai Jinggangzhao, filled with righteous indignation, felt an overwhelming fury towards the lackadaisical attitude displayed by his players on the court. Bai Zhe and the others were filled with a profound sense of guilt, their heads bowed in acknowledgement of their unsatisfactory performance moments ago. Platinum remained composed, firmly believing that these children would swiftly recover. Do not lose heart, my dear children. I am confident that you will soon show improvement. For now, take a moment to rest and gather your strength. Hong Village, lead the substitute team onto the field and strive to narrow the score gap. In a succinct and precise manner, Platinum conveyed several tactical points to Hero Village's Shizuo, and immediately thereafter, the referee's whistle resonated, heralding the entry of Shizuo and the substitute players onto the court with vibrant enthusiasm. It is noteworthy that the bench lineup of Teiko Junior High School is arguably the most luxurious in the nation. Not only does it feature the former top power forward, Hero Village Shizuo, but it also includes former starting players of Teiko serving as substitutes. It is precisely because of their presence that Teiko can consistently maintain a significant lead over their opponents in every match. Terrifying indeed. The coach of Roco Junior High could not help but feel a chill, as his team's substitute lineup pales in comparison to that of Teiko. After careful contemplation, the coach of Roco turned to the team and began to strategize. Kanbu, you will lead the substitutes onto the court. Your sole task is to focus on defending against Hero Village Shizuo. Despite the intimidating strength of Teiko's substitutes, the coach believed that neutralizing Shizuo would greatly diminish their threat. Thus, he decided to send Kanbu Waikichi, who had been somewhat lackadaisical on the court, knowing that at least his stamina was intact. Following a fierce 3-minute battle between the two teams, the score reached 42-39. In such a high-intensity atmosphere of relentless offense and defense, Hero Village Shizuo bent slightly at the waist, gripping his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. There was no other way. Shizuo had shouldered the majority of the offensive burden during those 3 minutes while also executing remarkable defense, successfully narrowing the score to just a 3-point deficit. The first quarter finally concluded, and players like Hakuzai stepped forward one by one, offering towels and water. This quarter could be described as one where Shizuo and his companions exerted every ounce of their effort to close the gap. They still had a great distance to cover compared to the remarkable performances of their predecessors. Hakuzai, it's now up to you. We've done our utmost. Shizuo encouraged the first-year students while wiping the sweat pouring from his forehead. Fear not, Senior Hero Village. We will not falter. Aomine calmly responded with determination, silently vowing to showcase his true prowess to the opponents. Please trust us, Senior. Hakuzai's tone was imbued with steadfastness and confidence. Despite facing a formidable adversary, he had yet to unleash his full potential. At this moment, Aomine and Hakuzai's gazes suddenly met, as if silently conveying a profound understanding. Shortly after, Hakuzai nodded slightly, and Aomine reciprocated with an understanding nod. They were thoroughly prepared, resolved to unleash their ferocity in the upcoming match, aiming to thoroughly dismantle their opponents in the second quarter. Meanwhile, on the bench of Roco Junior High, Kanbu Waikichi wore a face of regret. While it couldn't be said that Shizuo had completely overwhelmed him in those 3 minutes, he certainly had been subdued. Rest assured, Kanbu, they cannot match us. We will claim victory. Rue Hakimura, brimming with confidence, not only consoled his teammates, but also inspired them. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the second quarter of the game commenced. The starting players from both teams took to the court, with Rokuga High School seizing control of the ball first. In that fleeting moment, the aura emanating from Shirazawa and Aomine was unparalleled and formidable. At that instant, Aomine resembled a lithe and agile Black Panther, swift as lightning, while Shirazawa appeared as a colossal great white shark from the depths of the ocean, steady yet fierce. Their expressions remained impassive as they fixed their gaze upon the players of Rokuga High School, exuding an immense psychological pressure on their opponents, including Rei Obuchi. Is this what wildness feels like? Obuchi trembled, his heart filled with profound dread. The overwhelming presence surged forth like a torrential flood, instilling fear in all present. Only Rue Hakimura and Yuto Watanabe seemed somewhat unfazed, for their current prowess could be regarded as transcending the miraculous generation of their time. Remarkable indeed. Hakimura furrowed his brow tightly, having previously believed that the team he formed with Watanabe was unbeatable at the middle school level. Moreover, their roster included the top point guard in the nation and 2 other unheralded stars. Yet at this moment, he sensed a formidable threat from their adversaries, whose strength appeared capable of besting them. We must take this game seriously, Watanabe stated resolutely, locking eyes with Hakimura. As former players who had once ventured into the NBA together, particularly with Hakimura now as a starter, their abilities far surpassed those of their peers. Hakimura nodded solemnly in response. While the two conversed, Yuki Kawamura had already raced down the court with the ball in hand. He positioned himself beyond the three-point line, his gaze sharp and fixated on the basket. In the next moment, he abruptly stepped back, causing Akashi's expression to shift dramatically as he instinctively leaned forward, desperately trying to keep pace. However, Kawamura merely feigned a shot, and as Akashi closed in, he launched into a fierce confrontation, ruthlessly overpowering his opponent. Akashi found himself in a state of despair, as his feint had brought him too close to Kawamura. This allowed Kawamura to exploit his height and strength to breach the defense effortlessly. Furthermore, Kawamura was acutely aware of Akashi's exceptional predictive abilities, thus maintaining control of the ball within a relatively secure zone. Just then, a massive hand darted towards Kawamura like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 38. A Fierce Struggle. Kawamura's expression shifted in shock as he recognized the assailant. It was Shirazawa, now in a wild state. How incredibly swift. Before Kawamura Yuki could even react, a sharp crack echoed as the basketball was effortlessly intercepted by Shirazawa. Immediately, Shirazawa launched a fast break, hurtling towards the hoop like a cannonball. At that moment, Aomine Daiki, who had been lingering near the free-throw line, seemed to receive some unspoken command, vanishing from the view of Nezumi Takayoshi in the blink of an eye. Oh no, we need to fall back. Realizing Aomine's sudden disappearance, Nezumi snapped back to reality and turned to sprint towards the backcourt. Among all the players at Roco High School, the one who reacted most swiftly was undoubtedly Watanabe Yuta. He was sprinting desperately, chasing after Shirazawa, yet to his dismay, the distance between them not only failed to diminish, but instead continued to widen. This guy is an absolute monster, Watanabe muttered to himself. Feeling the overwhelming power of Shirazawa unleashed, particularly in terms of speed, which utterly outclassed him. Just then, a figure streaked past him like a bolt of lightning, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Aomine Daiki. In an instant, Aomine had swiftly surpassed Watanabe. Wait, there's another one. Watanabe rolled his eyes, exasperated, feeling that both of them were extraordinarily abnormal. Shirazawa, seemingly aware of the pursuit behind him, hurled the basketball toward the backboard without hesitation as he entered the paint. The ball struck the backboard and brilliantly rebounded into the hands of the arriving Aomine. Aomine leaped high within the paint, flawlessly catching the ricocheting ball before unleashing a powerful dunk with all his might. With a resounding bang, the hoop shook violently, as if it might topple over. Following this earth-shattering slam dunk, Aomine effortlessly released his grip and descended gently back to the ground. He merely exchanged a casual fist bump with Shirazawa, and the two returned to the backcourt with expressions as stoic as if that remarkable play had not originated from them. The score shifted to 41-40, with Teiko High School successfully recovering a point thanks to the seamless cooperation between Shirazawa and Aomine, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. This situation is becoming precarious, Kawamura. As Kawamura Yuki dribbled beyond the three-point line, his teammate Shibuchi Ryo quickly approached, signaling for a pass. Without hesitation, Kawamura swiftly passed the basketball to him and repositioned himself to create more space for Shibuchi. Upon receiving the ball, Shibuchi found his space vastly expanded, while Midorima became increasingly tense, aware that he had failed to defend against Shibuchi's offense even once during the first quarter. Nevertheless, Shibuchi had also been unable to thwart Midorima's scoring. Can you guess how I will play next, little brother? With a relaxed smile, Rei Shibuchi fixed his gaze on the defensive movements of Shintaro Midorima. Upon hearing Rei refer to him as little brother, Shintaro couldn't help but twitch his lips, silently expressing his disbelief, although he was indeed younger than Rei. It was merely by a year. How could he be relegated to the status of a younger sibling in Rei's eyes? As Rei observed the positioning of Shintaro's right foot, he initiated a feint to the right, testing the waters, and without hesitation, launched an attack from the left. lacking the remarkable physical prowess and defensive awareness of Hakuzai. Shintaro was slightly thrown off by Rei's feint, resulting in a momentary delay in his reaction, forcing him to closely guard against Rei's advance. Seeing Shintaro closing in rapidly, Rei maintained his focus, leaning back slightly before executing a swift retreat, his movements fluid and seamless. In the blink of an eye, Rei had successfully positioned himself beyond the three-point line, preparing to take a jump shot. Shintaro, unwilling to yield, leveraged his own height advantage to leap with all his might in an attempt to thwart Rei's shot. Just then, Rei suddenly slowed his movements, prompting Shintaro to inwardly panic. Oh no, another ground shot. He was acutely aware of the potency of Rei's shooting ability, but at that moment, he could not control his actions in midair, helplessly colliding with Rei. You've positioned yourself well, but you fell for it too easily, Rei exclaimed with a sly grin as their bodies collided. He had anticipated Shintaro's reaction and deliberately feigned a ground shot to lure him into making a mistake. Indeed, Shintaro had walked right into the trap, completely unprepared. However, one could hardly blame Shintaro. The formidable threat posed by Rei's three-point shooting was so significant that opponents often found themselves in a precarious dilemma. If they focused too intently on his shooting motion, they risked being misled by his feints. Yet, if they relaxed their vigilance, they could easily find themselves conceding points. It was evident that Rei's presence rendered defensive maneuvers exceedingly challenging for his adversaries. Without hesitation, Rei leapt for the shot, undeterred by Shintaro's foul. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the net. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Rei's remarkable performance. Swish! The ball passed cleanly through the net, and the referee's whistle sounded. Number 7, Shintaro Midorima of Teiko Junior High, defensive foul, 1 additional free throw. Shintaro was now burdened with 2 fouls. The score shifted to 45-40, with Rei contributing 4 points upon entering the game. Rei effortlessly sank the free throw, then turned to Shintaro with a provocative smile. You need to work hard to get stronger, little brother. Ha ha ha. After speaking, he disregarded the murderous glare from Midorima Shintaro and returned to the backcourt to prepare for defense. A slight twitch formed at the corner of Midorima's mouth, his forehead lined with tension as he fixated on the retreating figure of Shibuya Ryo. Internally cursing, he vowed that this scoundrel would soon face the consequences of his actions. In the next moment, Teiko Junior High launched their offensive. Shirazaki swiftly advanced, unhesitatingly setting a perfect screen for Akashi. Instantly, the dynamics of the game shifted, as Shirazaki found himself matched up against Kawamura Yuki. Kawamura nervously watched Shirazaki's every move, fully aware that he was ill-equipped to withstand Shirazaki's onslaught. Yet he resolved to put forth every ounce of effort in defense. He clung closely to Shirazaki, refusing to relent for even a moment, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on his opponent's actions. However, Kawamura's defense was rendered futile in the face of Shirazaki's unleashed ferocity. With a dazzling crossover, Shirazaki effortlessly evaded Kawamura and surged into the three-point line. Observing this, Shibuya Ryo made a swift decision, abandoning his defense against Midorima to hastily assist against Shirazaki. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as Shibuya departed from his post against Midorima, Shirazaki executed his blind pass technique. With remarkable ease, he tossed the basketball behind him, the ball soaring like a guided missile, perfectly landing in Midorima's hands. The onlookers were taken aback, never expecting Shirazaki to possess such formidable passing skills, coupled with such audacity. Midorima, not one to betray Shirazaki's trust, leaped for a shot without hesitation in the absence of defense. The basketball traced a remarkably elegant arc through the air, as if enchanted, heading directly towards the hoop. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net without touching the rim, the score instantaneously shifting to 45-43. Chapter 39. Foul Crisis. This is troubling. Shibuya furrowed his brow tightly, acutely aware of Teiko Junior High's formidable prowess. Each player was on par with those from Roco High, with some even surpassing them in skill. At that moment, Kawamura approached and advised, Ryo, during the upcoming play, rely on your earth shot. Find a way to take Midorima down. His three-point shooting poses a significant threat to us. We can concede 2 points to them, but we must tightly guard against the three-pointers. Teiko only excels in three-point shooting with Shirazaki and Midorima. The others are rather average. Kawamura's words struck Shibuya like a revelation, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Indeed, that was the strategy. He needed to eliminate Midorima first. Rei Shibuya silently made a resolute decision. Then turned to Yuki Kawamura and said, "Kawamura-senpai, rest assured, pass the ball to me later. I will not let everyone down." "All right, no problem. We believe in you." Rue Hakamura approached Rei Shibuya, giving his shoulder a firm pat, his unwavering gaze conveying support. The other teammates nodded in agreement, after all. Rei Shibuya was the top scorer in middle school. If even he could not be trusted, whom could they rely on? Should they place their hopes on Kunisaki Yoshikatsu? Rei Shibuya felt the trust and support from his teammates, igniting a fire of determination within him. The ball was in the possession of Roco High School. As usual, Yuki Kawamura controlled the ball and advanced to the front court, quickly passing it to Rei Shibuya. Upon receiving the basketball, Rei Shibuya looked at the indifferent Shintaro Midorima and teasingly remarked, "Midorima, little brother, you can't outplay me. You think too highly of yourself." Midorima was displeased with this title. However, in the instant Midorima responded, Rei Shibuya seized the opportunity to deftly break to the right. Despicable. Watching Rei Shibuya maneuver with such agility, Midorima hurriedly pursued. Unexpectedly, Rei Shibuya employed the same tactic again, opting for a retreat, swiftly stepping back beyond the three-point line, preparing to shoot. To jump or not to jump? Observing Rei Shibuya's movements, Shintaro Midorima found himself in a dilemma. If he did not leap, Rei Shibuya's heavenly shot would go uncontested, and with Midorima's current vertical leap, he could not impose any influence. Yet, if he did leap, he risked a foul from Rei Shibuya's earth-shattering shot, making either choice troublesome. As Midorima contemplated, Rei Shibuya's eyes sparkled with confidence and decisiveness as he unhesitatingly executed his heavenly shot. He leapt swiftly, his body soaring like an arrow. The basketball raised high before he unleashed it with force. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, landing flawlessly in the basket, a clean net. Midorima's eyes widened as he watched Rei Shibuya score with such ease, feeling a sense of helplessness. What troubled him further was his inability to discern the intricacies of Rei Shibuya's shooting technique. This rendered him powerless in defense, struggling to effectively thwart the opponent's offense. The score reached 48-43, and it was now Teiko Middle School's turn to initiate an attack. Aware of Shintaro Midorima's three-point prowess, Yuki Kawamura and Rei Shibuya resolved to contain Midorima's influence. Their primary objective was to restrict Shintaro Midorima, even if it meant allowing other players to score. They were determined to prevent him from receiving the ball easily. Therefore, Yuki Kawamura focused intently on the passing route between Akashi and Shintaro Midorima, always ready to intercept the pass. Meanwhile, Rei Shibuya closely shadowed Midorima, leaving no space for him to receive the ball. This targeted defensive strategy immediately began to yield results. Akashi realized that the connection between him and Midorima Shintaro had been severed. In desperation, he passed the basketball to Shirazawa. However, Watanabe Yuta closely guarded Shirazawa, resolutely denying him the opportunity to attempt a three-point shot. Should Shirazawa dare to step into the paint, their interior defenders would promptly provide support, rendering it inconsequential even if Shirazawa managed to score 2 points. Baizei's expression suddenly turned grave. The situation was dire. It was evident that the opposing team was resolutely committed to defending our three-point shots, and we were ill-equipped to counter their strategy. In one-on-one confrontations, Shibuya Ryo proved exceedingly difficult to defend against, and Kawamura Yuki's proficiency in three-point shooting was quite formidable. Most critically, the extent of Watanabe Yuta's capability to shoot from beyond the arc remained an uncertainty. Should we opt for a double-team strategy, it would not bode well for us. Confronted with Watanabe Yuta's shadow-like tight defense, Baizei felt utterly powerless. This player resembled a former NBA star from a past life, closely trailing Harden, thwarting his signature step-back three-point shots. Although Watanabe Yuta was not quite as formidable, the resemblance was striking. In desperation, Baizei resolved to dash towards the paint, preparing to conclude this offensive play with a layup. As Baizei swiftly penetrated the key, Hakamura Rue was equally unyielding, leaping high to deliver a substantial block. However, Baizei's reflexes were remarkably swift. Upon noticing Hakamura's impending defense, he realized that Aozora was in an unguarded prime position. Consequently, he executed a swift decision, delivering a precise bounce pass, sending the basketball hurtling towards Aozora's hands like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Aozora's heart burned with a fierce anger, fueled by the misfortunes of the first quarter. Without hesitation, he sprang into the air, intending to unleash a thunderous dunk to vent his frustration. Yet, just as Aozora was about to elevate, Watanabe Yuta appeared before him like a specter, attempting to obstruct the impending score. Faced with Watanabe Yuta, who stood nearly 10 centimeters shorter, Aozora felt no trepidation, even dismissing him with contempt. He adhered unwaveringly to his original plan, undeterred by the opponent's presence. It is essential to note that as an experienced player, Watanabe Yuta was well-versed in the rules of basketball. In this scenario, attempting a jump block was not the optimal choice. Given the substantial physical disparity, it could easily result in a foul. Thus, Watanabe Yuta took a calculated risk. Standing firm beneath the basket, positioning his chin to meet Aozora's elbow, which instinctively extended as he raised the ball. In an instant, a sharp pain coursed through Watanabe Yuta, and he instinctively collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured chin. With a piercing whistle, the referee's decision came forth. Number 5, Aozora Atsushi, offensive foul. The ball goes to Roco High School. The referee's call rang out clearly, and he promptly signaled to the scorer's table, executing the procedure seamlessly. What? He flopped. What kind of phantom foul is that? Aozora immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with the ruling, having suppressed his anger throughout the first quarter. The referee, confronted with Aozora's furious demeanor, instinctively took a step back, hastily blowing his whistle once more. At Teiko Middle School, number 5, Atsushi Shiraishi, was penalized for a technical foul, granting Rika High School a free throw and possession of the ball. In a fit of anger, Shiraishi attempted to voice his grievances, but was swiftly restrained by Hakuzai, who urged him to calm down. All right, let us not act impulsively, Hakuzai reassured him, offering an apologetic smile to the referee. I'm terribly sorry, referee. He is still young and doesn't he know better. Please, bear with us. The referee glanced at Hakuzai and then at the still fuming Shiraishi, and couldn't he help but reflect on how difficult today's youth could be. Fortunately, Hakuzai's sincere demeanor earned him a nod of understanding from the referee. After all, they were merely children, and occasional emotional outbursts were somewhat excusable. Moreover, given Shiraishi's imposing stature, the referee pondered the potential consequences of a physical confrontation. Shiraishi, take a deep breath and refrain from further arguing with the referee. Once the game concludes, I promise to treat you to a lavish meal, Hakuzai whispered gently, patting Shiraishi's shoulder. Hearing this, Shiraishi reluctantly ceased his defiance and returned to the court to focus on defense. The players from Rika High School exchanged triumphant glances, secretly relieved that the experienced upperclassman, Yuta Watanabe, had effortlessly ensnared their opponents in a foul trap. Watanabe successfully sank the free throw, bringing the score to 49-43. Next, it was Yuki Kawamura's turn to inbound the ball. Thanks to the seamless screen collaboration between Watanabe and Yashiki Nejiaki, Rei Imuzuchi easily received the ball from Kawamura and provocatively taunted the younger player, Shintaro Midorima. Midorima, little brother, are you still planning to attempt a block on me? Let me be honest, I'm about to unleash my heavenly shot, he laughed mockingly. Midorima, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, found it difficult to discern the truth in Imuzuchi's words, which undoubtedly placed him in a precarious position for the upcoming defense. Imuzuchi then opted for a direct attack, standing beyond the three-point line and executing a hesitation dribble. Midorima instinctively shifted his weight backward, while Imuzuchi, after the hesitation, swiftly pulled up for a shot. A heavenly shot. Perhaps? Midorima widened his eyes and instinctively lunged forward. However, at that crucial moment, Imuzuchi suddenly retracted his hand. Initially, he had intended to execute the heavenly shot, but at the last second, he altered his strategy, seeking to draw a foul instead. Consequently, he inadvertently disrupted his shooting rhythm. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to resort to an earthly shot as he sent the basketball towards the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air once again. The foul was called because Kirigamine had collided forcefully with Shibutani Ryo. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixated on the basketball soaring through the air, completely oblivious to the referee's whistle. They silently observed the arc traced by the ball, their hearts brimming with anticipation and tension. Clang. A sharp sound resonated as the basketball struck the front of the rim with considerable force, then bounced upward. Seeing this, Kirigamine Shintaro couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a three-pointer, far preferable to a four-pointer. Yet, no one could have predicted the astonishing turn of events that followed. After rebounding off the rim, the basketball miraculously fell into the net. At that moment, Kirigamine's expression darkened considerably. He clearly hadn't anticipated his defeat in the confrontation with Shibutani Ryo. Indeed, in his eyes, he had lost this duel, lost utterly. With the foul committed by Aomine Shintaro of Taiku Middle School, a free throw was awarded. The audience rose to their feet, erupting in a chorus of cheers. In their view, Shibutani Ryo had undoubtedly outperformed, claiming victory in this battle of the premier sharpshooters. Chapter 40. Allow me to take the lead. After Shibutani successfully converted the free throw, the arena was filled with thunderous applause and cheers. The score had escalated to 53-43, with an astonishing lead of 10 points. No one had anticipated that the previously unstoppable Taiku Middle School would find themselves trailing by such a margin. At this juncture, Aomine Shintaro had already accumulated 3 fouls. Coach, shouldn't we call a timeout? Aomine had reached 3 fouls, and it was still only the second quarter. Standing nearby, Sanada Naoto adjusted his glasses. His face etched with urgency as he quickly inquired of Hakujai Kozo. Platinum's gaze was unusually grave, fixated intently on the court as if lost in profound contemplation. After a brief moment, he slowly shook his head and remarked, "This also serves as a test for Midorima. It remains to be seen whether he can transcend himself and achieve a breakthrough in such arduous circumstances. Although tactically, we should indeed substitute Midorima to secure victory. My greater hope is to witness him surpass his limits in the face of adversity." At that moment, Teiko High School launched a fierce offensive, and Akashi deftly passed the basketball to Shirazaki. Midorima's confidence had evidently taken a significant blow from Rya's presence, causing him to lose the self-assuredness he previously exhibited. Shirazaki maintained a steady grip on the ball, skillfully creating distance from Watanabe Yuta, retreating until he was 3 steps away from the three-point line. What could he possibly intend? With such a gap, was he concealing a formidable move? Watanabe remained on high alert, pondering the intentions of his opponent, yet he found himself momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, Shirazaki bent his knees, preparing to shoot the ball. Ryu's eyes widened in realization as he recalled moments from earlier in the match when Shirazaki had occasionally launched extraordinary long-range three-pointers. Alarmed, he shouted, "Watanabe, hurry up and defend." Witnessing Shirazaki's astonishing maneuver, Watanabe had no time for contemplation and dashed toward him, attempting to block the shot. However, Shirazaki was nearly standing at mid-court. While Watanabe remained on the three-point line, how could he effectively defend against this? With a sharp swish, the basketball soared through the air like a precisely guided missile, unerringly finding its way into the hoop. The crowd erupted in a fervor of cheers and gasps. "Midorima, believe in yourself. You are not inferior to him. If you carefully observe his movements and techniques, you will surely succeed in defending against him." Shirazaki, having just scored, wore a serious and solemn expression. His gaze locked onto Midorima, as though wishing to convey strength and confidence through his eyes. Without hesitation, Shirazaki turned and sprinted back to join the defense. Watching Shirazaki's receding figure, Midorima Jintaro instinctively adjusted his glasses with a flick of his finger. The lenses caught the bright lights of the gym, reflecting a dazzling white glimmer. Instantly, Midorima's steps became lighter as he followed Shirazaki back to the defensive end, evidently having committed Shirazaki's words to memory. At this moment, Roco High School regained possession of the ball, and Kawamura Yuuki, without a moment's delay, passed the basketball to Ryu, clearly aiming to leverage Rya's individual prowess to dismantle Midorima's defense. Ryu, preparing to verbally disrupt Midorima's focus, was abruptly cut off by Midorima. "Ryu, I acknowledge your strength, however. I will not concede easily. I shall find a way to overcome you." "Oh, then you must exert yourself further." Rei Matsubuchi's lips curled into a faint smile, only to swiftly transition into a fierce assault on Midorima. In a flash, Matsubuchi darted to the right, attempting to breach the defensive line with remarkable speed. However, Midorima stood resolutely ahead, steadfastly guarding Matsubuchi's path. Matsubuchi incessantly altered his dribbling rhythm and direction, endeavoring to confound Midorima with a series of dazzling feints. Yet his opponent remained an unwavering shadow, closely adhering to the defense and leaving no openings for Matsubuchi to exploit. "Cursed be this predicament," Matsubuchi internally lamented. "If this continues, I must resort to shooting." With resolve, he executed his signature heavenly shot, unhesitatingly gathering the ball and preparing for a jump shot. Midorima, observing the move, fixed his gaze on Matsubuchi, rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. After a brief contemplation of the risks and rewards, he resolutely decided to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth and leaping with all his might, attempting to block Matsubuchi's shot. "Damn it, he anticipated my move," Matsubuchi thought, startled as he saw Midorima leap fearlessly to contest the shot. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively altered his shooting posture, preparing to execute the earthly shot in response to this sudden turn of events. At that heart-stopping moment, something astonishing occurred. Midorima miraculously halted his forward momentum just as he was about to collide with Matsubuchi. What? How is this possible? Matsubuchi's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. He gazed at Midorima, his mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. The onlookers were equally astounded. They had not anticipated that Midorima possessed such physical prowess, capable of forcibly halting his airborne body, a feat necessitating immense core strength and stability. Baise was only slightly taken aback, yet recalling that in the original narrative, Midorima was capable of blocking the formidable Kuroko in the early stages. He acknowledged that his physical prowess was indeed remarkable. The audience erupted once more, having witnessed the moment when Rei Obuchi was thwarted by Midorima, indicating that Jintaro Midorima and Rei Obuchi were still evenly matched. Having already combined forces, Rei Obuchi immediately called for the nearest Yudo Watanabe to receive the ball. Watanabe swiftly approached, executing a screen exchange with Obuchi, now facing off against Jintaro Midorima. Watanabe promptly unleashed a crossover dribble, his finesse far surpassing that of Rei Obuchi, and his fluid motion unsettled Midorima's balance. Following this, Watanabe executed a double hesitation move, successfully shaking off Midorima and creating a sliver of offensive space, driving towards the paint. Midorima closely shadowed Watanabe, unwilling to permit an easy attack. Sensing the pressure on his side, Watanabe halted near the free throw line, performing a behind-the-back dribble while positioning his back against Midorima, preparing for a post-up. Watanabe forcefully nudged Midorima twice, effectively creating space, and then spun around for a jump shot, with Midorima lunging desperately to contest. Unexpectedly, Watanabe came to a standstill, fixating on Midorima's advance. Oh no, another attempt to draw a foul. Midorima was taken aback, desperate to halt his motion, but Watanabe, unlike Obuchi, offered Midorima no opportunity, choosing an opportune moment to collide with him. Beep. Number 7, Jintaro Midorima of Teiko Middle School, is called for a defensive foul, resulting in 2 free throws. The referee's whistle echoed, and although Watanabe failed to convert the shot, his objective was achieved. Midorima had now accrued 4 fouls. Beep. Teiko Middle School calls for a timeout. After Watanabe successfully sank a free throw, KZ Hakujin opted to pause the game. Realizing there was no alternative, Midorima had already committed 4 fouls in the second quarter, and he still hoped to defeat Rei Obuchi. Midorima, you'll need to sit out for now. A substitute will take your place, KZ Hakujin stated with resignation. Midorima hung his head, a hint of despondency in his expression, knowing that with 4 fouls, even if he returned to the game, he could easily find himself fouled out. Midorima, closely observe Obuchi's shooting. We will need you later. You've brought your lucky charm today, and even the horoscope claims your cancer luck is second to none. Baise's voice reached Midorima's ears as he retrieved a nail clipper from the bench. Everyone turned their gaze toward Midorima, with Akashi resolutely stating, Jintaro, we need your return in the second half. Feeling the trust emanating from their eyes, Midorima solemnly nodded, his eyes slightly moist. Is this the sensation of being believed in? Midorima could not help but vow inwardly, Rei Obuchi, I shall defeat you. Platinum Gungzao cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Baise. He was acutely aware that the sole determinant of the match was Baise. Thus far, he felt that Baise had yet to unveil his true prowess. The members of the team, following Coach Platinum's line of sight, also settled their attention on Baise, fully cognizant of his intentions. It was well known that Baise typically triumphed over Aomine with ease. Baise, please deactivate your wildness. Otherwise, we may both exhaust ourselves and find it difficult to compete later. Aomine remarked calmly, fully aware that embracing wildness demanded a significant expenditure of stamina. If both were to unleash it, the ramifications could spell danger for the middle school once they exited the court. Understood, Baise replied, nodding earnestly. Allow me to take the lead as the primary attacker. Aomine's words resonated with confidence, and his aura surged to new heights. Beep. The timeout had concluded. Brothers, let us commence. Chapter 41. Giving it our all after Watanabe Yuta successfully converted his second free throw, the score stood at 55-43. Akashi brought the ball into the front court, and Aomine's intensity reached an even greater crescendo, while Baise appeared less vigorous than before, as if the entire team had waned in spirit. The members of were aware of Aomine's strategy and promptly surrendered the basketball into his hands. Subsequently, everyone created space, granting Aomine room to advance. Nekagami Waikichi's eyes widened. Fixated on Aomine, and he couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. The ball was passed, he broke through. Executing fluid movements akin to flowing water, paired with the speed of a cheetah, in the blink of an eye, Aomine found himself behind Nekagami Waikichi. How could he be so swift? Kawaguchi Waikichi gazed in disbelief at the spot where Aomine had just vanished, utterly taken aback. Moments later, Aomine reappeared in the paint area, confronted by the formidable Rue Hakamura, who was steadfastly guarding the restricted zone. However, Aomine merely scanned his surroundings and, noticing that no one could keep pace, resolved to challenge Hakamura's interior defense single-handedly. As Hakamura observed Aomine's refusal to pass, he decisively took a large step forward. His height of 188 centimeters exerting an imposing presence that instilled fear. Aomine remained remarkably composed in the face of Hakamura's defensive posture. He initiated his advance to the right, shifting his body weight accordingly. Hakamura, leveraging his height advantage, did not closely shadow Aomine, but instead stood by to scrutinize his dribbling. Legs slightly bent and poised to leap and block Aomine's shot. Disregarding all caution, Aomine lowered his body and explosively drove the ball, using his left foot as a pivot before stepping forward with his right foot, executing an elegant Euro step to maneuver past Hakamura's right side. Observing Aomine's breakthrough from the left, Hakamura no longer hesitated. He shifted his weight to the left and leapt with all his might, fixating on the basketball in Aomine's possession. To Hakamura's surprise, Aomine defied convention. As Hakamura soared into the air, Aomine pivoted on his right foot, shifting his entire body to the right and employing his left foot for a flawless 0-1-2 step. Hakamura, still ascending, found himself grasping at nothing. Aomine was now leagues beyond his reach. Ultimately, Aomine executed a simple hook shot, effortlessly sending the basketball through the hoop. What an astonishing display! As Hakamura landed back on the court, he was profoundly shaken, having not anticipated such prowess from Aomine Daiki of Teiko Middle School. It seemed they had previously been too focused on Shirakawa Hakuzai and Midorima Shintaro, overlooking the formidable offensive force in front of them. The score shifted to 55-45. The players of Roco Jr. High paid little heed. It was merely one basket, with minimal impact on the game. Kawamura Waiki received the inbound pass from his teammate, advancing the ball to the top of the three-point arc. With Midorima Shintaro having been sidelined by Abuchi Ryo, they no longer needed to rely solely on him, avoiding excessive fatigue that could hinder their performance in the latter half. Kawamura patiently orchestrated the team's offense, ensuring everyone was in constant motion, passing the ball fluidly. The basketball found its way into Hakamura's hands, with only Aomine defending the interior. Upon receiving the ball, Hakamura pressed his back against Aomine, then forcefully dribbled to gain ground. Leveraging his age advantage, Hakamura's strength slightly exceeded Aomine's, allowing him to create a small separation before executing a simple spin move that presented him with a prime shooting opportunity. However, just as he prepared to utilize his long reach to score, an unanticipated chill surged within him. A basketball was abruptly intercepted by an inexplicably large hand. Rue Hakamura glanced down, his expression darkening. This was a dire situation, for it was Aomine. Aomine had slipped in from the baseline, swiftly snatching the ball, while Natsuki Takigawa stood frozen, utterly oblivious to Aomine's sudden reappearance. Aomine, unleashing his full speed, lunged forward in a fast break. The first to react were Keisuke Kawamura and Shirazawa, stationed beyond the three-point line. Both sprinted ahead, one aiming to thwart the fast break, while the other sought to exploit their numerical advantage to enhance their scoring chances. As Aomine observed Kawamura and Shirazawa ahead of him, a clear offensive strategy crystallized in his mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with Shirazawa, instantly comprehending his intent, and deftly passed the basketball into Shirazawa's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Shirazawa accelerated, while Kawamura, witnessing this unfolding scene, hastened towards Shirazawa. Ultimately, after a brief sprint, the trio entered the paint, where Shirazawa charged directly towards the basket, while Kawamura pivoted to attempt a block. However, Shirazawa opted against a forceful approach, instead lofting the ball into the air. It was over. Kawamura realized the impending disaster, yet his body could not react in time. At that moment, Aomine soared high, catching the ball mid-air over Kawamura, and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed not only as the rim reverberated from Aomine's dunk, but also as Kawamura collapsed to the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment, jaws nearly dropping, their eyes wide as saucers, each visage painted with disbelief. Aomine executed both offense and defense with unparalleled finesse. Such a flawless display elicited gasps of admiration, and applause erupted, igniting an electric atmosphere in the arena. The score narrowed to 55-47, as Aomine reduced the deficit to a single-digit figure. The tardy Ryo Shibuya helped Kawamura to his feet, who lamented, "Why did everyone arrive so late? I stand no chance against these monsters." Shibuya sheepishly scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. They had indeed been unable to arrive in time, resulting in Kawamura being outnumbered. In the ensuing half of the game, the basketball danced between Aomine's hands. With each offensive play, he appeared to merge with the ball, executing agile and fluid maneuvers repeatedly, skillfully harnessing his physical strength and speed to achieve a series of dazzling dribbles, breakthroughs, and layups. Gasping for breath, Aomine's back was drenched in sweat, the team emblem on his chest rising and falling with each rapid inhalation. His heart raced, beating so fast, feeling on the verge of collapse. His vision began to blur. He had given everything he had. "Aomine, take a break." Shirazawa urgently signaled to the coach for a timeout. Platinum's determination was unwavering as he promptly addressed the referee to signal a timeout. I did my utmost." Aomine reclined on the bench, feeling as though his legs had been weighed down by lead. This was the consequence of excessively unleashing his primal instincts. Nevertheless, through Aomine's relentless efforts, the score had been narrowed to 65-59, reducing the deficit to a mere 6 points. Rest well. Only 2 minutes remain in the second quarter. I will reclaim the score during halftime. Although Hakuzai's expression remained impassive, his eyes betrayed a fervent yearning for victory. Chapter 42. The Weakness of Rei and Muju Beep. The timeout had concluded. Next, Teik Middle School, led by Hakuzai, deployed their substitute lineup, while Roco Middle School, under the guidance of Rei Muja, followed suit with their own substitutes. The stage was set for a confrontation between these two players. The teams commenced their entrance onto the court. Rei Muja, ball in hand, initiated the offense. This time, it was not a substitute shooting guard defending him, but Hakuzai himself standing resolutely before him. At this moment, the aura of Shirazawa underwent another transformation, his gaze fixated intently on Ryo Shibuya, or more precisely, on the basketball in his hands. Is he wild? I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. Ryo Shibuya meticulously scrutinized Shirazawa's defensive stance, endeavoring to uncover any weaknesses. Baizei remained expressionless. Yet the sheer terror etched on Shiwan Lingeo's face revealed the profound sense of pressure Baizei exuded. Unable to find any flaw, Shiwan Lingeo resolved to take the initiative, swiftly preparing to make a breakthrough. In an instant, Baizei's long arm surged toward the position where Shiwan was about to release the ball, striking it with a speed akin to lightning. This is bad. Shiwan Lingeo's eyes immediately detected Baizei's movement, decisively bringing the ball close to deny him any opportunity. Baizei felt a pang of regret, as he was merely a hair's breadth away from severing the play. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat, pressing forward with determination to completely obstruct Shiyu Rei's passing lanes. Left with no option, Shiyu Rei tightly cradled the basketball, summoning his teammates to position themselves for a reception. After a somewhat faltering maneuver, he managed to pass the ball to the substitute point guard, who, upon Shiyu Rei evading his defender, returned the favor. This time, Shiyu Rei remained acutely vigilant, distancing himself from Baizei to create a comfortable space for his next move. Unyielding, Baizei was intent on denying Shiyu Rei any room to dribble. He relentlessly impeded Shiyu Rei's movements, allowing him only a half-step of freedom. Confronted with Baizei's staunch defense, Shiyu Rei initially opted for a crossover, aiming to penetrate from the right. However, this maneuver proved futile. As a defensive ace with the deftness of a player like Allen Iverson, Shiyu Rei's actions were riddled with vulnerabilities in the face of Baizei's formidable presence. Baizei observed the front foot in the direction of change of Shiyu Ryo, swiftly extending his hand. With a sharp sound, the basketball was promptly intercepted by Baizei, who then initiated a fast break. Shiyu Ryu, momentarily stunned, quickly followed Baizei's pace, intent on salvaging the play. However, the unleashed Baizei was beyond Shiyu Ryu's reach, and gradually the distance between them widened. Upon nearing the three-point line, Baizei glanced back and noted that Shiyu Ryu was merely at the midcourt position, ultimately opting for a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air, finding the net with precision. 65-62. As Rokudu High School commenced their offensive, Shiyu Ryu, fully aware of the inadequacy of his dribbling in Baizei's eyes, decided to take a three-point shot instead. He quickly signaled his teammates for a pick-and-roll, aiming to draw Baizei's defense away to significantly enhance the efficiency of their scoring. Subsequently, Shiyu Ryu executed a one-on-one against a substitute, effortlessly sinking the three-pointer with his heavenly shot. Meanwhile, Midorima Shintaro remained on the sidelines, intently observing Shiyu Ryu. Since Midorima had exited the game, his gaze had never strayed from Shiyu Ryu, solely focused on analyzing his movements. What differentiates the two types of shots? Midorima felt he was nearing the truth, but needed to observe a little longer. Once again, Baizei held the ball outside the three-point line, understanding that only a three-pointer could bridge the score gap. Facing Shiyu Ryu's defense, he first executed a double crossover, creating a step's distance between them, followed by a seamless behind-the-back lateral step to the right. He launched the basketball with fluidity, confidently making the three-pointer. 68-65. Shiyu Ryu dribbled to the front court, eager to call for another pick-and-roll, but this time, Baizei thwarted his attempt, squeezing through the defense and re-establishing his presence before Shiyu Ryu. Was he left with no choice but to go one-on-one? Shiyu Ryu found himself at a loss. Baizei's defense was undeniably formidable. Raising the basketball above his head, Shiyu Ryu prepared to shoot, while Baizei, without hesitation, leapt directly into the air. Unlike Midorima, Baizei chose a vertical jump, refraining from lunging towards Shiyu Ryu, intending to utilize his height and unparalleled leaping ability to disrupt Shiyu Ryu's shot. In truth, Shiyu Ryu was indeed affected. As he executed his heavenly shot, he realized that Baizei had not committed toward him, thus avoiding a foul. Ultimately, he was obstructed by Baizei's defensive stance, resulting in the basketball striking the front of the rim. I understand now. The preparatory movements of his earthly shot and heavenly shot are nearly identical. Yet the positioning of his center of gravity differs. One features a backward center of gravity for the heavenly shot, while the other maintains a forward center of gravity for the earthly shot. By paying close attention to his center of gravity, one can accurately discern which type of shot he is employing. Green Jin stood up in excitement, suddenly enlightened. After observing the movements for so long, he finally discerned the flaw in Rei Matsubuchi's technique. Following another successful steal, Shirazawa, with only 2 seconds remaining on the clock, took 2 decisive dribbles and, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, halted at the mid-court position to launch the basketball. Beep. The whistle sounded, and all eyes were fixed on the swiftly descending ball. Bang! The basketball struck the backboard and found its mark. With a breathtaking buzzer beater from beyond the arc, Baizei equalized the score at 71-71. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, and it could be said that Baizei triumphed over his opponent, Swabuchi Ryo, with remarkable finesse. The second quarter was truly exhilarating. In the locker room, Baizei had temporarily shed his ferocity, gasping for breath as sweat drenched his jersey, droplets cascading to the floor. At that moment, his mind felt slightly dizzy, and his muscles ached with fatigue. The exertion from his wild play had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Although he had been on the court for just a few minutes less than Aomine, the toll on his body was immense. How was Aomine faring now? Take a moment to rest, Mayu said, approaching Baizei and gently massaging his head with both hands, her eyes brimming with concern. Baizei closed his eyes, relishing the fragrant aroma emanating from the young girl, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility wash over him. Qingfeng, how do you feel now? After indulging in the massage for a while, Baizei rose to express his concern for Qingfeng, who lay resting on the bench. I'm all right, just feeling sore all over. It feels as though I won't be able to participate, Qingfeng replied with a wry smile. The strain wrought by their untamed vigor was evident. For those still in their formative years, such burdens proved excessively taxing. Baizei nodded, fully aware of the situation. Coach, I yearn to play basketball. No, I desire to take the court. Suddenly, the long-silent Midorima stood up. Are you certain you wish to enter the game in the third quarter, considering you have only 1 foul left? Jin Gungzeo pondered for a considerable time, eager to hear Midorima's thoughts. I have discerned the shooting weakness of Ryan Shimuji. Trust me, coach, I will defeat him. Midorima gazed at everyone with a confident and vengeful look. He had endured long enough, and this time, he was determined to triumph over Ryan Shimuji. All right, we believe in you. Jin Gungzeo did not let Midorima down, but instead encouraged him. The others echoed the sentiment, their faces radiating trust. They never considered Midorima inferior to Ryan Shimuji. However, Baizei sat silently on the bench, his heart growing increasingly ethereal, his mind serene. as if his perception of the external world became ever more acute. Beep. As time passed, the third quarter of the game commenced officially. Chapter 43. Entering the zone next. Aside from substituting Aomine with Ryamura, the rest of the players from Teiko Middle School remained in the starting lineup, as did Roco Middle School. The ball was in the possession of Roco Middle School. Upon seeing Midorima take the court, Ryan Shimuji was momentarily surprised. Then a smile returned to his face. Little Midorima, I didn't expect you to enter the game so soon. Your coach certainly isn't afraid of me knocking you down. Ryan Shimuji, victory in this game will belong to Teiko. Midorima fixed a piercing gaze on Ryan Shimuji, his words brimming with confidence. Seeing Midorima's demeanor, Ryan Shimuji could not help but sneer internally. A player with 4 fouls still boasting bravado, he would soon bring him down. Then, Ryan Shimuji decisively called for the ball from Yuki Kawamura, intent on shattering Midorima's confidence once more. As Ryan Shimuji received the basketball, Midorima clenched his thigh, steeling himself as he warily observed Ryan Shimuji's movements. With a cold smirk, Ryan Shimuji took a step forward, then opted for a drive, quickly creating space between himself and Midorima before assuming a shooting posture. With his weight forward, the ground shot. Midorima recognized Ryan Shimuji's intent, taking a slight step forward while maintaining a safe distance, denying him the opportunity to draw a foul. What? Ryan Shimuji was slightly taken aback, surprised that Midorima had anticipated his intentions. However, he swiftly adjusted his stance, transitioning to a sky shot. Shifting his weight backward, he altered to a celestial shot. Midorima leaped sharply, his large hand directly pressing down on the basketball held by Ryan Shimuji. Smack. The basketball was forcefully swatted away by Midorima. Ryan Shimuji gazed incredulously at Midorima's actions, unable to comprehend how his intentions had been discerned and why Midorima had executed such a decisive block. Could it be that my shot was uncovered? Impossible. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Rei Ueshiba observed as Midorima swiftly retrieved the basketball that had been obscured from view. Racing back to the court, the first to react was Akashi, who was taken aback by Midorima's series of actions. Without hesitation, Midorima launched the ball towards Akashi, who adeptly caught it while being closely pursued by the vigilant Kawamura. Ignoring Kawamura's presence, Akashi dribbled past the three-point line and executed a powerful shot, with Kawamura closely trailing him, attempting to disrupt Akashi's layup with his own hands. Unexpectedly, Akashi did not direct the basketball towards the hoop. Instead, as if possessing a pair of eyes at the back of his head, he tossed the ball behind him without looking. The ball soared like a guided missile, landing perfectly in the hands of Midorima, who stood just beyond the three-point line. With a calm demeanor, Midorima received the pass and immediately took his shot, turning to push his glasses up, embodying the spirit of a true man who never looks back at the explosions behind him. Today's morning horoscope indicated that Cancer was in second place, thus, he was confident that his three-pointer would not miss. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, producing a crisp sound that resonated throughout the court. With a score of 71-74, Teiko Middle School achieved a rare lead in this match. Akashi approached with a smile, exchanging a congratulatory high-five with Midorima. In that moment, the usually stoic Midorima allowed a smile to break through, having just proven himself with that shot, alleviating some of the guilt he felt for not being able to assist the team during his previous defeat against Ueshiba. Damn it, Kawamura-senpai, give me the ball. I must take him down. Ueshiba was determined to best his subordinate, believing that with Midorima eliminated and Aomine unable to participate, victory would be within reach. Kawamura furrowed his brow, recognizing the need for a more strategic approach, yet he found himself unable to oppose Ueshiba's fierce desire to compete for the title of top scorer, ultimately passing the basketball to him. Without hesitation, Ueshiba executed his signature move, the heavenly shot, leaning back for a jump shot. As he shifted his weight backward, Midorima, having deduced this from careful observation, leaped with all his might, once again blocking Ueshiba's attempt. Upon landing, Midorima intended to retrieve the ball, but Kawamura suddenly sprang into action, securing possession firmly in his grasp. Puzzled, Midorima wondered how Kawamura had reached the ball so quickly. Was it an indication of his distrust in Ueshiba? His intuition was correct. After Midorima had easily blocked Ueshiba's previous shot, Kawamura had remained vigilant, and indeed, Ueshiba was thwarted once more. Senpai. Ueshiba felt a growing concern that Midorima had figured out the key to countering his shooting technique. Rei, don't rush, pass the ball more. Yuki Kawamura spoke softly. then dribbled the ball while calling for Rei Obuchi to set a screen. Following this, Midorima and Akashi executed a switch on defense, and ultimately, Obuchi stepped back over Akashi, seamlessly transitioning into a heavenly shot, confidently sinking a three-pointer. The score stood at 74-74, with both teams once again tied. What followed was a prolonged tug-of-war, showcasing a series of offensive feasts. Obuchi and Shintaro Midorima were in exceptional form, consistently scoring and breaking the deadlock, while under the orchestrated play of Akashi and Kawamura. Every player received the ball, contributing to the scoring. In the paint, the formidable Aikichi Guntaku and Rue Hakamura adeptly scored over Murasakibara. Yet Shuzo Nijiura was also able to overpower Guntaku with his skills, demonstrating to him how the former number 1 power forward from middle school played the game. Only Shirazawa remained in a state of calm, exhibiting an unremarkable demeanor. Despite performing well in scoring and defense, his state was entirely different from the previous 2 quarters. This was the thought of Yuto Watanabe standing beside Shirazawa, as he vaguely sensed that the seemingly composed youth before him was harboring something within. The others, not standing beside Shirazawa, merely speculated that he might be fatigued and preparing for a brief respite. At this moment, Shirazawa slowly moved in front of Watanabe, his head bowed, his body seemingly guided by instinct. He gradually closed his eyes, feeling his consciousness sinking deeper into the sea. As his awareness descended, he appeared to glimpse a great door. Simultaneously, Watanabe sensed Shirazawa's unusual state and immediately requested the ball from Kawamura, preparing to break through for a score amidst Shirazawa's strange phenomenon. Kawamura had immense trust in Watanabe, knowing that he and Hakamura had been the most consistent performers in this match, excelling in both offense and defense. Thus, he promptly passed the basketball to Watanabe. Without hesitation, Watanabe decisively drove towards the basket, effortlessly surpassing Shirazawa. This was indeed the gateway to the zone. Shirazawa slowly lifted his head, opening his eyes, his dark irises shimmering with 2 pure, white flashes. Chapter 44. Shirazawa's full power. Suddenly, Watanabe's pupils dilated in an instant. At that moment, he felt an intense, chilling aura enveloping his entire being, rendering him immobile like a cold ice sculpture. He could hardly believe that such a presence could emanate from a human. Crack! Before Watanabe could even glance back at the boy, Shirazawa had easily intercepted the ball. He then swiftly advanced to the midcourt, clasped the ball with both hands, flicked his wrist, and effortlessly released it. The basketball traced a graceful arc, swishing cleanly through the net. The score shifted to 84-87, with Teiko High School reclaiming the lead. What was this? The players on the court attempted to meet Shirazawa's gaze, searching for any sign of his anomaly. But from his cold stare emanated nothing but a chilling aura and a bloodthirsty intent. The aura of Hakuzai continued to ascend, with the white electric sparks seeping from the corners of his eyes growing increasingly vivid, appearing almost tangible to all observers. This is Z0NE. The seasoned and knowledgeable KZ Hakujin sprang from his seat in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated intently on Hakuzai, murmuring, "Awakening Z0NE at the age of 13? How is that even possible?" The typically composed KZ was now rendered speechless in front of the crowd. "Coach, what does Z0NE mean?" inquired a curious substitute player from the sidelines. "I've heard A speak of it before. Z0NE is a rare and extraordinary ability possessed by a select few talented players. It enhances a player's strength, jump height, speed, vision, and reaction time to the maximum potential. This state represents a pinnacle of concentration, unlocking all of the body's latent capabilities, allowing players to significantly amplify their precision and agility. Movement speed is maximized, and overall physical condition reaches an almost unparalleled height. A player in Z0NE is virtually unstoppable on the court, displaying an invincible performance that is nearly impossible to defend against," Mitsuki Momoi replied, addressing the crowd's queries. Mitsuki is correct. Under normal circumstances, a player can only exert about 80 of their potential, but in Z0NE, all distractions are eliminated, and their focus is laser sharp, enabling them to unleash their full strength, 100 or even beyond, KZ added. "I never would have imagined that Hakuzai could awaken Z0NE at such a young age. He truly is a prodigy." KZ marveled in admiration. "Ace, you're incredible. I can't wait to challenge you to a one-on-one again." Aomine's gaze towards Hakuzai became fervent, akin to that of a captivated admirer, almost wishing to strip away all pretenses. Seemingly sensing Aomine's intense stare, Mitsuki turned her head and immediately grasped his intentions, rolling her eyes in exasperation. No way, Aomine. The coach has already said that you two can't have another one-on-one. Aomine pouted, reluctantly abandoning his desire for a rematch, and redirected his attention to the game. At that moment, Hakuzai exuded an unparalleled pressure, compelling Waiki Kawamura to suppress his own trepidation as he cautiously dribbled the basketball towards the frontcourt, straining to stabilize himself before passing the ball to Rei Obuchi. It was clear that passing to Waito Watanabe was not an advisable option at this juncture. Smack! Baizé appeared unexpectedly in the path of the pass, intercepting the basketball with remarkable agility. He then surged forward with all his might, leaving the spectators with only a fleeting glimpse of his white figure darting across the court. As the players from Rokugo High School took their initial steps, Baizé effortlessly launched the basketball beyond the three-point line, promptly retreating to defend his half of the court. Swish! The ball sailed through the air and found its mark, bringing the score to 84-90. Unbelievable. How could this be possible? Is he a monster? Ah. Lord Baizé is so magnificent. The audience erupted in astonishment, their reactions surpassing all expectations of the ordinary. Undeterred, Baizé's offensive prowess intensified, and his defense became impenetrable. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the tranquility of the arena, reminiscent of a world-shattering moment. In that instant, Baizé appeared like a specter, intercepting the legendary path of Kawamura Yuki without warning. His speed was akin to a bolt of lightning, rendering him almost invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Watanabe Yuta remained blissfully unaware of Baizé's sudden disappearance. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion, as the events unfolding before him seemed too surreal to comprehend. As the game progressed, an unusual rhythm took hold. Whenever Rokugo High School initiated an attack, the arena, which should have been filled with raucous energy, fell eerily silent. The area within the three-point line appeared to be shrouded in an invisible force, preventing any player from scoring. Even the formidable Hakamura Rue. The other teammates struggled to make attempts from beyond the arc, their shooting accuracy dismally low, making it nearly impossible to find the net. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward and helpless, significantly dampening Rokugo High School's morale. Moreover, Baizé had fully entered his element, his offensive strategy becoming ever more ferocious. Fixating his gaze on Watanabe Yuta, he executed a sharp crossover, effortlessly evading his opponent before launching an unhesitating jump shot that swished through the hoop. Baizé then deftly orchestrated the tactical play, compelling Watanabe Yuta and Shibuchi Ryo to switch defensive positions. Faced with Shibuchi's tight defense, he showcased his signature double step-back move, instantly creating space before confidently leaping and sinking a three-pointer, simultaneously drawing a foul from Shibuchi Ryo. Continuing his relentless assault, Baizé targeted Nakanishi Yoshikazu next, employing a Kobe-esque fadeaway jumper that left his adversaries bewildered. Nakanishi found himself utterly powerless, merely watching as Baizé repeatedly sent the ball through the hoop. Yet, Baizé did not spare their point guard, Kawamura Yuki, breaking through the defense with his lightning-fast speed. Upon reaching the basket, Baizé displayed a dazzling array of footwork, leaving Hakamura Rue at his mercy. Each time he successfully maneuvered past an opponent, his emphatic dunks rendered Hakamura nothing more than a mere backdrop. Baizé unleashed his full prowess, showcasing all his skills and abilities to the utmost. With sheer determination, he dismantled the defenses of Rokugo High School, leaving them in utter disarray. No one could impede Baizé's relentless advance. Even when faced with double or triple team efforts from Rokugo, he remained unaffected. Chapter 45. The defeat of Rokugo and the ascendancy of the new king. The crisp sound of a ball being intercepted resonated throughout the arena, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Baizé struck like a bolt of lightning, successfully stealing the basketball from Yatsumura Rue at the baseline. Yatsumura, taken aback, attempted to reclaim possession, yet Baizé, undeterred, executed a dazzling crossover maneuver, followed by a graceful spin, effortlessly surpassing Yatsumura. However, Watanabe Yuta and Kinatani Aikichi were not about to let Baizé breach their defenses so easily. They promptly joined forces to contain him, striving to force Baizé to halt his advance. In the face of such stringent defense, Baizé did not falter. Instead, he exhibited remarkable ball-handling skills. He deftly employed a behind-the-back dribble, controlling the ball at a remarkably low height, thus successfully evading the duo's efforts to trap him. At that moment, Shibuchi Ryo rushed in to provide support, daring to attempt a steal from Baize's dribbling side. Yet Baize had already anticipated this move, without hesitation. He suspended the ball in his hand, exerted force to spin it, and then deftly slapped it to the opposite side. Facing Shibuchi Ryo, he executed his signature spinning move, flawlessly demonstrating the pinnacle of separation between ball and player, once again deceiving Shibuchi's defense. The entire sequence was a visual delight, leaving spectators in awe. As Baize surged toward the three-point line, he found himself with only Kawamura Yuki stationed in the paint. Seizing this opportunity, Baize charged toward the basket, leaping like a bolt of lightning. In midair, he executed a swift 360-degree spin, skillfully evading Kawamura's tight defense. With tremendous force, he grasped the basketball with both hands and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. The impact was deafening, reverberating throughout the venue. As his feet touched the ground, the rim continued to creak as if it might come loose at any moment. The arena fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle that had just unfolded. However, moments later, the crowd erupted from their stupor, cheers and applause rising to a crescendo. Echoing through the air, Baize had broken through 5 opponents in succession with an unbelievable dunk. Was such a feat truly achievable by a mere mortal? The audience was in a frenzy, their admiration for Baize's extraordinary display eclipsing any thoughts about his humanity. They cheered exuberantly, chanting his name. MV, MV. This time, the title of Baize's MV is undoubtedly confirmed. After accomplishing this remarkable feat, Baize found himself utterly exhausted, his legs giving way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. It was evident that the recent offensive exertion had taken a tremendous toll on him. As the 2 robust white lightning bolts in his eyes gradually diminished in size, ultimately vanishing, with a sharp whistle from the referee signaling the end of the third quarter. The game concluded. For a full 4 minutes, Baize had dominantly controlled the court, single-handedly scoring over 20 points, resulting in a score of 93-118. With Teiko High School leading by a staggering 25 points. The players from Rika High School gazed vacantly at the seated Baize, all too aware of the devastation he had inflicted upon them, leaving them battered and defeated. One by one, they trudged back to their bench, heads hung low. Subsequently, Baize was assisted to the bench by Kyuko Shinkai, utterly drained, feeling dizzy from the immense exertion of the Z0NE technique, which his still developing body could hardly sustain. Mayuzumi said little, holding a towel in hand, personally wiping the sweat from Baize's brow. You played exceptionally well, Baize. Just rest during the fourth quarter. Kyuko gently patted Baize's shoulder, a broad smile illuminating his face. Having such a formidable player is a dream come true for any coach. Yes, Baize. Take a good rest. Watch us closely. We will secure the victory, Akashi promised, assuring Baize that they would not let down his and Aomine's efforts. As the fourth quarter commenced, Teiko High School seemed infused with a surge of energy, each player invigorated as if they had received a boost of adrenaline. With a 25-point lead, their offense became increasingly fierce and their defense impenetrable. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Rika High School did not choose to surrender easily. The team rallied closely together, launching a fierce counterattack with unwavering determination. Every possession and every rebound was fiercely contested, with both sides refusing to yield. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, each team exchanging blows in a relentless struggle. Ultimately, Ryoshi Butani launched a long-range three-pointer, and the referee blew the whistle. As the final whistle sounded, the score settled at 110-133, marking Rika High School's regrettable defeat. While Teiko High School triumphantly claimed the championship title at the National Middle School Boys Basketball Tournament, the spectators rose to their feet, a thunderous applause echoing throughout the arena. Cheers erupting in waves. This exhilarating match not only provided a feast for the eyes, but also showcased the limitless potential of the future of basketball. At this moment, the joy of victory enveloped the entire court. The players of Teiko High School embraced tightly, radiant smiles illuminating their youthful faces as they collectively shouted, "We are the champions." Mayuzumi stood quietly before Baize, her gaze tenderly fixed upon this boy, lost in the euphoria of triumph. She felt genuinely happy for him, while an indescribable sweetness surged within her heart. The esteemed coach of the Platinum Cultivation Team stood beside the vibrant youths, contemplating inwardly. It seems that the previous training methods have indeed borne fruit. Now, it may be prudent to consider an increase in training intensity. In an instant, the players of Teiko felt a fleeting chill pass over them, but they quickly dismissed it. After all, This was a moment of celebration following their victory. Who would dwell on such ephemeral sensations? However, the exuberant cheers surrounding them belied the arduous and grueling training that awaited. Ultimately, a loss is still a loss. Shibuya Ryo gazed blankly at the jubilant crowd across from him, his eyes gradually welling with tears that began to swirl uncontrollably. At that moment, several senior students, including Aomine Daiki, approached him, their expressions tinged with sorrow. The future of Roco rests upon your shoulders. You must strive for success next year. Upon hearing these words, Shibuya Ryo felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, the seniors were soon to graduate and leave the school. Yet they had not yet fulfilled their dream of winning the championship. With this thought, he could no longer suppress the surge of emotions within him. Tears flowed from his eyes like a breached dam. However, he swiftly turned his head, fearful of revealing his vulnerability to the seniors. Next year, I will lead Roco to victory. Shibuya Ryo clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing. He understood that this promise was not only a commitment to the seniors, but also a responsibility to himself and the entire Roco basketball team. Chapter 46. They are not as important as you. After a fierce competition, the match finally concluded. The players of Teiko High School, faces alight with excitement, stepped onto the podium, collectively raising the trophy that gleamed with golden radiance. Meanwhile, the students of Roco High School looked on with envy at the sight of their trophy-holding counterparts. Moreover, Shirazawa, with his exceptional performance, rightfully earned the title of Most Valuable Player, MVP, of the national finals, and with unrivaled prowess and a remarkable track record, he successfully secured the honor of Most Valuable Player, MVP, of the national tournament. For an entire week following this thrilling final, basketball newspapers, magazines, and weeklies made Teiko High School the focal point of their covers, providing extensive coverage. In no time, Teiko High School gained immense notoriety, emerging as a new powerhouse in the realm of national basketball, and the moniker Miracle Generation quickly spread throughout the streets. How infuriating. Why must there be supplementary classes and makeup exams? At that moment, Aomine, in the classroom, tugged at his hair in exasperation, teetering on the brink of despair, knowing that his final exam scores hovered around a mere 20 or 30 points. It's your fault for not studying diligently. These makeup classes are a result of the lessons we missed due to our games, but the makeup exams are entirely your responsibility. All of us passed, yet you alone did not. In May, with a tone of earnest concern reminiscent of a devoted mother fretting over her child's academic performance, she earnestly elucidated matters to Qingfeng. And what of Ace? How could he possibly pass the examination? Upon learning that he was the sole student to have failed, Qingfeng's expression was one of incredulity, clearly struggling to reconcile with this harsh reality. Pray tell, are you jesting? Ace is the top scholar in the entire school. As May spoke, she placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated by Qingfeng's ignorance. Not only is he academically gifted, but he is also remarkably handsome and possesses exceptional athletic prowess. The mere mention of A's caused May's eyes to sparkle, transforming her into an enamored admirer in an instant. All right, enough of this chatter. You ought to hurry and train. Indeed, why dwell on such trivialities? Playing basketball was paramount. Qingfeng thought to himself as his feet eagerly propelled him forward, like an arrow loosed from its bow. He dashed out of the classroom and sprinted toward the gymnasium. Hey, wait for me. May called out in haste, but Qingfeng had already disappeared into the distance. Frustration bubbled within her, and she stomped her foot, muttering, "This fellow is always so impatient. He never waits for me." Pouting to express her dissatisfaction, she was suddenly approached by Baze, who emerged from the side. Baze, how utterly insufferable. He didn't even pause for me. Upon seeing Baze, May's anger dissipated by half, and a smile graced her features as she gradually moved closer to him. Shall we go together then? A hint of a smile lifted the corners of Baze's mouth. A subtle joy seemingly derived from Qingfeng's departure. His bright eyes sparkled as they met May's gaze, reminiscent of dazzling stars in the night sky. Yes, that sounds wonderful. May's cheeks flushed like the evening glow as she shyly lowered her head, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the handsome youth beside her. Her reply was soft and delicate, akin to a whisper, as if fearing to shatter the serene and beautiful atmosphere enveloping them. Thus, they strolled side by side along the pathway to the gymnasium. Baze's pace was deliberately slow, as if wishing to prolong this moment indefinitely. His eyes would occasionally glance at the girl beside him, his smile radiant like the warm sun of spring, never faltering for an instant. May, in turn, would occasionally steal glances at Baze, her hair gently brushing against her ear with the breeze, accentuating her shyness and tenderness. In that moment, they resembled flowers blooming in the spring breeze, quietly unfolding their own beauty and fragrance. The world around them seemed to freeze, with only the subtle affection between them permeating the air. Suddenly, a passing girl exclaimed, "Ah, it's Lord Baze." Following the national competition, Baze had become renowned not only outside the school but also a celebrated figure within, embraced by the vibrant social scene. "What are you waiting for? Quickly go take a picture with Lord Baze." The young girl's companion was equally exhilarated, for in school, one could mostly catch glimpses of Hakuzai only within the confines of the classroom or the basketball court, which, under normal circumstances, was not open for observation. The two could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed over, drawing the attention of those around them. "Ah, Lord Hakuzai, so handsome. Lord Hakuzai, I want to bear your children." A throng of youthful and vibrant girls surged toward Hakuzai, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves spotting a lone lamb. They jostled forward without mercy, shoving Mei away from Hakuzai's side, swiftly forming an impenetrable wall that ensnared him, rendering him immobile. In that very moment, as Mei found herself pushed out of the crowd, a pang of bitterness and disappointment welled up within her. Humph, that heartless fellow. He must be overjoyed with all these beautiful girls flocking around him. Mei turned her head, reluctantly conceding her previous position. After all, her relationship with Hakuzai was merely that of ordinary friends, without any further development. After casting one last heavy glance at Hakuzai, she turned away, her figure radiating profound loneliness. Faced with the fervent group of girls, Hakuzai felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of directly rejecting their advances. Just as he prepared to take a commemorative photo with them, he caught sight of the retreating Mei and felt an urgent wave of anxiety wash over him. "Pardon me, ladies, but I have an urgent matter." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Hakuzai anxiously pushed through the girls blocking his way and strode determinedly after Mei's fading silhouette. "Mei, wait for me." He quickened his pace and finally caught up with her, positioning himself in her path. Gazing at the panting Hakuzai before her, Mei let out a light hum, a smile teasing her lips as she remarked, "Humph. With so many female fans, you don't want them?" Though her words seemed casual, Hakuzai perceptibly detected the hint of jealousy woven within. He smiled subtly, realizing how this young girl was indeed speaking contrary to her heart. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, Hakuzai possessed an acute sensitivity to emotions and could easily discern Mei's true feelings, prompting an uncontrollable grin to spread across his face, as if he could barely contain his joy. Without hesitation, he replied, "They are not as important as you." As soon as he uttered those words, Mei was evidently taken aback by Hakuzai's forthright expression of affection, her face flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Utterly charming. Stammering, she retorted, "What are you saying?" Yet, her gaze remained steadfastly locked with Hakuzai's, showing no sign of retreat. "Let us not say anything further. Let us head to the gym," he suggested, unexpectedly turning away to leave, leaving a bewildered Mei standing in astonishment. "Humph, you naughty boy, Hakuzai." Regaining her composure, Mei stamped her feet in frustration, yet she was unwilling to let Baizé slip away so easily. With a huff, she chased after him, tugging at the hem of his garment and playfully pleading, "Aze, please say it once more." In that moment, Baizé felt as though his heart was submerged in a torrent of sweetness, akin to savoring the most delectable confection. Mei's tender and endearing demeanor rendered him utterly defenseless. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her. "I must say, they are not as significant as you, Mei," Baizé replied softly, a smile gracing his lips. Faced with such an adorable girl, how could he possibly bear to disappoint her? Hee. Mei's heart raced like a startled deer, her shyness palpable. After all, she was merely an innocent girl, and such candid words naturally left her feeling a tad bashful. In a flurry, she turned and dashed towards the gymnasium, eager to escape the exhilarating atmosphere that quickened her heartbeat. Baizé gazed at the lively and spirited figure of Wu Yu, his eyes brimming with affection. He leisurely followed her footsteps as they made their way to the gymnasium. Along the journey, their joyous laughter echoed through the air, composing a beautiful and heartwarming tableau. Chapter 47, The Provocation of Hiryuzumi Yoshio. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp and powerful sounds of impact reverberated throughout the basketball court. Accompanied by these resounding echoes, Baizé and Wu Yu pushed open the doors of the gym. Upon entering, a second-year senior approached them with a radiant smile, jesting, "Ah, our MV has returned." His tone was filled with admiration and respect for Baizé. The surrounding crowd cast approving glances, their eyes sparkling with recognition of Baizé's prowess. It was well known that without Baizé's exceptional performance in the finals, victory would have remained uncertain. In response to such commendation, Baizé offered a modest smile, waving his hand slightly and replying with a sheepish grin, "It's not that exaggerated. This victory belongs to everyone. If it weren't for our collective effort and determination, how could we have emerged victorious in the finals? All right, you all seem to be enjoying the chatter. It appears this training regimen is still too easy for you. Shall I intensify the drills?" With a hint of playful sarcasm, Bai Jin Gengzhao descended slowly from the second floor. A smirk danced on his lips, prompting a sense of caution among the onlookers. At his words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, faces growing serious. They were acutely aware that the training intensity set by Coach Bai Jin had already doubled compared to previous sessions. Every day, they labored exhaustively. Yet none dared voice a complaint. After all, they understood that the coach's stringent demands stemmed from goodwill. Recalling the last finals, most team members had not performed optimally. Had it not been for the extraordinary efforts of Baizé and a few others, that match would have surely seen them overwhelmed by Rokugo High School. Thus, faced with Coach Bai Jin's inquiry, the players could only bow their heads in silent acknowledgement before dutifully turning towards the training grounds to commence another grueling session. Observing the team's earnest dedication to training, Bai Jin Gengzhao smiled with satisfaction. He feared that after clinching the championship, they might become complacent. A little relaxation and enjoyment were acceptable, but not to excess. Baizé, it's time for you to start training. However, later, Hongsuan will bring a newcomer over. His temperament may not be as amiable, so please go easy on him, Bai Jin Gengzhao said, his face alight with a smile. He held a high regard for this player, who had entered Z0NE at the age of 13. Few in the entire archipelago possess such talent. Understood, coach. I will head to training now. In Baizé's tone, there was a palpable sense of respect, and shortly thereafter, he began his warm-up exercises with a basketball in hand. Meanwhile, Wu busied herself with organizing the affairs of the basketball team. As the manager, her responsibilities weighed heavily upon her. And recently Baizé had discussed the importance of gathering information on their opponents, prompting Wu to consider venturing into this realm. After a short while, Hongsuan Xiaozhao approached, leading a gray-haired youth. The boy, adorned with a defiant expression, observed those around him with keen interest, ultimately emitting a dismissive click of his tongue. Clearly looking down upon others. All right, everyone, gather around. Hongsuan Xiaozhao clapped his hands, calling out to the group. The players paused their activities and moved closer. This is our new addition to the first team. His name is Wizaki Xiangwu. Let's all get acquainted. Wizaki, why don't you introduce yourself? Hongsuan Xiaozhao gestured toward Wizaki Xiangwu, encouraging him to speak. With a languid gait, Wizaki Xiangwu stepped forward, licking his lips before breaking into a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Listen up, who was that guy? What was it, Kamakawa? Which one are you? I've heard about you for ages, and I'm here to take your position. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over. Baizé had yet to react, and the crowd was already agitated. Who dares to shout so recklessly here? Is such a person even fit to join the basketball team? To challenge Baizé, one must first defeat Aomine. Hey. What do you mean by saying defeat me first? My strength is quite commendable as well. Aomine pouted, clearly displeased by this remark. Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter at Aomine's response. You scoundrel, do you treat me as heir? Hearing the laughter, Higiyazaki Yoshio found it painfully jarring. When Higiyazaki spoke, the crowd frowned, their first impression of this new member decidedly unfavorable, their eyes reflecting disdain and hostility. Slap. Nichijiro Shizuzu delivered a sharp smack to Higiyazaki Yoshio's head. Speak properly. Instantly chastised, Higiyazaki adopted a more obedient demeanor, evidently intimidated by Nijiura. He knew that defiance would only lead to a beating from someone of Nijiura's caliber. A former gang leader. Hello everyone, my name is Higiyazaki Yoshio. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. At last, Higiyazaki's words were somewhat more refined, yet his tone still bore a hint of defiance. The expressions of those around him improved slightly, though they still harbored reservations about Higiyazaki. I truly dislike him. I wish I could crush him. Izuki Atsushi remarked softly, clearly sensing the malice surrounding Higiyazaki, despite his typically naive demeanor. I feel that regardless of his zodiac sign, we simply cannot get along. Midorima chimed in, having no interest in associating with such a troublesome companion. Undeterred, Higiyazaki strode directly towards Baizé, his gaze filled with aggression. A smirk curling at his lips. You must be Baizé. Since we both play small forward, How about we have a match? If you lose, you must relinquish your starting position to me. Heh, didn't the seniors just say that you should defeat Aomine before challenging me? Baizei's expression remained impassive, his tone dripping with contempt. Higiyazaki felt no need to regard him with respect, as he did not view Baizei as superior. Hey, Baizei, what's the meaning of this? Aomine immediately protested, feeling dragged into the matter. Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter once more at Aomine's outburst. It's a minor issue, Aomine. Consider it a quality check for me to see if he has the strength to be my substitute. You mustn't lose. Baizei teased Aomine with a playful smile. Lose? Impossible. Come on, let's have a one-on-one. Aomine stepped towards Higiyazaki, his eyes ignited with fierce competitive spirit. Get lost, Baizei? Are you afraid? Higiyazaki impatiently shoved Aomine aside, clearly fixated on Baizei alone. Baizei, what are you all doing huddled over there? As Baizei was about to utter a word, a melodious voice reached the ears of the crowd. May, with a curious glint in her eyes, squeezed her way through the throng. Oh, this young lady is quite enchanting. Isn't she? Care to amuse me? Exclaimed Wizaki Yoshimasa, immediately captivated by May's call of Baizei's name. He reached out, intending to caress May's flawless visage. However, just as he was about to advance, he realized his hand was ensnared by an iron grip. Baizei had firmly grasped Wizaki's inappropriate hand, forcefully flinging it away. His expression turned icy. Should you dare to attempt such insolence again, I shall sever your hand. You wished for a duel, did you not? Come forth. Baizei's tone was laced with a chilling menace, his gaze seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon Huizai Xiangwu. Heh, is this your girlfriend? Quite lovely indeed. Do take good care of her. Huizai Xiangwu couldn't help but smirk wickedly as he turned his attention towards May. Is that all you've got? Just some clever banter? Baizei promptly hurled the basketball towards him. He understood the coach's advice to go easy. Yet Huizai Xiangwu had already touched upon his sore spot, and he would not let him off lightly. Huizai Xiangwu caught the basketball with both hands, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he licked his thumb with his tongue. Ha, I revel in your possessions. Let me see what this rising star in the national team is truly capable of. Chapter 48. Let's practice a bit more. Baizei stood in stark opposition to Hizaki Xiangwu, his gaze imbued with contempt and disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smirk as he mockingly proclaimed, 5 shots. You may serve first, lest you find yourself unable to even touch the basketball later. Upon hearing these words, Hizaki Xiangwu's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips, his eyes igniting with a flicker of fury. How utterly arrogant, he retorted, suppressing the seething anger within. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. But do remember, the loser must not weep. With that, Hizaki Xiangwu seized the basketball and boldly strode to the apex of the three-point line, provocatively beckoning Baizei with a finger. Bring it on. Around them, a crowd began to gather, their hopes resting on Baizei as they eagerly anticipated witnessing how he would deliver a resounding lesson to Hizaki Xiangwu. For their sentiments towards him were far from favorable. Baizei's countenance remained devoid of emotion, yet those around him could faintly perceive the seething anger simmering within. Their gazes instinctively drifted towards May, as if recollecting something significant. May, acutely aware of the scrutiny upon her, felt her cheeks gradually flush with a rosy hue. However, her eyes were suffused with anxiety and tension. She fixated intently on Baizei, softly calling out, "A's," her voice betraying a hint of unease. At this moment, Wizaki Yoshio and Baizei had just executed a ball wash. Wizaki Yoshio gripped the basketball firmly, adopting a quintessential triple threat stance before Baizei. He slightly crouched, his eyes locked onto Baizei's every movement. Yet, in Baizei's discerning gaze, Wizaki Yoshio's actions appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Without hesitation, Wizaki Yoshio opted to initiate an attack by dribbling the ball, but Baizei scoffed at his audacity, drawing upon his extensive defensive acumen and nimble agility. He swiftly extended his hand, executing a lightning-quick steal, successfully sending the basketball out of bounds. Wizaki Yoshio stood agape, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the still expressionless Baizei, his complexion instantly paling. Clearly, Baizei regarded him with utter indifference. The onlookers exhibited little astonishment. After all, they had long grown accustomed to Baizei's prowess. With such limited skills, perhaps you should return home and practice diligently. Baizei remarked with a dispassionate tone, his expression unwavering. Let us see you boast after you score first. Wizaki Yoshio retorted, a sneer etched on his face. Merely having a ball stolen did not diminish his belief in his superiority over his peers. He was resolute that he had never been bested by anyone of his age. Baizai offered no response, merely engaging in silence as he and Wazaki Sho go about rewashing the ball. Baizai received the basketball from Haizai Xiangwu and swiftly moved to the right, executing a decisive breakthrough. Haizai Xiangwu's gaze sharpened, impressed by the speed. But he believed he could catch up. Thus, he immediately pursued, positioning himself to obstruct Baizai's offensive path. Yet, Baizai remained expressionless, skillfully executing a behind-the-back dribble with his right hand. Observing this, Haizai Xiangwu quickly shifted his position in an attempt to counter Baizai's advance. In a seamless motion, Baizai lifted the basketball with his left hand and executed a magnificent spin, effortlessly surpassing Haizai Xiangwu's defense and penetrating the lane, subsequently scoring with an easy layup. Haizai Xiangwu was unable to keep up, as Baizai's final turn was executed with such velocity that he was rendered completely unresponsive. The onlookers nodded in acknowledgement, yet soon shook their heads. It was commendable, but still far from Baizai's prowess. Hongsu and Xiaozhao also shook his head, recognizing that Baizai had barely exerted half of his strength. With such limited capability, it was surprising to think he was formidable. He hoped that A's would impart a thorough lesson. Aomine Daiki felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected Haizai Xiangwu to be a formidable competitor, but this was the outcome. It was a matter of acclimatization, as few had managed to defeat A's. Midorima pushed up his glasses. In truth, his skills were commendable. Those defensive maneuvers were quite effective, capable of besting all but the senior Hongsuan. But A's was simply too powerful. Akashi rationally assessed Haizai Xiangwu's abilities. How long would this last? He couldn't fathom why Baizai would choose to engage with him, as he was clearly outmatched. Murasakibara yawned, utterly speechless. More practice was necessary. For Haizai Xiangwu, Baizai didn't even need to employ such techniques to claim victory. The disparity in physical prowess was insurmountable. It was merely a single basket. Haizai Xiangwu retorted fiercely, his expression contorted and menacing. Baizai offered no extensive reply. He deemed it unnecessary to engage in conversation with Wazaki Yoshio, preferring instead to silence him through sheer strength. Once again, Baizai engaged in a game of ball with Hiraizumi Shogo. This time, Hiraizumi positioned himself slightly farther from Baizai. Aware of the latter's extraordinary speed, unaware that Baizai had not even unleashed his full potential moments ago. How foolish it is to allow one's opponent an opportunity to shoot. Baizai chuckled softly, lifted his hand, and released the ball. It sailed through the air with remarkable speed and precision, leaving Hiraizumi no time to react. The score now stood at 2 o'clock. Hiraizumi's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of deepening gloom, as he could hardly fathom how he had allowed Baizai to score once more. "Is this the confidence you possess in provoking me?" Baizai inquired nonchalantly, yet in truth, he was indifferent to the response Hiraizumi might offer, for he had swiftly resumed his game. Baizai showed no mercy as he executed a dazzling double-direction move on the next play, his speed astonishing, instantly leaving Wazaki Xiangwu in his wake. Without hesitation, he made a motion for a jump shot, prompting Wazaki to leap in an attempt to block. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Baizai refrained from shooting and instead dribbled again, causing confusion among the spectators. Was that a second dribble? No, it was a feint. Aomine widened his eyes, astonished by Baizai's maneuver, silently reflecting on Baizai's remarkable growth. This feint was so convincingly realistic that even we were deceived. Akashi couldn't help but express his admiration, praising Baizai's deceptive skill. As Wazaki leapt, Baizai successfully penetrated the paint and concluded the offensive with a powerful dunk. The entire arena was electrified by this spectacular moment, with cheers and exclamations resonating throughout. In the following plays, Baizai effortlessly scored with the ease of plucking fruit from a tree. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation, as if everything was under his command. "Practice more at home," Baizai remarked, gazing at Wazaki with a voice that, though soft, brimmed with authority, looking down upon him in disdain. Wazaki appeared diminutive and powerless, as if merely an insignificant presence. Meanwhile, Wazaki stood there in a daze, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom the extent of his defeat. So thorough and humiliating. Chapter 49. Haha, I'm back. With that, Baizai cast no further glance at Wazaki, redirecting his attention to Mei. At that moment, Mei felt a hint of bashfulness as she looked at Baizai. Her face flushed crimson, yet her gaze held no trace of evasion. "Ace, thank you," she said softly, her voice laced with shyness and gratitude. Akashi, observing from the side, wore an expression of understanding, silently marveling at the connection between the two. Aomine approached with a playful grin, wrapping his arm around Baize's neck and teasing, "Not bad. Baize, you've gotten even stronger." Baize slowly moved Qing Feng's hand away from his neck, his expression remaining indifferent as he calmly responded, "It is not that I have grown stronger, rather. He is simply too weak." His words dripped with disdain and contempt for Gue Zaki Xiangwu, as if he did not regard him at all. Indeed, it was perplexing how such an inept individual had the audacity to provoke others, all while exhibiting such a repugnant attitude. Qing Feng's countenance darkened. Clearly displeased by Gue Zaki Xiangwu's earlier conduct, however, he had entirely dismissed him now. For someone who could not even elicit half of Baize's strength could hardly capture Qing Feng's interest. Would this encounter shatter his confidence? Hong Xiu and Xiao Zhao chuckled helplessly, stepping forward to quietly inquire. "Captain, I have already shown restraint," Baize replied coldly, his expression unyielding. Hong Xiu and Xiao Zhao nodded with difficulty, well aware of the terrifying depth of Baize's true power, and felt a twinge of disappointment towards Gue Zaki Xiangwu. Realizing that his strength was not as formidable as he had previously imagined. Gradually regaining his composure, Gue Zaki Xiangwu's eyes were filled with ferocity and unwillingness, glaring fiercely at Baize as if he wished to consume him whole. Baize, too, sensed the gaze of Wizaki Xiangwu. Yet he merely chuckled coldly within his heart. Unable to best me in basketball, does he now seek to resort to physical altercations? I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in petty disputes with him repeatedly. Let his family impart a lesson instead. "Ah, Baize, do come here for a moment. I have something to discuss." It was as if Hongsu and Xuzhao had suddenly recalled an important matter, and he hastily gestured for Baize to approach. Observing this, Baize first inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before resolutely striding toward Hongsu and Xiuzhao's position. "Ace, I await you," Mei called out to Baize with her soft and melodious voice, her cheeks flushing as she swiftly vanished from the basketball court amidst the gazes of onlookers. At that moment, smiles of amusement spread across the faces of the crowd. On the opposite side of the court, Hongsu and Xiuzhao wore a solemn and dignified expression, as if the topic to be discussed was of great importance. He fixed his gaze upon Baize and began, "Baize, our basketball club has long lacked a capable vice president. Your prowess is evident to all. And if you would be willing to assume this role, it would greatly benefit the entire team. This is, in fact, the sentiment of Coach Hakuzai as well." However, Baize did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "President, you must understand my disposition. I am not particularly adept at management or leading a team. Rather than occupy a position such as vice president, I aspire to be an exceptional player, like a sharp blade, charging valiantly into battle on the court. Furthermore, in my humble opinion, Ajing may be more suited for this role. After all, as the sole heir of the Akashi family, he has undoubtedly received specialized training and education in this regard." Baize's tone was resolute, and his stance unequivocal, revealing the genuine thoughts that resided deep within him. Upon hearing this, Hongsu and Xiuzhao couldn't help but roll his eyes, acknowledging that he too was the sole heir of the Shuchuan family. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to ponder Baize's words. Indeed, if it were the vice minister position, Akashi would undoubtedly be more suitable. "Very well, I shall convey your sentiments to Coach Hakuzai. Since you are unwilling to assume the role of vice minister, we shall not impose." Hongsu and Xiuzhao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze reflecting a hint of understanding and respect. He recognized that everyone possesses their own choices and desires, and he would not hastily impose his will upon others. Observing Hongsu and Xiuzhao's reaction, Baize felt a slight sense of relief. After all, he truly found such matters beyond his capabilities. "Minister, I shall take my leave now," Baize spoke softly, aware that Mei was awaiting him. Upon hearing this, the seriousness that had adorned Hongsu and Xiuzhao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a curious, almost gossiping expression. "How is your relationship developing? Everyone in our basketball club is keeping a close watch on you too." Hongsu and Xiuzhao inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Baize could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat several times, attempting to mask his shyness, and in a perplexed tone, he retorted, "Cough, cough. Minister, when did you become so gossipy? Moreover, how come everyone on the basketball team knows about this? Have I been that obvious?" The realization that others had perceived his feelings made Baize feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, considering his past life, he had already lived for over 30 years. Yet he found himself harboring affection for a middle school student, which left him with a sense of shame. Well, it's evident to anyone with eyes. Don't tell me you two Haven T made any progress at all. Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao mused inwardly, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Zhe. As if to say, isn't it painfully obvious? How can you be so oblivious? Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhe smiled at Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao and replied, Minister, thank you for your concern. However, regarding Mei and me, let's just let things unfold naturally. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Hong Tzu and S gaze, Bai Zhe quickly sought an excuse to escape, saying, all right, I'm off to change clothes. With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the changing room. As Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao watched Bai Zhe's retreating figure, he placed his hands on his hips and sighed, Ah, youth. It is both beautiful and troublesome. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait. I seem to be single as well. How infuriating. Why is he the only one thriving in relationships? He inwardly cursed Bai Zhe for constantly flaunting his romance on the basketball court. Mei, let us set off together. Bai Zhe, now dressed, turned toward Mei, who was seated in the changing room, and offered her a gentle smile, his gaze filled with endless tenderness. Okay. Mei lightly brushed her silky hair aside and gracefully walked towards Bai Zhe. Her face radiated a sweet smile, and when their eyes met, it felt as if the entire world had been illuminated. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, as they both silently wished that this beautiful instant could last forever. Their souls seemed to resonate, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 50. The Haunted Incident at the Basketball Court on a Sweltering Summer Day. The team continued their relentless training in the gym, racing across the court like a gust of wind, their sweat pouring freely. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the gym's door was forcefully kicked open by Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao, and the battered figure of Wazaki Yoshio was dragged in like a tattered sack. Fuming with rage, Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao bellowed, You scoundrel dared to deceive me by claiming you were ill, while I caught you at the arcade. The onlookers could only shake their heads in resignation at the sight of the disheveled Wazaki Yoshio, for he had a notorious habit of dodging training sessions. The more Hong Tzu and Xiao Zhao thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to refrain from shouting at Wazaki Yoshio, You're already inferior to Bai Zhe. And now you're not even training properly. Upon hearing the name Base, Hayasaki Shogo's body involuntarily trembled, his eyes filled with dread. And he dared not lift his gaze to meet Base's. Only the heavens knew what he had endured on the day he was defeated by Base. He had intended to salvage his pride from the sidelines. After Base departed the gymnasium, he hastily followed, eager to teach him a lesson. However, before he could approach Base, he was seized by over a dozen menacing thugs in suits, who dragged him into a dark, narrow alley. Without a word, they unleashed a barrage of fists and kicks upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless. In mere moments, he was left in a pitiful state, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, he heard a stern warning forbidding him from troubling Base again. To his astonishment, his assailants introduced themselves as representatives of the Uekawa family. This revelation filled Hayasaki Shogo with terror. He had never imagined that Base was the scion of the Uekawa clan. Had he known this earlier, he would never have dared to provoke Base so recklessly. Faced with such a formidable Japanese conglomerate, thoughts of resistance never even crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Base remained engrossed in his shooting practice, completely oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Hayasaki Shogo or the fear etched on his face. To Base, Hayasaki Shogo was merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of his attention. Who truly cares about such a minor character? Oh, everyone gather around. I have something to announce. Hiroshige Shizuzu called out, straining his throat to assemble the group. Captain, has something happened? The crowd looked at Hiroshige with curiosity as he spoke with a grave expression. I have an important announcement to make. As you all know, the position of vice captain of our basketball club has been vacant. After thorough consideration and deliberation with Coach Hakuzai, we have decided to appoint Akashi as the vice captain. Hiroshige delivered the news in one breath, then turned solemnly to Akashi, stating, From today onward, you will be the vice captain of the basketball club. You must shoulder this responsibility. Akashi nodded in understanding, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Base. In his heart, he believed that Base was more suited for this role. The first-year students, having recently joined the basketball club, had no significant questions regarding Hiroshige's announcement. However, the second-year veterans appeared somewhat perplexed, though they refrained from voicing their doubts. While they had yet to witness Akashi making substantial contributions to the club, they chose to trust Hiroshige and Coach Hakuzai's judgment. Just then, Aomine rushed toward Base's practice area, interrupting his training. Base, Aomine called out breathlessly. What's wrong? Baizé effortlessly sent the basketball soaring through the air, watching as it gracefully swished through the hoop. Turning his head, he regarded Qing Feng with a look of curiosity and inquired, I've recently heard that the gym is haunted. Shall we go ghost hunting tonight? Qing Feng whispered conspiratorially into Baizé's ear. Upon hearing this, an image of a slender figure with blue hair, Kuroko Tetsuya, involuntarily surfaced in Baizé's mind. It seemed that he was due to make an appearance. Baizé mused silently to himself. However, more than Kuroko's arrival, Baizé was preoccupied with the development of his feelings for Mayuzumi. After all, he had fallen deeply for Momoi Satsuki and was resolute in pursuing this affection, even if it meant diverging from the established narrative of the original story. All right then, I'll accompany you to investigate after we finish training. Baizé responded softly, quickly adjusting his mindset and immersing himself back into the rigorous training. Damn it, this is too intense. I must train harder. Observing Baizé's unwavering focus, Qing Feng's gaze grew fervent. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Baizé's prowess indeed surpassed his own, albeit slightly. Thus, Qing Feng resolved to remain vigilant and intensify his training. If those who are even more formidable than him are exerting themselves, what reason did he have to slack off? As time trickled by, the sky gradually darkened, and night began to envelop the earth. Baizé and Qing Feng prepared to uncover the truth. Are you not heading home? From a distance, waiting for some time, Wu Yu spotted them and jogged over, stopping beside Baizé. Her gaze inadvertently drifting towards him as she softly inquired. Wu Yu, Qing Feng mentioned that there have been rumors of hauntings in this gym recently. So we decided to investigate, Baizé replied, turning to smile at her, excitement evident in his voice. Wu Yu's presence lifted his spirits, illuminating his world. Upon hearing his response, Wu Yu seemed poised to ask something further, just as a leaf fell onto her pink hair. The boy immediately sensed the anomaly. Slowly raising his right hand to gently sweep over her head, a subtle smile gracing his face. Wu Yu, there's a leaf in your hair. Let me help you with that. With grace, Baizé deftly plucked the leaf from her hair, waved it playfully in front of her, and then turned to dispose of it in a nearby trash bin, gazing at the girl with a tender affection. Wu Yu watched Baizé's actions, momentarily taken aback. Yet her body did not resist. Instead, she leaned slightly forward to facilitate his task. Her cheeks glowed with a faint blush, revealing a blend of cuteness and shyness. After he removed the leaf, a glimmer of disappointment and longing flickered in her eyes, as she had anticipated a playful pat on the head. Only to find he merely removed the leaf. Suddenly, the lights in the gymnasium blazed to life without warning, shattering this enchanting moment. Chapter 51. Tetsuya Kuroko bang. 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 Accompanied by the resounding impact, the lights in the gymnasium flickered on, and the sound of basketballs striking the floor echoed, as if someone were incessantly dribbling a ball. This abrupt turn of events sent a jolt through Qing Feng's heart, a chill creeping over him. It has appeared, Qing Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared into the illuminated gym, his voice trembling slightly. Wu, Ace. Beside him, Wu Yu displayed evident trepidation. Although she did not believe in the existence of ghosts, the reality of the situation evoked an uncontrollable fear within her. She grasped Baizé's arm tightly, seeking comfort in his presence. Baizé's expression mirrored a hint of astonishment. They had been standing near the entrance of the gymnasium, yet they had failed to notice the entrance of Kuroko Tetsuya. Perhaps it was due to the fact that their attention had been entirely captivated by Mei, leading to such oversight. Baizé sensed the trembling body of Wu Yu and quickly grasped her restless little hand, gently reassuring her. Wu Yu, do not be afraid. I am here, and all of this is merely an illusion. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Wu Yu leaned closer to Baizé, her demeanor calming significantly, clearly indicating that his words had a soothing effect. Let us proceed, Qing Feng. Is not the specter you have been incessantly muttering about right before us? Baizé feigned composure, playfully urging Qing Feng onward. Gritting his teeth, Qing Feng resolutely nodded, exclaiming, I understand. Let us go. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and stepped forward, cautiously pushing open the doors of the gymnasium. Each step was executed with meticulous care, as if he feared encountering some unfathomable peril. Upon entering the gym, Qing Feng anxiously scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the elusive figure with his gaze. To his disappointment, he found no one within the gym. Yet a wave of relief washed over him. Wu Yu appeared oblivious to any abnormality, her tense form relaxing as she gazed down at the reassuring hand that firmly enveloped her own, a sweetness akin to savoring candy enveloping her heart. In this moment, Devoid of fear, Wu found herself admiring Bai Zai's long and neat fingers, which seemed exquisitely crafted, radiating beauty. However, Bai Zai remained intently focused ahead, where the image of a slender youth with azure hair was vividly reflected in his eyes. Simultaneously, that youth scrutinized Bai Zai and the others, his innocent gaze seemingly puzzled by their continued presence. There is nothing remarkable here, Zai. There is no such thing as ghosts or deities. Qing Feng dismissively waved his hand, wearing an expression of disdain. Just as Bai Zai was about to respond, he noticed Kuroko Tetsuya stepping forward, gently patting Qing Feng on the shoulder. Qing Feng was startled by the sudden gesture, instinctively curling into a ball and retreating to a corner, utterly unable to confront the reality before him. Help! Mother! Monsters begone! Monsters begone! Qing Feng stammered in terror, his whole body trembling. Wu Yu, alarmed by Qing Feng's sudden scream, turned pale, as if struck by lightning, and immediately sought refuge in Bai Zai's warm embrace. Bai Zai felt the intense reliance of the girl in his arms, born from her overwhelming fear, stirring a ripple of emotions within him, awakening some peculiar sensations. May I inquire what has transpired here? Kuroko Tetsuya's innocent face was etched with confusion as he curiously gazed at the group, unabashedly voicing his internal questions. Upon hearing a human voice, Aomine, with tears glistening in his eyes, slightly trembled and turned his head. Aomine-kun? Kuroko seemed to recognize Daiki Aomine, tilting his head slightly in puzzlement, while casting glances towards Bai Zai and Mei. Uchikawa-kun and Momoi-san? At this moment, Bai Zai refrained from speaking excessively, merely lowering his head as he gently reassured Mei in his embrace. Mei, do not be afraid. It is merely a classmate. There are no monsters here. He softly patted her back, as if to convey that there was nothing to fear. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Mei gradually relaxed, slowly lifting her tear-filled eyes to meet his gaze, looking as if she might burst into tears at any moment, evoking a sense of tenderness. She then questioned with a face full of skepticism, is that true? Ace. Yes, indeed it is. Bai Zai's heart skipped a beat, silently marveling at how utterly adorable Mei was, resembling a little angel. Mei slowly turned her head to face Kuroko Tetsuya, and upon seeing that he exhibited no abnormalities, she let out a sigh of relief. Blushing, she gently extricated herself from Bai Zai's embrace and softly remarked, I apologize, Ace. Bai Zai gazed tenderly at Mei, gently shaking his head, expressing that as long as it was Mei, he could embrace her for as long as he desired. He then turned his attention to Kuroko Tetsuya, smiling as he remarked, lately, there have been rumors of hauntings in the gymnasium. I never imagined a classmate was practicing basketball. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Aomine also recovered from his earlier astonishment and chimed in, indeed, I thought a ghost had appeared, which startled me. Kuroko Tetsuya scratched his head, revealing a hint of a sheepish smile, and explained, I apologize. I merely stayed behind to train. His voice carried a note of regret, as if he felt slightly embarrassed for having caused a misunderstanding among his peers. Bai Zai and Qing Feng exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the diligence and perseverance of Kuroko Tetsuya. They expressed their admiration for Kuroko's hard work and encouraged him to continue striving. Bai Zai gently patted Kuroko on the shoulder, saying softly, it's all right. With your dedication to training, you will undoubtedly achieve even greater results. We also aspire to learn from you. Qing Feng nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, it's truly impressive. There is no one in our squad as diligent as you. Let us seize the opportunity to play together in the future and refine our skills through friendly competition. His dark visage was adorned with a hint of a smile, for he held a deep appreciation for those who harbor a passion for basketball. Kuroko looked gratefully at Bai Zai and Qing Feng, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. All right, I've made my decision. Bai Zai, let us commit to training with him every day from now on. Qing Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixed his gaze intently on Bai Zai, eagerly anticipating his agreement to this proposal. However, Bai Zai's thoughts were still occupied with Mei. But what about Mei? He voiced with concern, his gaze frequently drifting towards her, clearly prioritizing her situation. Mei quickly waved her hand, a smile illuminating her face as she gently replied, Bai Zai, it's all right. I can wait for you both. Her tone was resolute yet tender, seemingly unperturbed by the passage of time. Bai Zai pondered for a moment before proposing a compromise. How about this, Mei? I will train with them for a while, and then I will take you home. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes as he gazed intently at Mei, yearning for her agreement to this arrangement. Mei slightly nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze firmly fixed on Bai Zai, brimming with trust and support. At that very moment, Baizé mirrored her focus, their eyes meeting as if they shared an unspoken understanding, both silently agreeing that they must prevent Qing Feng from being a third wheel. With this thought, they both erupted into a light-hearted laughter, filled with a camaraderie only they could comprehend. "By the way, I still don't know your name," Qing Feng inquired, prompting Baizé and made it turn their attention to Tetsuya Kuroko, even though Baizé was already aware of his name. Kuroko, under their watchful gaze, felt a bit anxious. After taking a deep breath, he introduced himself. "My name is Tetsuya Kuroko. You may call me Kuroko." Hearing Kuroko's introduction, Baizé responded with a smile. "I am Baizé. You can also call me Baizé or Ace." Qing Feng chimed in. "I am Daiki Aomine. Just call me Aomine." Finally, Mei smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, Kuroko. I am Mayuzumi Dekao." Once everyone had introduced themselves, Qing Feng turned to Kuroko, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. "Kuroko, give your best in training. I believe that one day we will stand together on the court." Upon hearing Qing Feng's words, Kuroko felt a stir of hope within him and asked with anticipation, "Is that really possible?" After all, he had made a promise with his friends to face each other in a match. How wonderful it would be to realize that goal. Fool, why wouldn't it be possible? Those who love basketball are all good people. Aomine confidently extended his right hand, clenched into a fist, signaling Kuroko for a fist bump. Kuroko appeared somewhat surprised but quickly composed himself, a smile gracing his face. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and gently tapped fists with Aomine. In that moment, it felt as if their friendship illuminated the entire world. Baizé and Mei, witnessing this bond, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 52, Akashi's Reminder Sigh. "I'm craving snacks." Murasakibara languidly slumped on the bench, looking utterly dispirited. "It's all right, Atsushi. Training is over, and we can eat soon. Let us take a breather." Akashi replied, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling as if he had just emerged from an intense battle. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his sports attire. It was evident that he too had been thoroughly exhausted by the rigorous training regimen. Indeed, Coach Platinum's training volume is exceedingly demanding, Baizé remarked with a hint of exasperation. However, unlike others, after days of intensive training, Hakuzai gradually adapted to the immense workload imposed by Coach Platinum. His physique became increasingly robust, and his skills continued to refine. At this moment, Akashi turned his head, curiosity evident in his gaze as he inquired, "Hakuzai, may I ask what you and Aomine have been up to these days? You haven't walked home with us after school." His expression was filled with confusion and bewilderment. "We've been practicing at another gym with a friend," Hakuzai replied, while his mind began to recall the original story's exploration of Kuroko's abilities. He resolved to take an active role in this matter. "Oh, in that case, shall we go check it out together later? It would be a perfect opportunity to meet your new friend," Akashi suggested, glancing towards Murasakibara and Midorima for their opinions. "I have no objections," Midorima succinctly replied. All right. Murasakibara responded with a lackluster demeanor, seemingly uninterested in the suggestion, yet he did not explicitly voice any dissent. "I'll be straightforward. You do not belong in our club. I recognize your persistent efforts, yet the outcome has been a decline in your rankings. Leaving the team is not mandatory. The decision rests with you." Kuroko aimlessly dribbled the basketball in his hands, his mind replaying the coach's words as if he were the only person left in the world. "What should I do?" he murmured to himself. Despite his tremendous efforts, he had yet to achieve noticeable progress. Nonetheless, he was aware that his dear friend, Narahiro Ajiwara, was waiting for him, eager to engage in an intense showdown. Just as Kuroko was lost in thought, the basketball unexpectedly slipped from his control, rolling to the ground and bouncing directly in front of Aomine. Aomine approached, a look of concern on his face, asking, "Kuroko, is something the matter?" Kuroko slowly raised his gaze to meet Aomine's, forcing a faint smile, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sense of loneliness. In a subdued voice, he confessed, I might have to withdraw from the team." "What? Why?" Aomine's face was a canvas of surprise and confusion. He simply could not comprehend why Kuroko would make such a decision. After all, they all knew how passionate Kuroko was about basketball. How could he choose to give up so easily? "I love playing basketball, but it seems I cannot contribute to the team," Kuroko replied, dejected. "There are no players in the team who are unnecessary, even if you cannot play in the games. How can you say that the one who trains harder than anyone else is of no use to the team?" Aomine looked at Kuroko with a serious expression. He did not wish to see someone so devoted to basketball leave the club. "I cannot guarantee that perseverance will lead to success, but once you give up, you will have nothing. Kuroko appeared to find solace within his heart, gazing at Aomine with a look of hope. At that moment, Akashi and the others entered through the gymnasium doors. Aomine, taken aback, stared at Akashi, clearly surprised that everyone had come here. I haven't seen you in Shirazaki lately. Turns out you've been training here in secret. Akashi jested. Indeed, the gym over there was too crowded, so the three of us have been training here, Aomine replied. Turning to Shirazaki. By the way, Shirazaki, you're quite late today. Akashi then directed his attention to Shirazaki, inquiring, Shirazaki, wasn't he there another friend? Where is he? Shirazaki, pointing helplessly at Kuroko beside Aomine, responded, well, Kuroko's presence is indeed quite minimal. Even the generation of miracles couldn't detect him. The group turned to the direction Shirazaki indicated, suddenly astonished to see Kuroko standing before them. Wait, have we had this person before? Murasakibara asked slowly, holding a delicious snack. I find this student rather intriguing, Akashi remarked, his eyes scanning Kuroko with mild surprise. Upon hearing this, Midorima felt a sense of unease, being frequently in Akashi's company. He understood that anyone who could pique Akashi's interest was undoubtedly remarkable. Excuse me, could you spare me a moment? Akashi politely asked Kuroko, gradually realizing the purpose behind Shirazaki bringing him to meet Kuroko. Although Kuroko was filled with questions, he obediently nodded and followed Akashi to another side of the basketball court. What does Akashi intend to do? Mayuzumi inquired curiously, her bright eyes sparkling as she turned to Shirazaki. Perhaps he wants to assist Kuroko. Let us not dwell on it too much. I still have extra training to do today. Mayuzumi, I'll head to practice now, Shirazaki said, gently patting Mayuzumi's head before bending down to pick up a basketball from the ground. Wait for me, Shirazaki, Aomine exclaimed, sprinting over upon hearing that Shirazaki intended to train. On the other side of the basketball court, Akashi set his backpack aside and gestured for Kuroko to take a few shots. Without hesitation, Kuroko focused intently on the hoop and launched the basketball towards it. However, the ball repeatedly struck the rim, producing a clanging sound as it ricocheted away time and again. Akashi could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, this is the first time I've witnessed someone exerting such effort, yet achieving no results. Hearing this, Kuroko froze on the court, astonished. I'm sorry. Your words do indeed strike a blow to my spirit. Yet Akashi replied earnestly, my apologies, I did not intend to discourage you. I merely find it quite remarkable. Kuroko, nervously gazing at Akashi, awaited his next words. His athletic ability was certainly not lacking, and his experience and training were substantial enough to be deemed proficient. Yet even so, I feel nothing from you. This is exceedingly peculiar. Those who have long engaged in a particular sport invariably exhibit a unique aura that stems from their experience. Yet your presence is remarkably faint. At this moment, Akashi's expression was serious as he continued, however, this is not a flaw. Rather, it is your strength. If harnessed, it could become a formidable asset for the team. Can one truly capitalize on such an elusive presence? Kuroko gazed at Akashi with eager anticipation, hoping for his response. I'm afraid I can only say this much. If you wish to uncover the answer, seek me out. Akashi bent to retrieve his bag, leaving the query hanging for Kuroko before gradually making his way back to the others. Kuroko watched Akashi depart, incessantly pondering their recent conversation. Akashi, what did you two discuss? Upon Akashi's return, Aomine eagerly inquired. Nothing significant. We merely exchanged a few words. After all, this aligns with Aomine's intentions. Well, it's getting late. Let us head home. Akashi cast a meaningful glance at Wakazumi before stepping out of the gymnasium. Aomine, what does that mean? Hearing Akashi's reply, Aomine immediately turned to Wakazumi for clarification. You will find out in due time. Wakazumi replied with a smile, then approached Mayuzumi. Mayuzumi, sorry to keep you waiting. Allow me to escort you home. Yes, Mayuzumi exclaimed, rising with excitement, promptly organizing her belongings. Returning home with Wakazumi was the highlight of her day. Aomine, now somewhat puzzled, wondered why everyone was speaking in riddles. Is my mind not sharp enough to grasp this? As Akashi exited the gymnasium, a figure stood by the entrance. Is that the sixth man you spoke of? Midorima's eyes glinted with keen insight as he fixed his gaze on the emerging Akashi. Akashi cast a glance at Midorima and retorted, Did you hear that? The two walked home together, and Midorima, adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, could no longer contain his curiosity and promptly asked, Do you truly believe that fellow will change? Who knows? Akashi replied expressionlessly, his demeanor slightly aloof. I sense potential in him. But as we have only just met and are not friends, I am under no obligation to guide him further. I merely lowered the line for him. Whether he can ascend from it depends entirely on him. Chapter 53. Kuroko's transformation. Wakazumi handed Mayuzumi a beverage he had already opened, smiling as he did so. Mayuzumi cautiously accepted the drink, took a gentle sip, and then looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "Wakazumi, what did Akashi and Tetsuya talk about tonight?" Baizei offered a faint smile, responding in a calm tone, "In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable. It is merely about guiding Ji towards a path that suits his development. Given Ji's current abilities and talents, it is indeed somewhat challenging for him to stand out in the basketball club. Therefore, they may need to explore a distinctive approach to highlight Ji's unique characteristics." After listening, Wu nodded thoughtfully. Over the past few days, she had gradually discerned some issues inherent in Hazy. Thus, she continued to inquire, what exactly might this unique path entail? Baizei paused momentarily, locking eyes with Mei, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "That is to fully exploit his sole advantage." Mei immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, "His sense of presence." Baizei nodded in satisfaction, affirming her insight. Indeed, Mei was quite astute. If Kuroko could adeptly wield his subtle sense of presence, he could become a formidable asset on the battlefield. As Baizei spoke, he gently ruffled Mei's hair, his eyes brimming with admiration. Mei, flattered by the compliment, felt a wave of joy wash over her. Subsequently, the two strolled down the bustling street, steering clear of discussions about Kuroko, instead sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives, meandering beneath the dazzling lights. Meanwhile, on another street, Aomine walked alongside Kuroko. "What can we do for the team?" "You've discussed those matters with Akashi," Aomine said, hands tucked into his pockets as he trailed Kuroko. "Yes, my shooting is rather poor, so I can only rely on passing or assisting," Kuroko mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "True, Akashi isn't omnipotent, surely. There are things only you can accomplish," Aomine responded. "What might those be?" Kuroko asked, turning to Aomine with curious eyes. "Like those incredibly sharp passes?" "Whoosh, whoosh," Aomine exclaimed, dramatically mimicking the motion of passing an imaginary basketball, his expression comically animated. "Enough already, I must take my leave," Kuroko replied, exasperated. As they reached a fork in the road, he waved goodbye to Aomine. "See you tomorrow." Aomine reciprocated the farewell, then turned towards home, while Kuroko ambled into a nearby bookstore. The store was suffused with a gentle aroma of books, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. Kuroko wandered amongst the shelves, his gaze casually scanning the neatly arranged tomes. Suddenly, a particular book caught his attention. He halted, turning to inspect the volume titled The Art of Inductive Insight. Kuroko's eyes widened in intrigue, captivated by the title. He reached out, his fingers lightly brushing the cover, savoring its texture. The book seemed to possess a unique allure, rendering Kuroko unable to divert his gaze. A surge of intense curiosity welled up within him, as if he had discovered a key to an uncharted realm. Carefully, Kuroko retrieved the book from the shelf, flipping through its pages and immersing himself in the world of words. Each page brimmed with wisdom and enlightenment, and he devoured the text with fervor, as though he had entered a novel domain. As time passed, Kuroko's fascination with the book deepened. He sensed that this volume might serve as a pivotal turning point in his life. In the subsequent days, Kuroko practiced the techniques from the book with Baizei and Aomine each evening, as if he had finally found his path. "Hey, Akashi, someone is looking for you." A senior from the First Army led a blue-haired youth into the basketball gym. Akashi, who was training, turned around upon noticing Kuroko's arrival, a smile gracing his face as he approached him slowly. "It has been 3 months since we last met. Kuroko, have you arrived at an answer?" Indeed, a resolute determination shone in Kuroko's eyes, embodying not only his self-assurance, but also a firm belief in the efforts he had exerted over the past 3 months. "Well then, let us conduct a test immediately," Akashi replied subtly, turning to prepare. As Akashi turned, Kuroko hastily called out, "If possible, may I showcase my abilities through a match?" Akashi glanced back at Kuroko, recognizing the confidence in his eyes, and understanding dawned upon him. He quickly ran over to Nijimura Shizo's side. "Nijimura-senpai." At that moment, Nijimura, who was in discussion with Shirazaki, looked up towards Akashi. "What is it?" "The person we spoke of earlier," Akashi indicated for them to look at Kuroko. "Tetsuya has arrived?" Shirazaki inquired gently. Yes. "Oh, so he is the one you mentioned before," Nijimura replied slowly, his tone betraying little regard. To be honest, he held little hope for this slender blue-haired boy. Nijimura-senpai. He may very well astonish you, Shirazaki said with a subtle smile, for he had personally experienced Kuroko's prowess, which was truly extraordinary. Akashi softly asked, Kuroko wishes to demonstrate his strength through a match. Could you assist in arranging this? Anticipation was evident in his gaze toward Kuroko. Nijimura stared at Shirazaki, and after a moment of silence, nodded. Very well, since you both speak so highly of him, I shall see what makes this boy so special. With that, Nijimura turned and walked towards the court to organize the match. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. The players swiftly found their rhythm, fiercely vying for possession of the ball. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and the basketball inexplicably veered, as if enchanted. The players on the court rubbed their eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre change in direction of the ball. Meanwhile, Nijimura and Sanada, who were watching from the sidelines, were equally astonished, their eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled by the miraculous passing technique they could not decipher. The player who received the basketball was utterly bewildered. How did this ball come to my hands? At that moment, the entire court seemed enveloped in a mysterious force. Shoot! Kuroko called out, prompting the receiving player to react swiftly, as he was in a wide-open position. The player then shot directly, the basketball hitting the backboard before swooshing through the net. When did this guy appear? From where did he come? The opponents and teammates on the court were utterly bewildered, unable to locate the elusive Kuroko. What on earth is that? A pass so unexpected. It was as if he had vanished from the court altogether. Hinomaru Shizuzu did not conceal his astonishment, his eyes wide as he observed Kuroko's maneuvers, simultaneously inquiring of Akashi and Shirazaki beside him, evidently perplexed by Kuroko's abilities. It is the art of induction, Akashi replied slowly, casting a glance at Shirazaki. Huh? Hinomaru Shizuzu seemed unfamiliar with this basketball technique, appearing somewhat puzzled. Baizei also noticed Akashi's gaze, and continued his words. It is a technique often employed in magic to divert a person's attention. Magic? Nijimura Shizuzu turned to Baizei, his head filled with a large question mark, wondering how basketball was related to magic. For instance, prior to intercepting the ball, one can manipulate the defender's focus through eye contact and movement, guiding their attention towards the ball or other players, Akashi elucidated, pausing momentarily. Baizei comprehended his thoughts and had no choice but to continue speaking. In doing so, he could ethereally vanish from the arena, where his presence was already rather tenuous. As the two engaged in their theatrical exchange, Akira Hirakawa couldn't help but turn his head incessantly, exclaiming, "Did you foresee this outcome? And could you two refrain from making me feel like my neck might snap? My apologies, haha." Baizei chuckled mischievously, acknowledging Akashi's rather cunning nature. Indeed, this surpasses our expectations. Akashi responded, his smile directed at Baizei. Right? Baizei nodded in agreement, realizing that introducing Kuroko to Akashi had ultimately been a fortuitous act. He then glanced at the frail boy on the court, reflecting that Kuroko had indeed joined the miraculous family of generation. Now, only Ryota Kai's remained absent. From this day forth, you shall join the first team. It is imperative that you seize this opportunity. One day after the match, the coach of the third team addressed Kuroko with a look of satisfaction, for Kuroko had genuinely earned his place through hard work. Excellent. Kuroko finally relaxed, feeling the fruits of his 3 months of effort. Teacher, is Kuroko here? A sweet voice entered the office, inquiring of the third team coach. Mayuzumi had evidently yet to notice Kuroko's presence. I'm here. Kuroko responded from the side. Ah, you startled me. Kuroko, let us go. I'll take you to the first team's training facility. Mayuzumi stepped back in surprise, placing a hand on her forehead. Kuroko nodded in acknowledgement. Mayuzumi and Kuroko then entered the first team's training grounds, where she called out, "Everyone, I have brought Kuroko with me." "Thank you." Akira Hirakawa, who was practicing nearby, responded. "Finally here, Asia." Aomine raised his head upon hearing Mayuzumi's voice, turning his gaze towards the two. "Ah, I've been waiting for you." Akashi, glistening with sweat, smiled, clearly looking forward to Kuroko's arrival. All eyes were on Kuroko as he entered, each expression unique yet united in a warm welcome. Baizei stood up with a gentle smile, articulating the collective sentiment of the crowd. "Welcome to the first team of the Teik Basketball Club." Kuroko widened his eyes in astonishment, observing the imposing presence of those around him, and inwardly mused, "Everyone seems incredibly formidable. Is this what it means to be the national champions?" Akashi fixed his gaze on Kuroko and uttered a pivotal instruction. "Remember this, from this moment forward. Your singular mission is victory." Chapter 54. The crux of the matter. Ding ding ding. Just as Akashi was preparing to take the court, he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone from the bench. Confused, he retrieved the device from his bag and glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Hazuki SH Go. He then turned to Nijimura SHZ and remarked, "It's Hazuki." Nijimura turned his head, his expression darkening. "What? Give it to me." He snatched the phone from Akashi's hands. "Hazuki, where are you right now?" "Apologies. I caught a cold. Cough, cough, cough." Hazuki feigned a cough on the other end of the line, yet his tone was unmistakably irritating. Upon hearing this, Nijimura exuded an aura of frustration, his face contorting in displeasure. Reluctantly, he turned to Sanada Naoto behind him and said, "Hazuki can't make it. He's ill." Sanada pondered for a moment before solemnly addressing Baize and Kuroko. "Kuroko, be prepared. You'll start in place of Baize today." "Baize, I want to see the chemistry between Kuroko and Akashi on the court. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely." Baize readily agreed, seizing a rare opportunity to take it easy. And since today was intended to assess Kuroko, it was truly a win-win situation. Conversely, Kuroko appeared utterly perplexed, his eyes wide with uncertainty, as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. "It's just a minor issue, Tetsuya. You can do this," Baize encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Kuroko faced Baize in silence, managing only a hesitant nod. As preparations for the match commenced, everyone gathered near the center circle, ready for the jump ball. "Relax, Tetsuya," Aomine said, smiling at Kuroko, only to find that Kuroko's legs were trembling, his whole body swaying. "Oh no, this is bad. He's as unsteady as a newborn fawn." Beep. The whistle blew, and the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Murasakibara effortlessly leaped, successfully tapping the ball to Akashi. Akashi dribbled the ball slowly, casting a glance at Kuroko, and advised, "Don't be nervous, Kuroko, just take your time." Bang. A resounding noise startled everyone, drawing their attention to Kuroko. He stumbled, his body quaking as if he might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, it appeared as though an invisible force ensnared his legs, intertwining them and causing him to lose balance, crashing heavily to the ground. The spectators stared in disbelief at the fallen Kuroko, their hearts filled with concern and confusion. Yet Kuroko swiftly rose from the ground, nonchalantly stating, "I'm sorry, I just tripped over my own feet. I'm fine." Akashi shook his head with a wry smile, observing, "You don't appear to be unscathed at all." He then pointedly indicated Kuroko's nose. As if on cue, 2 streams of crimson blood began to flow from Kuroko's nostrils, a sight both shocking and distressing. Noticing this, Sanada quickly called for a timeout and rushed to attend to Kuroko's injury. Meanwhile, Murasakibara looked on in astonishment and turned to Aomine, exclaiming, "This is truly unbelievable." Aomine, unable to contain his concern, inquired about Kuroko's condition. It was astonishing that he had been substituted merely seconds into the game. Midorima, hands on his hips, mirrored their shock. "This certainly exceeded our expectations." Akashi replied helplessly, a flicker of worry evident in his eyes. "It is unavoidable. Shirazaki, you're up." Sanada directed the players seated on the bench. Okay. Shirazaki responded, disappointment etched on his face, having anticipated a moment of respite, only to be thrust into action. Beep. Teiko requests a substitution. The referee immediately signaled. Within a few brief minutes, Shirazaki showcased astonishing prowess. Each pass he executed was flawlessly accurate, confounding the opponents. His attacks were razor-sharp, penetrating the adversary's defenses like a dagger, effortlessly tearing through their guard. Under his leadership, the team relentlessly assaulted the opposing basket, repeatedly sending the ball through the net. The score widened rapidly as Shirazaki's exceptional performance obliterated the competition, placing them far ahead. The entire arena erupted in a frenzy of cheers and admiration, all captivated by Shirazaki's remarkable display. "Has the nosebleed stopped?" Sanada inquired calmly, sitting beside Kuroko. "It's fine now," Kuroko replied, using tissue to staunch the flow. "All right. Prepare to substitute Shirazaki." Kuroko then prepared to take the court. On the floor, he followed the others' movements, and with a sharp gaze, Akashi swiftly passed the basketball to Kuroko. Rather than catching it, Kuroko tapped the ball, directing it straight to Murasakibara. Beep. Out of bounds, possession to Nanbara. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Indeed, Kuroko had inadvertently sent the ball out of play. Murasakibara, visibly displeased, placed his hand atop Kuroko's head. "What was that just now? Were you toying with me?" "I wasn't." Kuroko replied. "I'll crush you." "Please don't." Midorima sighed, beginning to understand Kuroko's style. It was certainly intriguing, yet marred by too many errors. Was it due to nerves? Or perhaps he had yet to fully master his approach? Or was it a combination of both? As the game concluded, the group gathered outside the court for lunch. Shirazaki, what is that? Murasakibara asked, chewing on a piece of chicken cutlet. Baizei gazed at the bento box in his hand, emitting a sinister aura, and sighed helplessly. Would you care to eat the bento that may provide it? It appears rather eerie. I certainly shall not. Zahara, with an expression of disdain, promptly rejected Baizei, clearly recognizing the frightening aspects of Mei's offering. By the way, Tetsuya, I would like to address the issue we encountered on the court earlier, Baizei stated, his demeanor growing serious. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around, eager to see if Baizei could offer some insight. Please, do point out my mistakes, Kuroko implored, his own expression earnest, as he too felt dissatisfied with his recent performance. The speed of your passes requires adjustment, Baizei articulated gradually. The first team moves swiftly, and if you do not release the ball earlier than the second and third teams, you will miss your chance. It fundamentally concerns timing. Akashi nodded in realization and added, moreover, you must learn to manage your presence effectively. The art of deception can only manifest its full potential when your emotions remain concealed. While determination is essential, it must be kept within. The group nodded in understanding, finally grasping the concept. Kuroko inhaled deeply, his expression void of emotion as he transformed his face into a poker visage. Understood. I shall apply this. Chapter 55. A true member of the first team I see now. Asia, you must strive harder. By the way, I have yet to eat. I shall make a trip to the convenience store. With that remark, Aomine darted off like the wind toward the store. Isn't that Aomine's wallet? Zahara, with keen eyes, promptly spotted the wallet abandoned on the bench. I shall return it to him. Upon hearing this, Kuroko quickly rose to his feet. Wait for me. I shall accompany you. We have a match this afternoon, and it would be unfortunate if I were unable to play due to Mei's bento. Perhaps I should also stop by the nearby pharmacy to procure some medication, just in case. Baizei thought back to the discomfort that had settled in after he had forced down Mei's bento. But he couldn't bear to disappoint her after she had risen early to prepare such a heartfelt meal. Thus, Zahara turned to hand the wallet to Kuroko, and the two set off together, with Kuroko holding the wallet while Baizei, looking pained, trailed closely behind. As they searched nearby, Aomine's voice suddenly echoed from around the corner, advocating for Asia's retention on the team. There's still a game this afternoon. Let us give him another chance. Hakuzai quietly listened as he pulled Kuroko into a corner. It was no longer necessary to observe. The decision to demote had already been made. Naoto Sanada replied indifferently. Aomine's teeth clenched in frustration. If he performed poorly again in the next match, he too would face demotion. Therefore, please allow him to play one more time. That guy will someday be able to save the team, although I cannot explain why. But I possess this inexplicable premonition. My goodness, this is true love. Hakuzai thought to himself, gazing at Kuroko, a hint of a comforting smile gracing his lips as he softly said, Tetsuya, Aomine is making such an earnest effort to keep you on the team. This sincerity is truly rare. I hope you can cherish this opportunity and not disappoint his expectations and sacrifices. Kuroko leaned quietly against the wall, his head slightly bowed, his large eyes wide with unshed tears swirling in their sockets. He fought to hold back the tears and nodded vigorously in affirmation. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon match time. After completing their warm-up exercises, everyone settled quietly on the bench, awaiting the formal commencement of the game. Shortly after, they saw Hirakawa Shuzo enter, carrying a pig's head with gray hair, muttering angrily, "Come and say hello." The bruised and battered Shugo Haizaki managed to move his mouth, blood dripping from his nose. Hello, everyone. The collective thought among the spectators was that Haizaki had been severely beaten. The second-string players had encountered him at the arcade. Despite having a cold, he still appeared rather spirited, so I brought him along. Hirakawa Shuzo wore a smile, but to everyone else, he resembled a terrifying demon. In unison, they replied, but he's barely hanging on. At that moment, each of them resolved to never provoke the captain again. Returning to the matter at hand, everyone sat on the bench as Naoto Sanada outlined the upcoming arrangements. He picked up his notebook and stated, the starting lineup for the afternoon consists of Akashi, Midorima, Murasakibara, Aomine, and Hakuzai. He then glanced at Kuroko, his gaze calm as he asked, Kuroko, you're ready to play in the second half, right? Though phrased as a question, his tone was undeniably assertive. Kuroko recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to prove his worth. nodding earnestly in affirmation, signaling his readiness. As the first half concluded, Kuroko rubbed his hands together in anticipation, preparing to step onto the court. Baizé approached him and softly encouraged, "Remember the words I shared with you at noon. Put forth your utmost effort in battle and have faith in yourself. You will surely succeed." Heisei took a deep breath, instantly suppressing all emotions, his face devoid of expression, as if he had completely isolated himself from the outside world, minimizing his presence to the utmost. Finally, he lowered his voice and replied, "Yes, I understand." With that, Heisei stepped onto the court, replacing Baizé. Apart from this substitution, the team maintained its original starting lineup. Akashi received the ball, deftly dribbling it forward. With a simple in-out move, he effortlessly sent the defending player tumbling to the ground. Observing this, the opposing team rushed to reinforce their defense. However, Akashi had already accurately assessed Heisei's position, unhesitatingly delivering a precise long pass. The basketball soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Heisei. Upon receiving the ball, Heisei did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion, he struck the ball, which zipped through the air with a sharp whoosh. Astonishingly, the basketball drew a peculiar arc in midair, cleverly evading the opponent's interception, and landed securely in Midorima's hands. Midorima, taken aback, marveled, the ball actually curved. Hisaki, completely bewildered by the events that had just unfolded, clenched his teeth in disbelief, unaware that their new teammate possessed such extraordinary abilities. With a swift swoosh, the basketball fell into the hoop, and Midorima effortlessly scored. Following this, Akashi passed the ball again, which curved once more, reaching the open Shihoin, who executed a powerful dunk with ease. The basketball then took another unexpected turn, finding the open Aomine, who made a simple layup. The continuous passes from Akashi at seemingly impossible moments created a relaxed atmosphere on the court. Shihoin, slightly breathless yet hardly sweating, realized how effortless these plays had been. Once activated, it can truly transform to such a degree. Heisei, Midorima murmured, "This is an impeccable support." Accompanied by Heisei's ghost-like, elusive passes, Sanada Naoto's eyes reflected uncontainable astonishment, and he couldn't help but nod slightly at Heisei in acknowledgement. Ultimately, the match concluded, with the players of Teiko triumphantly claiming victory in a relaxed manner. "Incredible, Tetsuya." Baizé approached, handing Heisei a towel and a bottle of water, expressing heartfelt admiration. A satisfied smile spread across Heisei's face, for he had clearly seen Sanada nodding at him. Did this signify a significant chance for him to remain in the main team? The surrounding individuals began to voice their praise, while Akashi and Midorima exchanged glances, silently contemplating, this must be the sixth man they have long yearned for. Everyone beamed at Heisei, who excitedly nodded, yes. Finally, after the match concluded, they all returned to the school gym together. At this moment, Naoto Sanada stood before the assembly, summoning everyone's attention. "Kuroko Tetsuya, as of this year's competition, you are officially a starting player, wearing jersey number 15. I look forward to seeing you thrive on the court as our sixth man." Sanada's voice resonated throughout the arena. All eyes turned to Kuroko, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Kuroko Tetsuya, overwhelmed with emotion, flushed a deep crimson. "Yes, I will give my utmost effort and not betray everyone's expectations." His tone brimmed with determination and confidence. Chapter 56, A Date, Part 1. "Here, the uniforms we ordered have arrived, and I brought them for you." Mei handed the uniform she held to Kuroko. "Thank you, Momoi-san, and also to Shirazawa." Kuroko accepted the uniform, turning around to raise it high. Gazing at the jersey that belonged to him, his eyes sparkling with joy, as if he radiated light. Baizé drew in his lips and added for Mei, "By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. Tomorrow, a new student will be joining the first team." Heisei turned his head to respond, "I heard about this at noon." Mei continued, "Let me get straight to the point. That person has only been in the basketball club for about 2 weeks, so I hope you can act as his mentor. His name is Ryota Kais." Baizé smiled slightly, thinking to himself, it seems the generation of miracles is finally coming together. "All right, Ace, let us be on our way. You promised to accompany me shopping today, so you cannot go back on your word." Mei playfully tugged at Baizé's sleeve, a hint of a blush gracing her cheeks. After all, this was her first time going out with Baizé alone. Baizé turned his head gently towards Mei, softly saying, "I apologize, Ji. Could you please explain to Qingfeng for me later? I have made prior arrangements with Mei today." Subsequently, he reached out, tenderly stroking Mei's hair, and comforted her with a smile. "All right, do not worry. Let us be on our way." Instantly, Mei's mood brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Black Zay expressed his understanding with a simple, understood, then turned to organize his belongings, preparing to head to the gymnasium. Then we shall take our leave. Zay said cheerfully, grasping May's small hand, and stepping forward with a light-hearted pace toward the school gate. May felt Zay's hand clasped tightly around hers. A wave of warmth surging within her heart. Blushing, she lowered her head, following Zay out of the campus. An unusual sensation welled up within May, a mixture of surprise, excitement, and joy. Her heart raced, as if it would leap from her chest. He is holding my hand. This thought echoed in her mind, causing her to involuntarily gaze at the back of Zay's hand. The contours of his hand were distinct, his bones well-defined, resembling pure and flawless white jade. Though there were slight calluses on his palm, they brought her an immeasurable sense of reassurance. Zay's heart fluttered at May's unreserved acceptance. He felt the delicate texture of her skin beneath his palm, her fingers slender and soft as if they might break with the slightest touch. This sensation was akin to the morning dew gently caressing flower petals, evoking an indescribable sense of tenderness. At that moment, a girl's voice called from behind, "Ace." Zay turned at the sound, his gaze meeting May's. A subtle smile graced her beautiful face, blooming into a radiant expression. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes suddenly sparkled with joy, reminiscent of brilliant fireworks bursting in the night sky. Those exquisite eyes were as deep as ink, seemingly capable of drawing one into their depths, leaving them utterly captivated. Zay gently shook his head, attempting to snap out of his reverie. A smile escaped his lips as he replied, "May is truly exquisite. I nearly lost myself in the moment. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The boy's voice carried a hint of tenderness and affection, causing May's heart to flutter once more. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, and softly inquired, "Zay, where are we headed?" Her tone revealed a touch of shyness and nervousness. Observing her endearing demeanor, Zay felt a stir within his heart. "I have two options for you. Would you prefer to frolic at the amusement park or explore the wonders of the aquarium?" Zay leaned slightly closer, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with profound affection. Upon hearing his suggestion, May couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into an adorable arc, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. She tilted her head slightly, their gazes locking, her eyes brimming with joy as she declared, "Then let us go to the amusement park." With May's affirmative response, Zay beamed, reaching out to gently grasp her small hand, leading her toward a luxurious black sedan parked a short distance away, exuding opulence. At that moment, the driver stood respectfully beside the vehicle, and upon their approach, he swiftly opened the door, inviting May to enter first. Zay stood to the side, his gaze subtly inquiring as he looked towards the driver. The driver, understanding the unspoken message, promptly gestured with his left hand to form an OK sign, indicating that everything had been arranged satisfactorily. Upon witnessing this, Zay nodded with satisfaction and then swiftly followed May into the car. As the door closed, the vehicle began to move slowly, cruising smoothly towards the amusement park. Throughout the journey, May delightedly admired the scenery through the window, her heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zay sat quietly beside her, occasionally engaging in soft conversation, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. Upon arriving at their destination, they both alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the amusement park before them. Today, the crowd was sparse. Perhaps most people preferred to visit on Saturdays and Sundays. At that moment, Zay felt a surge of excitement within him, mingled with a hint of anxiety. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. "May, what would you like to do first?" Zay gently inquired, turning his head towards her. May's face radiated with an excited smile as she answered without hesitation, "We must ride the roller coaster first when we visit an amusement park." Her eyes sparkled with eagerness, as though she could hardly wait to experience the thrilling sensation. Zay smiled faintly, affectionately saying, "All right, let us proceed." Thus, the two of them walked together towards the direction of the roller coaster. May's steps were light and buoyant, while Zay followed closely behind, silently praying that their amusement park adventure would be smooth and delightful. There were not many people ahead of them, so they waited only a few minutes. Soon, the staff led them to the very front row. "Zay, what should I do if I feel a bit scared?" May finally couldn't contain herself and asked in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum, her tone betraying a palpable tremor that revealed her profound fear. "Do not worry, May. If you feel frightened, you can hold my hand tightly, or even shout if you wish. I will remain by your side. There is no need to be afraid, for I am here with you." Baizé gently reassured her, softly placing his hand over hers. Mei lifted her gaze to meet Baizé's, and in that moment of mutual glance, she discerned the steadfastness and concern in his eyes, prompting her to nod slightly. In the next instant, their hands naturally intertwined. Mei lowered her head slightly, yet a subtle, mischievous smile graced her lips, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. As Baizé observed Mei bowing her head in silence, he mistakenly believed she remained engulfed in extreme fear. He quickly grasped her hand, as if to convey his reassurance. "Do not fear, for I am here." Soon after, the roller coaster began its gradual ascent. Both of them inhaled deeply, adjusting their postures and focusing intently, bracing themselves for the exhilarating experience that awaited. As the coaster reached its zenith, it suddenly surged forward with an astonishing burst of energy. This unexpected acceleration caught Mei off guard. She instinctively clutched Baizé's hand tightly, and had it been permissible, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself into his embrace. Chapter 57, A Date, Part 2. Mei emitted a piercing scream, her voice tinged with a hint of fear, but predominantly filled with joy and excitement. Meanwhile, Baizé also held her hand firmly, joining her in a chorus of exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of the moment. Amidst the cacophony of screams from those around them, the roller coaster gradually came to a halt. A look of insatiable delight graced Mei's face, as she appeared to be still immersed in the exhilarating rush they had just experienced. The thrill was utterly intoxicating, especially with someone she cherished by her side. Which was the true source of her happiness? Was it fun? Baizé inquired with enthusiasm, his gaze falling upon Mei, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement, unable to suppress a joyful smile. It was fun. Baizé, let us try something else. What do you want to play? Mei eagerly asked. Let us take a breather and maybe ride the carousel, Baizé suggested softly, his heart tinged with concern. He worried that continually engaging in such intense rides might overwhelm Mei, prompting him to propose this gentler option. I'll follow your lead, Mei replied softly, expressing her agreement. She quietly trailed behind Baizé, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at his back. Together, they arrived at the carousel area, which appeared particularly desolate, with only a few children playing nearby. As they awaited the next round of the carousel, Baizé cautiously took Mei's hand, assisting her onto a horse, and gently ensured she was securely seated before situating himself beside her. With a warm smile, he softly reminded her, Mei, be sure not to fall off. Of course not. You're here, after all. Don't jinx me, Mei replied, her brows arching slightly in playful reproach toward Baizé. But her expression quickly brightened again, filled with joy as she gazed around. At that moment, the carousel began to gently turn, and Mei felt the subtle sway of the horse beneath her. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she immersed herself in the sheer bliss of the experience. Surrounding them, the cheerful laughter of children echoed, enhancing the atmosphere of joy. As Baizé gazed at the joyful Mei, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Mei seemed to sense his gaze. She turned her head, her lips curving gently upward like a crescent moon, revealing a charming dimple that blossomed sweetly at the corners of her mouth. In that fleeting moment, Baizé felt as though he had encountered the most exquisite scenery in the world. The thought of a line of poetry he had once studied flashed through his mind. A smile can bring forth 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the harem's cosmetics pale in comparison. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of those words. Mei's smile was so captivating that it rendered everything around them dull and insignificant. Baizé remained entranced, completely immersed in her allure. Simultaneously, Mei's gaze remained fixed upon him. As their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. In each other's eyes, they perceived only the existence of the other, rendering all else irrelevant. In that instant, they appeared to forget the surrounding world, leaving only the pure and beautiful bond between them. Subsequently, the two embarked on a delightful adventure throughout the amusement park, reveling in the thrill and joy each attraction offered. As dusk descended, the world seemed to quiet, with only their laughter echoing through the air. They captured memories with photographs. Documenting this splendid moment, they savored various delicacies, sharing their preferences and stories. Hand in hand, they strolled along the pathways of the park, enjoying the gentle caress of the evening breeze. As night fell, the park's lights illuminated the surroundings, transforming the venue into a dreamlike spectacle. Bathed in the kaleidoscope of colors, their spirits soared with delight. Finally, Baizé gently led Mei to a towering Ferris wheel. This is the last ride. Let us go, he said. They walked side by side, their hands never parting. Mei nodded, and together they entered the cabin. though the space was not particularly large. It was ample for the two of them. Mei nestled closely against Baize's shoulder, and even though they were not yet in a romantic relationship in this moment, she simply wished to be near him, cherishing every second of his presence. Baize sat quietly, absorbing the warmth emanating from Mei. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, where towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their silhouettes framed against the night sky. The darkness had subtly descended, yet the city lights illuminated the heavens as though it were still day. The cabin they occupied slowly ascended to its zenith, and Baize gently grasped his phone, deftly tapping the screen before hitting send. Almost simultaneously, a succinct reply arrived, received. However, just as he was about to set his phone aside, an unexpected, thunderous roar shattered the long-standing tranquility. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors shot upwards at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a slender trail of gray smoke. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent blossom erupted in the night sky, fracturing into myriad tiny sparks that twinkled like stars, illuminating the vast darkness above. Upon hearing the resounding boom, Mei's ears perked up slightly, and she slowly lifted her gaze to the sky. There, vibrant fireworks burst forth, resplendent and mesmerizing, captivating her attention. Unable to restrain herself, she rose gracefully and glided toward the window, drawn to the brilliant hues. Her eyes sparkled with delight and admiration, and she murmured, "Baize, look at those beautiful fireworks." Her voice was soft, imbued with wonder. Meanwhile, Baize sat silently behind her, his hands having mysteriously conjured a lavish bouquet of vivid red roses. His eyes radiated profound tenderness and affection, as if he wished to envelop Mei in the warmth of his ardent emotions. At that moment, an unexpected buzzing filled the air, and a multitude of drones zipped in like flocks of birds. The onlookers in the amusement park, who had been reveling in the fireworks, paused. Confusion etched upon their faces as they curiously observed the enigmatic drones, pondering their purpose. To everyone's astonishment, the drones swiftly arranged themselves, shimmering with light, to form the clear message, "Taojing Mei Ayu." This unexpected spectacle left the crowd in awe, and Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Following this, thousands of heart-shaped balloons soared into the sky like a kaleidoscope of clouds, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, gathering around the Ferris wheel. At that moment, the cabin occupied by Mei and Baize reached the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel and came to a gentle halt. Time appeared to freeze, leaving only the two of them in their own world. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the balloons swayed softly, creating an ethereal ambience. Chapter 58, Will You? Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hand, slowly turning her head to reveal a sight that quickened her heartbeat. The boy stood there, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, his previously aloof eyes now shimmering with tender light. As his gaze flickered, it seemed to weave countless threads of affection, as if to ensnare Mei deep within his eyes. "Talmu, today marks the 342nd day since our acquaintance. When I first laid eyes on you, I did not experience the rush of love at first sight. Rather, I simply found you extraordinarily beautiful. The astonishment of gazing up at you and the lingering fondness when I looked down were profound. Our interactions have not been filled with the melodramatic encounters often found in novels. Instead, they have been confined to simple greetings." Baize gazed intently into Mei's eyes, continuing with heartfelt sincerity. "However, through our daily interactions, I have gradually discovered more of the radiant brilliance within you. I truly hope that you can come to know the real me, and I also look forward to us creating a beautiful future together. Mei, would you be willing?" Upon uttering these words, a faint blush adorned Baize's face, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Mei, as if conveying boundless affection. He then extended the rose in his hand towards her, eagerly anticipating her response. Mei was taken aback by Baize's sudden confession, her cheeks instantly flushed with warmth, and a wave of joy surged through her, overwhelming her senses. "Ace, I am willing," she shyly replied, accepting the rose from Baize. She had not anticipated his confession, yet she had secretly hoped for it, as she had always believed that they were destined to pursue each other reciprocally. Long before, Mei had already developed feelings for Baize. Her response was no surprise to Baize. He understood that a confession is never merely a clarion call to battle, but rather the triumphant anthem of victory. Baize gently embraced Mei, tenderly caressing her silky hair. Mei, in turn, did not resist his affections, tightly wrapping her arms around him, delighting in the warmth of his body. Their faces drew ever closer, as if drawn together by an irresistible magnetic force. In this confined space, the sound of their breaths was palpable, the air between them seemingly growing thin. As the tension heightened, their heated breaths entwining in the atmosphere. At last, May summoned her courage, rising to her tiptoes and tilting her adorable little head. Her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, shyly closing her eyes in quiet anticipation of Baize's next move. Upon witnessing the unspoken invitation in May's expression, Baize felt an involuntary movement in his throat, his gaze filled with profound affection as he leaned in slowly and gently towards her. However, at that moment, a sudden and jarring ringtone erupted, shattering the serene and enchanting ambience. Baize and May swiftly released each other's hands, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they distanced themselves slightly. Curse it! How infuriating! Who has marred this delightful atmosphere? Baize's heart swelled with indignation, while simultaneously, he reproached himself for having lived 2 lifetimes without ever experiencing love, hesitating even in this moment to take action. He stole a furtive glance at May, only to find her gaze fixed on him as well, and in that instant, their faces reddened even further. Ace, you should answer the call, May suggested, returning to her seat and handing Baize's phone. As she glanced at the screen, revealing a call from Ching Feng, a surge of irritation welled up within her. Baize scratched his head as he took the phone, and upon seeing Aomine's call, a surge of anger washed over him, a prominent hashtag forming on his face. You better have something important. Otherwise, don't expect me to provide you with any photos of Horikita Mai in the future, Baize murmured, his tone laced with an undercurrent of threat. Wait, Ace, I was wrong. I just wanted to check on you. Why didn't you come to training today? Is it because May is bothering you? Ace, you must understand that a heart unencumbered by women draws the sword naturally. Aomine stammered, his composure faltering at the mention of Horikita Mai. Get lost, Aomine. Don't teach Baize such nonsense. May exclaimed, snatching the phone from Baize and hanging up abruptly. At that moment, Baize gazed at May, a sense of joy swelling within him. He astutely noticed that May had altered her manner of addressing Aomine. No longer as intimate as before. Although Baize didn't dwell on it much, he was genuinely touched by May's willingness to make such a change for him. Baize gently placed his hand upon May's head, tenderly caressing her hair. Shall we go for a meal? Afterward, I shall escort you home. May also noticed the shift in Baize's manner of address, which had grown more intimate, and she delightedly nuzzled her head against his hand, closing her eyes to savor his touch as she replied, Eventually, the Ferris wheel came to a slow halt, accompanied by a gentle swaying motion. Hand in hand, the two emerged from the vast rotating cabin. Their steps were light yet resolute, as if awakening from a dreamlike journey. Their hearts brimming with a sense of ease and joy, they soon arrived at a restaurant suffused with a warm ambience. Seating themselves by the window to indulge in a delectable dinner, the soft lighting and melodious music rendered the atmosphere exceptionally romantic. They engaged in lively banter, sharing their stories and dreams, with laughter occasionally echoing through the air. After their meal, Baize and May strolled side by side down the street. The nighttime city exuded tranquility, with streetlights casting a soft, golden glow that illuminated their figures. Their hands naturally intertwined, they relished the warmth of one another, savoring the serenity and beauty of the moment. As they walked, they found themselves unwittingly standing before May's home. Time flies, Baize remarked, gazing at May with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. May silently regarded him, nodding in agreement. In that instant, they both seemed to realize that although this time together was fleeting, it was undeniably precious. Baize gently caressed May's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for bringing me such wonderful memories this evening. May smiled in response, and thank you for allowing me to experience an unforgettable night. In the silence that enveloped them, they gazed into each other's eyes, as if wishing to etch the beauty of this moment into their hearts forever. Suddenly, as if resolved, Baize grasped May's hand firmly, and with a swift motion, she stumbled into his embrace. The pure and refreshing aura of Baize enveloped her, and in May, she lifted her head, gazing at him with a look of astonishment, her eyes seemingly tinged with a hint of anticipation. The fervent gaze of Baize caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily, and her heart raced incessantly. Baize suddenly leaned down, and just as May was about to speak, her lips were swiftly sealed by a kiss that took her by surprise. Caught off guard, she found herself not wanting to resist. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively closed her eyes. The kiss sent shivers throughout her body, leaving her in a state of dizzying bliss, and she unconsciously wrapped her arms around Baize, responding to him with an unbridled passion. After a moment, May opened her eyes and gently pushed Baize away. Her pink hair fell in disarray across his arm, her countenance resembling that of a blossoming peach, lips as red as blood, with a faint blush gracing the corners of her eyes. A mist of longing swirled in her enchanting gaze, and she breathed softly, a hint of a tremor in her voice. "Aze, you naughty one." "Humph." Observing May in such a state, a surge of mischief welled up within Zay, compelling him to tease her further. However, May seemed acutely aware of his intentions. She hurriedly distanced herself, whispering, "Good night, Aze." No sooner had the words left her lips than she darted homeward like a startled fawn. Zay shook his head helplessly, realizing he had been somewhat too hasty. A gentle smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "Well, good night to you too." He then stood quietly, silently watching May's figure gradually recede until she safely reached her doorstep. May hurriedly retreated to her room, akin to an ostrich hiding in its nest, attempting to conceal her already flushed cheeks. At that moment, she felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, her heart racing as if enveloped in an indescribable shyness. As for Zay, upon witnessing May's silhouette vanish behind the door, he took a deep breath and subsequently departed. Only the twinkling stars remained in the night sky, their faint glimmers seemingly bearing silent witness to the unique and delicate emotional bond that existed between them. Chapter 59. Ryota Hwangsa, A New Day Dawned. The sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze caressing the air. At that moment, on the second team south practice court, a blonde-haired boy was bowing his head, diligently cleaning the court with his teammates while wielding a mop. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white shoes appeared before Ryota Hwangsa's mop, blocking his path. A flicker of confusion arose within him as he slowly lifted his gaze, only to find a beautiful girl standing in front of him, obstructing his way. With a sweet smile adorning her face, May softly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Ryota Hwangsa from the second year?" Upon hearing her voice, Ryota straightened his posture, his previously bent back now erect, and he responded with a hint of puzzlement, "Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are?" "I am Matoime, the manager of the basketball club. Starting today, you will be part of the first team. Please head to the first gym for assembly," May explained, tilting her head. Upon hearing this, a look of joy instantly illuminated Ryota's face, and he eagerly nodded, replying, All right. The surrounding individuals were left astonished by the exchange, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Incredible! Doesn't he even have to take the promotion test and go straight to the first team?" Someone exclaimed. "That guy Hwangsa has only joined the basketball club for a mere 2 weeks." Another remarked with profound admiration. Subsequently, May led the way towards the first gym, with Ryota following closely behind, a faint smile gracing his features. After all, it made perfect sense. It was me, right? Even if they claimed to be a formidable powerhouse, relying solely on the second team's level, the first team would be entirely. Bang! Before Ryota could finish his train of thought, a deafening crash echoed throughout the court, instantly diverting everyone's attention. There, Aomine was gripping the rim with both hands, his body suspended in midair, as if showcasing his strength and skill to the world. The astonishing sound that just resonated undoubtedly emanated from him. "May, how could you possibly be with Kais?" Aomine, hanging from the hoop, pondered in confusion. "Kais Kuin is officially joining the first team starting today," May replied, her gaze drifting restlessly in search of someone. Aomine leaped down, slightly taken aback. It was remarkable how adept he had become at basketball despite just beginning. Ryota's eyes widened in surprise at Aomine's descent, silently musing. "Isn't it you who is impressive? To effortlessly execute a slam dunk as a mere middle schooler, these fellows truly are extraordinary. By the way, is it customary to address him by his surname on just the second meeting? Aomine-kun, do you know where Kuroko is?" May couldn't help but glance around anxiously, seeking the presence of Tetsuya Kuroko. At that moment, Aomine received the basketball and swiftly engaged in training, casually responding, "I don't know." How vexing. After all, Kais-kun's trainer is Kuroko-kun. May placed her hands on her hips, frowning with dismay. "Trainer?" Ryota inquired with a curious tilt of his head, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Though Kais-kun is in his second year, he is treated like a novice first year since he joined midway, hence the need for a trainer. May continued her search for Kuroko's silhouette. "So, is that person Kuroko? Are you calling me?" A gentle voice suddenly emanated from beside Ryota. Upon hearing the voice, Kais looked to the left but saw no one. He quickly turned to the right, only to find emptiness again. Is there truly no one here? Increasingly perplexed, Kais turned back to face forward. At that moment, a blue-haired boy appeared before him like a ghost. They locked eyes, each startled by the other's presence. "What the hell?" Kais exclaimed, taken aback by Kuroko's sudden appearance. his expression one of shock and disbelief, wide-eyed and incredulous at the unexpected visitor. A mix of fear, confusion, and curiosity flickered in his gaze. Kuroko stood there silently, utterly unmoved. His expression was as serene as still water, with deep, enigmatic eyes, seemingly accustomed to such abrupt reactions. In response to Kai's alarm, he merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then, Mei turned around and saw the flustered Kais. She smiled and explained, "Oh, Kuroko, so you are here. This is Kai's Ryota, the newcomer who just joined the first team today. From now on, you will be guiding him." Mei then introduced Kais to Kuroko. "Kais-kun. This is Kuroko Tetsuya. He will be responsible for your training in the coming time. If you have any questions, feel free to consult him." After hearing Mei's introduction, Kais let out a slight sigh of relief, yet his heart remained brimming with curiosity about Kuroko. He scrutinized Kuroko intently, attempting to discern any clues from his demeanor. However, Kuroko's appearance was unremarkable. Compared to the others engaged in basketball, his physique could be described as exceedingly slender. "Hello, I am Tetsuya Kuroko." He introduced himself with a slight bow towards Aomine. "This fellow is my trainer?" Aomine couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Mei seized the opportunity to divert her attention from the two, eagerly dashing over to Shirazawa with a bottle of water in hand. Her tone was gentle and warm, reminiscent of the soft spring breeze caressing one's face. "Aza, I'm here. Let me give you some water." Breathless, Baizé felt sweat trickling down his forehead. "Thank you, Mei." He accepted the water bottle handed to him by Wu Yu, casting a grateful glance her way before unabashedly taking large gulps. As he swallowed, his neck elongated, and his Adam's apple bobbed, an action that appeared both natural and genuine. Wu Yu silently observed Baizé, her eyes brimming with infatuation and affection. The newly established romantic relationship filled her with immense happiness and contentment. She yearned to be by his side every day, sharing in every moment of joy and warmth. "Is that Ryota Kai's?" Baizé asked softly. "Indeed," Wu Yu replied with a smile, producing a towel from her hand to gently wipe the sweat from his brow. The onlookers, witnessing this display of affection, felt an unexplainable pang of jealousy wash over them. One could not help but murmur, "They can't possibly be together, can they?" Just then, Nijiura Shizuzu appeared behind Akashi, wearing a benevolent smile reminiscent of a doting uncle. He seemed quite pleased with the scene before him, softly commenting, "It is not surprising that they are together." Akashi's lips curved into a faint smile, subtly expressing his inner acknowledgement and approval of the situation. After all, from an outsider's perspective, the couple resembled a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched in appearance, demeanor, and every other aspect, as if they were destined to be together. A divine pairing indeed. Chapter 60. Celebration. As time passed, the crowd gradually regained their focus, immersing themselves back into the intense yet orderly training. Observing the effortlessly soaring shots of Murasakibara, the flawless three-pointers of Midorima, and the almost ethereal presence of Aomine, Ryota Kais couldn't help but marvel inwardly, reflecting, "Incredible. The first team is truly exceptional. Without such talent, joining would lack significance." During the recent training session, every member of the first team displayed remarkable skills and extraordinary finesse. Meanwhile, Ryota Kais curiously watched Kuroko's training, his inquisitive eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate Kuroko's abilities to discern what allowed him to remain on the first team. Time continued to slip away, and Ryota Kais found himself growing numb, as the scenes unfolding before him were utterly unbelievable. Kuroko repeatedly missed layups, the basketball brushing past the rim. During dribbling, the ball either rolled away or was easily intercepted by opponents. His shooting was a dismal affair, the sound of clanging iron ringing incessantly. Kais had always held a considerable confidence in his basketball skills, believing himself to be a rather exceptional player. However, witnessing Kuroko's abysmal training performance, he couldn't suppress a surge of disdain and confusion. With such a level of play, how could he possibly lead me? As the training concluded, Ryota Kais found himself unable to discern any remarkable qualities in Tetsuya Kuroko, while his physical talents were mediocre at best. What truly baffled Kais was Kuroko's dismal grasp of fundamental skills such as shooting, layups, and dribbling. He simply could not fathom how this individual managed to remain on the first team. Kais inwardly scoffed. This is a stark contrast. Gazing at Kuroko before him, he remained momentarily entranced. "Ryota-kun!" A sudden shout jolted Kais from his reverie. He glanced around, bewildered, but saw no one. "Over here." Kuroko emerged from behind him like a specter. Startled, Kais bent slightly and replied, "I hope you can engage in a normal conversation." Kuroko's face remained impassive, as he responded in a tone that suggested normalcy. What's normal about that? In addition to that, please help the first years with cleaning. The mops are in the supply room. With that, Kuroko turned to leave. Is being a trainer merely about such tasks? Kai's pondered, watching Kuroko's retreating figure before sighing and deciding to assist with the cleaning. As dusk settled, Kai's gathered his belongings and approached the school gate, preparing to depart. Hey, Kai's! A voice called out, prompting him to look up in surprise. To his astonishment, several members of the first team were gathered at the gate, seemingly awaiting his arrival. What are you all doing here? He questioned, glancing over at Aomine, Murasakibara, and Akashi. Today marks your grand entrance into the first team. Aomine exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. We all decided to throw you a celebration. Without hesitation, Aomine embraced Kai's like a close brother, flashing a radiant smile. Let us go, brothers, he shouted joyfully, raising his hand. At that moment, the others exchanged glances and, despite their slight hesitation, raised their hands in agreement, half-heartedly shouting, Ah, what's going on? Kai's, caught in the embrace, felt a swell of gratitude deep within him, though he suspected that feeling would soon dissipate. Standing outside the convenience store, the group was thoroughly enjoying themselves, while Kai's forehead creased with frustration. Why? Why is this happening? He turned to the others, brandishing his popsicle and shouting in exasperation. Why? It's a celebration, right? Aomine replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Murasakibara and Kuroko, standing nearby, licked their popsicles and nodded in agreement. How can a celebration be at a convenience store? Kai's exclaimed, his emotions flaring, and why do I have to pay for all the popsicles? In Huangze's perspective, what was wrong with being celebrated by the crowd and gathering together? After all, being a model is quite lucrative. Aomine offered a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. It is indeed more economical to purchase packaged items. Meanwhile, Ziyuan was preoccupied with thoughts of ice pops, paying no heed to the discussions of others. Furthermore, he wondered why additional individuals had joined the assembly. Huangze pointed towards Midorima, alongside Hakuzai and Satsuki. I was simply at the convenience store, and it was there that Kuroko extended the invitation. Midorima responded with a rational demeanor, leaving no room for criticism. And what about these two? Huangze inquired once more, directing his gaze at Hakuzai and Satsuki. Kuroko, while savoring his ice pop, replied, the more participants at the celebration, the more enjoyable it becomes. Midorima set down his ice pop and continued Kuroko's thought, adding, indeed, aside from eating, there is little else to engage in. Baize and Wuyu held hands, exchanging smiles without uttering a single word, leisurely savoring their ice pops. By the way, who are you two? Huangze inquired, glancing at them. I am Midorima Shintaro. At the very least, you ought to remember the faces of the official players, Midorima remarked, gesturing with his ice pop towards Huangze. Meanwhile, Kuroko's companion, Murasakibara, chose not to engage in conversation and instead wandered back into the convenience store. Hello, I am Kamakawa Baize. Baize introduced himself before returning to his ice pop. Just having entered the first team, it's not easy to remember everyone. Huangze replied with a slightly serious expression. Then you should ask the trainer, right? Aomine remarked. Turning to Kuroko, having already finished his ice pop, Baize lowered his gaze to the ice cream stick he had just finished. A look of surprise crossing his face. He had won a prize. The others eagerly gathered around to take a look, with Qingfeng pulling Baize's hand into the light of the store, exclaiming, is this real? How incredible! Huangze bent down to inspect the ice cream stick in Baize's hand, astonished, and exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. It's truly rare for a boxed item to come with a prize. Then, Huangze suddenly raised his head, his expression slightly awkward. As a perplexing thought crossed his mind, how curious. Why do I feel such excitement in this moment? Just then, the convenience store door creaked open, and Ziyuan emerged, clutching a box of corn sticks, inquiring about the commotion. Ah, it's just that, Baize. Huangze began to respond, but his gaze fell upon the box of corn sticks in Ziyuan's hands. My goodness, how many of these are you planning to eat? Quite a lot, Ziyuan replied affectionately, gazing at the box of corn sticks as though they were a beloved. Chapter 61. The robber, what on earth just happened? Ziyuan asked, his face filled with confusion. Oh, so that's it. Baize won a prize just now. Huangze finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly answered. At that moment, the previously silent Mei suddenly became animated. She tightly clung to Baize's arm, playfully shaking her body as she said, Aze, can you give this to me? I promise I will treasure it. However, Qingfeng unceremoniously interrupted Mei, bluntly interjecting, "You fool, if you don't claim the prize, then what significance does it hold?" It was evident that Qingfeng completely failed to grasp the purpose and value of Mei's collection. Mei, undeterred, retorted, "Qingfeng, just keep your mouth shut." After saying this, she continued to act adorably towards Bai Zai. Seeing Mei's charming demeanor, Bai Zai felt a surge of affection. He gently stroked her hair and handed her the prize ice cream stick. Mei was overjoyed, immediately wrapping her arms around Bai Zai's neck, clinging to him like a koala, which stirred Bai Zai's heart. Meanwhile, Huang Se watched the playful group, sighing as he rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before them. A motorcycle sped towards them, and the helmeted rider shouted, "Get out of the way." Hearing the voice, Kuroko and the others instinctively stepped aside. However, Mei remained frozen in place, oblivious to the danger. Bai Zai's expression changed instantly, and he swiftly pulled Mei into his embrace just as the motorcycle sped past the very spot where she had been standing. That was close. Bai Zai let out a long breath, while Mei, visibly shaken, remained motionless in his arms. "It's a robber. Someone help me." A middle-aged woman knelt on the sidewalk behind the crowd, raising her hands and calling out desperately for help. Upon hearing her plea, Wang Sai's immediate reaction was to drop his bag and sprint towards the direction where the motorcycle had just sped away. Aomine, not to be outdone, similarly discarded his bag and pursued after him. The two of them, like arrows released from a bow, raced swiftly towards the vanishing point of the motorcycle. Bai Zai, with a face full of concern, gently patted Mei's back and inquired with a warm tone, Are you all right?" I'm fine," Mei, nestled in Bai Zai's embrace, lifted her head to respond, her expression still somewhat anxious, but visibly more at ease upon seeing him. "Are you foolish? There's no way to catch up with a motorcycle." Midorima adjusted his glasses haughtily and then directly took the box of corn sticks from Ziyuan, striking a shooting pose. Wait. Ziyuan attempted to intervene, as this was indeed his beloved snack. However, Midorima did not afford Ziyuan the opportunity to speak and launched the box into the air, sending it soaring in a graceful arc. "Stop it," Kai shouted as he sprinted with all his might, but his gaze was drawn to the airborne box of ice pops. The thief, also riding, seemed to notice something, glancing up to see the box of ice pops crashing down onto his helmet, throwing him off balance and causing him to tumble heavily to the ground. The fallen thief, unwilling to concede defeat, quickly got up, preparing to flee once more. Observing this, Kai's hastened his pace, yet a gust of wind swept past him, and Aomine suddenly overtook Kai's, positioning himself directly in the path of the fleeing thief. "Hey, it's time to stop," Aomine declared, his towering figure blocking the thief's way, his tone icy. Faced with this, the thief, not wishing to engage, promptly turned to escape, only to find Kai's, panting heavily, catching up. "You can't escape now." Seeing Kai's gasping for breath, the thief unhesitatingly swung his right hand at him. Violence was imminent. But before Kai's could intervene, Ziyuan unexpectedly appeared before the thief. Despite being collided with, Ziyuan's robust frame remained unmoved, while the thief himself was sent sprawling to the ground. Dazed, the thief looked up to find Ziyuan slightly bowing his head, his tousled hair framing a disdainful gaze. "My corn sticks." Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Ziyuan, the weather seeming to darken as he glared at the thief, exuding the intent to kill. The thief, now sitting on the ground, instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Ah." Clearly, Ziyuan had imparted a profound lesson. To think we could actually catch a thief, this is truly unexpected. Everyone is indeed impressive. Mei, like a delicate bird, clung to Bai Zai's arm, her face radiating happiness and satisfaction. Indeed, the successful capture of the thief was entirely thanks to our collective effort and seamless cooperation, Kuroko stated with a slight smile, his expression calm as he took over the conversation. Upon hearing Kuroko's words, Kai's couldn't help but roll his eyes, casting a derisive glance at him, internally grumbling, as if he made any significant contribution. Nevertheless, Kai's could only vent his frustrations in his mind, as he recognized that his performance during this operation had indeed not been particularly remarkable. As he pondered this, a sense of helplessness washed over him, prompting a long sigh. Truth be told, I haven't really done much work. At that moment, Huang Se suddenly recalled something and turned to the figure behind him, asking, "By the way, could it be that you, too, are a formal player, Ziyuan?" Ziyuan nodded, stroking his prominent nose. His large eyes appeared somewhat vacant due to weariness, and he even let out a substantial yawn. "What a coincidence that you would know," he remarked. Witnessing this, Huang Sei displayed a look of enlightenment and chuckled, explaining, "Huh? It's just something you can discern from the aura. Everyone present here is indeed a formal player." Aomine turned to Huang Sei with a light chuckle, then remarked, "I see, so Bai Zai is one too." Huang Sei murmured in surprise, genuinely taken aback that each person here was a member of the first team. "To be more precise, Bai Zai is our team's ace," interjected Midorima, who stood at the forefront. "Is he even more formidable than Aomine?" Upon hearing this, Huang Sei couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at Bai Zai, who was playfully bantering with Mei, a fierce desire to compete swelling within him. Bai Zai seemed to sense the gaze upon him and turned to Huang Sei with a slight smile. "Humph, though I'm reluctant to admit it at this stage. A's is indeed a tad stronger than I am," Aomine remarked, a hint of reluctance evident in his tone. "Even Kuroko is a formal player." Huang Sei suddenly recalled the almost invisible Kuroko standing nearby and stared at him in shock. "Yes," Kuroko replied in a monotone, nodding slightly. After hearing this, Huang Sei appeared as if he had turned to stone, his mouth agape, slowly turning his head forward, his eyes filled with disbelief. "How can this be possible? Everyone. It's finals week, so I'll be taking a day off. Please forgive me." Chapter 62, the second team training match. Kuroko? "He is a really good person," Ziyuan yawned, his sleepiness evident in his tone. "I wasn't inquiring about his character. Isn't it strange that he could become a formal player?" Huang Sei, seated beside Ziyuan, voiced his confusion. "Is that so? I don't know. It was, after all, a decision made by Akashi," Ziyuan replied candidly. "Akashi? Who is that?" Huang Sei raised an eyebrow, looking at Ziyuan. "So who are you?" Ziyuan asked, his gaze fixed on Huang Sei, appearing somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Huang Sei became animated, feeling utterly exasperated, and exclaimed, "I am Huang Sei Ryota, from the same class. We had ice pops together yesterday, remember? Is that so?" Ziyuan shut his eyes, seemingly disinterested and pondering further. Sigh. Huang Sei sighed in resignation, uncertain of what else to say. It appeared he had indeed asked the wrong person. "So, what do you think about Kuroko?" Standing beside the vending machine, Midorima set down the beverage in his hand and gazed at the approaching Kais, who inquired with curiosity. "Why are you asking such things?" Midorima questioned, perplexed. Kais awkwardly admitted, "Well, since I'm your trainer, it feels a bit." He then chuckled, "By the way, I've memorized even those who aren't official players. Because Akashi seems to be quite attentive to you," Midorima remarked as he discarded his empty drink into the trash. "Akashi? Who is that?" he inquired, adjusting his glasses with a sly smile. "You will find out soon enough." Midorima then strolled past Kais, adding, regarding Kuroko. Kais abruptly exclaimed, "Why mention it now? That guy's zodiac sign is Aquarius, and his blood type is A, which clashes with my B type." Midorima boasted about his lucky charm, explaining their incompatibility. What on earth? Kais was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the conversation's trajectory. During practice, Kais stood amidst the crowd, persistently inquiring about Kuroko. Meanwhile, Akashi observed silently from the side, lost in contemplation. "Little Akashi, what's wrong?" Murasakibara approached, noticing Akashi's unusual demeanor, and asked softly. Akashi slightly shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Kuroko. Just then, Kuroko entered the training venue, prompting Akashi's eyes to deepen with insight. Exuding a wise glow, he intently focused on Kuroko, as if peering into the depths of his thoughts through his exterior. During the ensuing practice, Kais finally had the opportunity to match up against Kuroko, resulting in a complete domination of Kuroko by Kais. As dusk began to settle, Kais exclaimed, "I can't accept this," pointing at Kuroko, who was also stretching. "Why is that person an official player?" "Don't point at your trainer," Aomine admonished as he turned to face him. Upon hearing this, Kais lowered his finger but still defiantly questioned, "Between me and that guy, who do you think would win?" Aomine pondered for a moment before answering, "Well, that would definitely be you." "Then why?" Kais pressed. Aomine chuckled in response, "That guy isn't like that. He is entirely the opposite of both you and me. However, he is very dependable in a match." Huh. Kais's expression grew increasingly perplexed, expressing his frustration over the group's riddles. "You will soon understand just how remarkable that guy is," said Shirazaki, approaching with a ball and smiling as he explained to Kais. "Indeed." Aomine nodded, agreeing with Shirazaki's assertion. Kuroko, Kais, and Midorima approached. And as Kuroko and Kais looked over, their supervisor announced, "It seems you two will be joining the training match for the second team tomorrow." "Why is that?" Huang Sei questioned, seated on the ground as he directed his inquiry towards Midorima. For the sake of caution, we have decided to include several first-string players in the match between the second and third teams. It is our tradition, Midorima replied. Oh, Huangsei responded nonchalantly, evidently not taking the matter to heart. Remember this well. The sole and absolute principle of Teiko is victory. Failure is out of the question. The essence of the matter is to win first and foremost. Do not respond as if it concerns others. Should you lose, both of you will be relegated to the second team, Midorima asserted, adjusting his glasses with his index and middle fingers, his gaze sharp and his expression exceedingly serious. Particularly in addressing Huangsei. Huangsei's face contorted in dismay. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, and a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Good luck to you. Shirase gestured towards Huangsei and Kuroko. Shirase. The supervisor has instructed that you lead the team for inspection this time, but you cannot participate in the game, Midorima remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he relished Shirase's misfortune. What? Why not? Shirase expressed his disbelief, feeling utterly exasperated. This is hardly a break for anyone. Well then, do your best. The following morning, the group walked along the path to Kamaki Junior High. Upon a second glance, it seems the second team has quite a number of players, Huangsei observed as he gazed back at the crowd behind him, ultimately returning his gaze to Kuroko. Yet, why does the first-string player leading them appear to be the weakest? Huangsei mused before cheerfully proposing, Kuroko-kun, I have a suggestion. If we both take the court, let us see who can score more points to determine the victor. Huangsei casually placed his hands in his pockets as he spoke. At that moment, Kuroko fixed his gaze upon Huangsei, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Huangsei, exuding a sense of pride and confidence, continued, If I win, I would like that uniform, please. To which Kuroko gently inquired, though I have no desire for it. What if the team loses? How shall we address the outcome? Huangsei waved his hand dismissively. Well, even so, we can still compare scores, although you say you don't want it. Then you should step down to the second team, Shirase interjected abruptly, turning to impart his wisdom. What significance is there in comparing scores if the match is lost? Feeling a bit sheepish upon Shirase's approach, Huangsei scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, it can be said that it holds no significance, though lacking the qualification. May I express one thought as a trainer? In a team, it is paramount to consider what one ought to do. Kuroko responded with his usual stoic demeanor, resembling a machine. What one ought to do. Huangsei fixated on Kuroko's eyes, contemplating the meaning behind his words. However, I believe that spirit of defiance is commendable, Kuroko added, bestowing Huangsei with a hint of admiration. My brother Kuroko speaks with such profound insight. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, Baizé could not help but silently commend Heizi, raising a thumb in appreciation. After a lengthy and arduous journey, the group finally arrived at Kamaki High School. However, upon entering the territory of the opposing school, they were met with an unsettling atmosphere. The audience from Kamaki High School seemed rather unfriendly, their gazes imbued with indifference and hostility, which stirred a sense of unease. Chapter 63. The setback of Teiko slowed down. You fools! Are you afraid? Get out there and crush them. Sitting on the bench, Kais turned to glance at the stands, the cacophony of insults gnawing at his nerves. Despite the seemingly formidable reputation of the school, their character was undeniably lacking. At that moment, a player from Kamaki High School dribbled the ball, delivering a discreet elbow to his closely guarding opponent, pushing him aside and successfully making a layup. The crowd erupted once more, chanting that even Taiko's second team was merely this average. Wasn't he that a foul just now? Truly an unreliable referee. Kais's eyes flicked to the referee, a hint of sarcasm dancing in his gaze. Meanwhile, Baizé squinted from the bench, contemplating the state of the game. With the home crowd's cheers and the subtle antics of the opposing players, the score stood at 48-69 in favor of Kamaki High School, leaving Teiko momentarily trailing with just 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. At that moment, the second team's coach leaned down and tapped Kais. Kais, it's your turn to play. As the technical staff raised their hands to signal the substitution, Kais prepared to enter the game. Watching Heizi seated on the sidelines, Kais felt a weight in his heart. It was not the time for the first team to take the court. Regardless, the stakes were impossibly high. With possession of the ball, Taiko's point guard attempted to break through the defensive line of the opponents. After a failed effort, he chose to pass the basketball to Kais. Catch it, Kais. Upon receiving the pass, Kais found himself immediately confronted by a double team from Kamaki High School. Realizing the predicament, he began to maneuver his body, searching for a sliver of space to shoot. 2 against 1. It was exceedingly challenging. The two defenders boldly attacked Kai's, using their bodies to collide with him. Enduring the pain, Kai's was at a loss. The referee was blatantly biased in favor of Kamaki High School, allowing their players to engage in unsportsmanlike conduct without consequence. It doesn't matter if you're from the first team or not. If we focus our defense, we can easily overwhelm you, taunted one of the defenders. In response, Kai's dribbled fiercely and charged forward, knocking the opposing player to the ground. Beep. Offensive foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The opposing players wore expressions of triumph and mockery. Is this directed at us? How infuriating. Kuroko stepped onto the court, his expression devoid of emotion, eliciting a clenched jaw from Akashi. As the match progressed, the score had reached 61-75. Akashi wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a mask of resignation. The widening gap in points seemed insurmountable, and the thought of succumbing to such a petty defeat was utterly distasteful. At that moment, the voice of the technical staff resonated, announcing a substitution for the players of Teiko. Kuroko made his way onto the court, but where was the substitution? A player from Kagane Middle School scanned the area. Could it be him? Another player pointed mockingly at Kuroko as he entered, bursting into laughter. How weak. The spectators in the stands shouted once more. Another weakling has emerged. Can he even play basketball? Let us hope he doesn't get hurt. Baise surveyed the audience, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he addressed the second team's coach. Coach, please spare a few minutes for me to take the court later. I'm feeling a bit restless. He added reassuringly, rest assured, the supervisor will not hold it against you. The coach glanced at Baise, silently praying for the team from Jamaki High School, for this was the nation's leading small forward. He nodded in agreement. Very well. I will allow you to play for the last 2 minutes. As the player took the court, Kuroko approached Kai's and softly said, I apologize, but may I borrow your strength? Kai's, taken aback, pointed to himself. Me? Isn't it the other way around? Kuroko slowly turned his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am the shadow, the one who scores is the light, Kai's-kun. Kai's gazed at Kuroko, perplexed by his words. However, there was no time for contemplation as the match continued. Though he felt he had uttered something impressive, Kai's pondered what a person with such a faint presence could accomplish. He felt a surge of indignation, glancing toward Kuroko, only to realize that no one was guarding him. Was there truly no defensive range? Kai's lamented inwardly, frustrated by the audacity of these two wretched individuals who resorted to such underhanded tactics against him. They were clearly double-teaming, yet they still employed devious strategies. How outrageous. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In an instant, the basketball seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, soaring from Kuroko's hand straight into Kai's grasp. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the ball had been passed. Kuroko maintained his passing stance, his gaze fixated on Kai's as though this were the most natural occurrence. Kai's, momentarily stunned by this sudden development, quickly regained his composure and without hesitation pivoted to shoot the basketball towards the hoop. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net effortlessly. What had just occurred? The players from Jamaki High School exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of confusion and shock. They could not fathom how the ball had so suddenly appeared in Kai's hands. The entire sequence felt utterly surreal. Kuroko then commenced his enigmatic passing style, delivering one precise assist after another, allowing Kai's offense to flow effortlessly. Siren High School, once trailing, began to close the gap. Was it possible that Kuroko's subtle presence had turned into an indirect point of passing? Kai stared in astonishment at Kuroko, finally grasping his method of play. However, Kuroko abruptly turned his head and cautioned, please do not divert your gaze from the ball. The score remains a disparity, and we must remain focused. Upon hearing Kuroko's words, Kai's broke into a grin, his heart brimming with fervor. Okay. In an activity room at Teiko High School, the expressionless Akashi sat on a bench, engrossed in a game of shogi alone. At that moment, Midorima entered, and Akashi casually closed the door behind him. Midorima, what brings you here? Akashi remained motionless, still seated by the window. This time, Kuroko and Aomine's second team had been pushed by the supervisor. Akashi chuckled softly and replied, Aomine will don his uniform soon. I believe it is prudent to introduce Kuroko's abilities beforehand. Soon, Midorima remarked, sounding as if he were all-knowing as usual. Of course I am aware. Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Midorima's forehead, and the light reflected off his glasses, casting a bright glare. Akashi continued. It was I who discerned Kuroko's strength. Chapter 64. The Expedition of Hakuzai, a barren landbeep. Teiko High School requested a substitution. As the sharp, piercing whistle echoed, Hakuzai smiled, whispering to Aomine, who was slowly leaving the court, watch closely and learn well. He then turned his gaze towards Kamaki Middle School, his expression impassive, though a hint of brutality flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, Kuroko was also substituted out. Aomine could not help but inquire, Kuroko-kun, is Hakuzai really that formidable? In truth, he was scarcely acquainted with Hakuzai's true prowess. Kuroko gazed at the now entering Hakuzai, lost in brief contemplation, and after a moment, replied slowly, actually, I only recently joined the first team. My knowledge regarding Hakuzai is rather limited. I only know that he was the FMV, most valuable player, in the finals of the National High School Tournament. Others have mentioned that Hakuzai's strength is unparalleled, arguably the most powerful presence in the nation. Aomine, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment, staring at Hakuzai with wide eyes. He had assumed that the earlier remarks by Aomine and others were accurate, that Hakuzai was indeed strong, but he had never anticipated such an extraordinary level of strength. At this moment, the score was locked at 75-75, with neither side gaining an advantage, and only 2 precious minutes remained in the match. Is this surrender? They even substituted their star players for rest. It seems Taiku is not as formidable as I thought. Exactly. Better head home early and get some rest. I wouldn't want to see them lose so embarrassingly and end up in tears. The spectators erupted in laughter, unabashedly mocking the players of Teiko. Yet, only a handful seemed to recognize Hakuzai, their expressions darkening immediately. At that moment, a faint smile graced Hakuzai's lips as he extended his hand towards Taiku's point guard, signaling for the ball. Without hesitation, the point guard passed the basketball to Hakuzai. After all, who else could the ball be entrusted to but the nation's strongest MV? Baizai adeptly seized the basketball, confidently positioning himself at the center court. With effortless grace, he lifted his hand and launched the ball towards the hoop, swiftly pivoting to return on defense in a seamless, fluid motion that left all onlookers in awe. Swish! The crisp sound echoed as the basketball, akin to a precisely guided missile, found its mark, sinking cleanly through the net. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire court, with every spectator wide-eyed in disbelief, fixated on the bouncing ball as if time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, their gazes converged on Baizai, who had already retreated to defend, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Could it be a fluke? Surely. It must be mere luck. The students from Kamaki High School could scarcely believe that someone could effortlessly score from mid-court and still have the audacity to return to defense with such confidence. How is this possible? Huangze stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such an extraordinary shot in reality, especially executed with such ease by Baizai, who he believed he could not emulate at this stage. The game continued, and possession shifted to Kamaki High School. The point guard, still haunted by the remarkable three-pointer, was suddenly jolted by the sound of a sharp crack. Baizai had intercepted the basketball with astonishing speed. The players from Kamaki High School scarcely had time to regroup as Baizai stood poised at midcourt, ready to receive the ball. No way. Huangze's exclamation seemed to echo the collective sentiment, their eyes glued to Baizai's every movement, incredulous at the prospect of him attempting a shot from midcourt. Yet, Baizai appeared determined to defy all expectations, unhesitatingly releasing the basketball. Swish! The melodious sound of the net echoed like a dagger piercing the hearts of everyone from Kamaki High School as the ball landed with precision in the hoop. Like an obedient child, raising his right hand high, Baizai playfully wiggled his index finger at the students of Kamaki High School, a charming smile gracing his face. Witnessing Baizai's audacious demeanor, the spectators were instantly incensed, their faces flushed with rage, unable to contain their outrage. A cacophony of insults erupted, reverberating throughout the venue. Where did this wild monkey come from? Hurry up and go back home. Damn it, we don't welcome your kind at Kamaki. Get lost. However, in stark contrast to the furious voices, the female students from Kamaki High School were enveloped in an entirely different sentiment. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, their hearts brimming with infatuation for Baizai. Wow, who is that boy? He is simply too handsome. He seems to be a player from Teiko Middle School. He is incredibly charming. The girls were utterly captivated by the formidable aura emanating from Baizai, as if he possessed an invisible charm that rendered them helplessly enamored. Meanwhile, Baizai seemed unfazed by the surrounding clamor and insults. He maintained a confident smile, his gaze revealing an air of disdain. The malicious attacks only invigorated him further, as he relished the opportunity to outshine their players on their own turf. Soon after, Kamaki Junior High initiated an offensive, but at that moment, an unexpected mishap occurred when an opposing player mishandled the pass, allowing Baizé to intercept the basketball. Rather than opting for a three-point shot, he sought to silence Kamaki Junior High in a different manner. Baizé gripped the basketball tightly, charging decisively past the three-point line. However, his pace gradually slowed, as if he were anticipating something. Indeed, the three opposing players, upon noticing, hastily retreated to the paint, attempting to thwart Baizé's advance. They presumed he would relent, unaware that they were about to become mere props in his performance. Observing their defensive maneuver, a subtle smile crept across Baizé's lips, hinting at his intent. Suddenly, he surged forward with explosive force, darting toward the hoop like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no time for reaction. In the blink of an eye, Baizé found himself 2 steps from the free throw line, leaping high into the air like a majestic eagle in flight. At that moment, he embodied the spirit of a warrior, channeling all his strength as he forcefully slammed the basketball toward the rim. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the ball that was destined to descend into the net. A thunderous sound resonated as the basketball cleanly passed through the hoop, while Baizé executed a thunderous dunk with an air of dominance. The entire arena fell silent, the spectators rendered speechless by this breathtaking spectacle. They stood frozen, as if under a spell, unable to move. Beside them, Huangze was visibly shaken, murmuring to himself, "Is this the prowess of the National Junior High MV?" Baizé loomed before him like an insurmountable Mount Everest, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. The 3 players who had been dunked upon lay helplessly on the ground, their minds still echoing with the stunning moment, a buzz resonating in their heads. In that instant, they had lost all will to fight, gazing at Baizé's figure with hearts filled with trepidation. After landing, Baizé's gaze slowly swept across the audience, his calm eyes seemingly penetrating the innermost thoughts of each individual. He then raised his right hand, making a gesture as if to listen, this simple act exuding an irresistible authority. Yet, this time, none of the students from Kamaki Middle School dared to speak. They were awestruck by Baizé's formidable display of strength, unable to find any courage to rebut or challenge such a formidable adversary. Chapter 65. The surrender of Rainbow Village. With Baizé's relentless assaults and his uncanny ability to intercept with precision, the players of Kamaki Middle School found themselves entirely on the defensive, subjected to an unyielding barrage, especially in light of Baizé's unparalleled individual prowess. Fear crept into the hearts of Kamaki's players, leading them to lose both confidence and resolve in the match. In the crucial final 2 minutes, Kamaki Middle School failed to score a single point, the final score settling at an astonishing 100-75. "Incredible!" Huangze exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Today, Baizé's performance was truly astonishing, surpassing everyone's expectations. After the match, Baizé wore a smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of disdain as he gave a thumbs up to those students who had previously shown a lack of decorum. However, he slowly turned his thumb downwards. The students from Kamaki High School, witnessing this, gritted their teeth in anger, their gaze fixed on Baizé as he descended from the stage, filled with resentment and disbelief. Yet, deep down, they recognized their inferiority and acknowledged their prior inappropriate remarks. Had they emerged victorious, they might have had the audacity to confront Baizé, but now, having suffered such a decisive defeat, any further provocation would only lead to discomfort. Consequently, the members of Teiko High School refrained from further words, hastily gathering their belongings and departing from Kamaki High School. The oppressive atmosphere was uncomfortable for everyone, prompting them to quicken their pace, eager to distance themselves from this place. As they walked, Kais candidly expressed to Kuroko, "I somewhat understand what you said, but I still find it incomprehensible. Even if I grasp what needs to be done, if it requires a sacrifice of myself, I absolutely cannot do it." Curiously, he inquired, "Though I know you, Kuroko, are quite remarkable, but would that really be enjoyable?" Gazing at Kuroko, Kais pondered, recalling his thoughts while listening to Kuroko's narrative. This individual seemed never to have contemplated the notion of sacrifice. A smile crept onto his lips. "Not enjoyable at all." Kuroko's voice suddenly echoed in Kais's ears. Turning to look, Kai saw Kuroko facing him, explaining, "However, if we lose, it would only intensify the pursuit of victory." At that moment, Baizé stepped forward from behind, Wrapping his arms around their shoulders and reflecting on the situation, Kai's nodded in agreement. What is up with that little Kuroko? Kuroko inquired, directing his gaze at Kai's. While Baze also turned to Kai's, as the name reminded him of a powerful human emperor from a previous life. Oh, regarding that, Kai's clarified to both of them. I add little in front of the names of those I respect. He further added, including little Baze. Upon hearing this, Baze was taken aback, his expression darkening. What nonsense. I am certainly not little. Please don't call me that, Kuroko remarked, rolling his eyes earnestly. What's wrong with that? Kai's dismissed the concern, bursting into laughter, his face radiating his passion for basketball. Compared to that, little Kuroko, little Baze, I feel like I've truly fallen in love with basketball. Baze and Heizi exchanged a glance, accompanied by a subtle smile. They understood that Huangse had completely immersed himself in his passion for basketball. Perhaps this was his unique mode of expression. Although somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably intriguing, was it not? As night fell, Nijiura Shizuzu approached the door of Sanada Naoto's office. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to knock gently, announcing, "It is I, Nijiura." Sanada Naoto opened the door, his face reflecting confusion, and the two engaged in a conversation. After much contemplation, I believe this is the best course of action. For the sake of the club and myself, let Akashi Seijira take on the role of captain. Nijiura Shizuzu stated earnestly, his expression grave. I cannot comprehend this. Was it not you who recommended Akashi as vice-captain last year, despite him being a first year? Both the coach and I recognized Akashi's exceptional talent, which is why we made an exception and approved his appointment as vice-captain. Why then? Are you so eager to relinquish his position? At that moment, a flicker of sorrow crossed Nijiura Shizuzu's eyes. My father has been hospitalized since last spring. And while his condition remains stable for now, it is uncertain what will transpire by the time of the Junior High League. Should any complications arise, I would rush to the hospital immediately, even during a match. Even in the absence of an emergency, should I learn of a deterioration in his health, I would find it impossible to maintain my composure on the court. Just then, a silhouette quietly appeared outside the door, standing still. With renewed determination, Nijiura Shizuzu continued. I love basketball, yet I cannot face the harsh reality of my father's illness. That is why I have refrained from discussing this matter until now. I sincerely apologize. Sanada Naoto gazed at Nijiura for a considerable time, his eyes filled with sympathy, before he nodded slowly. I understand. Please inform the coach as well. Having received the answer he sought, Nijiura expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Upon opening the door, he encountered an unexpected figure, Akashi. Oh, Akashi, Nijiura greeted. Hello, Akashi responded, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on Nijiura. Nijiura could not help but smirk, his expression shifting to one of mischief. Did you hear everything? I only caught the last part. Nijiura turned to face Akashi, hastily exclaiming, that was precisely what I did not want you to hear. He approached Akashi slowly, speaking gently. In other words, although it's somewhat abrupt, you are the captain from this moment forth, Akashi. That cannot be confirmed. It has already been decided, hasn't it? After hearing those words, do you still intend to deny my appointment as captain? Nijiura's expression shifted slightly, revealing his annoyance. Are you feeling anxious? Nijiura inquired casually, recalling his own feelings of unease when he first assumed the captaincy. No, I am merely concerned for you, Nijiura-senpai. That is precisely why I have no worries about you at all. So, I shall leave it to you, Captain Akashi. After speaking, Hikari Murakubo turned and strode away. Yet a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. All right. Akashi replied heavily, gazing at the departing figure of Murakubo. Chapter 66, Akashi assumes office in the twilight. Midorima and Akashi walked together down the school corridor, preparing to head home. I never expected Kai's to accept Kuroko so readily, Midorima remarked with a hint of surprise. Oh? Do you still not acknowledge Kuroko? Akashi's lips curled into a subtle smile. I have long since acknowledged him. Both I and our seniors, including Murasakibara, feel the same. Midorima responded without hesitation, offering a resolute affirmation. That is sufficient. Kai's merely accepted this truth sooner than others, Akashi replied calmly. However, Midorima incisively pointed out the underlying issue, but as a substitute for Shirogane, Kai's current position conflicts with that of that fellow. The fellow he referred to was clearly Haizaki. At this juncture, Akashi's gaze suddenly darkened, and his tone sharpened. Haizaki, you say? Speaking of which, he also... that fool skipped practice again. It's unfortunate he possesses the ability to play, allowing him to be Shirogane's substitute while Kai's takes Haizaki's place. No, I cannot abide by that. Kai's potential and growth far exceed those of Hizaki. With Murakubo Sr. available for rotation, Hizaki's obstinacy can no longer be tolerated. Continuing down this path will only hinder our progress. At that moment, Akashi's expression remained impassive, his aura becoming increasingly oppressive. Midorima widened his eyes, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity emanating from Akashi. Akashi's voice resounded once more. He is no longer of use. Let him withdraw from the team. Typically, Akashi was composed and magnanimous, renowned for his exceptional abilities and high regard within the team. Yet at times, he could seem like a different person entirely, exhibiting a cold ruthlessness. No, at least in my eyes, it was as if he possessed an entirely different persona. So, which Akashi is the true one? Midorima swallowed hard, contemplating the Akashi before him. So Hizaki truly isn't going to play? Then there's nothing we can do. Aomine remarked helplessly to the others. Isn't that a bit too indifferent? Kuroko suddenly interjected. Didn't you try to persuade him, and it didn't work? Aomine replied coldly. Hizaki is a person of great pride. Any attempts by us or the seniors to persuade him would likely backfire. Midorima glanced at Kuroko, providing a dispassionate explanation. Honestly, stop thinking so naively. As teammates, we are also rivals. When did we become so formidable as to worry about others? Instead of dwelling on the past, we should focus on moving forward. Hiroshi Muramatsu disdainfully educated his peers, though he felt a tinge of disappointment at the departure of Hizaki, a player he had personally brought into the fold. However, there was little that could be done. Reflecting on the earlier attempt to dissuade Hizaki, Kuroko couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Enough of this sadness, he thought. The senior is right. It's time to focus on training. Shirazawa patted Kuroko on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Gather around. Suddenly, the voice of Naoto Sanada resonated throughout the basketball arena. The players quickly assembled around him. With less than 2 months until the preliminary matches of the middle school league, the coach will be guiding you from now on, Sanada stated with a serious demeanor. Gasped. Murasakibara couldn't help but inhale sharply. Is that true? Aomine's expression turned grave, as if faced with something truly daunting. By the way, Kuroko, this is your first time meeting the coach, right? Aomine turned to Kuroko, posing the question. Indeed, I should make sure to greet him properly, Kuroko responded, just as a hand was placed on his shoulder. Aomine's expression shifted immediately. The owner of the hand then spoke. I am Coach Keizi Shirogane. I look forward to working with you, Kuroko. Baijin Gungzeo gazed peacefully at Kuroko, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, how do you know my name? Kuroko felt a surge of surprise. Naturally, I remember the names of all my players, Baijin Gungzeo replied as he gradually approached the group. You've worked hard. One of the team members called out. Ah, there's no need to be overly formal, Baijin Gungzeo waved his hand dismissively. The coach often comes by during practice. Akashi stepped closer to Kuroko. The coach aims to observe the players' daily conditions as much as possible, so he usually stands on the second floor, watching quietly, said Shirazawa with a gentle expression. He seems even more amiable than I imagined. Kuroko smiled. The group then turned to Kuroko with expressions of reluctance. It was merely a misunderstanding. Aomine shook his head, a look of exasperation on his face. I assume you're referring to the core of a nuclear bomb, right? Shirazawa quipped. Kuroko, however, looked at everyone in confusion, utterly bewildered by their conversation. Baijin Gungzao, with an expression of serene confidence, faced the crowd, seemingly unfazed to this day. Let the true training commence, he declared. Though the intensity will be significantly greater than before, fret not. At such a tender age, one cannot truly perish from exertion. However, expect it to be relentless as if orchestrated by a devil. Qingfeng rolled his eyes, a cold sweat trickling down his back. First and foremost, there is an important announcement to make. Akashi. Baijin Gungzeo's tone shifted to one of gravity. Step forward. Akashi, complying with the coach's command, approached the assembly. From this day forth, Akashi Seijiro will take over the captaincy from Nijimura, Baijin Gungzeo proclaimed loudly. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable as their eyes settled on Nijimura, who stood before them. Is this for real? A voice echoed the collective disbelief, uttered by Murasakibara. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Platinum stabilized the atmosphere. The third-year students might harbor some thoughts, yet this decision was made in pursuit of victory, so they must accept it. Hongsuin has worked diligently all this time. Well done. The ambience began to grow somewhat oppressive. At that moment, Hongsuin bowed slightly and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Ultimately, despite their underlying discontent, the crowd did not contest Coach Platinum's decision. In the evening, it was truly astonishing. Ziyuan held a bag of chips, methodically placing one piece after another into his mouth. Although aware of his exceptional abilities, none anticipated he would ascend to the captaincy so swiftly. Aomine, standing beside Ziyuan, was also taken aback. After all, he was merely a second year. Could he handle it? Kuroko questioned from behind. That should not be a cause for concern. Akashi is one of the most distinguished heirs in Japan, Midorima replied gently. Is that true? Huangza approached Midorima, his expression one of shock. To inherit the family business. Akashi had been subjected to strict family rules and extensive talent education from a young age. Although perhaps inappropriate to say, he possessed superior capabilities to lead this team compared to Hongsuan. Midorima then glanced at Shirace, who was engrossed in a tender moment with Mei, and remarked, speaking of which, Shirace is also the young master of the Kamikawa family. Wow, that's impressive, little Shirace. Huangza exclaimed, astonished to discover that two of the players he frequently engaged with were aristocrats. Shirace, however, waved his hand, indicating for them to continue their conversation without interrupting his intimacy with Mei. Huangza smirked, momentarily speechless, before turning to Midorima and asking, by the way, little Midorima's upbringing must also be quite commendable, right? Not to the extent of Akashi's, but in comparison, Ziyuan, please refrain from eating while walking. Midorima frowned as he observed Ziyuan munching on snacks, which severely contradicted his principles. What? Absolutely not. Ziyuan shot a glance at Midorima, promptly refusing. Upon hearing this, Midorima widened his eyes, glaring at Ziyuan with evident displeasure. Ziyuan, undeterred, retorted defiantly. I wonder, are those two on bad terms? Huangza whispered to the others. Well, it's not that they are on poor terms, Aomine replied nonchalantly. Midorima was a perfectionist, striving for excellence in everything, while Ziyuan was rather laid back from the very beginning. Their compatibility had been questionable, and recently, this had become even more pronounced. At that moment, Shirace approached with Mei. Ah, that must be the reason. Their performance in basketball has been outstanding lately. Huangza speculated softly. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. Dispute. Why are you idly standing there? If you had come up to set a screen just now, I could have taken a shot uncontested. Midorima glared at Ziyuan, expressing his dissatisfaction with Ziyuan's lack of action. What are you talking about? It's not necessary to complicate things. Midorima could simply pass the ball to me. Ziyuan retorted. Zahara, unwilling to yield, pouted and glared at Midorima, their gazes locked in a fierce contest of defiance. Both of them clenched their fists, eyes brimming with an unwavering resolve to outdo one another. In a sudden burst of energy, they confronted each other, entangled in a spirited dispute, simultaneously exclaiming, "Let me score better." Their faces almost touching in the fervor of their argument. Hey, stop quarreling. The seniors from the first team interjected, attempting to quell the rising tension. Naoto Sanada, holding a notepad, stood beside KZ Hakujin, exasperation evident in his voice as he remarked, "What on earth are they doing?" "What should we do, Captain Akashi?" asked SHZ Nijimura, his tone laced with resignation as he looked toward Akashi. "Let us observe the situation for now," Akashi replied with a faint smile. "How annoying," Zahara muttered, scratching his head while casting a disdainful glance at Midorima. "I find you even more bothersome," Midorima retorted, rising onto his toes to shout back at Zahara. Once more, their bodies pressed closely together as they continued their heated debate. All right. Baisawa suddenly appeared before them, extending his hands gently to push them apart. "This is a trivial matter. There is no need for such incessant bickering." Humph. Both of them simultaneously huffed in unison, turning their bodies away from each other. Arms crossed defiantly, each adopting an air of indifference. Baizé chuckled somewhat unkindly, observing the two as if they were children. However, at that moment, Midorima gradually regained his composure, feeling an overwhelming astonishment at Baizé's strength. It is worth noting that just moments ago, Baizé had effortlessly pushed both of them aside. And particularly, he had managed to shove aside the imposing figure of Murasakibara with ease. What immense force must that require? At that juncture, the frail Kuroko approached the trio, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his voice rang out loudly, urging them not to quarrel, for at this moment, he could even defeat them. Upon hearing this, both Midorima and Murasakibara widened their eyes, staring intently at Kuroko, astonished by his audacity. Yet, Kuroko was not jesting. He stated firmly, "After training, let us have a match. And I shall prove it to you." Midorima and Murasakibara, unconvinced by Kuroko's assertion, nodded in agreement to his challenge. Baizé couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Kuroko, marveling at his dedication. Was this an attempt to defeat them both and instill the significance of teamwork? With the current lineup, victory would belong to the first team to score 10 points. Kuroko explained the situation to Kai's and Aomine, while Baizé, yearning for respite, could only think of resting. Coach Hakuzai had assigned him the most rigorous training, seemingly aware of Baizé's physical resilience, which led to relentless neck exercises. Kai's nodded, realizing their goal was simply to showcase teamwork and secure a win. Aomine spoke with confidence, declaring, indeed. The match was set with Kuroko, Baizé, and Aomine on one team, while Akashi, Midorima, and Murasakibara comprised the opposing side. Akashi, you're not going easy on us, are you? Murasakibara, drenched in sweat, turned to Akashi, panting heavily in light of their substantial deficit. Akashi, equally breathless, replied earnestly, of course not. I'm playing just as I usually do. Honestly. Murasakibara expressed his displeasure, while Midorima, also gasping for air, adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, perplexed by their significant lag. Suddenly, Kuroko passed the basketball to the paint area, prompting Kai's and Aomine to leap simultaneously for possession. Unfortunately, they collided heavily, resulting in the ball going out of bounds. Ouch. Aomine groaned, rubbing his head as he scolded Kai's. What were you doing, Kai's? That pass was clearly for me. Kai's, sprawled on the ground, retorted defiantly. Why should it be? It was obviously meant for me. Huh. It was meant for me. Aomine stood up directly, and Kai's quickly followed suit, insisting it was for me. Their heads collided in a clash of stubbornness, neither willing to yield, which quickly escalated into a physical scuffle. No, it's mine. My ball. Midorima shouted loudly, attempting to intervene. You jerk. Kai seized Aomine's face with his right hand, relentlessly pulling. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Aomine retaliated, grabbing Kai's hair and yanking it, delivering a swift kick to his face. Baizé had just completed a rigorous round of training, panting as he settled down. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down his forehead, dampening his garments. However, May had already prepared everything. She swiftly presented him with a bottle of refreshing mineral water, gently saying, A's here. After receiving the water, May did not cease her actions. She tenderly took a towel and personally wiped the sweat from Baizé's forehead. Each gentle stroke was imbued with boundless care and affection, enveloping Baizé in an overwhelming sense of warmth. Baizé gazed at Wu Yu with heartfelt gratitude, unabashedly revealing his emotions. He promptly formed a diminutive heart shape with his hands and joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Ayu. Love you, love you. This endearing gesture instantly brought a rosy blush to Wu Yu's cheeks, causing her to shyly lower her gaze, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Subsequently, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the fierce tussle between Huang Se and Qing Feng, a flicker of concern welling up within her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she softly inquired, Baizé, is it truly all right for them to engage in such rough play? Could they get hurt? Baizé smiled reassuringly at May, explaining in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, they're perfectly fine. Boys often engage in such playful antics, sometimes even more exaggerated. Perhaps these two are merely putting on a show for Midorima and Murasakibara. With a playful wink, Baizé lightened the mood further. Upon hearing his words, May felt a slight alleviation of her worries. She smiled reassuringly, standing beside Baizé and gently pulling his head into her embrace. Baizé quietly relished the warmth and sweetness of the moment, basking in May's affection. At that instant, they seemed to inhabit a world that belonged solely to them. With the surrounding clamor gradually fading away, sunlight poured over them, painting a picturesque scene. The silhouettes of Baizé and May nestled together radiated an aura of bliss. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still as they immersed themselves in each other's company, forgetting all worries and fatigue. Honestly, this is getting more ridiculous, Murasakibara commented, unable to bear the sight of such childishness. In any case, we are all aware of how absurd this is, Kuroko. Midorima adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, only to look up and find Kuroko kneeling on the ground, retching. His expression turned tense. Why are you throwing up? It seemed matters had already been resolved. Akashi observed the recently returned Nijimura Shozo, a gentle smile gracing his face. His gaze exuded confidence and satisfaction, as if he possessed complete assurance regarding the unfolding events. Nijimura merely responded with a simple, oh, to Akashi's remark. Without lingering, Akashi turned and departed. The atmosphere around them was exceptionally vibrant, and Nijimura stood quietly to the side, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 68. Omen. That night, Baizé lay quietly on his bed, appearing to rest his eyes while in reality, he was examining the system interface. System, open my personal information panel, he silently commanded. Personal information panel name. S.H. Kawa, by Zay age, 13 years height, 184 centimeters weight, 75 kilograms strength, a speed, a stamina, a basketball skills, Curry, 3-point shooting. Leonard, death grip, Iverson, crossover, McGrady, pull-up jump shot, Kobe, fadeaway jump shot, Magic, no-look pass, Wade, Eurostep, Harden, double step back. Skill points, 74-56. After nearly a year, Zay had accumulated quite a number of skill points, yet he had refrained from utilizing them, feeling it unnecessary until now. However, the recent improvement in Aomine's performance compelled him to enrich his arsenal with new skills. Not bad, my physical attributes have improved significantly, he mused. System, open the skill shop. Skill shop, Olajuwon's Dream Shake, 2,000 skill points, Nowitzki's Fadeaway, 2,000 skill points, Jordan's Hang Time, 2,000 skill points, Duncan's Bank Shot, 2,000 skill points. Anthony's Triple Threat, 2,000 skill points. Refreshing skills, 100 skill points per attempt. Lo and behold, I have successfully acquired Jordan's Hang Time. Without hesitation, Zay exchanged for this skill, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment as he fixated on the system panel. He promptly clicked the exchange button and completed the transaction, subsequently acquiring Anthony's Triple Threat and Olajuwon's Dream Shake as well. His choice of Anthony's skill stemmed from a simple preference rather than any particular reason, while Olajuwon's Dream Shake perfectly complemented his deficiencies in interior techniques. Alas, he found himself once again devoid of resources. Having recently experienced a financial boon, he now gazed sorrowfully at the meager 1456 skill points remaining. System, please open the training space, he commanded, setting his opponents as the members of the miracle generation from his first year. With a crisp sound, the basketball seemed to possess an uncanny precision, swishing effortlessly through the net. Aomine's individual score had already surpassed 50 points. How formidable, an indomitable force indeed. Every spectator was captivated, watching as Aomine transformed into a terrifying scoring machine, relentlessly overwhelming his adversaries with a tempestuous offensive onslaught. At that moment, the doors of the Teiko gymnasium creaked open, and Kuroko entered with graceful footsteps. He walked directly towards Akashi, softly exclaiming, "I apologize for the intrusion." Hearing the voice, Akashi turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ah, you've arrived. You truly worked hard yesterday." Kuroko scanned the surroundings, his gaze swiftly traversing the entire venue. And he furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, "Where have Aomine and Kai's gone?" He added, "And Midorima as well?" No sooner had he spoken than Murasakibara emerged from behind Kuroko. He reached out, ruffling Kuroko's hair with a gentle hand, expressing concern, "You were quite ill yesterday. Are you feeling all right?" Kuroko, slightly exasperated, managed to free himself from Murasakibara's grasp. At this juncture, Zay approached Akashi while cradling a basketball. Providing clarity to Kuroko's earlier question, they went to participate in the second Team S match. It should still be ongoing. The competition is still in full swing. At this moment, sitting on the bench, Huangsei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment as he fixated on Aomine's breathtaking maneuvers. Shortly thereafter, Aomine effortlessly penetrated the defense once more, executing a powerful one-handed dunk with fluidity and grace. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, like a flowing river. Meanwhile, Midorima, drenched in sweat on the court, had lost his usual calm demeanor. Aomine's performance in this match was nothing short of extraordinary, a force to be reckoned with. The score had escalated to an astonishing 132-48. In the ensuing offensive play, Aomine continued to dominate, dribbling past the first defender with unwavering confidence, employing a double hesitation move that left his opponent trailing behind. He then executed a beautifully crafted spin to deftly evade the second defender's grasp. Ignoring the tight defense within the paint, he soared high, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop with a resounding thud. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and applause, electrifying the atmosphere. Aomine, smiling as he returned to defense, reveled in the exhilaration of the game. He felt his performance improving with each passing moment, each offensive and defensive play imbued with vigor. However, as he glanced back, he was struck by the sight of the opposing players, panting heavily, seemingly drained of all energy. None of them moved. Their spirits had been utterly extinguished, leaving them dejectedly standing still. Witnessing this scene, Aomine's smile gradually faded. His initial excitement was supplanted by a vague sense of unease. A restlessness began to stir within him. This sensation was disconcerting, yet he remained at a loss for how to articulate it. Silently observing his adversaries, he felt an unfamiliar emotion swell within. As the final whistle sounded, Aomine descended from the court with a stoic expression. Unlike his usual exuberance in celebrating with teammates, he refrained from uttering a single word. His sole desire was to depart this place swiftly. Later that evening, Aomine ambled home, a furrowed brow betraying his troubled thoughts as he walked in silence. Aomine-kun. Aomine-kun. At that moment, Kuroko approached his side, inquiring, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought." "No, nothing's the matter," Aomine replied, turning his head away dismissively. "You seem to be in good form lately." "Well, I suppose so." Aomine responded to Kuroko. "I wanted to say, no, it's nothing." He yearned to express something, yet the words eluded him. "Since you solidified your current playing style, you've begun observing those around you," Kuroko noted. "Indeed. This is known as human observation." "Huh?" "Applied in the art of persuasion," Hizi responded. Soon after, Baizé and Wuyu walked over hand in hand. Chapter 69, The Bloom of Aomine. "What are you discussing?" Baizé and Wuyu interrupted the conversation between the two and approached directly. "Oh, it's you, Aze and Wuyu." Hizi was just talking about human observation, Aomine replied. The others turned their gaze to Hizi, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed. People have various habits and exhibit different reactions. I intend to observe and categorize these behaviors. This foundational knowledge is essential for visual induction." "Do you know what habits I have?" Aomine smirked, teasing. "You must avoid eye contact when lying, right?" Hizi stared intently at Aomine, describing his earlier actions. "Well, you've got me there." Aomine then turned his head away again, unable to help himself. Hizi, understanding, added, "I won't pressure you to speak. Share when you're ready." Upon hearing this, Aomine turned back to look at Hizi, a warm feeling swelling in his heart, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "All right, I understand. How considerate." Baizé couldn't help but reflect, his gaze flitting between Aomine and Hizi, sensing an air of intimacy. With that thought, Baizé's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, there you are? How about we all grab ice cream on the way back?" A voice suddenly called from a distance, and soon 3 figures with yellow, green, and purple hair appeared before the 4. Kai's waved his hand in greeting to Baizé and the others. "Oh, sounds great." Aomine readily agreed. "What about Xiaotao and Xiaobai?" Kai's attention shifted to the 2. "We have a little matter to attend to. Asuki needs to deliver these competition data to a Zheng," Baizé explained, holding some data sheets in one hand while the other held Wuyu's hand. Wuyu nodded in agreement. "Recently, AKA has frequently asked Wuyu to gather some information." Murasakibara elaborated slowly. "That sounds tiring," Midorima added. Wuyu smiled gently, responding, "It's not too bad. I seem to be quite suited for this kind of task. Mainly, I can help everyone. Then let us go another time." Baizé nodded at the group and then pulled Wuyu away. "Congratulations on your first victory in the preliminaries," Wuyu exclaimed joyfully to everyone. "Aha. Oh." Aomine and the others responded nonchalantly. "Hey, what's with the low spirits?" Wuyu wondered aloud. Yes, congratulations to us." Baizé quietly held a bottle of drink up to Wuyu's face, his own expression bright with happiness. "Indeed." Wuyu wrapped her arms around Baizé, her face beaming with a smile. "Hee, Aomine smirked. "I'm curious why you're so excited. Isn't it always like this?" Zahara speared a piece of meat with his fork and brought it to his mouth, then turned to inquire. However, Kuroko has been wearing a blissful expression since yesterday. A smile graced Aomine's lips, and Midorima glanced over, confirming the observation. Indeed, Kuroko appeared to be radiating joy, his eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars, transforming his entire demeanor. This was likely his first time participating in a formal competition, Aomine elaborated. Akashi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Victory is undoubtedly a cause for celebration, and it is prudent to maintain this momentum. Although I would prefer to conclude on this note, I must propose a target. While this team is already formidable, a lack of vigor in their post-victory demeanor could attract unwanted attention. Subsequently, Akashi's expression turned somewhat frosty as he set forth a benchmark. Each member is expected to score at least 20 points in a single match. Sounds interesting, doesn't it, Aomine? Kais remarked, turning to Aomine with a grin. "Ah, it all seems rather bothersome," Aomine replied, propping his chin up with his right hand, displaying a hint of disdain for the suggestion. "What's the matter? Aren't you usually quite enthusiastic about such challenges, Aomine?" Kais asked, puzzled, as Aomine, typically so passionate about basketball, now seemed disinterested. At that moment, Aomine stood up, indifferent, and stated, "As long as we win, none of that really matters, does it?" Baize squinted at Qing Feng, sensing that this was akin to the blossoming of a narrative. It was the first time he had heard Qing Feng express disinterest in basketball. At that moment, Akashi interjected. I did not make this request voluntarily, but to be candid, your lack of enthusiasm post-match is most evident. A scorer who does not yearn for points can dampen the team's morale. Yet there is still Baize, he continued. Qing Feng, let us compete and see who can score more. We may not engage in a full-fledged duel, but let this determine our victor. Baize opened his eyes and regarded the lackluster Qing Feng, who suddenly radiated an extraordinary aura. He further provoked Qing Feng. Surely, you are not afraid? The onlookers were visibly moved, sensing that Baize had grown stronger, his aura formidable. Qing Feng met Baize's gaze, and instantly, he too became invigorated. A glimmer of battle spirit igniting within him. The only one who can defeat me is myself. The spectators smiled, sensing the palpable tension between the two. The more I strive, the more basketball feels devoid of meaning. After all, it is merely a game, Qing Feng remarked in a rather indifferent tone. That simply cannot be. Black Zetsu retorted, pulling at the collar of Qing Feng's shirt and inserting an ice pop into his mouth. The icy chill coursed through Qing Feng's body, causing him to leap in surprise. Did you really put the ice pop in? He hurriedly removed it and turned to Black Zetsu, who solemnly explained. To keep pace with everyone, I have exerted my utmost. Frankly, I cannot grasp your feelings, Qing Feng, but regardless of the disparity in strength, I would never wish for leniency or for someone to go easy on me. Qing Feng stared at Black Zetsu, who continued, moreover, is Baize not a worthy opponent? Indeed, Qing Feng chuckled. To be honest, Baize has become a target I aspire to surpass. He easily defeated me during our one-on-one in the first year, and later. He was pivotal in our national competition. I wonder if I can best him now. A smile graced Qing Feng's face. At least he had not completely lost his interest in basketball. Observing Qing Feng's newfound ease, Black Zetsu also smiled with satisfaction, silently thinking, you have assisted me countless times. It is my turn to aid you. Chapter 70, Opening Ceremony. I hereby declare the commencement of the National Middle School Basketball League. Boomed the voice of a suited middle-aged man on stage, resonating throughout the venue. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. In this spacious and brightly lit gymnasium, dozens of teams from across the nation gathered. The players, clad in their uniforms, stood in orderly formation at the center of the court. Their expressions a blend of excitement and nervousness. They had been waiting for several hours, eagerly anticipating this moment. Alas, hunger struck. How he longed for a snack. Ziyuan helplessly patted his rumbling stomach, his back hunched and spirit waning. His face was etched with exhaustion and impatience, clearly weary of the protracted opening ceremony. The ceremony had only just concluded. Midorima turned his head, his expression grave, and reminded him. The other teammates chuckled, accustomed to the playful banter between Ziyuan and Midorima. They teased one another, the atmosphere light and jovial. At that moment, a group of reporters approached, microphones in hand and cameras slung over their shoulders. With smiles, they politely inquired, Dear contestants, may we interview you? How would you assess your team's overall performance this year? Another reporter interjected. What are your thoughts on the road to defending your title? Faced with the barrage of questions and cameras, Huangsa and the others found themselves momentarily flustered, particularly Huangsa, who was experiencing such an event for the first time. Wow, are we really being interviewed? Even as a moderately famous model, Huangsa had never encountered such an overwhelming situation. Aoyama, standing nearby, found himself sweating nervously as he glanced at Hakuzai and Akashi, impressed by their composure. Both responded with polished answers, clearly at ease in such circumstances. Eventually, the others managed to respond to the reporter's questions, albeit with some trepidation. Aoyama let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with reporters was far more challenging than playing basketball. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, calling Aoyama's attention. He instinctively looked up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he exclaimed with delight, Oh, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been? The boy standing before Aoyama smiled and replied, I'm doing well. Hey, who is that person? Kuroko, observing Aoyama deep in conversation, couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued. At that moment, Hakuzai quietly appeared behind Kuroko, gently holding Mayu's hand, and softly explained, that Inoue from Kamazaki High School. Like Aoyama. He is a power forward, and their match last year was exceptionally intense. Oh, Kuroko nodded in understanding. Mayu, I'm going to greet Inoue, Hakuzai said, turning to look fondly at Mayu, gently squeezing her soft hand. Embarrassed, Mayu blushed under the gaze of Minnie, but she bravely nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she gently released Hakuzui's hand. Baize gently caressed Mei's little head, as if offering her a form of comfort and encouragement. He then turned and walked towards the direction where Qingfeng and Shangjing were situated. Ah, Baize, it has been quite a while. Shangjing exclaimed upon noticing Baize's approach, a flicker of surprise passing across his face before he quickly regained his composure and greeted him politely. After all, although Qingfeng had fiercely battled him on the court last year, Baize had decisively triumphed over the other players from Shangqi Middle School, a memory that lingered in Shangjing's mind. Long time no see, Shangjing, Baize replied with a smile, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Shangjing reciprocated, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Then, with utmost seriousness, Shangjing addressed both Qingfeng and Baize, declaring, "This year, I am determined to win." This statement was clearly a declaration of war, reflecting his confidence in the upcoming match. Hearing this, Qingfeng's lips curled into a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Recently, he had been feeling quite bored and was eager for a formidable opponent to challenge him. Thus, he boldly retorted, "I will not lose either. I look forward to your performance." Baize responded in kind. "Hey, Kuroko. Long time no see." Suddenly, a brown-haired youth dashed in front of Kuroko and enveloped him in a hug. "Ajiwara, it's been a while," Kuroko replied, his expression lighting up as he regarded Ajiwara Naruhito. "It feels like you've changed quite a bit in these 2 years." Ajiwara remarked, scrutinizing Kuroko from head to toe. "You too, but, you have some rice stuck on your face," Kuroko pointed out with a smile, kindly bringing it to his attention. Ajiwara felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson. He quickly reached up to check his cheek, and, indeed, felt a grain of rice. Hastily, he removed it and popped it into his mouth, attempting to mask this minor blunder. Then, feigning nonchalance, he continued conversing with Kuroko. "You're just as you always were." Ajiwara chuckled. "It's all good, but honestly, meeting like this makes it hard to know what to say," he admitted, scratching his head with a hint of exasperation. "Indeed. Haha." Kuroko chuckled softly in agreement. "However, I have always been looking forward to seeing you. Truly." Ajiwara suddenly turned serious, his eyes filled with sincerity. After uttering these words, Ajiwara fixed Kuroko with a determined and earnest gaze, as if to convey his deep desire for this reunion. Despite the passage of 2 years, their friendship had not waned, but had instead grown even stronger. "I will definitely advance all the way," Ajiwara declared confidently. "So will I. Let us support each other." Kuroko replied solemnly, his voice imbued with resolve and courage. This is not merely a phrase of encouragement, but rather a pact between them, a commitment to mutual support and shared effort. Nishikawa Narahira nodded firmly, signaling his resolve to strive wholeheartedly towards their common goal. At that moment, however, Hakuzai stood quietly at a distance, silently observing the interaction between the two. His gaze was profound and composed, as if capable of perceiving all. A flicker of doubt surged within him. Is Nishikawa Narahira to be next year's rival? As one well-versed in the narrative, Hakuzai found himself intrigued by Nishikawa and could not help but steal a few more glances. He was acutely aware that while formidable teams abound, it was perplexing that the school Nishikawa represented managed to reach the finals. Logically, one would expect a more powerful team to advance to the final stage. Does this imply that Nishikawa Narahira will become a pivotal factor in the unraveling of the plot? Hakuzai's eyes gradually brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 71. Writing in Progress. Subsequently, the match between Teiko Middle School and Kamazaki Middle School commenced in earnest. As the referee's voice echoed, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Meanwhile, Kamazaki, bent over, was tying his shoelaces, his hands trembling slightly, as if gripped by an inexplicable tension. At that moment, with a sudden snap, the shoelace broke, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Kamazaki furrowed his brow, staring at the severed lace, an ominous premonition bubbling within. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, yet the unsettling feeling lingered. However, as both teams entered the arena, Kamazaki resolutely cast aside his distracting thoughts. He lifted his gaze, fixating determinedly on Aomine Daiki across the court, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Aomine's lips curled into a confident smile, acknowledging Kamazaki's gaze with a challenge. "In this match, I will show no mercy." With that, he rolled his shoulders, preparing to embrace the challenge ahead. Once the match commenced, time seemed to fly. The atmosphere on the court was palpably tense, with spectators holding their breath, fixated on the unfolding drama. The highly anticipated confrontation did not escalate into the fierce contest that many had envisioned. Instead, it devolved into a one-sided affair. Teiko Middle School exhibited overwhelming strength and synergy, swiftly seizing control of the game's tempo, while their opponents appeared somewhat powerless to respond. Aomine's performance was particularly dazzling, as he deftly maneuvered past the opposing defense time and again, creating opportunities for Teiko. Although Kamaki exerted every effort, he gradually sensed the widening chasm between himself and Aomine's formidable prowess. Moments later, Aomine effortlessly executed a simple change of direction, gliding past Kamaki, who stood frozen in place, allowing Aomine's advance unchallenged, devoid of any inclination to resist. Aomine, astonished, regarded Kamaki's inaction with disbelief. What is this? Has he given up on the match? Why? I was so looking forward to a proper contest. I had hoped for a thrilling exchange with you. After Qingfeng's breakthrough score, the initial anticipation for their duel gradually succumbed to disappointment. Qingfeng slowly jogged past Shanjin, who silently stared at the scoreboard displaying the score of 150 to 81. Heh, you still don't understand. Shanjin sneered. You have evolved into an invincible monster. How could anyone possibly defeat you? His tone was laden with profound resentment, intertwined with a sense of envy towards Qingfeng and a deep sorrow within him, rendering his desire for vengeance seemingly futile. Upon hearing Shangen's words, Qingfeng's expression abruptly changed, a sharp pain stabbing at his heart. He glanced at Kuroko, who was running towards him, prepared to celebrate with a fist bump, and let out a heavy sigh. Ah, it seems I am still lacking. Qingfeng murmured to himself. The only one who can triumph over me is myself. His mood grew increasingly somber, as if the confidence he once held had dissipated. Under Kuroko's puzzled gaze, Qingfeng refrained from celebrating with him. The distance between them widened, devoid of any verbal or physical exchange. Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation, while Kuroko looked on, somewhat bewildered by Qingfeng's retreating figure. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness, as if time had frozen at that very moment. Had he arrived at a place of disillusionment with basketball due to his opponent's resignation? Observing Qingfeng's emotional shift, seated on the sidelines, Shiraise felt a tumult of mixed emotions, yet found himself at a loss for words. Baizé found himself at a loss, torn between the hope that Shanjin could endure and challenge Aomine, yet reality cruelly revealed the impossibility of such a feat. The disparity in strength between them was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The staggering point difference easily shattered the spirits of these middle schoolers. After the match concluded, Aomine wordlessly strode into the locker room, forcefully kicked the door open, and departed with unwavering resolve. The team exchanged anxious glances, concern etched upon their faces, yet felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Kuroko lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence as if lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Midorima clutched the desk lamp tightly, his eyes trailing Aomine's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, I never anticipated that my ominous premonition would manifest in such a manner. Baizé let out a deep sigh, offering solace to everyone. Let him be alone for a while. The long-anticipated rival has so easily relinquished the chance for a showdown, undoubtedly leaving Aomine in a state of distress. After speaking, he began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave the court. Beside him, Itsuki appeared troubled. For as Aomine's childhood companion, she understood his emotions at this moment all too well. Yet, she took no action, silently assisting Baizé in tidying up. Just then, a clear chime suddenly rang out, snapping Kuroko from his reverie. He hurriedly picked up his phone and rushed outside to answer the call. The name flashing on the screen was Ajiwara Narahiko, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Kuroko cautiously placed the phone to his ear, anxiously awaiting the other party's words. I'm sorry, Kuroko, I lost. Ajiwara's voice came through, tinged with tears, his tone fragmented as if on the verge of breaking down. I was so close, but, it's no use. My frustration has left me at a loss for words. You won, right? Upon hearing this, Kuroko's heart sank, weighed down by helplessness and sorrow. Nevertheless, he mustered his spirit and replied softly, yes. Is that so? Congratulations. Ajiwara's voice became increasingly somber, laced with a hint of despair. Though I wish I could continue cheering for you, we must return now. I'm truly sorry. Meanwhile, in another gymnasium, tears streamed down Ajiwara's face uncontrollably, gliding down his cheeks. He clenched his fists, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. How could this happen? Please don't apologize so many times. Kuroko hurriedly comforted him, hoping to alleviate Ajiwara's pain. You're right, I'm sorry. Ajiwara fought to contain his sobs, inhaling deeply as he spoke. At that moment, on a bench outside the gym, Aomine sat quietly, a white towel draped casually over his head. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze calm to the point of seeming detached. Yet, only he knew the tumultuous waves roiling within his heart. Aomine was lost in contemplation, his thoughts surging like the tide, yet what he pondered remained a mystery to all. The only indication of his inner turmoil was the tightly clenched fist, revealing that his mood was far from lighthearted. Simultaneously, Baizé continued to organize items in the locker room, his mind racing with thoughts on how to help Aomine rediscover his fighting spirit and passion. Perhaps he needed to find a way to ignite the fervor and desire hidden deep within Aomine's heart. Should he challenge Aomine, a victory to awaken his love for basketball? Or might there be other means to convey that life holds myriad pursuits worth chasing? These questions swirled in Baizé's mind, plunging him into profound contemplation. Chapter 72. Securing the championship. Next, the finals of the round-robin tournament commenced, with Teiko Middle School facing off against Kamaki Daiki Middle School. This is the final match. Victory will crown us champions and secure our title defense. Is there anything you wish to express? Akashi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the group. Just focus on sinking those three-pointers, Midorima asserted, adjusting his glasses with unwavering determination. In contrast, Aomine appeared somewhat lethargic and disheartened, as if he had lost his former sharpness. He replied listlessly, "No, there is nothing to say," seemingly devoid of interest in the impending contest. "Well, I just want to finish quickly and indulge in some delicious snacks," murmured Murasakibara, his attention elsewhere. In stark contrast, Shirazaki maintained a composed demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a fervent yearning for victory. He earnestly declared, "Let us give it our all and seize this game." Finally, as the captain, Akashi stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Our shared conviction is singular. We must win this match." However, on the sidelines, Kuroko's thoughts drifted back to a few days prior, when Coach Platinum had advised him, "There is no need to do anything for Aomine. Simply maintain the status quo. Excessive encouragement and consolation could yield counterproductive results, so I will handle matters personally if necessary." Now, Kuroko quietly observed Aomine, who seemed invincible on the court, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. He struggled to conceive any means to assist Aomine in overcoming his predicament. Beep. As Aomine scored, the first quarter came to a close. The players began to return to the bench. "Aomine, stay for a moment." Coach Platinum called out to the perspiring Aomine. The two then took a seat on the bench. "I must apologize," Coach Platinum began slowly. "I quickly recognized your extraordinary potential and love for basketball. I even foresaw the outcome we are witnessing today when your talent erupted." Aomine said little, merely listening intently to Coach Platinum's narrative. "I sensed it but remained silent. I could not articulate it. This was because, more than your personal emotions, I was concerned about the consequences of your talent's manifestation. Thus, I must apologize and implore you not to squander this precious gift." The words of Coach Platinum stirred Chi-Feng, prompting him to turn his head and open his eyes to gaze at him. "The troubles that currently plague you cannot be resolved swiftly. Yet perhaps one day answers will emerge. Do not cast it aside. I cannot assert that perseverance will guarantee success, but relinquishing your efforts will undoubtedly yield nothing." Hearing such familiar sentiments emanate from Coach Platinum, Chi-Feng was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the very words he had once imparted to Kuroko? As Coach Platinum rose, Chi-Feng regarded him with curiosity, pondering, "Wait, what was that last statement?" Platinum's calloused hands rested behind his back as he nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Indeed. I shall borrow from your wisdom. Did you hear that?" Subsequently, Chi-Feng rose to his feet, his gaze resolute. "I comprehend that, at this juncture, it is impossible to revert to the past. Nevertheless, my desire to triumph in the game remains steadfast. There is one point I would like to emphasize. Should you ever find yourself enveloped in confusion, do not hesitate to seek guidance from Baze. It is not merely his skills on the court that are invaluable, but also his unwavering passion for basketball. His aspiration has always been to reach the NBA, which is why you will observe him training late into the night each day." Jin Gingzhou slowly shifted his gaze towards Baze. Upon hearing this, Chi-Feng stared blankly in Baze's direction, pondering the NBA. Haha, no wonder he is the one I aspire to defeat. However, I shall not be defeated in our next encounter. For a moment, Chi-Feng's fighting spirit was rekindled, and Jin Gingzhou nodded in satisfaction. As the match continued, Teak High School began to dominate the game, with every player becoming increasingly focused. They executed wave after wave of dazzling offensive plays, while their defense was equally impressive, leaving their opponents with scant opportunities. In contrast, Kamita Nishi High School appeared somewhat overwhelmed, with the score gradually widening. As time progressed, the game approached its climax. Ultimately, the score settled at 93-46, with Teik High School triumphing over Kamita Nishi High School by a substantial margin. "We did it! Ha!" Huangza exclaimed excitedly, wrapping his arms around Kuroko, his face radiating uncontainable joy. He was so exhilarated that he began to dance, energetically waving his fists. Meanwhile, on the other side, Midorima let out a long sigh of relief, as if all the pressure and tension had been released in that instant. He felt remarkably at ease, seemingly forgetting the fatigue that had preceded. However, at that moment, Murasakibara suddenly turned his head, curiously asking Midorima, "Can we eat snacks now? Would you like to join me?" Midorima was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and nodded in agreement. Murasakibara's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe his ears. Typically, Midorima held himself to rigorous standards, never indulging in such junk food. Yet this time, he had made an exception. As the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, Mayuzumi rushed towards Baze without hesitation, her eyes brimming with excitement and joy. She embraced Baze tightly, reveling in the euphoria of victory, her voice filled with happiness. "Ace. We won." "Yes, we won," Baze replied with a gentle smile, gazing at the girl who stirred his heart, a surge of courage welling within him. He reached out, gently lifting Mayuzumi's chin, and in the presence of all, slowly leaned down to tenderly kiss her lips. Mayuzumi's eyes widened in surprise, her face flushed with shyness and astonishment. She had never anticipated that Baze would be so bold as to kiss her in front of such a crowd. Observing this scene, the audience erupted in cheers. The many girls felt their hearts shatter, lamenting the loss of their idol to another. "Oh no." Meanwhile, Chi-Fong stood still, gazing blankly into the distance. At that moment, Nijiura Shizo approached from behind and playfully tapped Chi-Fong on the head. "Why are you standing there in a daze? You should celebrate a little." He then moved to Qingfeng's side, encouraging him. "Come on, it's time to be a bit more open about your feelings." With a radiant smile, Higashimura Kyuza glanced towards a few members of the miraculous generation engaged in fervent discussion nearby, giving Aomine a gentle push. Upon hearing those words, Aomine revealed a long-lost smile and slowly approached the others. A group of youths stood on the court, exchanging glances filled with the joy of victory. Chapter 73. The coach falls, awakening in succession as night enveloped the campus in profound silence. One office within Taiku Junior High remained brightly lit. It felt as though a chapter had reached its conclusion. Naoto Sanada stood tall and firm, akin to an ancient pine, before Kyuzu Platinum, speaking in a calm demeanor. Indeed, Kyuzu Platinum replied with a slight nod, fatigue evident on his face as he gradually leaned back in his chair, seemingly seeking to relax his taut nerves. Sanada continued, "Although Higashimura and the others are on the brink of retirement, this is not a matter of great concern. After all, as long as those known as the miraculous generation remain on the team, there shouldn't be significant issues." At this juncture, a rare smile graced his lips, a stark contrast to his usual stern expression. However, Kyuzu Platinum's voice suddenly broke through the moment. "That is difficult to ascertain." This caught Sanada off guard. Immediately, Kyuzu leaned against the window, gazing into the distance, his expression grave as he remarked, "In fact, I find myself quite worried. Their strength is overwhelmingly formidable. To unify such a team, we must exert ourselves fully and ensure our support is impeccable." Upon finishing his statement, he coughed a few times, his complexion paling slightly. "There is no need for concern, as long as you are here," Sanada said, a smile appearing on his face. Yet, before he could finish, a sudden thud echoed through the room. Bang! The sound resembled a heavy object crashing to the ground, causing Sanada's heart to tighten as he swiftly turned to see Kyuzu Platinum had collapsed. "Coach!" Sanada exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to assess the situation. Bai Jin Gengzhao's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his eyes tightly shut, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. A wave of ominous premonition surged within Shinada Naoto, who frantically retrieved his phone to dial emergency services. "Hello? This is Teiko High School. Someone has fainted. Please dispatch an ambulance immediately." Shinada Naoto shouted with all his might. As the seconds ticked by, his anxiety grew unbearable. At last, the ambulance arrived, and the medical personnel swiftly lifted Bai Jin Gengzhao onto the stretcher and transported him to a nearby hospital. Fortunately, his life was not in jeopardy. However, he regrettably would be unable to return to coaching. The following day during practice, Shinada Naoto promptly gathered the first team members and swiftly conveyed the news to them. Upon hearing it, their expressions shifted, revealing concern etched on their faces. Therefore, from today onward, I shall assume the role of coach. Tomorrow, we will proceed with the training as per our previously established plan. Any objections? The team members reluctantly suppressed their worries, nodding in agreement before immersing themselves back into training. During the practice, Aomine passed the ball to Murasakibara, who, standing in the paint, was immediately besieged by two opponents. By all accounts, Murasakibara should have passed the ball to Akashi, who was already positioned nearby, awaiting the reception. However, Murasakibara merely glanced at Akashi, showing no intention of passing. Instead, he opted to leap, conjuring a powerful whirlwind in an instant. Bang! The two players attempting to corner him were knocked to the ground as he effortlessly dunked the basketball into the hoop. The spectators gasped in astonishment, while the members of the Generation of Miracles swiftly retreated on defense. Akashi trailed closely behind Murasakibara, his expression grave. While it's indeed splendid that the ball went in, there were two individuals focused solely on you. In that situation, passing the ball back to me would have been a more prudent decision. Oh, is that so? I don't mind. After all, the ball went in, Murasakibara replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Akashi's counsel, his dismissive demeanor causing Akashi to furrow his brow. Akashi fixed his gaze on Murasakibara, a flicker of anger and bewilderment dancing in his eyes. Meanwhile, beneath the court, Mayuzumi felt an unsettling wave of concern. As an astute observer, she had already discerned the changes in Murasakibara. Murasakibara-kun, it seems as though he has transformed into someone entirely different, she mused, akin to Aomine-kun. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that I find myself fearful of such rapid growth. Mayuzumi diverted her gaze from Murasakibara to Hakuzai. More specifically, she had merely glanced at Murasakibara before devoting the rest of her attention to Hakuzai. At this moment, her eyes brimmed with worry and unease, a hint of dread rising within her. Hakuzai, will you too become like this? As Baizé sensed Mei's gaze, he turned and offered her a reassuring smile, seemingly comprehending her thoughts. At that moment, Mei exhaled in relief. She firmly believed that her A's would not transform into such a person. Following the conclusion of practice, Huangse excitedly approached Ziyuan, exclaiming, "Little Ziyuan, that last shot was remarkable." Ziyuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, really? It feels like power continuously surges forth. If I were to take it seriously, I might inadvertently crush my teammates." He retrieved a bag of chips from the locker room, his expression indifferent as he tightened his grip with his right hand. Baizé, observing closely, recognized that Ziyuan had begun to blossom. Yet a scheme began to formulate in his mind. As night enveloped the gymnasium, the lights illuminated the space. Lu Jian stood 3 steps beyond the three-point line, persistently honing his shooting skills. He was wholly engrossed, his gaze resolute, the basketball in his hands akin to a precise weapon, consistently finding its mark, swishing through the net as if it were second nature. With each successful shot, Lu Jian turned to retrieve the ball, but suddenly halted, his eyes fixed on the opposing hoop. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed a possibility. From this distance, Lu Jian murmured to himself, a surge of impulse and curiosity swelling within him. Gripping the basketball firmly with both hands, he slightly bent his knees, then leapt with vigor, raising the ball high above his head. His fingers deftly controlled the basketball, cradling it securely in his palm. He adjusted his breathing, focusing intently on the impending moment of release. His arm swung with power and rhythm. His wrist flexed slightly before rapidly descending, sending the basketball soaring from his fingertips. It traced a lofty arc through the air, as if destined to traverse the entire court. With a crisp swish, the basketball effortlessly swished through the net, unimpeded. Lu Jian widened his eyes, struggling to believe the feat he had just accomplished. He stared blankly at the hoop, the image of his recent shot echoing in his mind. Outside, Naoto Sanada observed the scene within the gymnasium with a serious expression, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Chapter 74. A shift in the narrative within the spacious and brightly lit office of the chairman. A corpulent, oily-faced middle-aged man sat confidently in an opulent chair. With his hands propped on the desk, a look of pride and cunning glimmered in his eyes. This man was the chairman of the school. Those students known as the Generation of Miracles must certainly take to the court, regardless of the circumstances, he asserted firmly to Naoto Sanada, who stood before him. Naoto furrowed his brow, attempting to voice his dissent, but before he could speak, the chairman impatiently interrupted him. The heroes' vibrant performances are a major hallmark of our school. And since joining the basketball club, they have yet to lose a single game. Is this not the finest method of promotion? Naoto Sanada felt a profound sense of helplessness. He understood that the chairman valued the commercial potential of these players, yet his primary concern lay in the physical and mental well-being of the children and their future development. However, they were merely children. Such preferential treatment could potentially lead to adverse effects, and Sanada's voice was laced with apprehension. Nevertheless, his words were once again interrupted by the chairman. "I want you to treat them differently." The chairman replied nonchalantly, a slight smirk playing on his lips as if mocking Sanada's concerns. Sanada gritted his teeth, filled with dissatisfaction, yet unable to voice it. As a coach, he was acutely aware of the chairman's power and influence, recognizing his own position as insignificant. "Remember, just do what you're supposed to do and don't create unnecessary troubles for me," the chairman threatened, his eyes wide with disdain, viewing Sanada as a trivial entity. Sanada's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not show any signs of defiance. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, suppressing his fury. Faced with such an imposing superior, silence was his only option. Sanada knew all too well that he was powerless to alter the circumstances. Despite the turmoil of anger and frustration within him, he realized he could not contend with the chairman, leaving him engulfed in resignation and despair. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the office door was forcefully kicked open, the lock falling to the ground. The startling noise startled both Sanada and the chairman. The chairman swiftly rose, slamming his hand on the table, bellowing, "Which scoundrel dares to create a ruckus here?" At that moment, a figure slowly entered through the doorway, gazing coldly at the chairman as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. "What's the matter? Do you have an objection?" The voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the chairman's expression shifted dramatically, his ample features contorting into a smile as he immediately adopted a subservient tone. "Oh, isn't this young Master Kamakawa? Your presence here is truly an honor. It's unfortunate that the door obstructed you. Next time, I shall have them remove it altogether." As he spoke, the chairman wobbled his considerable bulk, making his way to stand beside Hakuzai, a look of obsequiousness etched across his face. He understood the immense power of the Kamakawa family. If he could ingratiate himself with their young master, his future would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Observing the chairman's sycophantic demeanor, Sanada felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but more so, an overwhelming trepidation toward Hakuzai. He had not anticipated that the youth he had known for so long possessed such a formidable background. Contemplating this, Sanada's gaze toward Hakuzai grew increasingly reverent. "I have but one request. Do not meddle in the affairs of the basketball club." Hakuzai's voice was deep and resonant, seemingly a mere question. Yet it carried an undeniable authority and resolve. The tone of his words was strikingly reminiscent of the manner in which the chairman had just addressed Naoto Sanada. Upon hearing Hakuzai's remarks, the chairman involuntarily shuddered and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Ah, I understand, I understand." His demeanor was marked by a profound respect, bordering on obsequiousness. As he feared incurring Hakuzai's displeasure, Baizai gazed at the perceptive president, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He refrained from uttering any further words, turning away and departing the office without hesitation. At that moment, only two individuals remained in the room, the air thick with an awkward tension. The president cleared his throat twice, attempting to shatter the silence. He returned to his chair, adopting a lofty demeanor, yet his tone noticeably softened. No longer as assertive as before. "Well, since that is the case, I shall refrain from involving myself too deeply in the matters of the basketball club. You may return now." Naoto Sanada stood quietly to the side, observing the entire exchange. A hint of disdain flickered in his gaze, reflecting his contempt for the president's attitude. Nevertheless, he chose not to express much emotion, silently turning away without casting another glance at the president. With Naoto's departure, the office was once again enveloped in silence, leaving the president alone, his face etched with a complex expression. Having concluded his conversation with the president, Baizai made his way toward Mei, who was walking closely behind him, her head bowed and a trace of concern upon her face. "Indeed, today, Izahara seems quite remarkable." Baizai nodded in agreement, then grasped Mei's hand, pulling her closer. "Yet, I also feel a sense of fear." Witnessing his continuous progress inevitably evokes memories of Aomine's transformation back then. Mei lifted her gaze to meet Baizai's, confiding her thoughts. She then inquired, "Will everyone remain together?" Will we be able to coexist harmoniously after this? Mei fixed her eyes upon Baizé, yearning for the reassurance she sought from him. Baizé revealed a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Mei's hair. Rest assured, we shall always be together. However, as their abilities began to strengthen, it was inevitable that they would part ways and attend different schools during their high school years. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Mei felt a slight sense of reassurance, yet could not suppress her worries as she voiced, "But if everyone continues to grow stronger, will there come a day when we can no longer play together?" Baizé understood that Mei's concerns were not without merit. As time progressed, everyone would inevitably embark on different paths and make varying choices. However, he did not wish to burden Mei with excessive worry, so he comforted her, saying, "Even if we are not all on the same team, we can still continue to cherish our love for basketball and revel in the joy of the game. Moreover, our friendship will remain unaltered." Mei nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly believing Baizé's words. She was convinced that as long as their hearts remained united, they could face whatever the future held together. "Thank you, Baizé," she said, gazing at Baizé with a smile, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Baizé gently patted Mei's shoulder and tenderly said, "It's all right, Mei. We must strive together and cherish the present moments." The two of them walked hand in hand along the long street. Chapter 75. Heart to heart. Stop joking around. Don't let me breeze past you every time. Even if you can't stop me, at least attempt to do something. Otherwise, what are you here for? Aomine shouted in frustration at the recently bypassed players, feeling discontented with their actions. "I am trying my best. Aomine is just too formidable. Those tasked with defending against him tremble in fear. There is no one who can stop you." Aomine, momentarily taken aback, lowered his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he muttered, "How can we possibly win like this?" He found it unbearable to accept such a reality, filled with resentment and despair. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Aomine turned and sprinted out of the gym, eager to escape the place that had left him feeling so defeated. Observing this, Sanada quickly chased after him, calling out as he ran, "Aomine, wait." However, Aomine paid him no heed, continuing to race forward. "You all keep practicing. I'll go check on him," Baizé instructed the puzzled onlookers before following after Aomine. At that moment, Aomine stood by the riverbank, motionless, his gaze vacant as if his soul had departed, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. "Aomine." Sanada's voice broke through Aomine's reverie. Aomine slowly turned to face Sanada and Baizé, wearily uttering, "Coach." "Aomine, let us have a talk." Sanada approached him, gazing at Aomine's despondent expression, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. "Coach, please leave me be. I just want to be alone right now." Aomine expressed his reluctance. Sanada sighed. As a coach, he could not overlook Aomine's current state, yet he feared that pressuring him to train might lead to thoughts of quitting, an outcome he dreaded. In that moment, Sanada found himself in a dilemma. Compared to KZ Platinum, he had little experience in handling players' emotional issues and was at a loss as to how to proceed. "Coach, let me speak with him." Baizé suddenly appeared from behind Sanada, patting his shoulder and indicating for him to step aside. Sanada nodded. He believed Baizé might possess more experience in this regard. He then turned to leave. "Baizé," Aomine replied dejectedly. "Let us talk," Baizé sighed, pulling Aomine down to sit on the grass beside him. Aomine nodded. As a fellow basketball prodigy and a good friend, he was more than willing to open up to Baizé. "Recently, I feel like I've become stronger. It seems like no one can match me. Those opponents who once matched my strength seem to have lost their allure." A vacant expression now resides in Aomine's eyes, as even his rivals lack the fervor to defeat me, ultimately surrendering the match. "To be honest, I find myself at a loss." Upon hearing this, Hakuzai couldn't help but chuckle, feeling quite formidable himself. "What can defeat me but myself?" he remarked. "Aomine, you are rather melodramatic." Aomine, caught off guard, burst into laughter and retorted, "Get lost." However, Hakuzai quickly regained his composure and continued, "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Firstly, I would argue that the enhancement of one's own abilities should indeed be a cause for celebration. Our relentless training is intended to fortify our strengths." Aomine nodded slightly, acknowledging the wisdom in this statement. Next, regarding the notion that one's strength may cause opponents to lose their fighting spirit, can this truly be blamed on you? It is their own lack of resolve that leads them to forfeit. Their inadequacy is not a reflection of your prowess. Finally, the belief that only you can conquer yourself reveals that you remain constrained by the confines of basketball in your homeland. Consider how few exceptional players emerge from such a small nation. Do not be like the frog at the bottom of a well. In the United States, Countless individuals your age excel at basketball. Therefore, do not allow yourself to become arrogant or complacent merely because you have triumphed in one or several matches. Remember, there are always those greater than oneself, and the pursuit of greatness demands unwavering effort. Furthermore, do not let the accolades and praises of others cloud your judgment. Maintain a humble heart. Thus, continue to strive forward and remain vigilant. Baizé expressed a few profound thoughts in one breath, leaving Qing Feng momentarily stunned. Ultimately, what I wish to convey is that my aspirations have never been confined to this island. From the very beginning, my goal has always been to penetrate the realms of the NBA. Do you truly intend to remain in this comfortable zone? Baizé fixed his gaze on Qing Feng, earnestly inquiring, as he had always held high hopes for him. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Qing Feng felt a sudden jolt within, realizing that he had been overly self-assured, neglecting other significant aspects. No, Qing Feng promptly replied, coming to the realization that his ambitions should not merely linger on this island, but should instead pursue a broader stage, chasing after the world's most formidable players. That's good to hear. I was beginning to think you were content with the status quo, Baizé stated with satisfaction. How could I? I certainly do not wish to spend my entire life in this small place, Qing Feng asserted resolutely. Indeed, the world beyond is vastly larger, brimming with challenges awaiting your confrontation, Baizé encouraged. Yes, I understand. I will strive to improve myself and aim to enter the NBA as soon as possible, Qing Feng declared confidently. Excellent. But before that, you must first overcome our challenge, Baizé teased. What do you mean? Qing Feng asked, perplexed. Do you truly believe that you have no rivals here? Are you excluding us, the generation of miracles, from the competition? Baizé jested. There's certainly an opportunity to become rivals, Qing Feng replied sheepishly, and it's not guaranteed that you would triumph over me. We will likely part ways during high school. At that point, we will indeed be rivals, Baizé said slowly. Given our abilities, we will undoubtedly diverge in high school. Frankly speaking, there are no peers stronger than us in this island, so we are destined to be each other's greatest rivals. Absolutely. Let us do our best, Qing Feng exclaimed, bumping fists with Baizé. However, it seems the atmosphere within the team is not quite right. Everyone, like you, has become somewhat arrogant. I will address this issue, Baizé remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, eagerly anticipating Baizé's proposed solution. Chapter 76. The Awakening of Akashi's Second Persona. At that moment, Kuroko hurried over, panting heavily, his face etched with concern and urgency. Qing Feng, please return to training. We are all quite worried about you. Hearing these words, Qing Feng turned to face Kuroko, his eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. At this juncture, Baizé stood up and gently patted Qing Feng's shoulder, softly encouraging, Qing Feng, it's time to go back. Qing Feng lifted his gaze to meet Baizé's, his eyes shimmering with determination. He nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qing Feng rose and said to Baizé, let us go back to the gym. With that, he turned and made his way toward the gym, with Baizé following closely behind, the two returning together. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Heisey breathed a sigh of relief and followed them back to the gymnasium. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sports hall, the crowd was abuzz with discussions regarding the recent departure of Qing Feng. I have no desire to participate in the training either. After all, winning the match is what truly matters, right? Zun remarked nonchalantly, his voice imbued with an air of languor and disdain. His gaze exuded a haughty demeanor, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. Akashi's expression turned grave and icy as he strode purposefully towards Yuen, his tone stern. Do not jest. I shall not tolerate such behavior. His eyes glinted sharply like blades, fixated on Ziyuan as if attempting to penetrate his very being. Unfazed by Akashi's imposing presence, Zian merely chuckled, a hint of mockery lacing his words. Yet, at this moment, I truly do not believe I would lose to anyone. Up until now, I have only heeded your commands because I have always felt I could never surpass you. He spread his arms wide, casually articulating his thoughts. However, I am beginning to feel otherwise. I have no intention of listening to those weaker than myself. His voice resonated low and powerful, imbued with an unyielding authority. These words ignited a palpable tension in the atmosphere, as both parties stood poised for confrontation, neither willing to yield. Akashi and Ziyuan locked eyes, their standoff radiating a fierce competitive spirit. What did you say? Akashi's face contorted with anger, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light, as if ready to unleash flames. His voice was deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. He glared at Ziyuan, who dared to utter such words so casually, a blatant challenge to his leadership as captain. The onlookers stared in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief and surprise at Ziyuan's audacity. "What are you suddenly saying? Ziyuan, you must be joking," Mayuzumi interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension, though her heart was heavy with concern. However, Akashi did not grant her the opportunity to continue. "Momoi, step aside," he commanded, pushing Mayuzumi aside before casting a cold gaze back at Ziyuan. Akashi's demeanor was somber, his gaze fixed on Ziyuan with a fierce intensity, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. "If you wish to let your prowess speak for you, I shall match you blow for blow, but do not be overly arrogant." He then bent slightly, extending his long fingers to effortlessly flick the basketball into his grasp. One-on-one, the first to score 5 points is the victor. Ziyuan remained expressionless, offering a slight nod in agreement. His demeanor was composed and unfazed, as if he were entirely accustomed to such confrontations. He stood silently, poised for the commencement of the match. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, thick with the scent of rivalry. All held their breath, their eyes glued to the impending clash between these formidable adversaries. Crack! Akashi's layup was once again swatted out of bounds by Murasakibara. How could this be? The audience gazed in disbelief at the confrontation between the two, erupting into gasps of astonishment. They had anticipated a fiercely contested match, yet it now appeared to be a one-sided affair. Staring at the glaring score of 4 o'clock on the scoreboard, the spectators fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. To be frank, this was not merely a slight disappointment. It was a profound letdown. Murasakibara, towering over Akashi, spoke with a tone laced with unabashed disdain. Today, Akashi had evidently failed to exhibit the expected prowess. Never mind, it matters not. If I make this shot, I can play however I please." Murasakibara dribbled the basketball, responding to Akashi before him. He thought to himself that as long as he could effortlessly defeat Akashi, no one would ever be able to restrain him again, allowing him the freedom to play at will. Akashi Sajar, cannot possibly lose." Akashi, in disbelief, lowered his head, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? Gradually, he felt as if enveloped by a dark force. However, upon recalling his father's words, a fierce determination surged within him. He must win, regardless of the opponent or the circumstances. Defeat was not an option. At this moment, Murasakibara remained oblivious to Akashi's unusual transformation and continued his offensive play. A slight smirk graced Akashi's lips as he spoke in a deep, confident tone. "I, who conquer all, make only correct decisions." Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes wide and pupils dilating, gleaming with an eerie red light, resembling a devil in its terrifying essence. As Murasakibara made his breakthrough, Akashi slowly raised his hand, as if he had anticipated Murasakibara's move, and deftly poked forward, causing the basketball to be sent flying out of bounds. Murasakibara, still advancing, widened his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how Akashi had so effortlessly intercepted his ball. Wait, what just happened? The people in the gymnasium were all astonished, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed this scene unfold. Just moments ago, Akashi had been thoroughly dominated by Murasakibara, unable to defend against even a single shot. Yet now, the situation had completely reversed, with Akashi effortlessly stealing the ball. Beside them, Mayuzumi wore a worried expression, her heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. This is not the Akashi I know. Her understanding of Akashi made her realize that the person before her seemed to have transformed into someone unfamiliar. Akashi slowly cradled the basketball, his voice cold and unyielding. Imbued with an irresistible authority, "You've become a bit too complacent, Murasakibara. Don't provoke my wrath." His eyes shimmered with an uncanny red glow, and his demeanor was chillingly indifferent, as if the entire world bore no significance to him. Chapter 77. The confrontation between two. In the wake of astonished gazes from all around, Akashi unhesitatingly dribbled past, each simple change of direction causing Murasakibara to tumble to the ground repeatedly. Each maneuver was executed with such elegance and precision that Murasakibara found himself utterly defenseless. With every fall, his ire intensified, yet no matter how fervently he struggled, he could not thwart Akashi's relentless assault. As the scoreboard displayed a tense 5-4, the onlookers fell into a profound silence, perplexed by the sudden surge of power emanating from Akashi, a transformation that left them all in a state of bewilderment. Frustrated, Murasakibara kicked over a water cup. His face etched with displeasure, and declared with a hint of resignation and anger, "Then I shall take my leave. I suppose I shall dutifully attend training tomorrow." With that, he turned his back to the crowd, waved his hand, and departed the basketball court with heavy steps. "No, that matter is of no consequence." Akashi's words halted Murasakibara in his tracks. "Do as you wish, as long as we can secure victory." Murasakibara, bewildered, stared at Akashi, pondering what this meant. Did his vigorous efforts merely serve to ensure he would be thoroughly defeated before being allowed to leave? "What are you saying, Akashi? This is entirely different from what you just stated." Midorima, anxious, stepped forward to inquire, for as the vice-captain of the basketball team, he was keen to see all members engaged in their training. Turning to Midorima and Kai's, Akashi asserted, "As long as we can win the match, I shall not concern myself with anything else." This proclamation elicited expressions of astonishment from all present. He continued, "For a team of our caliber, there is no need to forcefully synchronize our efforts. Rather, individual performances are far more efficient." One player, unable to contain his confusion, questioned, "Does this mean that teamwork is not necessary?" "Indeed, for the generation of miracles, cooperation only serves as an impediment. Thus it shall be." Akashi's words resonated with an undeniable authority, commanding the attention of all. "What has happened to little Akashi? He seems like an entirely different person," Kai's whispered curiously to Midorima. Midorima gazed at Akashi, lost in thought, recalling past occurrences. It was indeed true. He had experienced this sensation on several occasions before. Within Akashi resided another Akashi. A reality that even I struggle to accept, yet it is undeniably so. What nonsense is this? Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted the gathering. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, they beheld the arrival of Shiraz, Akifumi, and Kuroko, drenched in rain. Upon witnessing this, May rushed towards the bench, seized a towel, and hurried back to Shiraz, tenderly drying his hair as he bent down to allow her to assist him freely. Aze was not required to partake in the training. Victory was all that mattered. Akashi replied with an expressionless demeanor. "Is that so, Akashi? Is it merely about winning? Whose sentiment is that, yours or Ajang's?" Shiraz uttered a statement that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The crowd was left in confusion, pondering the implications of yours and his. Wasn't it just Akashi alone? "Ah, Aze, what are you talking about?" Akifumi, lacking the capacity to comprehend, was bewildered. Meanwhile, Midorima gazed at Shiraz in astonishment. It was only through his daily interactions with Akashi that he could discern the truth, yet Shiraz had articulated it so succinctly. Suddenly, Akashi chuckled, seemingly taken aback by Shiraz's swift deduction of his identity. "Aze, you have always been the most inscrutable to me, but you must not defy my will." In an instant, Akashi's tone turned cold and merciless. "Do you truly believe that everything you assert is correct?" Shiraz fixed his icy gaze upon this unfamiliar Akashi and inquired coolly, "Aze, do not provoke my displeasure." Akashi's words instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension and hostility. Basketball has always been a team sport, a universally acknowledged truth, even among the formidable NBA. Shiraz addressed Akashi, concurrently expressing his stance to the miracles. "Furthermore, what rationale do you possess to think that one can achieve progress without training? Why, then, do NBA players persist in their daily training? Do you truly consider yourself to be on par with NBA players?" Baize's relentless questioning left Akashi utterly speechless, for his assertions were undeniably accurate. "And Akashi, do you truly care only for victory?" Baize posed this soul-stirring inquiry, casting it towards Akashi. Yet, Akashi's countenance betrayed no emotion. He responded with unwavering certainty, "Indeed. Victory is the sole truth that matters." Baize remained unfazed by Akashi's response and continued. "Even the basketball your aunt gifted you was merely intended to inspire your pursuit of victory rather than to foster your joy, was it not?" This statement struck Akashi like a hammer, darkening his countenance instantaneously. He lowered his head, enveloped in silence, as Baize's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. In that fleeting moment, the entire gymnasium was engulfed in a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, Baize pressed on, seizing the moment to inquire further, "Or is your presence merely a manifestation of Ajang's unwillingness to confront defeat?" Upon hearing this, Akashi shot up his head. His gaze piercing like lightning, fixated intently on Baize, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions. At that moment, it felt as though two inner personas within Akashi were engaged in a fierce debate. One embodied his inherent gentleness and kindness, while the other was cold and ruthless, driven solely by the pursuit of victory. The gentle persona began to ponder Baize's assertions, coming to the realization that perhaps his relentless obsession with triumph was not the true source of happiness. Conversely, the icy persona regarded its counterpart in silence, offering no words of rebuttal. In the throes of this internal struggle, the gentle persona gradually lifted its head, locking eyes with the other. "Have you made up your mind?" One of Akashi's personas softly inquired, a question directed also at himself. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze calm as he contemplated the significance of the moment. Seconds ticked by, the atmosphere around them thickening with tension. Eventually, Akashi broke the silence, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. His voice emerged, low and resolute. "Baize, defeat me." After uttering this declaration, Akashi closed his eyes, seemingly striving to eliminate all distractions. His breathing began to stabilize, and he became profoundly focused. Chapter 78. The Showdown Between Akashi and Baize, Part 1. Baize gazed at Akashi in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected decision that had been made. Nevertheless, now that the choice had been rendered, he had no alternative but to accept the challenge. A faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "All right, 5 shots. The first to score 5 wins." Akashi nodded in agreement, contemplating how to counter him through sheer skill. Aomine approached, gently grasping Baize's hand. Her expression filled with concern, fearing that a conflict might arise between the two. Baize, sensing her unease, affectionately ruffled her hair, signaling her to remain at ease. The members of their team shared a collective sense of apprehension. After all, discord between the captain and the leading scorer was hardly a favorable omen. Should their relationship deteriorate, it would spell disaster for the entire team. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a surge of anticipation. For this was a rare opportunity to witness a confrontation between the Miracles generation. How could they not be thrilled? Zijian, who had initially intended to depart, halted in his tracks. Turning to observe the two on the court, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of Akashi's formidable strength, having recently experienced it firsthand. Baize, on the other hand, remained an enigmatic figure, his true capabilities shrouded in mystery even to Zijian. Thus, he found himself intrigued by the outcome of the impending duel. Upon hearing the news, Aomine's expression morphed into one of keen interest. He was eager to ascertain Baize's current prowess. Although he had faced Baize during their first year, he had not exerted his full strength at the time and suspected that Baize had held back as well. To him, Baize's strength remained an enigma. Additionally, having just learned of Akashi's awakening from others, a sense of urgency washed over him, as it seemed that every member of their generation, save for Kai's, had significantly grown stronger. How arrogant! Akashi's demeanor began to darken as he received the ball. Standing resolutely beyond the 3-point line, Baize assumed a posture of imposing defense, positioning himself half a body length away from Akashi, his focus unwavering, determined not to yield an inch. With his unique long arms, he enveloped Akashi, exerting pressure. Though Akashi, endowed with the Eye of the Emperor, may not be the strongest in a formal 5v5 setting, he undeniably ranked among the top in a one-on-one duel. A flicker of red light illuminated Akashi's eyes as he momentarily anticipated Baize's defensive maneuvers, silently admiring the flawless nature of his defense. Then, without hesitation, he resolved, "Every individual possesses vulnerabilities. If none are apparent, I shall compel them to surface." Akashi swiftly initiated the play, while Hakuzai refrained from recklessly attempting to intercept. After all, the Eye of the Emperor possessed the uncanny ability to predict his every movement. To engage in a theft would undoubtedly render him vulnerable. Akashi dribbled in place, his gaze firmly fixed on Hakuzai, before abruptly accelerating to the left. Hakuzai immediately pursued, yet Akashi halted suddenly, retracting the ball, and then executed a rightward change of direction, delivering an ankle breaker. In that instant, Hakuzai lost his footing, teetering backward, much to the spectators' indifference, as they had just witnessed Akashi outmaneuvering Murasakibara 5 times in succession. A slight smile graced Akashi's lips as he effortlessly broke through, his heart swelling with pride. Truly, no one can defy me. However, at that very moment, as Hakuzai began to topple, his body twisted in an exceedingly awkward manner, as if controlled by a mysterious force. With a sudden thrust of his left hand, he pivoted his body to intercept Akashi, successfully thwarting his advance once more. What in the world? Aomine, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes in disbelief at Hakuzai, then allowed a smirk to emerge. You truly are the finest opponent." The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Such flexibility and reaction speed surpassed the realm of ordinary imagination. Was this truly a feat achievable by a basketball player? One couldn't help but marvel at Haku's talent and dedication. A flicker of astonishment crossed Akashi's eyes. He had not anticipated that Haku's would remain unshaken. Puzzled, he regarded his opponent, yet as a seasoned player, he did not falter. Akashi swiftly gathered the ball and leaped for a shot, his gaze unwavering on Haku's, employing the eye of the Emperor to foresee his next move. To his astonishment, however, Haku's opted not to leap but stood still, seemingly awaiting something. Without hesitation, Akashi released the basketball. Just then, Haku sprang into the air, his ascent rapid and graceful, akin to a cheetah hunting its prey. Akashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he inwardly cursed, "Damn, how could this be?" With extraordinary athleticism and remarkable physical prowess, Haku's effortlessly blocked Akashi's shot within a mere second. Clenching his teeth, Akashi had no choice but to elevate the arc of his shot, hoping to evade Haku's impending block. With a crisp sound of contact, the basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, striking the back of the rim before finally settling perfectly through the net. The score stood at 1:00. Akashi exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions as he fixed his gaze upon Haku's. This fellow was nothing short of a monster, possessing the physical prowess to rival even his Eye of the Emperor. Indeed, Baizei's thoughts were precisely as such. He intended to utilize Leonard's death grip and his own physical prowess to defend against Akashi. Unless Akashi took the initiative, he would not easily alter his defensive position. Unfortunately for him, Akashi's fortune was remarkable this time, as the basketball unexpectedly fell into the basket. Observing Baizei's defensive strategy, the spectators could not help but admire him silently. If such a defensive tactic could indeed thwart Akashi, it would be nothing short of ideal. However, the issue lay in the fact that Akashi possessed the exceptional skill of the ankle breaker, enabling him to change direction at high speed. Even someone as gifted as Murasakibara could not withstand Akashi, having been deceived and knocked down 5 consecutive times, which underscored the formidable nature of Akashi's offensive abilities. Baizei's defensive experience was evidently extensive. In the face of such a challenging adversary, he still managed to respond effectively. Next, it was Baizei's turn to initiate an offense. After a brief exchange of passes, Baizei received the ball from Akashi. Under the scrutiny of the Emperor's eye, how should Baizei proceed with his attack? In the 79th chapter, The Duel Between Akashi and Baizei, Part 2, Baizei slightly turned his body to the right as he grasped the ball with one hand, securing it firmly behind him in a seamless motion, devoid of any hesitation. Simultaneously, his gaze remained vigilant, seemingly prepared for an assault from any direction. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, contemplating, "This guy is remarkably cautious in guarding against Akashi." At that moment, Akashi, with a serious expression, focused intently on Baizei, a flicker of confusion and contemplation crossing his eyes. He pondered, has he truly discerned the implications of my Emperor's eye? Akashi opted to maintain a prudent distance from Baizei, roughly a body length away. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing the Emperor's eye to anticipate Baizei's movements, the latter's speed was exceedingly swift. If he were to be carelessly bypassed, he might not have time to react. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to leverage the Emperor's eye, preparing precautionary measures in advance. On Baizei's side, he gripped the basketball firmly, his focus entirely on the unfolding situation. He understood that to overcome Akashi, he must fully harness his unparalleled physical gifts. Whether in offense or defense, his formidable physical attributes would serve as the foundation. Only in this way could he dismantle the threat posed by Akashi's Emperor's eye and secure victory. Subsequently, Baizei placed his left hand atop the basketball, noticing Akashi's positioning. A confident smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He opted for a jump shot, the motion fluid and natural, as if rehearsed countless times. Akashi's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Baizei's protection of the ball was impeccable. He positioned the basketball behind his right side, elevating it from the lateral angle. This stance not only allowed him to exert greater force, but also effectively minimized the risk of interception by his opponent. Akashi furrowed his brow, fully aware of Baizei's capabilities and finesse. Even with the eye of the Emperor, it proved exceedingly challenging to uncover any flaws in such exceptional basketball skills, rendering him unable to disrupt the shot. At that moment, he realized that Hakuzai had discovered a method to counter his eye of the Emperor, which intensified his sense of pressure. With a crisp sound signaling the ball's entry, the basketball effortlessly sailed through the hoop, swishing in the net. The score stood at 1-1. In the face of Hakuzai's jump shot, Akashi found himself utterly incapable of interference. As long as Hakuzai was comfortable in his shooting, it was a certainty that the ball would find its mark, a testament to Akashi's understanding of Hakuzai. Now it was Akashi's turn to attack, and the pressure on him escalated sharply. Hakuzai's offense appeared effortless, while Akashi felt the weight of immense pressure under Hakuzai's defense. Hastily, Akashi initiated his dribble, employing the Eye of the Emperor to experiment with a variety of feints and dribbling techniques. With each change of direction, he managed to momentarily shake off Hakuzai. Yet Hakuzai, with his extraordinary physical prowess and defensive awareness, relentlessly pursued him, thwarting Akashi's attempts to break through. Taking a deep breath, Akashi adjusted his rhythm. He began to dribble at high speed, and as a point guard of the miracle generation, his ball handling was undoubtedly elite. He accelerated, constantly altering his direction, and at last, he discovered an opportunity. Utilizing the Eye of the Emperor, Akashi noticed that Hakuzai's center of gravity had shifted onto his pivot foot. In an instant, he changed his dribbling direction, executing an ankle breaker. This caused Hakuzai to lose his balance momentarily. However, Hakuzai seemed to anticipate Akashi's ankle breaker, demonstrating remarkable flexibility and resilience, refusing to be toppled. Perhaps it was due to Akashi's recent awakening of the Eye of the Emperor, as he was still unfamiliar with the maneuver. Just as Akashi believed he had completely surpassed Hakuzai, he leapt into the air to shoot. Yet, Hakuzai shadowed him closely, leaping from the side and extending his long arm to create a significant distraction. Faced with this imposing defense, Akashi had no choice but to elevate his shooting arc. Yet his shot was still affected by Hakuzai's interference, resulting in the ball ricocheting off the rim. Frustrated by this failed attempt, Akashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his shirt, his expression grave. How outrageous was Hakuzai to think he could counter my ankle breaker with sheer physicality. He recognized the rarity of such a skill, concluding that aside from Hakuzai, no other player on the court could replicate it. This was Akashi's unwavering confidence. Next came Hakuzai's offensive turn, who opted for the simplest of moves, a straightforward ball-handling drive. He kept the basketball at a safe distance from Akashi, making it exceedingly difficult for him to intercept. After a single dribble, Hakuzai executed a three-step layup. Akashi found himself utterly at a loss against Hakuzai. Despite knowing the sequence of his movements, he could not identify any openings. However, Baze opted for a direct layup, clutching the basketball tightly against his chest. Akashi, witnessing this, found himself unable to intercept Baze's advance and was left with no choice but to leap forward to block the shot. Akashi felt a level of physical confrontation that was not inferior to that of Murasakibara, and his expression shifted. Almost immediately, Baze effortlessly knocked Akashi out of bounds, proceeding to execute a simple layup that brought the score to 2-1. Observing Baze's overpowering breakthrough, everyone except the miracle generation was left astonished. Was Akashi truly so weak? Midorima seemed to perceive the unspoken thoughts of the onlookers and casually remarked, "If you compete against Murasakibara, you will understand whether Akashi is weak or not." It was only then that the crowd realized that Akashi had just decisively defeated Murasakibara with a display of overwhelming offense and defense. Thus, it was not that Akashi was weak, but rather that Baze was extraordinarily strong. Upon hearing this, Murasakibara felt a surge of frustration, wondering if Midorima was intentionally trying to undermine him with such comments. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, Murasakibara had to concede to the harsh reality that Akashi had indeed vanquished him with ease. Akashi appeared equally helpless, although he had successfully anticipated Baze's offensive direction moments prior. In the face of Baze's terrifying physical prowess and formidable strength, it proved utterly futile. Akashi was thrown into a state of panic. He had always believed himself to be invincible, never having tasted defeat in any domain. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly thwarted by Baze. Was everything he had previously held to be true merely an illusion? At that moment, Akashi's inner world began to unravel, his principles facing an unprecedented challenge. In Chapter 80, the narrative faltered. Akashi stared, bewildered, at the seemingly unstoppable Baze, his heart filled with astonishment. Truly remarkable. This is no jest. I am the Absolute One, the possessor of the Eye of the Emperor. No one can evade my control. I am destined not to lose. With that, he received the basketball, adopting the quintessential triple threat stance, emanating an unprecedented aura of gravity. Baze, undeterred, fixed his gaze upon Akashi, confidence shimmering in his eyes. He continued to grant Akashi half a body's distance, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of defensive pressure. Akashi, exhibiting no hesitation, swiftly initiated his offensive move. With a deft shift to the right, he sought to breach Baizei's formidable defense. Baizei immediately responded, closely tailing him, denying Akashi any semblance of space. However, at that moment, Akashi unleashed his signature move, the ankle breaker. The center of focus for Hakuzai shifted instantaneously, followed by an eruption of a ferocious aura, transforming him into a figure of savagery. This is AZ's primal instinct. Aomine was the first to react, as he and Hakuzai were the only ones in Teiko Middle School to have experienced such a phenomenon. Subsequently, Hakuzai, relying on his astonishing defensive intuition and exceptional physical prowess, managed to halt his descent. He assumed a slightly crouched stance, firmly anchoring himself in place. Akashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Hakuzai, his mind swirling with confusion. How could this be? He has not been thrown off balance at all. No way. The members of the First Army were equally dumbfounded. They never anticipated that Hakuzai could so swiftly counter Akashi's ultimate technique merely with his wild nature. Before Akashi could regain his footing, Hakuzai had already readjusted himself, standing resolutely before Akashi once more. This time, however, Hakuzai offered no room for Akashi to maneuver, swiftly closing the distance between them, his presence radiating a sanguine intensity, relentlessly pressuring Akashi while incessantly disrupting his dribbling. Akashi, feeling the weight of impending doom, attempted to employ the Emperor's eye to predict Hakuzai's movements. But Hakuzai's velocity far exceeded his expectations, evading the interception with remarkable agility. In less than half a second, another hand surged toward him. Akashi's eyes registered Hakuzai's every move, yet his body remained unresponsive, trapped in a state of vulnerability. To Akashi, Hakuzai resembled a fearsome beast, and he could do little but clumsily evade. Knowing that should Hakuzai seize the opportunity, he might relinquish possession of the ball, anxiety began to creep into Akashi's mind. He started to question whether he could truly overcome Hakuzai, whose strength appeared to transcend his imagination. Nevertheless, Akashi refused to concede easily. He endeavored to recalibrate his mindset, seeking a method to counter Hakuzai. Simultaneously, Hakuzai sensed Akashi's tension and pressure, yet he had no intention of granting his opponent a moment's respite. He intensified his assault, leaving Akashi no opportunity for retaliation. With a resounding clap, the equilibrium between them shattered, and ultimately, Hakuzai intercepted Akashi, sending the basketball flying out of bounds. The onlookers were taken aback by how swiftly this round of confrontation concluded, with Hakuzai decisively overpowering Akashi. Akashi stood there, dazed, his complexion pale. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he had still been thwarted. Even with the Emperor's eye, he found himself unable to best his adversary. Am I truly destined to lose? Relentlessly relying on this skill is not your style. Akashi, you are not Aizen. Aizen would not prioritize victory above all else. And Anshirori would not wish for you to act this way. Hakuzai's devilish voice echoed in Akashi's ears. Am I not him? Akashi fell into deep contemplation. Memories from the past gradually resurfacing. Endless, monotonous drills, a ceaseless pursuit of victory. Was this truly what he desired? Though peers of the same age engage in joyful escapades with their friends, visit amusement parks with their parents, and indulge in solitary gaming, he finds himself perpetually immersed in studies. One fateful day, his mother, shielding herself from the sun with an umbrella, approached him with a gentle smile, presenting him with a vibrant orange basketball. In that moment, he experienced, perhaps for the first time, the essence of passion. His love for basketball transcended the delightful sound of the ball swishing through the net. It was about the camaraderie and laughter shared with his brothers on the court. What, then, is the purpose of my existence? Your emergence is a consequence of my unwillingness to confront defeat. From the shadows, a voice resonated behind Akashi, startling him momentarily. Another Akashi sat behind him, continuing, born into privilege. I have always been at the pinnacle. Victory has gradually morphed into an obligation. Even after losing the one solace my mother provided, my family does not permit stagnation. Perhaps that was the moment we diverged. Basketball was initially a legacy from my mother. Although my father was exceedingly strict, as long as I could secure victories, he allowed me to play. The rigorous training of the Teiko basketball team was challenging yet not torturous, and each day spent playing basketball and bonding with teammates was a source of joy. This dedication led to consecutive championships in the middle school league, an honor unattainable by anyone outside that circle. However, Akashi, seated behind, began to speak with a weighty tone. Recently, the talents of each team member have begun to emerge, yet the pace of growth is astonishingly rapid, giving rise to fears of losing control and anxieties about being left behind. To continue playing alongside them, I must become the strongest. Turning to face his counterpart, Akashi declared, "Thus, I have come into being." He then addressed the seated Akashi, saying, "Your presence is no longer necessary. I once believed so, but now you are ensnared by the dread of defeat. I wish to preserve what is irreplaceable through victory, thereby giving rise to this weakness, you." Yet, that is no longer the case. The standing Akashi bowed his head, uncertain of his thoughts. "I have come to a realization. My love for basketball, not merely for victory, is what matters. Therefore, your existence is unwarranted." Gradually, the darkness was illuminated by a glimmer of light as the seated Akashi rose and walked towards the source of illumination. The once bowed Akashi was progressively enveloped by the light, leaving behind a final sentiment, "I believe I understand now. I wish you the clarity to remain awake." "I shall, for I have a good brother." In the eyes of the onlookers, Akashi suddenly turned with a smile, proclaiming, "I feel as though I have become him." Chapter 81. Return. Are you back? Sensing a familiar presence, Shirazawa's lips curled into a subtle smile. "It seems that my previous persuasion has indeed borne fruit." Akashi silently nodded and softly said, "Yes, I have returned." His gaze was no longer as sharp and indifferent as before. It now carried a hint of gentleness. Has Akashi changed somewhat from before? Aomine furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Akashi before him, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. However, he refrained from voicing his inner questions, choosing instead to observe in silence. Has he reverted back? Truly impressive, Shirazaki. Midorima's gaze shifted from Akashi to Shirazaki nearby. The successful transformation of Akashi back to his previous self showcased Shirazaki's remarkable maturity and composure, far exceeding that of his peers. "Shall we continue?" Shirazaki inquired calmly and resolutely. He understood that Akashi had regained his normal state, making it improbable for him to defeat him now. Akashi shook his head and replied with a tranquil expression, "There's no need, I concede." He was acutely aware that even with the eye of the Emperor, he could not triumph over Shirazaki, much less in his current state. After all, one was a point guard while the other was a small forward, with their positions and areas of expertise differing significantly. Upon hearing these words, expressions of regret surfaced among the crowd. Although the recent confrontation between Shirazaki and Akashi had been exceptionally thrilling, the swift conclusion of this battle left them wanting more. The spectators sighed, seemingly still immersed in the intensity of the earlier clash, feeling they had not seen enough. Wow, little Akashi and little Shirazaki are truly formidable. At that moment, Kai's excitedly approached, wrapping an arm around both Shirazaki and Akashi. "You'd better work hard. After all, excluding Kuroko, you are the weakest among us," Shirazaki joked. At this, Kai's expression darkened considerably as he protested, "Little Shirazaki, please don't discourage me." Laughter erupted among the others at this exchange. "We still need to practice, Kai's," Aomine said with a smile, patting Kai's on the shoulder before turning to Shirazaki and earnestly asking, "When will it be our turn to have a serious one-on-one match?" "Perhaps when you reach the threshold of the Z0 and E," Shirazaki replied with a slight smile, politely declining Aomine's challenge. "Tch," Aomine scoffed, but did not press the matter further. "Adon, you must come for training tomorrow," Akashi called out to Murasakibara, who was preparing to leave. Before Murasakibara could respond, Akashi quickly added, "I'll treat you to ice pops later." Hearing this, Murasakibara halted and turned to look at Akashi, though he remained silent. Assuming Murasakibara was dissatisfied, Akashi continued, "And an additional box of delicious sticks." Just as Murasakibara was about to reply, Akashi interrupted once more, "And 2 more boxes of delicious sticks. All right, little Akashi, I will definitely come for training tomorrow." At this moment, Zihara burst into laughter, as if he had completely forgotten the recent events. Ace, in May, stepped forward and gently grasped the hand of Hakuzai, who had just finished playing basketball. With a subtle smile, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "It seems that the atmosphere among everyone has returned to what it once was." Upon hearing this, Baizé couldn't help but smile gently and nodded. He then turned to glance at the others, a wave of warmth surging within him. Indeed, this feeling was truly delightful. Everyone had returned, and everything felt familiar and endearing. However, he mused, a stronger remedy was still necessary. Baizé looked at Mei and quietly responded, indicating that merely restoring their previous relationships was insufficient. It was imperative to rekindle everyone's enthusiasm. Mei tilted her head, gazing at Baize with a hint of confusion as she inquired, a stronger remedy? Baize shook his head, not directly addressing Mei's question, but instead smiled and said, "It's a secret." Upon seeing Baize's reluctance to divulge, Mei chose not to press further, trusting that Baize had his reasons. She merely responded with a gentle smile, signifying her understanding. At that moment, the members of the Miracles generation approached, with Akashi stating, "Come on, Baize, let's head back together today," a subtle smile gracing his lips. Baize nodded vigorously, then quietly moved closer to Akashi, whispering, "How is the other persona?" "Not bad. We're both attempting to merge, but it will likely take a considerable amount of time." Akashi replied in a calm tone. "As long as you're aware," Baize said, turning to head towards the changing room. Meanwhile, Akashi remained still, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Baize, his heart awash with myriad emotions. The current Baize, in both prowess and character, had become increasingly elusive, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. Particularly during the recent duel, Baize had not unleashed his full potential, merely utilizing primal strength, and had not even resorted to his ultimate move, Z0NE. The disparity in strength is truly vast, Akashi murmured to himself. Indeed, Midorima adjusted his glasses, affirming, "He has always been astonishingly formidable." The two exchanged a knowing smile, a hint of resignation flickering in their eyes. Although they acknowledged a certain gap between themselves and Baize, they did not succumb to discouragement or inferiority. After all, each individual possesses unique strengths and latent potential. With relentless effort, they believed they could one day catch up to his strides. As night fell, the group strolled leisurely down the street. Murasakibara, content, clutched a delicious ice cream, his tongue eagerly savoring the treat. Aomine and Kai's engaged in playful banter and spirited squabbles, while Midorima and Akashi walked quietly, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere around them. Baize and Wu Yu held hands tightly, as if their love were eternally enshrined in the fervor of romance, never wearying. At that moment, Baize's phone rang unexpectedly. With composure, he answered the call with his other hand. "Young master, everything has been arranged, and they will arrive tomorrow." "Excellent. You have done splendidly. I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg upon your return." Baize spoke in a calm tone, yet the brilliance flickering in his eyes betrayed the joy within. The voice on the other end of the line became increasingly cheerful, for the young master's mention of an additional chicken leg was far from a mere culinary enhancement. It signified a substantial bonus. "Thank you, young master. This is merely my duty," he replied. "Well, let us leave it at that." With that, Baize unhesitatingly ended the call. At last, he whispered to himself. The arrangements for this matter were well underway, and he was thoroughly prepared. Chapter 82. The golf player, please be gentle with the critique, the following day at training. Baize approached Chizi, leaning close to his ear and softly uttering, "Ajin, it seems that they have been somewhat arrogant lately. I have arranged for a few American high school players to join us for a friendly match. Please discuss this with them." Chizi was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Baize would undertake such an initiative without prior notice. However, he recognized it as a fortuitous opportunity to remind the younger players that there are always greater heights to aspire to beyond their own abilities. He nodded in agreement, replying to Baize, "All right." With that, Chizi clapped his hands together and called out loudly, "Everyone, gather around. I have an announcement." Upon hearing his voice, the players who had been practicing their shots promptly assembled. Chizi then nudged Baize forward. "Ahem, brothers. I have invited a group of American high school players to engage in a friendly match with us, so please prepare yourselves," Baize articulated slowly. "Seriously? Finally. Some real competition." Aomine exclaimed with enthusiasm, having recently believed himself to be invincible, often finding it challenging to encounter worthy opponents. The prospect of facing skilled players excited him greatly, particularly since Baize had not challenged him to a one-on-one match, which had left him yearning to showcase his true prowess. "How dull. What American players? I could easily crush them," Murasakibara scoffed, his expression one of disdain, as if he regarded the upcoming match as a trivial matter. He stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside him, Midorima adjusted his glasses, a slight frown creasing his brow as he seemed to take the opponents Baize had procured quite seriously. "They appear to be formidable," he mused, recognizing that the players were likely to possess significant skill, given they had been selected according to Baize's standards. At that moment, a thought struck Midorima. recalling the morning's horoscope which had placed Cancer in 4th position. A sense of unease washed over him. Meanwhile, Kai's grinned and remarked, "Oh, we get to compete against strong players again. How exhilarating." His eyes sparkled with excitement, for he understood that only by challenging the powerful could one truly grow and improve. Baizay's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. "My only request of you all is to avoid losing by more than 30 points. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Baizay, unable to contain his exclamation. "What? A's, do you have such little faith in us? Rest assured, I shall ensure their defeat." The expressions of Akashi and Midorima instantly turned grave, if Baizay's words held any truth. The opponents they were about to confront would indeed be formidable. As the silence enveloped the group, Baizay's phone rang once more, signaling the arrival of their opponents. "Quick, warm up," he instructed before answering the call. On the other end, the familiar voice of the butler from yesterday spoke. "Young master, they have arrived." Baizay responded. "Let them in." Shortly thereafter, a group of young men, both black and white, entered the gymnasium, their eyes wandering as they walked in. At the forefront was a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, with a thick unibrow that added to his imposing presence. The members of the basketball team widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of these newcomers. The average height of this group, surpassing 190 centimeters, exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. Although Qing Feng, Baizay, and Midorima were all taller than 180 centimeters, and even Murasakibara exceeded 2 meters. They appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to these athletes. Not to mention Akashi, who stood just over 170 centimeters tall. Such a stark contrast instilled a sense of unease, as if they were at a disadvantage. Beside this group of American basketball players stood a middle-aged man, the butler associated with Baizay. Upon spotting Baizay, his demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost respect. He bowed and respectfully announced, "Young master, I have brought you the individuals you requested." At that moment, the towering figure stepped forward and, with a strong American accent, inquired in English, "Do your previous words still hold true?" "Of course, as long as you can defeat us, each of you will receive a reward of $500,000. I assure you, there will be no foul play or unfairness. You need not worry about that," Baizay replied fluently in English, gesturing towards Qing Feng and the others. Upon hearing this assurance, Anthony Davis felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scrutinized the seemingly frail opponents before him, a smile creeping onto his face, as if he believed it was akin to receiving free money. "All right, I am Anthony Davis, and now let me introduce my teammates to you." Davis displayed an enthusiastic demeanor, recognizing that these individuals were indeed their benefactors. For these high school students, such a substantial financial temptation was simply irresistible. "This is Andrew Wiggins," he said, proudly bringing forth a sincere and earnest young black man. Wiggins, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and offered Baizay a warm smile. Observing Wiggins' shyness, Baizay couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, surprised that the usually confident Goji brother could appear so modest. Next, Davis pointed to the only white player in the team, stating, "This is Zach Levine, whose skills should not be underestimated." Levine flashed a confident smile, nodding at Baizay. Subsequently, Davis introduced the remaining teammates. "This is D'Angelo Russell, and this is Dennis S.C. Charter." Baizay shook hands with each individual, offering a cordial response to every member. After introducing the team, he clapped his hands, reminding everyone, "All right, time waits for no one. Let us hasten to warm up for the match." The group readily acknowledged his words, turning towards the court to commence their warm-up activities. Observing their departing silhouettes, the browed brother couldn't help but smirk with a hint of disdain. He thought to himself, they actually expect us to warm up? These yellow-skinned individuals are truly overestimating themselves. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself, silently following his teammates to the warm-up area. Casting a glance at Baizay and the others, he allowed a slight smirk to escape, revealing his contempt. In truth, he held little regard for these Asian faces, deeming their abilities mediocre and hardly worth mention. In stark contrast to the meticulous and rigorous warm-up routine of the Miracle Generation, the American players appeared utterly lackadaisical, seemingly indifferent to the impending competition. Some sat idly on the sidelines, engaged in light-hearted chatter, exhibiting no intention of warming up. Others stood on the court, listlessly gazing about, reluctant even to move. Chapter 83, The Great Battle Approaches. Look at them, such arrogance. They warm up with such lethargy, Kais remarked, dissatisfaction evident in his tone as he observed the players from Teiko. We'll show them a thing or two soon enough. Aomine responded nonchalantly, his excitement growing within. He could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the opposing American players, a profound pressure that stirred his blood. However, for Aomine, such rivals were precisely what he craved. Midorima's unease intensified, his gaze fixed intently on the adversaries, fully aware that this would be a challenging contest. He gently unwrapped the bandage from his left hand and began his shooting practice. Swish. One by one, his long-range three-pointers found nothing but net. The crisp sound capturing the attention of the American players. Not bad at all, the browed brother remarked with a smile, addressing those around him as he observed Midorima's shooting prowess. Indeed, though his release is a tad slow, Russell added after a moment's contemplation, considering his own quicker shooting speed, which he deemed both accurate and swift. At that moment, Aomine seized a basketball, executing a dazzling 360-degree spin before soaring into the air to emphatically slam the ball into the hoop. After completing this feat, he provocatively glared at his opponents, as if to demonstrate his prowess. Oh, impressive. Who would have thought someone under 6 feet could pull off such a maneuver? The browed brother was taken aback. Realizing that these yellow-skinned individuals possessed commendable physical capabilities, it seemed the match would not be as dull as anticipated. Zach, Andrew, did you see that? They've become rather audacious. Perhaps we should respond in kind? Schroeder jestingly teased, prompting a chorus of laughter from those around him. Hearing this, Raven helplessly shook his head, then seized the basketball and sprinted towards the vicinity of the center court. In a stunning display, he leapt from the free-throw line. His body soared gracefully through the air, tracing an elegant arc before emphatically slamming the basketball into the hoop. Witnessing this spectacle, the players from Teiko High School were left astounded, their mouths agape, as if one could easily fit an egg inside. This individual seemed almost extraterrestrial. The ability to leap from the free throw line and execute a dunk with such ease was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Wiggins remained utterly still, not even lifting his head, as if oblivious to the world around him. Clearly, this young man harbored little ambition. Indeed, impressive, he truly lives up to the selection I made. Baze observed the unfolding situation with a faint smile. He had invested considerable time and effort to assemble this team, and it seemed his choice to employ them to temper the audacity of the miracles was astute. Subsequently, neither side made any additional moves. However, the American players, sensing the prowess of Teiko High School, began to warm up earnestly, unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the warm-up officially concluded, and the match was about to commence. Everyone returned to their respective positions, preparing for the impending contest. The starting lineup consisted of Akashi, Midorima, Baze, Aomine, Murasakibara, Kuroko, and as substitutes, the ever-reliable Kais. Is that all right? Naoto Sanada inquired, standing before the group. A few nods of agreement followed. Let us go, Sanada encouraged. Clapping his hands, the group rose and made their way to the court. On the other side, Anthony Davis stood up, raising his signature eyebrows towards the others with a serious expression, proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, let us stay focused. Each of us stands to gain $500,000. If this game is lost due to anyone's negligence, I will not let it slide." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, determination etched on their faces. They understood that this match represented a rare opportunity for each individual, and there could be no room for complacency. Their expressions turned grave. Indeed, $500,000. NBA superstars might not even earn that much for a single game. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be carelessly squandered. Let us go, brothers. It's our time to take the court. With a sweeping gesture, the illustrious brow led a few companions onto the court. At long last, the players from both teams stepped onto the arena, swiftly taking their positions. Center Atsushi Shiranui faced off against Anthony Davis, while power forward Daiki Aomine prepared to challenge Andrew Wiggins. Small forward Shiraise Kamakawa confronted Zach LaVine. Shooting guard Shintaro Midorima squared off against D'Angelo Russell, and point guard Seijiro Akashi braced himself for a duel with Dennis S.C. Charter. The impending match filled the atmosphere with palpable tension. Shiranui and Davis stood at the center of the court, ready for the jump ball. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, which ascended rapidly. As the ball reached its zenith, both Davis and Shiranui leaped almost simultaneously. Their remarkable leaping abilities rendered them evenly matched, their heights nearly identical, Davis towering at 205 centimeters, while Shiranui stood at 201 centimeters. They both made contact with the small basketball, vying for control. Davis felt a surge of astonishment, pondering, although this individual is slightly shorter than I, how can he leap with such prowess? He recognized that these middle school students possessed extraordinary abilities that should not be underestimated. However, he reasoned that winning against this group of adolescents would hardly be a feat to boast about, while losing would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Nevertheless, given that it was the opposing team that issued the challenge and a substantial monetary reward awaited the victor, he resolved to seize this opportunity. With that thought, Davis steeled himself to triumph in the match. The ensuing contest of strength between Shiranui and Davis unfolded, yet ultimately, the basketball was directed toward SC Charger by Davis, whose age and greater strength prevailed over Shiranui. A hint of irritation flickered across Shiranui's face at this jump ball misfortune. He vowed silently to exact his revenge. Then, Schroeder, dribbling the basketball, arrived at the three-point line and found Akashi standing before him with a serious expression. A slight smile graced Schroeder's face as he prepared to take on Akashi single-handedly. After all, Akashi stood at a mere height of 170 centimeters, while Schroeder had already reached 184 centimeters during his high school years. At this moment, Akashi's two personalities had yet to fully merge, rendering his Emperor difficult to utilize. He could only rely on his defensive experience to guard against Schroeder. Chapter 84. An unfavorable start. Schroeder opted for a simple change of direction before breaking to the right. Although Akashi did not completely lose track of him, he managed to keep pace in defense. However, as a black player, Schroeder was unconcerned with whether he had truly outmaneuvered Akashi. He merely required a small amount of space to penetrate the paint. Faced with the advancing Akashi, Schroeder effortlessly used his robust physique to push him aside and smoothly made his way into the paint. At this moment, Murasakibara chose to step forward, attempting to exert some pressure and threat upon the shorter opponent. Yet, as Murasakibara took that small step, Schroeder reacted swiftly, lofting the basketball high into the air and passing it to Davis. Without even having caught the ball, Davis leaped up, preparing for an alley-oop. Upon realizing the situation, Murasakibara immediately turned, utilizing his exceptional athletic reflexes to execute a second jump in an attempt to block Davis. Unfortunately, Davis's strength surpassed that of Murasakibara, and upon receiving the basketball in midair, he fearlessly dunked over Murasakibara's attempt to block him. The score was now 2-0, with the American high school team taking the lead. Upon landing, Davis cast a provocative glance towards Murasakibara, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if mocking Murasakibara's inadequacy. However, he chose not to linger on words, quickly turning to sprint back on defense, leaving behind a swaying rim and an infuriated Murasakibara, whose face flushed crimson with rage. How infuriating! I must crush you. The look Davis had given Murasakibara was nothing short of contempt and insult, an affront that Murasakibara's pride could not tolerate. Next, it was the turn of Teiko Middle School to attack. Upon receiving the ball, Akashi was astonished to find that Schroeder had opted for full-court pressure defense. He had initially expected the opponent to employ a conventional defensive strategy, but it seemed that this adversary was somewhat unconventional. Schroeder's intent was clear. He sought to assess the capabilities of the opposing point guard. If, under his meticulous defense, the opposing team struggles to even control the ball, he can dominate the court, turning it into a significant weakness for them. However, Akashi did not allow Schroeder to have his way. Each time he faced Schroeder's defense, Akashi skillfully employed techniques such as changing direction, sudden stops, and acceleration, effortlessly breaking through the opposing line. With the ball securely in hand, Akashi approached the three-point line, initiating a positional battle. Noticing that his teammates had yet to find advantageous positions, he swiftly passed the ball to Midorima. Standing taller than anyone else in his position, Midorima, at 189 centimeters, had a slight height advantage of just 2 centimeters over Russell. Without hesitation, Midorima launched a shot with remarkable speed, leaving Russell momentarily stunned. Yet, Russell did not relent in his defense. He leaped forward with all his might to block the shot. Faced with such a rapid attempt to intercept, Midorima was momentarily taken aback, fearing he might be thwarted. In that instant, he quickly adapted, choosing to forego the jump shot. He took a step back and raised the basketball again, opting for a shot from 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Russell, fueled by the echo of Davis's words that rang in his mind, "Win this game, and each of you will receive a 500,000 bonus," was resolute. That sum was worth fighting for. With renewed determination, his sole focus was to block the ball. He lunged forward for the block, leveraging his superior physical prowess and indomitable spirit to barely graze the basketball with his fingertips, altering its trajectory. Midorima's expression shifted as he marveled internally at the speed of Russell's reaction, astounded by the agility displayed. The ball struck the back of the rim with a resounding thud before soaring high into the air. The battle for the rebound was fiercely contested beneath the hoop. A thrilling clash of strength between Murasakibara and Davis, resembling two ferocious beasts vying for their prey in a merciless struggle. Murasakibara exerted pressure on Davis, striving to push him out of a favorable position, while Davis, equally determined, resisted with all his might. At that moment, Wiggins, known as Brothermouth, suddenly took a significant step forward and leaped high into the air, as if to pierce the heavens. With arms outstretched, he seemed to embrace the sky itself. In one swift motion, his enormous hand effortlessly snatched the basketball from midair. Upon securing the ball, Wiggins immediately faced a tight defense from Aomine. However, rather than engaging in prolonged confrontation, Wiggins opted to pass the ball to Schroeder and sprinted forward alone. It was a moment devoid of meaning. Chi-Fong smacked his lips, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face. He had anticipated an intense confrontation with his opponent, yet the latter offered him no opportunity whatsoever. Wiggins seemed not to have cast even a glance in his direction, gliding past Chi-Fong effortlessly, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon receiving the ball, Schroeder moved with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the court. With a swift change of direction, he effortlessly shook off Akashi. Witnessing this, Chi-Fong wasted no time and sprinted towards Schroeder, intent on thwarting his advance. Thus unfolded a captivating chase, with Chi-Fong hot on Schroeder's heels, while Schroeder surged forward with unrelenting momentum. Ultimately, the ball-carrying Schroeder found himself gradually caught up by the relentless Chi-Fong, who appeared poised to execute a spectacular block reminiscent of LeBron James' iconic chasedown. Suddenly, in an unexpected twist, Schroeder made a surprising move, delivering a backward pass. Chi-Fong hastily adjusted his defensive stance, slowing down to glance back, only to realize that no one was there to receive the ball. Dismay washed over him. He had been outwitted. Swiftly, he redirected his gaze toward Schroeder in the paint. At that moment, Schroeder had leaped high into the air, preparing to execute an effortless layup. With a crisp swish, the basketball found its mark, seamlessly sinking into the hoop. Schroeder's layup was executed with such fluidity that it appeared almost effortless. The onlookers were astounded, having never anticipated that Schroeder would employ such a cunning feint to deceive Chi-Fong. This deceptive maneuver showcased Schroeder's exceptional ball handling skills and basketball acumen. Truly impressive. This is the collective sentiment of all. The score has now reached 4 o'clock, placing immense pressure on the players of Teiko, who have never encountered such a deficit of 5 points at the beginning of a match. Nevertheless, a few remained undeterred, and soon Akashi took control of the ball as they entered the court. In Chapter 85, yet to be titled, once everyone had positioned themselves, Aomine dashed forward to request the ball. It was evident that he felt considerable displeasure over Wiggins' earlier disregard, and thus he was eager to score a magnificent basket over him. Without hesitation, Akashi passed him the basketball, and Aomine swiftly received it, launching an offensive against Wiggins. Aomine assumed a triple threat posture, attempting to shake off Wiggins' defense with a series of feints, though the results were less than satisfactory. He then attempted to break through with a direct dribble, but Wiggins' height and wingspan thwarted Aomine's advance instantaneously. Wiggins effectively covered Aomine, making it exceedingly difficult for him to score. Aomine's expression grew serious as he recognized that this opponent was not only as speedy as he was but also towered over him by more than 10 centimeters. Such a competitor indeed posed a significant challenge, making it hard for Aomine to find viable scoring opportunities. However, a slight smile of confidence crept onto Aomine's face. The more arduous the challenge, the more it ignited his inner fighting spirit. He yearned to contend with formidable opponents, for it was only through such trials that he could continuously elevate his skills. Subsequently, Aomine showcased his exceptional ball-handling prowess. He executed 2 elegant crossovers in quick succession, striving to create space for an offensive opportunity, yet Wiggins remained closely on his heels, leaving no room for error. Cleverly employing a behind-the-back dribble, Aomine attempted to change direction once more, following up with a sharp pivot to the right. This time, he finally managed to create a sliver of space, momentarily catching Wiggins off guard. Without hesitation, he leaped, preparing to take the shot. At that instant, Wiggins also sprang into the air, aiming to block Aomine's attempt. Unexpectedly, Aomine abruptly halted his shooting motion, his body swiftly shifting towards the inside. A feint. Wiggins was taken aback, unable to fathom that he had fallen for Aomine's convincingly realistic shooting fake. In that moment, Aomine dashed into the paint, and without a hint of hesitation, he lofted the basketball high, aiming to deliver it to the waiting hands of Murasakibara near the rim. Murasakibara, firmly planted beneath the basket, leaped without delay. Ready to seize the ball Aomine had sent his way. Just then, Wiggins soared past Murasakibara, his extraordinary leaping ability astonishingly eclipsing all expectations. With his remarkable vertical leap, Wiggins successfully snatched the basketball right above Murasakibara's head. All present were left astounded, gazing in awe at Wiggins, who had successfully seized the basketball. Marveling at his extraordinary leaping ability, who could have imagined that Wiggins not only caught up to Aomine's pace but soared so high as to surpass Murasakibara. Snatching the ball from above his head, upon securing the basketball, Wiggins' expression shifted to one of intense focus. He exhibited no hesitation, as if every move had been rehearsed in his mind, instinctively responding with remarkable speed and precision to locate the sprinting SC charger, delivering the ball to him with unwavering steadiness. "Don't jump so easily. Even if you leap later, you can still defend against others," Davis advised. Patting Wiggins on the shoulder with a serious tone, Wiggins nodded earnestly, a hint of solemnity gracing his features, as he uttered a succinct yet powerful remark. "They're not simple." Davis readily concurred, for Murasakibara, matched against him, was undeniably formidable. If they were of the same age, who could truly claim superiority remained an intriguing mystery. Subsequently, upon receiving the ball, SC Charger unhesitatingly opted for a fast break. His agile and unpredictable movements, coupled with a swift pivot, allowed him to bulldoze through Akashi's tight defense with the ferocity of a wild beast, rapidly penetrating towards the three-point line. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Midorima rushed forward to provide cover, positioning himself directly in SC Charger's path. Akashi, aware of the developing play, maintained his focus on Russell, determined to prevent any opportunity for a pass. Nevertheless, undeterred by Midorima's defensive stance, SC Charger displayed unwavering resolve. His gaze was steadfast, and his steps assured as he boldly surged forward. His movements were both swift and decisive, culminating in a powerful layup that showcased his fervent desire and determination to score. Midorima, not relenting, pressed forward, only to be met with a painful collision from SC Charger, yet he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Unexpectedly, SC Charger deviated from conventional tactics, opting for a no-look pass. Meanwhile, Russell, stationed beyond the arc, gently pushed Akashi aside and caught SC Charger's pass. Seizing the moment before Akashi could react, he swiftly launched a three-point shot. Russell elevated the ball above his head, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the hoop, and then leapt with vigor, sending the ball soaring. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if honed through countless hours of practice. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, finding its target with precision and producing a crisp swish as it nestled within the net. The speed of the release was astonishing, so rapid that Akashi barely had time to react before Russell completed his shot, eyes wide with surprise. Akashi could scarcely believe the swiftness of Russell's release, which rivaled even that of the legendary Haizaki. As the basketball swished through the net, the score reached 7:00. And Akashi's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that the opponent's prowess might far exceed their expectations, and this match promised to be exceptionally challenging. Subsequently, Akashi dribbled the ball towards the front court, preparing to orchestrate an offensive play. "Pass it to me." At that moment, Shirazaki proactively requested the ball, acutely aware that the team was at a disadvantage and that he must step up to break the deadlock. Akashi, filled with confidence in Shirazaki, did not hesitate to pass the ball to him. After all, Shirazaki had always been the team's ace, consistently delivering in critical moments. Upon receiving the basketball, Shirazaki cast a keen glance at Lavin, his eyes radiating self-assurance. Lavin was inwardly astonished, as he could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from Shirazaki. This sensation made him realize that Shirazaki was no ordinary player. In terms of sheer presence, he even felt that Shirazaki surpassed the prodigies of the miracle generation. Perhaps Shirazaki had attained a level of mastery comparable to theirs. Lavin, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, swiftly adopted his most formidable defensive stance, keenly aware that he did not wish to jeopardize their bonuses due to his own lapse. Chapter 86. Unyielding resistance. Baise fixed his gaze intently on Levine. Adopting the stance of the triple threat, his body slightly leaned forward, knees subtly bent, and hands poised in shooting form, ever ready to unleash his shot. Since mastering Anthony's triple threat technique, Baise had consistently outmaneuvered his opponents during matches, leaving them utterly bewildered. In a swift motion, Baizé pivoted on his left foot while his right foot darted outward to probe for openings. Observing this, Levine instinctively took a small step back, bracing himself against a potential drive from Baizé. However, Baizé defied expectations. He leaped suddenly, executing a jump shot motion. This maneuver was impeccably executed, a veritable embodiment of textbook shooting technique. Levine promptly sprang into the air, attempting to contest the shot, only to swiftly realize that it was merely a feint, as Baizé had not actually left the ground. Staring wide-eyed in midair, Levine's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Baizé's deception was so convincing, it nearly led him to believe it was genuine. Baizé, however, remained indifferent to Levine's astonishment. He deftly dribbled the ball forward with a single step, then executed another jump shot, this time a splendid long two-pointer. Baizé did not recklessly charge into the paint to create havoc. Rather, he deftly employed his remarkable skills and keen judgment to opt for a more prudent approach to offense. At that moment, Levine had just landed and was entirely unable to mount an effective defense. With a swift motion, the basketball traced a graceful arc, swishing through the net with a crisp sound. With this pivotal shot, Baizé successfully netted the first point for the miraculous generation team, bringing the score to 7-2. The American high school players recognized Baizé's formidable prowess and understood the need for vigilance. They refrained from blaming Levine and immediately organized a new offensive onslaught. Schroeder skillfully dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line, his gaze constantly scanning the court's dynamics, before swiftly signaling for Davis to set a screen. Davis reacted promptly, rushing forward to effectively block Akashi. Observing this, Murasakibara dispensed with his usual languor, quickly repositioning himself to guard Davis. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Schroeder promptly passed the ball to Davis, who then initiated the play from the top of the arc. At this juncture, Russell approached Davis for a quick handoff, successfully receiving the ball. With Davis' south screen in place, Russell seized the moment, launching his shot without hesitation. However, Midorima was delayed in his defensive response due to Davis's block, and Akashi's smaller stature failed to pose any significant challenge. A sharp swish echoed as the basketball smoothly descended into the hoop, embodying Russell's favored shooting rhythm. The score swiftly escalated to 10-2, with the American team momentarily in the lead. Subsequently, Akashi gestured emphatically, delivering a long pass to Aomine, who was already sprinting at midcourt with remarkable speed. Upon receiving the ball, Aomine wasted no time, turning and striding purposefully towards the frontcourt. Noticing Aomine's intent for a fast break, Wiggins quickly pursued him, albeit unaware that Aomine had stealthily slipped past him, compelling him to hasten his pace to defend. Aomine dashed forward with lightning speed, reaching the paint in the blink of an eye. Wiggins, closely trailing Aomine, refused to relent, swiftly closing the distance. Aomine resolved not to delay any further and prepared to execute a three-step layup. Just then, Wiggins sneered, "You think you can score that easily? How naive." His disdain for Aomine's audacity to disregard his exceptional leaping ability was palpable, an outright provocation. Thus, Wiggins leapt decisively, attempting to swat Aomine's layup away with his palm. However, in an unexpected turn of events, after gathering the ball, Aomine took a single step with his left foot and abruptly halted. He chose to anchor himself on his left foot, firmly planted like a nail in the ground. Meanwhile, a confident smile graced his lips. In that moment, as Wiggins soared into the air, Aomine adeptly employed an unorthodox shooting technique, effortlessly flicking his hand to launch the basketball towards the hoop. Suddenly, Akashi could not contain his voice, shouting, "Watch out, Aomine." A sense of unease gripped Aomine's heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. At that instant, he realized his hand was empty, the basketball had vanished. In astonishment, Aomine turned to see Schroeder had stealthily taken advantage of Wiggins' pursuit and slipped into the paint area. Without hesitation, he snatched the basketball from Aomine's grasp. Schroeder swiftly targeted Davis, who was yet to return on defense, and launched a long pass with the precision of a quarterback. "Oh no," Akashi thought to himself, his expression darkening. However, at that moment, the other members of the Generation of Miracles were still some distance away from Davis, unable to intervene, forced to watch as Murasakibara faced Davis one-on-one. It was worth noting that Murasakibara had previously been at a disadvantage against Davis in many aspects. One could only wonder if he could withstand this shot. Aomine, filled with regret, realized he should have exercised greater caution. Yet, with the situation as it was, he could only hope that Murasakibara would successfully defend against Davis. Under the basket, Davis charged into Murasakibara without hesitation, pushing him back a few paces before pivoting, ball in hand, preparing for a fadeaway jump shot. Murasakibara, despite the pain from Davis's collision, reacted with remarkable speed, leaping upward in an attempt to block the shot. However, to everyone's astonishment, Davis's seemingly flawless fadeaway was merely a feint. He suddenly pivoted back and executed a hook shot. At this point, even if Murasakibara could jump again, it was futile. Thus, the hook shot faced almost no interference. Ultimately, the basketball grazed the backboard and fell through the net. The score instantly soared to 12-2. And in a mere 3 minutes, the generation of miracles found themselves trailing by 10 points against the American high school team. The faces of the generation of miracles turned grim. As the future of Japanese basketball, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to fend off their opponents. Even though they were formidable high school players from the United States. But to be outscored 12-2 in just 3 minutes was beyond comprehension. Timeout. Naoto Sanada quickly called for a break, clearly taken aback by the outcome. It seemed he had placed too much faith in the generation of miracles based on their performance in the national tournament. Chapter 87. Keep pushing, writing. How are they playing? They need to run more tactics. Stop relying solely on individual efforts. Naoto Sanada gazed at the scoreboard, his expression markedly grim, evidently displeased with the performance of his team as he admonished the members of the Miracle Generation one by one. However, the players of the Miracle Generation did not respond to his outburst. They simply sat quietly, absorbing his reprimands. After all, they had indeed been thoroughly outplayed moments earlier and now needed to recalibrate their mindset to face the forthcoming challenges, ensuring they did not allow the opposing team to seize momentum. Sanada promptly retrieved a tactical board to devise strategies for the upcoming match. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Maigutai players was notably jovial. They engaged in cheerful conversation, exuding an air of camaraderie. It was evident to them that their opponents were not particularly formidable. They intended to capitalize on their advantage and widen the score gap. Davis wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, speaking in a relaxed tone. They possess some skill, but they are indeed not very strong. Russell chimed in with a light-hearted demeanor. Exactly. It felt as effortless as shooting practice when I faced the Miracle Generation. At that moment, Levine scoffed slightly. Expressing a hint of defiance, the small forward I was matched up against was quite strong. We should be cautious. His gaze revealed a flicker of vigilance. Clearly recognizing the prowess of his opponent, who had navigated his defense with apparent ease. Nevertheless, Schroeder remained unfazed, playfully patting Levine on the shoulder and teasing, "Zach, did you go chasing after Japanese girls yesterday? You seem a bit off your game. Can't even handle them." His words carried a humorous undertone, seemingly dismissing Levine's concerns, while he radiated confidence and composure. "Let us all be careful. I don't want our hard-earned money to vanish into thin air." Wiggins warned his teammates with a serious expression, as he had been the most diligent in the previous rounds. Upon hearing his words, the joviality dissipated, for they all understood that a loss in this match would render their trip to Japan utterly meaningless. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the timeout came to an end and the game resumed. Both teams returned to the court, prepared to engage in a new round of competition. Naoto Sanada, with a tense expression, shouted at the newly entered members of the Miracle Generation, "Everyone, focus. Intensify your defense. Do not shrink back. Show the spirit of true warriors." Next, it was the turn of the generation of miracles to serve. Akashi, dribbling the ball, slowly traversed half the court, his gaze intensely fixed on every movement across the arena. Suddenly, he swiftly passed the ball to Midorima, who immediately called upon Murasakibara to set a screen. This time, Murasakibara obediently stepped forward to provide a solid block, effectively obstructing Russell. Subsequently, Midorima maneuvered to the opposite side of Murasakibara, only to be met by the imposing figure of Davis. The screen resulted in a switch between Davis and Russell, leaving Midorima with the decision on how to proceed. However, Midorima's expression sharpened as he opted to retreat a few steps. Davis, not contemplating the move deeply, assumed the opponent was merely executing a strategy. So he positioned himself at the three-point line, reluctant to venture out too far, aware that doing so would compromise the interior defense. To his astonishment, Midorima, standing 3 steps behind the three-point line, effortlessly launched a shot from that distance, his form remarkably fluid and precise. Davis was taken aback, confusion etched across his face, as he rushed towards Midorima, but it was too late. Did he really shoot that? Without having blocked the shot, Davis found himself at a loss for words. In America, he would have thought little of it, knowing that some individuals, like NBA player Stephen Curry, could indeed make such shots with high accuracy. Yet here in Japan, did someone truly dare to take such a risk? Wouldn't their coach reprimand them? The basketball arced gracefully through the air, and the generation of miracles chose to transition back on defense. Knowing Midorima well, they believed that if he was not disturbed while shooting, the ball would surely find its mark. Even though today's Cancer horoscope ranked 4th, Midorima turned his gaze toward the bench, where a pair of headphones caught his eye. Today's lucky charm was the headphones. Thus, he felt he had done all he could. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the net, the basketball swished through effortlessly, altering the score to 12-5, as the generation of miracles reclaimed 3 points. What? Davis stared in surprise at Midorima, internally marveling. This guy actually made the shot. Was it merely luck? Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant. Upon contemplating this, Davis inhaled deeply, relinquishing his previous disdain, and resolved to fully immerse himself in the game. Meanwhile, Schroeder dribbled the ball with fervor, sprinting forward. He adeptly employed Hardaway's change of direction technique, his form flashing past, before suddenly accelerating like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly breaching Akashi's defensive line and charging into the paint. Observing this, Aomine hastily advanced to provide support, extending his arms wide, enveloping Schroeder's path in an attempt to thwart his progress. However, Schroeder remained undeterred. He explosively propelled the ball, forcefully shoving Aomine aside, and then skillfully executed a Euro step, preparing for a layup. At that moment, Murasakibara leaped high, extending his enormous hand, attempting to swat the basketball from Schroeder's grasp. Yet, Schroeder exhibited remarkable basketball intelligence and adaptability. He deftly adjusted his posture, executing a clever, slight lob pass that accurately reached Davis, who was positioned beneath the basket. Without hesitation, Davis sprang into action at the moment of Schroeder's pass, opting for an alley-oop. Murasakibara, witnessing this, leaped again, akin to a swift cheetah, rapidly positioning himself in front of Davis in an effort to block the shot. Davis, however, disregarded Murasakibara's defense, decisively dunking the ball into the hoop, directly overpowering Murasakibara and sending him crashing to the ground. The score escalated to 14-5. The disparity in strength is not something you can compensate for at this stage, Davis remarked in a calm tone. Unfortunately, Murasakibara could not comprehend English and mistakenly believed he was being mocked. Nevertheless, Davis paid no heed to Murasakibara's reaction, turning away and leaving him seething with anger. How frustrating. I must obliterate him. Murasakibara gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with fury. In the subsequent play, he eagerly sought the basketball from Akashi, who, after a moment's hesitation, passed it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Murasakibara felt Davis closely shadowing him, internally challenging himself. Watch how I thoroughly dismantle you. Chapter 88. The Disadvantage of the Miraculous Generation. After acquiring the ball, Murasakibara unleashed his strength, charging directly at Davis. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Davis stood firm, as unyielding as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. The members of the Miraculous Generation were left in stunned silence. They were all too familiar with Murasakibara's power, who could typically easily topple 2 or 3 opponents. Yet now, he could not even budge Davis. Meanwhile, the players from Miko High appeared remarkably composed, as if they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The idea of a mere Japanese player attempting to overpower Davis was nothing short of a fantastical delusion. Faced with an insurmountable predicament, Ziyuan gritted his teeth and resolved to adopt a more audacious strategy. He leapt high into the air, opting for a direct turn and dunk, confronting Davis head-on. However, Davis was no ordinary opponent. At the very moment Ziyuan took off, he too sprang into action, showcasing remarkable leaping ability. Unlike their previous encounter where their jumps were evenly matched, this time, Davis soared significantly higher, towering over Ziyuan by nearly half a head. Unfazed, Davis confronted Ziyuan directly, delivering a resounding slap, which echoed sharply as Ziyuan was ruthlessly sent crashing to the ground. Wiggins quickly retrieved the basketball that Davis had swatted away, his gaze precisely locating Schroeder. With both hands cradling the ball against his chest, he exerted all his strength to propel it forward. Hearing the sound behind him, Schroeder swiftly turned, expertly securing the incoming ball, then executed a swift change of direction in an attempt to evade Akashi. However, to his surprise, Akashi did not easily succumb to his feint as he had before, instead resolutely staying close to him. Unfazed, Schroeder maintained his composure, skillfully leveraging his physical advantage to perform a swift crossover dribble beneath his legs, successfully breaking through Akashi's right side. Help on defense. Akashi's expression shifted as he shouted, having already experienced Schroeder's repeated direct breakthroughs. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the front court, preparing for a fast break. Observing this, his teammates quickly followed suit, striving to create an advantageous situation of numerical superiority. Just then, Schroeder had successfully advanced past the three-point line, but Aomine, with astonishing speed, caught up to him, directly obstructing his path of attack. Faced with this sudden impediment, Schroeder remained unflustered, maintaining the calm demeanor and exceptional control expected of a point guard. At that moment, Wiggins charged in from Schroeder's left side. Recognizing an opportunity, Schroeder decided to execute a behind-the-back pass. He steadied the basketball with his right hand, preparing to deliver it to Wiggins. However, Bizawa, quick on the uptake, dashed in, directly blocking the passing lane between Schroeder and Wiggins. Just as everyone anticipated the ball would be intercepted, an astonishing scene unfolded. The basketball miraculously found its way into Levine's hands on Schroeder's right side. What transpired? The sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished as they voiced their bewilderment. Meanwhile, standing at the back, Midorima could not conceal his surprise. It was evident that he had just witnessed Schroeder's remarkable maneuver. Indeed, Schroeder had executed an exquisite elbow pass. In that fleeting moment, he deftly nudged the ball with his left hand, altering its trajectory, which was initially destined for Wiggins, and sending it precisely into Levine's grasp. This was a testament to his impeccable vision and remarkable improvisation. In that instant, he transformed a pass intended for Wiggins into one for Levine, showcasing an extraordinary reaction. Faced with an unguarded defense, Levine's lips curled into a confident smile as he leaped high into the air. He gracefully extended his body, executing a flawless 360 under-the-leg dunk. The entire movement flowed with an effortless elegance, resembling a work of art. The players on the sidelines could not help but erupt in applause, expressing their astonishment and admiration in the simplest yet most profound manner. In that moment, the only word that could encapsulate the spectacle before them was magnificent. Levine's dunk was nothing short of spectacular. The score on the court left everyone in disbelief, 16-5. The generation of miracles was lagging behind by a staggering 11 points. This was the first time they had been pushed into such a predicament since their rise to prominence. Akashi's expression grew serious as he called out to his teammates, urging them to refrain from reckless plays and to focus on passing the ball. The chaotic antics of Murasakibara had thrown their offense into disarray, allowing the opponents to capitalize with fast breaks. Although his own defense had faltered, Akashi understood that this could not continue. The players nodded in agreement, yet Murasakibara pouted, evidently dissatisfied with Akashi's words. At that moment, Shirazaki approached and patted Murasakibara on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Atsushi, just play well, and afterwards, I'll take you to get some delicious sticks." Upon hearing the tantalizing promise of food, Murasakibara instantly perked up, a smile illuminating his face as he hurried back to the basket, ready to continue the battle. The other members of the Generation of Miracles also began to take the game seriously, abandoning their blind solo plays in favor of patient ball movement, reminiscent of their once unbreakable team synergy. Ultimately, the ball found its way into Midorima's hands, just as Russell had been pulled away from the basket, placing Midorima in an ideal open position. Without hesitation, he gently tapped the ball, which sailed smoothly into the net. What a splendid play! His teammates erupted in excitement, celebrating the beautiful basket with high fives and cheers. Bize gazed at his exhilarated teammates on the court, a wave of long-lost passion swelling within him. It felt reminiscent of days gone by, he mused. He recognized that their previous adversaries had been rather feeble, leading the Miracle Generation to gradually forsake teamwork in favor of individual prowess. However, confronted by the formidable Meigao team, it became evident that personal skills alone would not suffice. Only through collective effort could they hope to triumph over their opponents. As the match progressed, the Miracle Generation began to display their harmonious synergy. Passes among teammates flowed with increasing fluidity, and their offensive strategies diversified. Yet, the strength of the Meigao team was undeniable. Their defense was impenetrable, and their counterattacks swift, posing significant challenges to the Miracle Generation's offense. Nevertheless, through exceptional teamwork, they managed to score against Meigao, albeit with great difficulty. They understood, however, that their current performance was far from adequate, as the Meigao team was exceptionally strong. and their collaborative efforts were equally formidable. With the sound of the whistle, the first quarter concluded, leaving Meigao leading the Miracle Generation 37-19. In Chapter 89, Kuroko's Offense and Defense, by Zay's Extraordinary Hang Time, Aomine gasped. I can't believe we managed to collaborate, yet still find ourselves trailing by 18 points. Sweat poured from his brow as the others fell silent, each one catching their breath, trying to recover from the immense physical exertion they had just expended. Naoto Sanada furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth before addressing the team. Midorima and Aomine, take a breather. We'll substitute Kuroko and Kaizen. Most of the Miracle Generation's scoring had come from Midorima and Aomine, while the other players had yet to exert themselves significantly. Thus, the fatigue of the former duo was understandably greater. Additionally, bringing Kuroko onto the court was a strategic move to maximize their offensive potential, as their defense was struggling to withstand the onslaught of their opponents. Upon hearing this, Aomine sprang to his feet, urgency etched across his face. Coach, I can keep going. He was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to face such a formidable opponent. However, Naoto Sanada shook his head in opposition, insisting, you need to rest well. You'll have your chance to return. With that, he firmly guided the anxious Aomine back to his seat, though Aomine felt a pang of frustration. He recognized the rationale behind the coach's decision and reluctantly settled down, awaiting his next opportunity to play. With both hands resting on his knees, Sanada leaned forward and shouted, stay calm. We still have a chance to win this game. Let us push forward. Prepare for the offense. Assigning Huangzi to the small forward position and Baze to the power forward role, we will adopt a 2-3 zone defense. While Kuroko readies himself to leverage his unique advantages for steals, let us focus and play well. An 18-point deficit is hardly insurmountable. Naoto Sanada gestured animatedly with the tactical board as he spoke. A collective nod of agreement resonated among the team. Beep. The second quarter of the match commenced. Wait. Why are there only 4 players on the court? Davis scanned the scene, his expression one of bewilderment. The players have arrived, Baze replied softly, offering no further explanation as he immediately engaged in the offensive play. Next, Akashi dribbled past half-court, positioning himself beyond the 3-point line. With a sharp focus, he located Kuroko and sent a precise pass in his direction. Was that a passing error? Russell questioned as the ball approached him, his confusion palpable. After all, Akashi had made no mistakes in the first quarter, and there was not a soul in front of him. Yet, he thought little of it and reached out to seize the ball. Meanwhile, Davis, stationed beneath the basket, noticed the unfolding situation and dashed toward the front court, ready to join the fast break. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bam! The basketball altered its trajectory as if guided by an unseen force, soaring directly toward the hoop. Davis's eyes widened in astonishment as he could only watch helplessly as the ball zipped past him. Awaiting beneath the rim was Murasakibara, who effortlessly caught the ball and leaped, executing a breathtaking slam dunk. What? The entire Miko team stared in disbelief at Murasakibara's remarkable feat, utterly confounded by the preceding events. At that moment, Russell finally comprehended the situation before him. To be precise, he did not see a fellow high schooler of similar height, but rather a figure resembling a small child. What is this? How could such a person appear here? Russell could not suppress his bewilderment. However, no response came. Kuroko ignored Russell's question, standing silently, maintaining his subtle presence. For Kuroko, it was imperative to remain inconspicuous to avoid disrupting the flow of the game. The score stood at 37-21, with Miko leading by 16 points. SC charged or dismissed the unexpected incident as a mere hiccup, continuing to dribble past half-court, his focus solely on deciphering the opponent's defensive positions. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. There was still one more player on the opposing team? Be careful, as Russell shouted, before Schroeder could react. The basketball in his hands was snatched away by a small hand. Confused, Schroeder turned around, only to be met by the sight of a blue-haired little figure. Goodness, when did he enter the game? Schroeder couldn't help but curse, as a top-tier point guard, being so effortlessly stripped of the ball was utterly unacceptable. The young player who successfully intercepted the ball wasted no time passing it to the already sprinting Baze, while Wiggins quickly followed suit. As Baze took off, Wiggins immediately sensed something amiss and promptly gave chase. Upon witnessing the moment, Baze decisively opted for a direct shot, while Wiggins, positioned nearby, prepared to leap in an attempt to block him. The two ascended almost simultaneously, with Wiggins extending his long arms, aiming to thwart Baze's effort. Onlookers were anxious for Baizai. Noting that Wiggins's jump was nearly equal in height, yet due to Wiggins's greater stature, he appeared to soar a quarter of a head higher than Baizai. However, a slight smile graced Baizai's lips as he mused internally. Am I to be outdone by you, with my Jordan-esque hang time? He chose to confront Wiggins head-on in midair, exhibiting no signs of yielding. To everyone's astonishment, Wiggins, who had leapt later, began to descend slowly, while Baizai continued to float gracefully above. The sheer magnitude of his hang time was extraordinary. Spectators gazed in awe at Baizai, their hearts brimming with wonder. Subsequently, as Wiggins fell with an expression of disbelief, Baizai effortlessly sank the basketball with a swift motion. My goodness, Baizai has grown even stronger, Ching Feng remarked gravely, pondering how he would defend against such a play. The players from the American high school team were utterly dumbfounded. They understood that Wiggins possessed a physical talent of historic proportions, one rarely witnessed even in the NBA. Yet here they were, witnessing a Baizai whose athletic prowess surpassed even that of Wiggins. How could they not be astonished? It felt akin to likening him to Jordan. Instantly, their expressions transformed as they dared to compare this middle schooler from an island nation to the legendary Jordan. Surely, they had lost their minds. The most frustrated of all was Wiggins himself, who had experienced this hang time firsthand. It was utterly absurd, like something out of a realm beyond humanity. The score stood at 37-23. Chapter 90, Regaining Control Focus. Do not give them an opportunity. Davis roared in anger, incensed by the points they had just conceded. His teammates nodded in understanding, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and all were on high alert, unwilling to show even a hint of complacency. Each individual bore vigilant expressions, wary of the elusive player who might spring from the shadows at any moment. Confronted with the opposing team's 2-3 zone defense, the American high school team refrained from hasty actions, aware that a specter-like player posed a constant threat, necessitating cautious responses. After several passes, the basketball finally found its way into Russell's hands. Russell stood merely 2 steps away from the three-point line, leaping into the air to take a shot without hesitation. However, at the very moment he released the ball, Kuroko reappeared beside him like a specter, extending a hand to deftly swat the basketball away. True to his reputation as an exceptional high school player in the United States, Russell displayed remarkable reflexes. Immediately cradling the ball tightly to his chest to deny Kuroko any opportunity for a steal. Without delay, he decisively passed the ball to Davis, who, upon receiving it, forcefully pushed back against Murasakibara. In response, Murasakibara, undeterred, resolutely held his ground, striving to maintain his balance. He prepared himself again to prevent Davis from overpowering him directly. Unexpectedly, Davis feigned an attempt to collide with Murasakibara, then executed a sweeping left turn for a hook shot. Murasakibara quickly reacted, leaping to block the shot. Nevertheless, Davis once again showcased his cunning. With a deceptive move, he sent Murasakibara soaring, pivoting seamlessly to execute a powerful dunk. Murasakibara found himself outmatched, struggling in vain against such a formidable opponent. After all, Davis not only possessed physical attributes comparable to Murasakibara's, but also surpassed him in strength and skill. The score stood at 39-23, with Davis successfully stabilizing the situation. Next, it was the Miracle Generation's turn to initiate an offensive. Akashi, with a grim expression, dribbled past half court, his demeanor darker than before, fully aware that he was unable to tap into his full potential. On the opposing side, SC Charger loomed like an insurmountable mountain, completely overpowering him, leaving Akashi gasping for breath. Beyond dribbling and passing, he found himself at a loss for what else he could contribute. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on passing, enabling his teammates to receive the ball better. For this was the only action he felt capable of at that moment. Thus, the members of the Miracle Generation began executing their strategy, working in harmonious coordination to break through the opposing defense. Suddenly, Akashi skillfully passed the ball to Kuroko, whose elusive passing yet again astounded as the basketball swiftly found its way into the hands of Shugain. Meanwhile, Shugain effortlessly caught the ball. But Wiggins kept his unwavering gaze fixed on him, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. He understood the threat Shugain posed and dared not underestimate him. Baizai assumed a threatening stance, his body slightly descending, knees bent, eyes firmly fixed on Wiggins. He initiated a simple yet convincing feint, attempting to confound his opponent, but Wiggins remained unshaken. Suddenly, Baizai's center of gravity surged upward, his hands forming the shape of a shooting motion, as if poised to leap and take a shot. This maneuver kept Wiggins on high alert, prompting him to elevate his center of gravity as well. his entire body inclined upwards. However, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, aiming to leverage his height and wingspan to thwart Baizay's potential shot. At that moment, Baizay decisively dribbled past, his speed astonishing as he swiftly breached Wiggins' defense. Wiggins reacted promptly, advancing to defend and attempting to thwart Baizay's advance. In the face of Wiggins' defense, Baizay exhibited remarkable skill. With a mesmerizing crossover reminiscent of Allen Iverson's, he created space, successfully maneuvering around Wiggins, whose balance had yet to be restored, thus opening up further offensive opportunities. Subsequently, Baizay executed a double step back akin to James Harden's, a movement so elusive that it left Wiggins bewildered. He swiftly retreated, extending the distance between himself and Wiggins, who had just been momentarily misled. At this juncture, Baizay found himself beyond the three-point line, his gaze brimming with confidence. With a shooting form reminiscent of Stephen Curry, he leaped gracefully, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc as it soared toward the hoop. Baizay's speed of execution was astonishingly swift, completing the entire motion in the blink of an eye. His three-point shot was remarkably precise, reminiscent of Curry's shooting style, capable of being released in a mere 0 seconds. Despite Wiggins' utmost effort to intercept, it was all too late. A crisp swish echoed through the air as the basketball gracefully sailed through the net, producing a delightful sound. The score shifted to 39-26, with Baizay once again narrowing the gap. A's was truly formidable. On the sidelines, Ching Feng gazed in awe at Baizay sinking the three-pointer, silently lamenting, "I certainly did not find it so effortless to score against Wiggins." At that moment, Wiggins felt a wave of frustration wash over him, cursing internally. He berated himself for being deceived by that shot. Baizay's feint was executed with such realism that he had no choice but to defend. Immediately, Levine received the inbound pass from Schrder and effortlessly changed direction, successfully bypassing the still-dazed Huangzi. This was problematic. Huangzi felt a gust of wind rush past him, and by the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. He quickly turned to chase after Levine. However, with Huangzi's current prowess, he was in no position to compete with Chi Feng and the others, let alone catch up to the lightning-fast Levine. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Levine extended the distance between them, his heart heavy with helplessness and frustration. At that moment, Levine decided to attempt a trailing three-pointer, leaping into the air without hesitation. Yet, in that instant, Baizay appeared behind him like a specter, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust surging forth. This presence was akin to a chilling wind, causing Levine to shudder involuntarily, as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. The figure of Baizay loomed like a specter, exuding an unsettling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Raven felt a chilling presence tightly entwining around him, as if he were ensnared in a dark abyss, rendered utterly immobile. His eyes widened in terror, gazing at the unfolding scene, his body as rigid as a statue. Just as Raven was still grappling with the reality before him, Baizay, without a hint of mercy, extended his hand and forcefully swatted the basketball down. The crisp sound resonated through the air, plunging the entire scene into a profound silence. All present stared in disbelief as Baizay executed a flawless block. The spectators fixed their gaze upon the wild energy radiating from Baizay, a shiver of unease coursing through their hearts, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast, poised to rend apart everything in front of him, instilling a sense of dread. Baizay has unleashed his wild side. Chapter 91, Stalemate. Davis's expression grew increasingly grave. If previously he felt that Baizay was not yet a match for them, now it was evident that Baizay had reached the pinnacle of their ranks. The onlookers gazed at Baizay, their faces betraying a look of terror, silently marveling. How could this individual have suddenly become so formidable? Baizay's countenance remained impassive, as though the entirety of his surroundings bore no significance to him. He swiftly retrieved the basketball that he had previously swatted away, then accelerated with remarkable swiftness, breaking through like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Lavin, who had just been blocked by Baizay, immediately pursued him relentlessly, fueled by a determination to deliver a stunning counterattack. However, despite Lavin's fervent efforts, he could not close the distance to Baizay, who held the basketball. In a short while, Lavin, devoid of the ball, finally caught up to Baizay, but by then, Baizay had already penetrated the paint. Baizay suddenly executed a dramatic crossover, his movements ethereal and ghostly, effortlessly leaving Lavin behind. Lavin stood momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed of Baizay's change of direction, leaving him no time to react. Thus, Baizé smoothly penetrated Lavin's defense. As he drove towards the basket, he immediately gathered the ball, poised to shoot. Wiggins and Davis, witnessing this unfolding scenario, leaped simultaneously, attempting to block Baizé's shot. However, Baizé wore an expression devoid of emotion, as if he had anticipated their actions long before. At that moment, he demonstrated astonishing hang-time capabilities, reminiscent of Michael Jordan. Performing a breathtaking maneuver in midair, Baizé first opted to grasp the ball with his right hand, flicking it toward Akashi beside him. Observing this movement, Wiggins shifted his weight towards Akashi. His gaze sharpened. Akashi had no basketball in hand. An illusion. Once again, he found himself captivated by Baizé's feint. Baizé gazed at Wiggins before him, a sense of pride swelling within him. He was acutely aware that his feint had successfully deceived his opponent. And now the true moment of offense had arrived. With that, Baizé retracted his hand, grasped the ball with both hands, and thrust it upwards. At that moment, Davis was also leaping in that direction to block the shot, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he swung his large hand, seemingly certain he would thwart this attempt. Humph, do you think you can block me? It won't be so simple. Baizé snorted coldly, executing a deft pump fake in midair, colliding with Davis and losing his balance. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena. What? Davis's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that Baizé would perform such a maneuver in the air while maintaining his equilibrium. In quick succession, Baizé flicked the ball with precision, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc towards the hoop. Please go in, Baizé silently prayed, hoping for the shot to find its mark. However, the collision had caused him to lose his balance, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Thud. Baizé fell heavily, producing a dull thud as he hit the floor. A wave of soreness coursed through his body, as if his bones were on the verge of disassembling. Yet, he persevered through the pain, rising to his feet and gazing intently at the hoop. The crowd held its breath, all eyes fixated on the ball Baizé had launched. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Clang. With a sharp sound of impact, Davis felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the ball had struck the front of the rim. However, before he could revel in his fortune, that smile froze upon his face. The basketball ricocheted off the rim several times, appearing reluctant, yet ultimately succumbed and obediently fell into the net. In the end, Baizé adeptly adjusted his posture in midair, skillfully evading the blocks from both opponents, and executed a nearly flawless shot that sent the ball through the hoop. In an instant, the entire basketball arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and gasps of awe. It was